What an infuriating and sad day. I guess all the baby oil paid off for P. Diddy because he was too slippery for the justice system. I cannot believe it. They have now reached a verdict on all the charges, and he has been acquitted of the most serious ones. The Lord of Lube wiggles his way out of it somehow, despite overwhelming evidence to support the allegations against P. Diddy about the decades worth of evil, criminal activities and actions he has done, terrorizing the music industry and so many individuals. It seems like the dawn of dildos is about to get away with a slap on the wrist. And maybe not even that much. He's been found guilty on 2 of the lesser charges, which could carry a maximum of 20 years in prison. But I've completely lost faith in the system here. I have to imagine this is all just now horseradish and barnacles. I think he will probably just get away with like 6 months probation or some shit.
5 counts. We have a mixed verdict here. Again, count 1 as it relates to racketeering, not guilty. Count 2 as it relates to sex trafficking, not guilty. Count 3, guilty. Count 4, not guilty. Count 5, guilty.
Those 2 counts he was found guilty on, that was like Weenie Hut Jr. level charges compared to the rest, and it's something the defense, I imagine, was extremely pleased to have been found guilty on versus the rest. They were so happy, in fact, that reportedly P. Diddy even stood up and started clapping. Literally like a Tumblr fanfic. He stood up, started clapping, and then like his friends and family erupted into applause. Now the judge is considering what bail should be, and we move on to the next stage, which will be the sentencing for these 2 charges, which carry a maximum of 10 years each. He's not going to be seeing the maximum. He probably won't even be seeing the minimum. They might just let him walk away with being forced to play League of Legends solo queue for like 2 months or something, and that'll be his punishment. It is such a fucking joke what just happened here. I actually still can't believe it. It is sickening. So I truly wouldn't be surprised if he just fully walks free from this, and I guess we can expect the grand reopening of Puffy Flavor Camp. Everyone out there, sleep in fear. Make sure you're sleeping on your back, because if you sleep on your stomach, P. Diddy might just break into your house in the middle of the night and shove a dildo up your ass. It is still just so fucking unbelievable to me. I thought this was dead to rights. Not only because of the overwhelming evidence, but also his team wasn't exactly a cohesive unit. Like, not that long ago, one of his big lawyers quit, saying he could no longer, under any circumstances, represent him, serve as a member of his council. And somehow, they were still able to squeak a win out from between P. Diddy's greased butt cheeks here. I don't know. Did they promise, like, freak-off invitations to the jury? I have no clue. I don't get it. I really, truly do not understand how this just happened.
It's a mixed verdict, but it is a stunning victory for the defense. The Mann Act, these charges, these were the easiest for prosecutors to prove, the lowest hanging fruit, merely required showing that state lines were crossed for the purpose to engage in prostitution. We saw a lot of evidence on these charges, did not have that element, Laura, of force, fraud, or coercion. And this carries the lightest sentence of these charges. It is a maximum of 10 years. And keep in mind, when you're talking about maximums aren't the rule. They are the exception. They're for the most exceptional and severe cases. So now you're talking about a sentence that's potentially in the lower range with time served because he's been behind bars.
Yeah, again, he's definitely not seeing the maximum penalty for those charges. I would be surprised if he even saw the minimum. My guess would be, and of course I haven't passed the bar, so this is just fucking Neanderthal spitballing. My guess would be they'll weigh the time served behind bars throughout this case as like you've learned your lesson, and wiggle their finger, don't do it again, and give him some really light punishment. Very, very light sentencing. And then when he's out on bail or full-blown walks free, I imagine baby oil will go extinct. And I predict that there will be a freak-off the likes of which the cosmos has never seen. It'll be filled with so much degeneracy that it will give birth to Slanesh in the warp in real life. It's going to be a Warhammer 40k event. It's just so fucking despicable, man. It really is.
The fact that these sex trafficking charges, specifically with respect to Cassie Ventura, means that the jury was convinced by the defense, at least with respect to reasonable doubt, that the commercial sex, i.e. the freak-offs, were not connected to some of this violence, that there was not that force, fraud, or coercion element. That is, by far, from a penalty perspective, the most serious. It carried a 15-year minimum. So that is a huge distinction.
Really feels like if you've got enough money, somehow a lot of those very serious, very well-documented things just never really seem to stick in court for some reason. It's so weird how that works. It's so odd how we see that happen so many times. I don't know. Something seems a bit fishy there. From everything I've seen from a couple of lawyers discussing it, the big thing here seems that the RICO charges weren't conveyed well enough for the jury to understand, and that it could have been, like, difficult in the first place as a potential overcharging on P. Diddy, so that was like an uphill battle. Obviously, I don't understand all the nuance to how that shit works in court, like how it all shakes down the fucking Rube Goldberg machine that is arguing RICO charges. I'm not Saul Goodman. But outside of that, the lawyers also expressed how stunned they were that he was found not guilty on the sex trafficking by force and coercion. It seems like, at least from the lawyers that I've read and watched from, they were also very surprised that somehow the jury wasn't convinced on those. That one really did seem like a pretty big slam dunk in the case. Like, at least most sane human beings would think so, but somehow it didn't stick. Somehow it didn't shake out that way. To be found not guilty on those is baffling. Actually baffling. And I went to a live stream where some lawyers were talking, and reading the chat, it will make you lose all possible faith that there's real people online. There are so many people that are elated, celebrating that P. Diddy is free, and saying he should go as far as suing the government for the charges they brought against him. Unironically, I saw someone donate saying, does P. Diddy have a case against the government to sue them for this? Holy shit. What? I don't know how so many people have been poisoned by stupidity. Like, there must be some kind of hole in the ozone layer that's letting pure concentrated stupid come through, and it is just destroying neurons at an alarming rate. Such an unfortunate outcome. There's a lot of people that are now going to need to be looking over their shoulder here with this P. Diddy verdict. One of them being a bodyguard who said if P. Diddy walks, he's going to need to go into hiding. I think that's not an exaggeration. He most likely will, in order to stay alive. This is a dangerous man with an extremely well-recorded history of horrible shit he has done, who is now getting let off very easily here. Now, if you're a sane, sensible person, you're probably pretty angered by the outcome, but we don't live in a world where everyone's sane and sensible. There is a not small group of people, the Free Diddy drones, that are very, very pleased. They're very excited that P. Diddy is going to be most likely getting let off super, super easily. They are elated right now, these fucking weirdos. They're acting like they're part of the crew, part of the ship, like they'll get the invite to the next freak off. And they are so happy. Fucking weirdos out there. It's crazy how anyone can view this as anything other than a disaster. A fucking travesty where the justice system just failed so many people. Yeah, I'll stop ranting and raving about it. That's really about it. See ya.
up, you American motherfuckers? These German bastards are about to bend you over and give it to you Euro style.
My name is Thiago and I am from Berlin. I come to the club and I have Teile in my jeans. My body is twitching as if I would be on stream. In my city everyone knows I'm a freak. Freak ketamine because the dealer is my G. That's how it goes, that's how it be. Tonight gonna be good, good. I got a feeling. She said I am like white clay because I am appealing. No, I am not okay. But screw that, I'm getting hammered like a name. No, my ticker has to wait. I'm a German, but I'm coming always late.
Ich Lingo, I can teach you some. Ich bin eine Fotze, that means I am a cunt. We make party until the doctor comes. This is how we do in Deutschland. Lingo.
I can teach a bit. Ich bin die Scheiße, that means I am the shit.
We make party until the doctor comes. This is how we do in Deutschland. My name is Mother Icky, and I make ficky ficky. Pour the drink over my titties, and he goes licky licky. I'm pretty, you are 50, motherfucker, I can. I'm so horny, fuck old white man.
My English not the yellow from the egg. But I don't care, I got immaculate swag. I got a chin like American Dad. And if you are homophobic, you get fucked in the ass. Blue Punisher, put it in her mouth. Red plastic cup, I can put it down. No one outside Germany will listen to my sound. But I don't give a fuck, I fuck around and we find out.
Ich Lingo, I can teach you some. Ich bin eine Fotze, that means I am a cunt. We make party until the doctor comes. This is how we do in Deutschland. Lingo.
I can teach a bit. Ich bin die Scheiße, that means I am the shit.
We make party until the doctor comes. This is how we do in Deutschland.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about carnival rides or state fair rides. It doesn't really matter. Bad, crazy rides. You know, earlier this year we talked about the horrors of amusement parks, the kind of crazy things that can happen at places that are supposed to bring so much joy. Well, take away all the production value and make it a caravan of nobodies, and by God, you got yourself a carnival. Long are the days of the carnival being something that's full of mystique with freak shows and those elephants that roll on a ball.
Those are circuses.
That's a circus. With fun games and funnel cakes. No, no, no. They have devolved horribly. I don't know how it's legal. Who is regulating these rides? Look at us, dude. They're just getting bribed off by fucking funnel cakes in that duck game. And every one of these, it's always like a giant hydraulic press. Like the whole thing balancing the center of gravity is a hydraulic press on top of an old wooden piece in the middle of like a cracked asphalt. Hydraulic fuel, water everywhere. It's never been more wet. Carnival rides are these giant traveling death machines that have to be repeatedly dismantled and put back in a very short time period. You're talking about they bring these things into these parking lots, they unfold them out, and I'm gonna guess that there's not a lot of regulations. I don't think it's very safe. While your typical amusement park may seem more dangerous because of the scope and size of the rides, these things are constantly inspected and tested to ensure that the ride is safe as can be. But on the other hand, carnival rides are these giant traveling death machines that have to be repeatedly dismantled and put back up in a very short period of time. You're in a place for maybe a week, maybe 3 days. You fold it all up like a giant goddamn transformer cube, move it across state lines, and just keep doing that over and over again. And I'm gonna guess that I don't think that they probably do it right every time. I think, you know what, sometimes they might have had a little bit too much to smoke, a little too much to drink, a little forgetful. Okay? They might be in town for only 1 week before moving off to the next location, having to rebuild it once more. This not only puts a lot of the wear and tear on the equipment, but more importantly, makes carnival rides more prone to human error if the ride is not reconstructed properly.
Let me just tighten that up there.
Over 2,000 people are injured by carnival rides each year. I thought it was going to be substantially more. But to be fair, the amount of people showing up to the carnival or state fairs, you'd have to assume is dwindling. There's no way it could be something that's people are like, we gotta go back. I gotta get back in there in the state fair. Not to mention there are so many videos of horrible things happening at these state fairs and carnivals that it's practically acts as its own advertising to not show up. Like that clip of the ride that almost toppled over. Luckily, a bunch of people stepped in and stabilized the ride by jumping on it.
A carnival ride is out of control.
You gotta be kidding me.
A carnival ride is out of control. In almost all these situations we're going to find here, almost always the ride is out of control. Could you not just hit the off button or unplug it or whatever's giving it power? Just strip the power.
With that one, the guy ran.
Oh, the guy lost control of it. He just ran. Oh my God, I can't. They're like all just on trailers. So anytime something goes wrong, it's just like going all over the place, back and forth. Who sees this giant carnival ride? They're like, we gotta get on that, man. Everyone going over there, good God.
It happened at the Cherry Festival in Traverse City, Michigan.
Get over
here. I would not be one of the people to hop up on that thing. You know, I'm not a superhero. You don't see no cape on me, man. Well, especially, you know, I already feel bloated from the funnel cakes. Everything else.
Also, the ride's called the Magic Carpet Ride.
It's called the Magic Carpet Ride? Where the f is Aladdin, dude? Shut that motherfucker down. He was the guy who ran. He's like, Abu! And they just run into the forest.
Wait, I want to thank today's sponsor, Gamer Subs. Now, I like to get nice and hyped up in the morning, but sometimes I don't prefer coffee. Sometimes I don't want a carbonated energy drink like Red Bull or Monster. I just want something a little more fresh, something a little more me. And that's why I drink Gamer Subs. Not only does it have 0 calories, so my big fat fucking belly doesn't get any bigger. Also, no sugar as well for that stubborn waistline. And it's even keto friendly for any of my little gym rats out there who are trying to protein bulk right now. I see you. All of the flavors are amazing. I haven't had one Gamer Subs flavor that I didn't like. All of them are extremely tasty, especially mine, raw meat. It's watermelon cantaloupe. It's basically summer in a cup. Wow. They also sell amazing waifu cups that resell like goddamn blood diamonds on the black market, so be sure to check those out as well because those are a hot commodity. And if you use my promo code PAPAMeat on any orders, not even on my products, you'll get 10% off your entire order. And just let them know Papa Meat sent you. So thank you so much to Gamer Subs for sponsoring this video, and hey, stay energized, drink Gamer Subs. Back to the video.
So today, let's dive deep down the rabbit hole of some of the most deadliest, most dangerous carnival rides on Earth. Not on any other planet. Let's start off with the Ohio State Fair Fireball Ride. At the Ohio State Fair in 2017, the popular ride Fireball malfunctioned and led to 7 injuries and the death of a young 18-year-old man. Gonna say this now, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of young people death. And I'm not laughing at them. Laughing at how kind of crazy this stuff can be. The Fireball was a giant pendulum race 40 feet off the ground that would swing back and forth while spinning at the same time. The accident was said to be caused by excessive corrosion. I like how also they're just like, so I have an idea for a ride. We'll swing giant metal bars like that. What's it attached to? An F-150. You're like, well, what else can you do? Well, f it. Let's have it. It's going to be spinning the whole time. Will we ever keep it indoors? Nah, we'll just leave it out in the rain all the time. All the time. A video taken by an attendee shows a group of seats attached to the pendulum breaking off mid-ride, causing multiple people to be flung 20 to 30 feet into the air before plummeting to the ground. It's a hard video to watch. You know what's weird too is every time I see one of these videos, I'm always like, why the f would you get on this ride? Every time I'm like, you could not pay my fat ass to get on this ride, especially with the guy who's just like, buckle up and be safe. Among those injured, 3 were reported to be in critical condition. All rides were immediately closed for additional safety inspections. The incident created a wave of fear amongst park goers, and carnivals across the country began shutting down rides that were similar to the Fireball or were made by the same manufacturer. The G-Force ride at the Orange County Fair was shut down due to its similarities to the Fireball. Likewise, the Beach Blaster ride at Belmont Park in San Diego was also shut down. The G-Force and the Beach Blaster, the Fireball, come on, dude. Like they're just like, sorry, buddy, take down the G-Force and the Beach Blaster. It's a goddamn death trap. Or we could talk about the 11-year-old scalped at the Cinco de Mayo Carnival.
This one's actually pretty tragic.
I think they're all going to be tragic, Nick. 11-year-old Elizabeth Gelreath was scalped, blinded, and nearly killed after the ride in the King's Crown at a carnival in Omaha, Nebraska. Scalped, blinded, and nearly killed. Elizabeth attended a Cinco de Mayo carnival with her mother in 2016 and chose the King's Crown to be her first ever carnival ride. It was her first ride?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Elizabeth! The King's Crown ride consisted of a series of crown-shaped seats that would spin at high speeds, similar to the spinning teacups ride at Disneyland, dude. At one point, Elizabeth's long red hair became entangled in the mechanisms. As the ride continued to spin, her hair and scalp were being slowly peeled off her head. You know what's too is, you know, she was screaming in pain, but people were just like, we gotta get in line for this one.
She said she blacked out.
You would have to black out. With that kind of pain? Oh, dude. I would be beg God, I'd say, black me the out, dude. Bystanders stated that the ride went on for 10 minutes as it ripped and pulled at Elizabeth's scalp. Eventually, her hair was severed, freeing her, but Elizabeth suffered critical injuries to her head. Even the muscles that were connected to her eyes were seriously damaged as well. Her hair got ripped so hard that it blinded her. Because of this, she couldn't see or speak and had to communicate through the squeezing of her hand while in the hospital. You know the expression, you get dealt a bad hand? This is a hand covered in diarrhea. That is unbelievable. Elizabeth described the feeling to her mother, saying that it felt like her head was smushed. Elizabeth had to undergo several skin grafts, head surgeries, and an eye surgery, and multiple blood transfusions. Despite the tragedy, she was in high spirits and even insisted on making a public appearance alongside her mother. Elizabeth was praised for a surprisingly positive outlook, stating, "My scars don't define me. Nobody's scars should define them."
Scars don't define me. Nobody's scars should define them.
She is taking this way better than I ever would. I would be kicking and screaming, way more emotionally mature than I could ever be. Her mother has filed ongoing lawsuits against the state of Nebraska, as well as a company that manufactures the carnival rides, citing negligence. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
How do you allow some spinning part?
How do you allow it? I'll tell you why. It's because the guy running the machine should have no business touching any of that equipment. I don't think I've ever been to a carnival where I'm just like, you know, I never really say this, but these carnies look very respectable. Isn't that right? And he has like a fucking belly button ring that he's like flicking. He's like doing like cigarette tricks with it. Hope it up to his mouth. But we move on to a teenager who died at the church carnival. A 16-year-old girl passed away after being flung from a ride called the Sizzler. I think with the amount of injuries that are happening at these carnivals, I think it should be illegal to have any goofy names. I think it should just be Ride 1, Ride 2, in that order. Ride called the Sizzler at St. Thomas Aquinas Church Carnival in East El Paso, Texas. The Sizzler was a popular spinning ride made for all ages. During the ride, the woman was ejected from her seat and was struck by a metal barricade. Her friend who sat beside her was also launched out the ride. Okay, I wasn't laughing. It's just the idea. You can't put launched in there without being cartoonish, okay? That is fucking horrible. Being flung and then just being immediately smashed by a fucking barricade. The girl died at the hospital soon after, and her friend luckily survived and did not receive any life-threatening injuries. So at least thank God. But an investigation began, but there was no word of legal action being taken by the victim's family. Dude, don't worry, this isn't the last that we'll hear of the Sizzler. Because we go on to when the Sizzler took another life! The same ride! In 2019, while attending the Deerfield Township Harvest Festival, Haley McMullen was thrown from a ride called the Extreme Super Sizzler! They made it more powerful! It's a goddamn Dragon Ball Z transformation, dude! Similar to the normal Sizzler, it is a ride consisting of several suspended cars spinning horizontally at high speeds. All of these ran with 4 lawnmower batteries. And a guy brought it up literally at his F-150, and it's like, don't worry, we took 7 minutes to prepare this when we got here. Have fun. It is important to note that while the ride was equipped with safety bars, there was no seat belts. Well, the bar should hold you in. Do we have any seat belts? You got the bar. You got fat thighs. You'll be all right. I don't know about you, Stick Bug. Good luck. After being thrown out the ride, Haley tried to get up from under the ride's operating platform, but was repeatedly struck in the process. This led to serious brain injury. So she was flown from it, tried getting up, and just kept doing. She was airlifted to the hospital as soon as possible, but died an hour later. The inspection reports that were released seem to show that the ride was in full compliance with safety regulations. We need to do more with these carnival rides, dude. They're getting off too scot-free. What are the safety regulations? All right, guys. You have to be able to pick her up and put her down in about 9 minutes. Can you do that? Live in La Vida Loca at the carnival here. Or we could talk about the carnival tower slamming onto the ground. In 2022, during a traveling carnival in India, 16 people were injured after a malfunction with a drop tower carnival ride. These always scared the shit out of me. Looks like a weird flying saucer. I almost expect those motherfuckers to just... You know what I mean? After rising 50 feet into the air, the carousel tower plummeted down and slammed onto the ground. The impact was so intense that the passenger seats bounced into the air from sheer force. Oh! Oh, God. How many people do you think just like immediately shattered their pelvis? I mean, like on the impact there, like your pelvis and probably broke their spine or something. Oh my God. You see people, God damn, it's like toss of a coin. According to an eyewitness, the bouncers of the rides were trying to threaten us. Later, the employees of the organizers also fled the scene. Wait, so eyewitness people, the people who like were running on the ride were just like, don't fucking tell anybody. And then the people were like, the cops are coming. They just like ran once again. The carnival organizers later claimed that the entire thing was due to a technical malfunction. Really? The Mohali police described the organizers as, quote, negligent and stated that they wish to take strict action against those responsible. There has been no update since. Wow, God, really good job. We need to make sure these people come to justice. How's it going? Oh, but, oh, they're gone. They ran to the woods. We couldn't find them. They're gone. Or, in 2019, a 9-year-old child was injured standing next to a carnival ride at a carnival in Midlothian. One of the rides, the Ferris Fury, which is a giant swinging ship with 2 large heads on either side, smashed into the neighboring ride. We have also something called the Viking's Voyage. It's like a giant boat.
Yep, that's what it is.
One time, someone was going, a guy leaned his head off the side, he did. You could just see the throw up trail all the way across. And then, like the fucking like 16-year-old kid working the like ticket booth thing, he was like, and he popped open this little shelf underneath. He just grabbed cat litter and he was like. The force of the impact caused the ride's giant pharaoh head to break off, fly into the air, and land directly on top of the child. That's just, once again, bad luck.
Almost comedic.
Exactly. It's like. According to a witness, we were sitting behind the head when it fell off and hit the kid. We looked down and it was laying on top of him and his head was full of blood. What a fucking haunting quote. Also, I feel like they could have been a little more respectful. Yeah, he looked around, that kid's face was just covered in blood. Can we get out of here? I want to get stopped by the Dippin' Dot stand. Paramedics transported the boy to a local hospital to treat his injuries. The case is now under investigation. Look at that big ass head too, dude.
When I saw this picture, I thought the kid was still under there.
Like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Just my luck. Or in 2023, a 10-year-old boy named Huntley Daniels was severely injured after being flung off the Moby Dick ride at Antioch's Taste of Summer Festival. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I would go on a ride named Moby Dick. I like Moby Dick. I like the story. Captain Ahab, Starbuck. The Moby Dick ride locks down each attendee over the shoulder and rotates clockwise, gradually increasing in speed. Actually, you know what? Never mind. After seeing the picture of it, I wouldn't do that. This is just like the Magic Carpet ride. Whenever it's a long row of seats, you're not getting me on that motherfucker for real. According to Huntley, the bar that locked him in kept rising higher and higher with each turn. Oh, shit. That's the problem with these things, dude. You cannot yell for help. Especially me as a kid. Anytime I was afraid, I was like, Mom! My mom would just laugh. Mom loved seeing me in anguish and peril. After trying to push it back down repeatedly, it eventually came undone, causing Elliot to be catapulted. It's not funny, but it's the verbiage of being like catapulted. He's like, oh, it gets undone. He's just, Huntley was in critical condition after the impact, receiving various facial and jaw fractures. There was significant damage to the bones in his legs as well. He was flown to multiple hospitals throughout the whole ordeal and had to receive surgery. An investigation was conducted to confirm if, quote, the incident resulted from a mechanical failure, operator error, or a combination thereof. No further update has been provided. What do these people do on researching this stuff? On following up on justice? There was an investigation to be had. We're getting down to the bottom of it. In time. A lot of time. It's like, it's the Moby Dick ride, dude. If it was like a Disney park ride, I'd be like, well, of course they're gonna throw you through all kinds of loopholes and stuff. The Moby Dick State Fair ride, dude. The carnival ride, word. Or in 2017, a 13-year-old girl in China passed away after being thrown off the Travel Through Space ride in China. You can't fucking have a kid get thrown off a ride called Travel Through Space, dude. This feels calculated, is what this feels like to me. This is a ride that moves at very high speeds and it rotates 360 degrees vertically. During the ride, the young woman's seatbelt breaks and the safety bar meant to hold her in place was not tight enough, which sends her spinning around 360 degrees as she holds on desperately to the bar. So it flung her and she was being spun like a disc. This resulted in her slamming up against the pair of iron bars. Bystanders came to her aid and took her to the hospital, where she unfortunately passed away. The woman's family reached a compensation agreement with the park for the wrongful death of their child, which she received essentially 127,000 USD. And apparently, in December of 2016, the ride had passed inspection. Once again, I don't think these motherfuckers are really looking. I think they're just like, oh, bright colors, cool. There you go. Administrators ordered companies operating the Travel Through Space ride across the country to immediately suspend its use. Well, this is a heartwarming video, dude. Apologies for all the child mutilation and death. I thought when we were going to read this, it was going to be a lot more drunk adults doing some stupid stuff, when in fact, it's literally just the negligence of people being like, are you strapped in? What? And the guy's already walking away. It's so fucked. In 2024, an 8-year-old child fell off a carnival ride in Waco, Texas during the Extraco Event Center. It is not specified what ride the young boy was on, but the police found him with his ears sliced open from top to bottom. Well, they found him with his ears sawed in half, basically. It was expected that the child would need surgery by a pediatric plastic surgeon. Although the ride is unknown, the fault of the injury is more so linked to the ride operator, 38-year-old Cody James Harkness. The ride operator was determined by the police officers to be under the influence of some type of combination of drugs. That's odd from a carny. That's odd from a carnival ride. That's really? Harkness already had previous convictions for drug possession and drunk driving, which didn't help his case. He was charged with intoxication assault while operating a ride. The condition of the boy is currently unknown. I hope he's okay. This feels like the last, the official beacon of like, if you've done everything wrong in your life, you can still put in a job application at a fucking carnival and get a job. How fucked is that?
But you got your wish. Drunken person.
I don't think that was my wish. I don't think I was wishing for that. I don't think I was like, oh, please make it be a drunk guy hurting a child, please. In 2024, at the Matama Festival in Vigo, a middle-aged man was crushed to death on a ride known as the Grasshopper. The ride consists of a ring of carts that raise up and down while spinning in a circle. According to an eyewitness, one of the arms of the ride broke off while it was in the air. This caused the passenger compartment to fall on the ground, trapping the man between the seat and the railing. Oh my God. Firefighters used special equipment to free his body from the machine, but it was too late. The man died at the scene of the accident before he could be taken to a hospital. I wonder how long he was sitting there for. Was it something when they were just like, the fire department's on their way? They couldn't do anything, so it was like 20 minutes, you know, an hour, who knows? In 2017, Eugene Maharaki passed away from a fatal head injury after falling off the Cha-Cha ride at Rye Easter Carnival. The Cha-Cha ride is a low-to-the-ground ride that spins around on 2 axes, gradually increasing in speed. Eugene was placed on one of the outside seats, which were specifically meant for adults and bigger children. As the ride sped up, Eugene slipped out from under the safety bar and was flung onto the side of the ride, striking his head. Because God forbid, the operators can just do their job! It's so frustrating. This child should be alive, but he's just like, I don't fucking care, dude. You buckled up or not. After being sent to the hospital, it became clear soon that there was nothing that could be done to save him. After being on life support for days, his parents eventually pulled the plug. An investigation began, and the restraints on the ride were deemed to not be compliant with the Australian standards. Evidence was slowly being gathered that suggested that Lucas Kohler, the man operating the ride, should not have been working on the ride on his own, as he was not trained enough to do so. No. Well, it's the first day here. You don't mind if I fucking work the Cha-Cha day? I love that one when I was a kid. The coroner offered Whittings Glow Amusements protection from self-incrimination in the event that they provide evidence against the claims made. Even so, they refused. God damn, dude, they're a ride or die. They're a ride or die for Lucas Kohler. They're like, he has worked here for 3 weeks, but Lucas Kohler is the sharpest egg we have. She's like smoking crack in the back corner. He's like, oh God, I find Cha-Cha real smooth for real. Lastly, let's talk about what happened in the Dominican Republic during the Salcedo Carnival earlier this year. While the incident didn't take place on a ride, it just goes to show how janky and unprofessional some of these carnivals can be. All of them, every single carnival. You go to a carnival, run away from that thing. The Sisters of Fate are there to cut your strings of life immediately, okay? During the event, a set of fireworks inexplicably exploded. Without question, just exploded, and it was reported that the fireworks were mishandled and directed at the attendees before getting set off. These look like bazookas heading towards the guests, don't it? You better believe it, Bubba. But hey, but keep your fucking menthol cigarette off that wick, man. He's like, people dancing in full body costumes were suddenly engulfed in flames. It's only funny because it's just full body costumes. And just immediately they're just like, yeah, all these costumes, 100% cotton. You know what? It's kind of itchy or whatever, but it's great. And they're just begging to be lit on fire. Amidst the chaos, bystanders rushed to grab water and ice trying to put out the flames. And it was reported that over 15 people, 10 of which were being young children, were extremely burned and had to seek immediate medical attention. Because God forbid we can go a day in a carnival without a child just fucking passing away. God forbid! The people of Mexico collectively donated 3,600 square centimeters of skin grass in order to provide aid for those affected, and that's fucking cool, dude. People are just like, I got enough skin, dude. You want my fucking skin? Here, take it. I feel like I would try to donate mine, but they'd just be like, put it back. They're just greasy, fat skin, dude, all tatted up. A 4-year-old getting this on the, yeah. 5 children have died from the incident. Of course, the youngest of which being a 5-year-old. The world's awesome. The man hailing the fireworks was Elvis Santos. He did not have the proper experience or authorization to work with pyrotechnics. The carnival operators, Nick, have broken me. I'm a broken man, I feel like, having to fuck with these carnival operators. Elvis Santos was put under house arrest and charged for his part in the detonating of the fireworks. I don't know how the fuck you could live with yourself, but, you know, there it is. In conclusion, this is just the layer of skin off the top of a giant bowl of pudding of carnival accidents, okay? It doesn't matter how fun and how many bright lights are on a machine. If it's attached to an F-150 or operated by a man that you're almost positive is high on meth, don't get on it. Don't let carnivals lure you in with shitty carnival games and funnel cakes, dude. I've been there too many times. Luckily, I'm still here. Do not let them win. If you have a child that you are taking care of, if it's your child or your friend, you know, my niece, my nephew, keep them away from carnivals because it is a dark, dangerous place. When I say this, I'm going to say this with my chest. I don't trust a single person that works at a carnival. I don't trust any machine that can just be taken down in 2 minutes and then it's supposed to propel people at high speeds for 12 hours a day for a weekend. Death to carnivals, death to these machines. We need to just stick to amusement parks where bad stuff only happens sometimes. That's all I got today. Hope you felt good after hearing this one. For sakes, dude. See ya.
Donna and Jimmy Garrison of Baltimore. That's him waving and her holding on for dear life. She actually got on this ride because she's afraid of heights. You were hoping to conquer your fear of heights?
Yes.
What they didn't bargain for was that the Windseeker would get stuck 300 feet up for 4 excruciating hours.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today, my friends, the end is finally here. Oh, we're talking about Doomsday. But most importantly, we're talking about the people who prep for those Doomsday preppers.
When survival's the goal, it's into the spider hole. And it's cozy in here.
Another interesting facet of the world of people who are preparing for the end. People who want to be prepared for when shit hits the fan. But there's a lot of crazy stuff happening in the world right now. Inflation. The worst thing that's happening is inflation. How about monkeypox? Maybe even potentially World War III? Whoa. Pretty much what I'm trying to get at is the world is going to end. We're all gonna die! I'm kidding, we're gonna be fine right now. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe by the time I post this, we're all dead. I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm not a future. Not a fortune teller. But thank God there's one group of people out there who can circumvent all of these horrible things that are happening. So today I just wanted to take a deep dive down into the rabbit hole of people who are going to survive the apocalypse. There's a group of people that are here to kind of show us the way. And of course, I'm talking about Doomsday Preppers.
Here's to the end of the world.
Let's go. Now, we need to realize that these Doomsday Preppers are rational, but albeit paranoid people. A lot of people ask, why? Why save 50,000 cans of corn in your cellar? Well, you never know when shit's gonna hit the fan. But preparing for disasters is not a crazy thing. I'll be honest, I think it's downright smart. I'm from the Midwest where there's tornadoes left and right. God's just sending little twisters to come greet your house and throw it into the air. And it's nice to feel like, you know what, we got a little provisions just in case something bad happens. Is there a flood? Is my electricity gonna go out? When I lived in Texas, I was without power for like 2 weeks. And it was brutal. I did not prepare for that at all. Wish I would have. That would have been a much easier experience. When I was sitting in Texas and there was the deep freeze, I watched Amadeus, I think 6 times on my phone. If anything happens, I'm gonna blow my brains out. Like if the world ends, I will not survive. Just take me, God. When something bad happens, you want to make sure that you have the right tools to be prepared. If a natural disaster strikes, like earthquakes, tornadoes, and tsunamis, you want to make sure you have the basic necessities, like food, water, flashlights, and power. There comes a separation, my friends, where you go from being prepared for a lightning storm and being paranoid that the collapse of civilization is right at our doorstep, right? That's a leap.
I'm preparing my family for the imminent collapse of the United States economy.
Wait, I want to thank today's sponsor, Gamer Subs. Now, I like to get nice and hyped up in the morning, but sometimes I don't prefer coffee. Sometimes I don't want a carbonated energy drink like Red Bull or Monster. I just want something a little more fresh, something a little more me. And that's why I drink Gamer Subs. Not only does it have 0 calories, so my big fat fucking belly doesn't get any bigger. Also, no sugar as well for that stubborn waistline. And it's even keto friendly for any of my little gym rats out there who are trying to protein bulk right now. I see you. All of the flavors are amazing. I haven't had one Gamer Subs flavor that I didn't like. All of them are extremely tasty, especially mine, raw meat. It's watermelon cantaloupe. It's basically summer in a cup. Wow. They also sell amazing waifu cups that resell like goddamn blood diamonds on the black market, so be sure to check those out as well because those are a hot commodity. And if you use my promo code PAPAMeat on any orders, not even on my products, you'll get 10% off your entire order. And just let them know Papa Meat sent you. So thank you so much to Gamer Subs for sponsoring this video, and hey, stay energized. Drink Gamer Subs. Back to the video.
Doomsday prepping became a popular movement in the mid-20th century during the Cold War, which wasn't really that cold, Nick.
It wasn't?
No. You could say that the Great Depression sparked Americans or people, probably just Americans, to hoard what they have. Who knows? It's mine! Don't touch it! Get away from me! People go through some dicey shit and all of a sudden, there's no I in team. But that became, they're like, the team. It's all about I.
There's me in team.
There's me in team? That's true. It's backwards, but it's there. With the threat of a nuclear war looming, people were encouraged by the U.S. government to build fallout shelters and to stockpile supplies in the event of a nuclear apocalypse. I love that. I think the U.S. government's just like, everybody, real quick, gather round. In your backyard, we're going to start digging holes, and that's going to stop you from having to worry about a nuclear bomb being dropped in your head. Go have fun, guys.
Have you seen the old commercials where it's like, if a nuclear bomb drops, hide under your desk?
I love that. But my favorite one was, if there's an active school shooter, we're gonna turn off the lights and hide under our desk. He's like, nobody's home in here. All right, well, these lights are off. I'm probably not gonna go in there. But you also have religious reasons, right? For example, the Church of the Latter-day Saints believe that the end times are nigh since the dawn of their religion. So they encourage their followers to have 3 to 12 months of supplies at all times. When it comes to doomsday prepping, the goal is to have enough supplies to last you a few months inside your bunker when the world goes to shit. AKA when shit hits the fan. We watched Doomsday Preppers, the show. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but that when shit hits the fan is going to be, it's part of my everyday vernacular now. I just want to say that.
When it hits the fan.
When it hits the fan, it hits a fan.
Hey, it's gonna hit the fan sometime.
Hits the fan in 5 years, I'll probably be okay.
If you can survive in your little bunker while everyone else is fighting for resources outside, then within a few months, 90% of the population will die out, and you can emerge from your bunker as a goddamn survivor. Which we've already seen some of this, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone remember toilet paper? Does anyone remember toilet paper during the pandemic? Hello? As soon as shit starts hitting the fan, people hoard stuff like motherfuckers. I had the worst food poisoning. I tried making some chicken at home, did not cook all the way through, and I had horrible diarrhea. So it's that kind of pain in your asshole where it feels like chapped lips. I didn't even know the pandemic was that big of a deal at the time. This is before, I mean, I really knew what was going on. I went to the store, when I went to the aisle and like every single piece of toilet paper was gone, that's when I knew. I've experienced stuff before where people raid grocery stores and stuff, and you're like, they left all the bottles of water, but they took all the goddamn Tang. Something's going on here. Okay. The thing about being a doomsday prepper is that it is a beautiful spectrum. On one side, you have rational people, and on the other side, you have mentally deranged people. So you have rational people who are like, hey, it might storm, it'd be nice to have some Duracell batteries, some flashlights, and some water. And there's some people who are like, if you come near me, I'm gonna kill you. But that's what we're trying to figure out today, dude. Which end of the spectrum are you on? So level 1, the toe dippers. Ooh, the water's cold. I just ate a pizza. I'm not going to jump in for cramps. These are people who have a case of water, some canned food, and a few rolls of toilet paper. If you went into their house, you'd probably be like, a little extra supplies. They probably go through a lot. I used to go to my friend's house. His mom used to have, I'm not even joking, used to have 150 rolls of toilet paper. She was a little...
Have you seen that video of the lady getting hit with the brick in the car?
There's a video of a woman getting hit.
This guy's driving and a brick falls off a truck and lands in his mother's head.
That was her. These people, the toe dippers, usually have an emergency kit with candles, maybe a flashlight, a first aid supplies, you know, just in case anything happens. It's more so just being like, something bad might happen, but it's an afterthought. But then we get into level 2. And level 2 is where we start getting You're a little shaky, all right? We call this the paranoid. These are the people who get a little further beyond preparing for your occasional emergency and expect weeks to months long emergencies such as civil unrest and severe natural disasters. Which, let me tell you, Nick, if I was younger, I'd be like, civil unrest, what the f are you talking about? Yeah, the past 4 years, goddamn, hell, I might even be at level 2, dude. I'm a little paranoid. I've experienced so many natural disasters. Anyways, Texas, the deep freeze, goddamn pipes burst everywhere, flooded the house. Unbelievable. The paranoid also believe that people are going to immediately raid the grocery stores, so you need to have a full stock pantry for you and your family in order to weather this storm. Once again, doesn't seem that paranoid whenever I've seen this firsthand. COVID, toilet paper, all kinds of stuff.
So you're never more than 20 feet away from a firearm in this house. One example is a small firearm and a number 10 can of peas. And I remember that because it's my pea shooter.
These prepper pantries are rooms or garages in people's homes where they stockpile non-perishable food items and emergency supplies that typically last a few months to even a couple years, which I can't even imagine. We could survive for years. That has to be like your entire garage is just filled with stuff. Even like canned food, like, you know how much canned food, years? Some of the items that these preppers may have include shelf-stable foods like rice, beans, and canned food, water storage containers, solar generators, some basic tools. Not Ryobi, dude. Nick bought Ryobi stuff for the studio and it pissed me off. Just get DeWalt. Why'd you do it, Nick?
That's what they had.
They didn't have any DeWalt? You're a liar. A portable stove for cooking, maybe a gun and some ammo. Maybe, I doubt it. And tarps, tents, blankets, and sleeping bags. Which honestly, out of this paranoid section, doesn't feel too crazy. Doesn't feel crazy. It's the excess. Well, it's the excess, and it's also immediately jumping to the conclusion that the worst is going to happen. Or prepping as if tomorrow it's going to happen. If the pandemic happened and people did that, I'd be like, well, yeah, I mean, we're in trap. But like right now, if something happened, I don't know. Which I guess it is just hindsight, but to me, I'm just like, why don't you calm down, dude? You need years of perishables? We got enough beans to last us 4 winters. Some preppers in this category also have what is called a bug-out bag. These are duffel bags that are packed with essential items that can last 48 to 72 hours and are stored in a safe place. Bug-out bag. The bug-out bag.
Most people call this a bug-out pack, but I just refer to it as a survival pack. There are birds and ducks and things, and if I had to, potentially I could catch some meat for dinner with my sling. Which you call it a bug-out bag because if something hits the fan, you want you to get a bug-out bag, get out.
Need something for my bug-out bag. Bug-out bag, gotta have it.
Also, you know what's kind of crazy too? This is also enters that level of paranoia. Think about how often they have to update the bug-out bag. These beans are no good. We gotta update the bug-out bag. If an emergency requires you to leave your house, aka bug out, then you can quickly and easily grab your bag and head to your new destination.
We're here at Walmart. I've got $100 for my $100 survival kit Walmart challenge.
$100 survival kit Walmart challenge. That does not feel that hard. For $100 at Walmart, you kidding me? He's like, I was able to pick up 2 guns, a fishing pole, and enough perishables to last us 4 autumns. The way she jolted out of that thing, goddamn, dude. Did her dirty with the editor though. She's like trying to turn and like smile and be like, this is what I got, and he just like cut that. And similarly, there are get-home bags that preppers have in their cars that contain enough supplies to get them safely home. I got a pistol, a flashlight, and enough Cliff Bars to last me 6 autumns. I'm done with the winters. I'm doing autumns now. The winters I'm not scared about. The autumns is when it gets unruly. Start getting diarrheas. In this category, you also learn basic skills such as CPR, medical training, and even some survival skills. Here's the thing. I just want to say, I know I said that we labeled this level 2 paranoia, and it is paranoia. I still don't think this is totally egregious. The problem with these group of people is I bet you they talk about it a lot. Did you just see what happened on the news? And you're just like, oh, goddamn, dude. To me, it's mostly, I already got enough shit going on in my life. Diabetes, got acid reflux, hemorrhoids, back acne. My fingers are starting to get hairy, like my Bulgarian grandpa's. I got ducks dying on me. And then some guys just like, did you just see that they actually just shot off 6 missiles? It's probably coming any day now. Can we just talk about how horrible everything? Please. Oh, I'd love that. Let's do that. Please. Thank you. Yeah, thank God I got my bug out bag though and 6 rounds of corn just in case you need to make it through the autumn. Level 2 is probably where I would still be friends with this person. But level 3, this is when I start like, I can't anymore. Which level 3 we have as the survivalist, aka the LARPer. This category is for the extreme preppers who have swallowed the doomsday pill. These are people that are preparing and sometimes even hoping for the collapse of civilization. civilization, government tyranny, and apocalyptic events such as nuclear war, global pandemic, and even an asteroid impact. Oh, please, please, God, please hurl that rock at our Earth. Please, God! At this level of prepper, you're basically fully committed to the idea that the world is ending, and you are so deeply entrenched in the philosophy that this is now your identity as a person. There is even a dedicated show all about doomsday preppers showing off the crazy lengths that people will go to prepare for this end. That's not just the end.
You have to get ready. There's no other way but to prepare. If you're gonna survive.
No longer are you storing canned greens and rice in your pantry. Rice? What are you talking about? Rice and canned beans in your garage? You got soft hands, sweetheart. I've been prepping since I was 6 years old.
There's kids down here who are prepping since.
Oh, I know there's kids. I feel bad for these. You know what kind of reminds me of like a cult, like a religious cult, a little bit. You know what I mean? You ever see like a kid dressed up in like a like suit? He's like, oh God, is an awesome God he reigns. I'm like, that motherfucker didn't stand a chance, dude. You know what I mean? It's like if you're older and you're just like, dude, I just love getting the gospel out. It just creeps me out, dude. When I see little kids and they're just like, I can't wait to go to heaven. But instead of, you know, your little cupcake factory that you were in
my
before,
God,
now you're investing thousands of dollars.
That fucking tickled the shit out of me.
You know what I mean? It's like if you're older and you're just like, dude, I just love getting the gospel out. It just creeps me out, dude. When I see little kids and they're just like, I can't wait to go to heaven. But instead of, you know, your little cupcake factory that you were in before, now you're investing thousands of dollars into prepper-specific brands that can last years. Such as our good old friend Jim Baker. Remember Jim Baker? Love Jim Baker's food buckets.
This is Mexican food that real life Mexicans approve of. You know, this is not gringo food. This is good food.
The Jim Baker food bucket we will buy one day, and I will try some of his soup. $300 in the Jim Baker bucket can get you 144 meals with a guaranteed shelf life of 25 years. If you purchase that bucket and 25 years later you're just like, I didn't even need this thing. Well, I had all these potato soups from Jim Baker, but guess that didn't pan out. For $4,000, you can get the Defender Dozen. We gotta spend $4,000 on the Defender Dozen. It's gonna be crazy. This gives you 2,448 total servings of food for $4,000 up front now. You're getting almost $2,500 servings of food. Does that seem like a lot? If, across you and your family.
Technically, like for a family of 6.
A family of 6.
Which divide that by 6, it's about 400.
400 meals, that lasts you like a year. Not even a year. We're just cutting down to 2 a day. That f***ing sucks. You, Jim Baker.
Hey. Oh, good.
And if you're cheap, like me, you can buy Costco's emergency food buckets instead. $80 for 150 meals. Dude, Costco always just does it best. $80 for 150 meals? Come on. That's 50 cents a meal, and then it's just like, dude, Jim Baker's deal. I can just stock up on Costco shit. Another popular item among your shelves are MREs, which are meals ready to eat that are used to eat out in fields by the U.S. military personnel. You know, I used to always think of peanut butter was a big thing. A sniper can survive on 2 tablespoons of peanut butter for 16 days. Most MREs suck. So the term rat f***ing was coined in the military because people would open up the pockets and only take out the good shit like desserts or whatever else was in there and just leave the rest. They're like, I'm not even gonna f***ing touch that other shit. Some preppers even have canned dog food in their pantries just to protect the puppers in the event of an apocalypse.
It's not for the dogs, it's for them.
They're gonna eat the canned dog food?
Chicken morsels. And they're just really good.
They're really good.
He has Chef Boyardee right here, Nick. I don't even look at that Italian son of a bitch anymore. All I want's pedigree. There's 3 different kinds of meats and carrots in this. It says so right on the can. But eventually this supply will dwindle, so you're gonna have to live off the land. So you better learn how to farm your own crops, kill your own meat, and collect your own water. Else you're f***ed. So what, you got your fancy dog food, your pedigree, but you don't even know how to grow your own crops?
Good luck, buddy.
Well, let's talk about shelter. People think of doomsday preppers, they think of one thing, and it's doomsday bunkers, dude. Your little straw house that the big bad wolf can blow over isn't big enough for you and your growing supplies, and hell, your growing family. Most preppers have a room or a basement to store their supplies, but if you're a true doomsday prepper, then you have to have your own dedicated underground shelter. If you're like, I'm a doomsday prepper, it's all in your house, you don't have some shit built underground. You're right, dude. But where are you gonna put all your stuff? These range from concrete domes to fully fledged steel bunkers. And some preppers construct their own. But if you're like me and you can't build your own, then you can get someone to professionally install a bunker right in your backyard. I saw a Reddit post years ago about a guy making his own bunker and a man cave out of a shipping container. But the problem with the guy making it, he wouldn't have saw the criticism he got on his own post. The thing was basically a death trap. He had no air vents, so he basically was going to suffocate. And the container that he used to store pesticides. So he would have just suffocated and just been poisoned to death. All for a little man cave, which to be fair, kind of metal. I watched the football games in the rat poison den that I like to watch my games in. Simple bunker can cost anywhere between $20,000 to $80,000. A simple bunker, okay? These are underground structures, typically made of steel, reinforced with concrete, that contain 1 to 2 rooms in order for you to store food, water, and other survival necessities. And there are dozens of companies throughout the world that specialize in doomsday bunkers, like the company Atlas Survival Shelters, who have prefabricated bunkers that they can install in your very own backyard. That'd be a crazy thing, man, in your suburban neighborhood. What's Douglas putting in his backyard? They have a wide variety of options to choose from, ranging from a simple 5x7 design to a 6,000 square foot military complex. This looks like the f***ing Fallout game. I was just wondering, because it looks like 7 families interconnected their yard with a giant metal structure system. All the people are like, I don't think it was me. Or there are even nuclear silo condos. In the state of Kansas, a company is renovating Cold War era nuclear missile silos into condos. It's actually kind of sick. The Survival Condo Project is a luxury bunker development designed to provide safety and comfort in the event of catastrophe. Well, just because we're surviving doesn't mean we can't look good while doing it. These silos can hold up to 75 people and have over 20,000 square feet of floor space per silo. They span 200 feet underground with 15 floors. The facility has a shared pool, gym, bar and lounge, and a custom theater, a library, classrooms, medical center, and, you need the last one, a command center. Also, not to mention, there's Wi-Fi. Because when the world does end, you better believe all of our beautiful internet companies who love us will keep that shit running forever. That even when Earth is gone, those fiber cables are gonna be working, all right? If you're interested in owning one of the spaces, the project features a few unit options. For 1.5 million buckaroos, you can buy half a floor condo. Not too bad. For only, what, $1.5 million? Chump change. Chump change. This gets you 900 square feet of living space, 1 or 2 beds, a kitchen, and a TV in every entry. It's a lot of TVs. You're welcome. Or, for $3 million, you can get the full floor. That's about a little over 1,800 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, then a kitchen, a great room, and a dining room. But if you're like me, then you might want to go for the $4.5 million package, which can get you 3,600 square feet condo on 2 goddamn floors. You can even pay for a custom build complex ranging anywhere from 50,000 square feet to 300,000. Did you want to live in a legitimate military base factory? You okay, just making sure. You can build this out to be your own specification. You can modify it however you want to your tailored apocalypse experience. I think that seems pretty cool. You can have a giant pool, an arcade room, a theater, a full gym, and a conference room are just some of the examples of the spaces you can get built. I like the conference room. What meeting are you having? The meeting of the minds. Well, the world has ended. What next? Thank God we have this inquisitive conference room to think in. Let's access the internet. Choose the internet is down. Even better example is the $18 million bunker house in Las Vegas, Nevada. This bad boy is 15,000 square feet, and it has 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, a dance floor, yeah, a barbecue, yeah, a pool, a 4-hole golf course, 2 hot tubs, a sauna, a bar, lighting systems that can simulate sunlight and twinkly stars, artificial trees, fake rocks, and hand-painted murals simulating the outside world, a 1,000-gallon water tank, a cryogenic capsule that can hold up to 5 human heads and 4 bodies. Not to mention it has cell phone reception, cable, and internet. Thank God. And you can rent the property out right now for receptions, weddings, and even dance parties. That actually does sound kind of cool. But I will say, seeing pictures of it, the outside scenery thing makes it look like you are being held captive by some murderer. It's like, let me leave. In time. I feel claustrophobic looking at it. Also, I want to say this. There's like a family where they're like, let's go down the elevator ride. I would not get in that elevator. That would be my fate. Thank God we have the bunker. Can't wait to play some golf. Get my sauna.
Wow. It's really fast. We're going deep, guys. Don't be fooled by the slowness of the wall. We are now 50 feet down.
Sure, we talked about the bunkers and where you stay, but let's talk about defense, because in the apocalypse, and from what video games and movies have told me, it's a dangerous place. You have food and shelter, but no way to defend it. That's why you need to stockpile guns and ammunition and learn how to fight when shit hits the fan. Like Steve H., who's preparing for the United States economy to collapse, which it will. He's going to. Better buckle up. Every Monday, he sets prepping goals for his family. And by the end of the week, everyone in the family has to contribute to the prepping supplies. This isn't fun and games. He also vacuum seals his weapons to make sure no moisture gets in. Good man, Steve. And a good tip from Steve is to place explosives around your property to ensure that no one can break your defenses, because they'll blow up. Checkmate. Steve often performs drills that simulate what it would be like to have his property invaded. These kids are going to enjoy that. Dude, sometimes you have to make sure the fam is up to date. Sometimes shooting at a car just makes you feel a little better. But you know what? Steve is a pretty sane guy. He glued back his own tooth instead of going to the dentist. Sometimes you gotta drill your teeth in, dude. It's also important to live off the grid and away from society. That way, when the world does end, you're already far away from anyone trying to steal your precious supplies. Like Michael, for example, who fears his land will be targeted in an overpopulated world. He's like, this is the Garden of Eden. All right, and if the world's overpopulated, people are gonna try to come and take my land. Michael created his own alarm system using bird calls. He said he has studied the language of the bird for 2 decades and is now passing on to his children. He can even mimic the bird noises. Take it away, Michael. He doesn't want to have to be relying on guns and prefers to throw axes, which he made his kids practice for 7 years. He also makes them practice martial arts as well, just in case they have to fight any invaders on their land. He also uses a throwing stick, claims that they're just as good as shotguns.
Hands in the air. Hands in the air now. What do you do?
I have a feeling that girl would have gotten shot in the back of the head right there. I'm almost like, let me see your hand. She like turns around, pop. Michael also gave his son his umbilical cord back once he turned into a man.
You're entering a new stage of your life. You're no longer a little kid anymore, turning into a young man. This here is your umbilical cord.
He's 12. He's a man. Son, just want to give you this back. Oh, what do you do with that? You just put it wherever. And if you got the cash, you can install an incinerator in your bunker as a last-ditch effort for intruders.
You can simply push this button right here and eliminate that threat. A torch fire chamber.
Just burn them down.
Or run a homemade device that turns water into fire. This is an incinerator room. And also, we're able to turn water into fire. Did I mention that already? I feel like I'd just rather build a castle. But sometimes I believe with these doomsday preppers, as goofy as they may seem, I think that sometimes it goes a little too far. Controversial opinion. Sometimes prepping for the end can lead to tragedy. Survivalist named Peter Keller feared that the world was going to end. So for 8 years, he worked on a secret bunker he dubbed Camp Keller, which could be confusing because of Helen Keller's fame. In one of his journals, he had sketches of a bunker with notes on how he wanted a laboratory space to study viruses. This is some Resident Evil shit. Then in 2012, when the bunker was complete, Peter killed his wife and 18-year-old daughter, set his house on fire in order to live in the bunker. I'm laughing because of how shocking that is, all right? That's not me laughing at the situation. That's just unhinged. Could you not have just lived in the bunker without doing that? Why didn't you just live in the bunker?
He was so paranoid of like people finding him that's why he killed his family.
So they couldn't even tell him.
But then that's what like led people to find him.
If he just would have been like, hey, I'm divorcing you, I don't want to see you, the kids anymore, which is also horrible. Not as horrible as murdering them. But after 7 weeks of searching, Peter was found in the bunker dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. When he was found dead in the bunker, there were weapons and ammunition, explosive devices, bulletproof vests, 45 pounds of beans, wine-making stuff, and various of other survival essentials. And for years, he would vlog about the construction of the bunker, as well as conspire to kill his family. In one of the videos, he says, I'm getting to the point where just trying to live and pay bills, and live as a civilian, go to work, it just freaks me out. It's actually more comfortable for me to think about living out here robbing banks, pharmacies, and just taking what I want for as long as I can. At least it will be exciting.
Think about living out here, robbing banks, pharmacies, just taking what I want. At least it'll be exciting.
The Diaries of a Legitimate Madman. A reason we bring this up at the end, I think, is because paranoia can amplify fear. But I think welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about cults. You know, cults are a reoccurring theme on this channel. I love talking about them. Like Linda at Profundity Yours, or even the cult of Costco, or even I would say Disney adults. They're all cults. But this time we're looking at a cult that's a bit more devious. Dare I say a bit more delicious. We're of course talking about the Yellow Deli cult. This is a cult that completely operates and is ran out of, you guessed it, a deli to basically fund their communal lifestyle, their habits. It's a big deli. It's a big deli family, but they're a cult. Like Subway. Subway cult?
Was Jared the leader?
Jared's doing something. They've been talked about and infiltrated by various content creators on YouTube because of the mistreatment of their members, borderline slavery,
Slave workers, dude.
Did he really just tell me that they're slave workers?
and child abuse, which isn't really a cult if there's not child abuse, dude. And with all this recent media exposure, I thought now would be a better time than any to talk about him. Because today we're going to be taking a look at the 12 Tribes, aka the Yellow Deli. But the real cult name is the 12 Tribes, but they're known for the Yellow Deli. The 12 Tribes is a Christian fundamentalist communal group that was founded in 1972 by 35-year-old Albert Eugene Spriggs in Chattanooga, Tennessee. After experiencing a life-changing event, Eugene confessed the sinfulness of his past and dedicated his life to Christ.
I want to know what happened.
Eugene doesn't even want to talk about it. He's like, I'm squared away with the big guy upstairs. That's all you need to know about. Like, what'd you do, though? Squared away with the big guy upstairs. All you need to know about. Though he was soon disillusioned with modern Christianity and the ever-growing counterculture movement during that time. Seeking a return to authentic faith, Eugene wanted to create a community that embodied the values of the early first-century Christian church as depicted in the book of Acts. He got pretty Puritan pretty fast, right? He's just like, they had it right hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Why are we singing songs with guitars now? Go back. That's when he decided to, A, change his name to Yonek, the Anointed One. Sounds like a Magic of the Gathering card. Then he also decided to, B, open up a sandwich shop called the Yellow Deli. And then he created the Vine Christian Community Church, which later became the Northeast Kingdom Community Church, which then later became what we know as the 12 Tribes Church. He got there, dude. The 12 Tribes thing was always there. He's like, I am Yonek, the chief of this tribe. And then after a while, he's just like, well, let's ease people into the water, but I just told him my name's Yonek. The group was a blend of Eugene's personal beliefs with elements of both Christianity and Judaism mixed together. I thought that was just Christianity anyways. Give me a little more of that, okay? This included shared possessions, communal living, and daily worship. It's a nice little witch's brew, a nice little concoction. Starting a cult. You have a great car. You know, God wants us to share the car. Like, well, you got your Toyota. He's like, yeah, you got the Mercedes. And technically, my Toyota is yours, so that's technically mine. Also, we're all gonna sleep together. We're gonna be f***ing together. I got the daily worship thing, too. And we're gonna worship daily. Everyone's like, can we not get a day off, dude? Their number one goal is to spread their influence around the world in an attempt to bring the second coming of Yahshua or Jesus. Sounds like kind of like another Yonek. A guy named Joshua is like, I'm Yahshua now. More importantly, it's the apocalypse.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air.
I got my share of bad habits, and
Don't tell me. I'm sure you've got yours. And when it's time to quit, I use Fume. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps you fill the void when you're ditching a bad habit. And the best part is, Fume's not a vape. There's no vapor, allowing you to use it anywhere. Plus, there's no nicotine, no toxic flavors, and no batteries involved. And Fume is meant to fidget with. With satisfying snaps and clicks, Fume is there to calm you down when you're feeling anxious. I found that Fume is super easy to use, and some of the best flavors are Orange Vanilla, and Crisp Mad. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code BOBBAMADE to get your free topper. It's a perfect accessory for your Fume device. Slip it onto your mouthpiece for a softer, warmer feel. Head to tryfume.com, that's tryfum.com, and use code BOBBAMADE, or scan the QR code on screen to get your free Fume topper when you order your Journey Pack today. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring this video and back to the video.
They want to bring the apocalypse. Why do people want to do that? In religious cult and religious groups, why would you pray for everything to end? I get you get to go to heaven, and it's like salvation, and all the people who were like, you suck. It's like a bully or whatever. He's like, and then they die, and I get to go up here, and it's awesome.
It's almost being like, I'm better than everyone else when this happened.
I believed in this. My faith was right. You were wrong. You. That's why people want the apocalypse. Also, in the apocalypse, do they die too, or is it kind of like a little tractor beam that sucks them
Tractor
out?
beam.
Like this is the end, whatever. In order to do this, they have spent several decades appealing to youth and enticing them to take an interest in joining their community so that they can restore the 12 tribes of Israel as prophesied in the Bible. You restore the tribes, you're probably seeing some kind of sea shanty of something, and then Jesus will return and f***ing Death Star laser the planet. I also like how they're just like, that's the only way to go to heaven. You gotta blow up the planet. It's all gonna be gone. All life has to cease. Hell on earth. Their most successful method of recruitment is through the creation of the Yellow Deli, which has become a worldwide establishment with over 30 locations that are often planted near group churches. Dude, they really capitalized on America's obesity. Like, kids love sandwiches. Cold cuts and chips. We'll give it to them. Originally, the Yellow Deli was intended to be a refuge for runaways and hitchhikers, but soon became one of the main ways the 12 tribes began funding their operations, as well as provide a nice and welcoming environment to potential new members. So it was the 70s where it was just post-hippie, still some runaway people. We got the Dahmer thing. The Dahmer got some people. Ate them up.
They would purposely look for people who, like any cult, who are down on their luck.
Basically, the Yellow Deli was a little hippie food store where they're just like, we don't care. Your dad died? Come on in and have a sandwich. Talk to us about it. You addicted to weed? Because it's the 70s? Come on in. Those that are employed at the Yellow Deli or any of their other businesses are not paid for their work. They are volunteering all of their time. So if you see somebody working the Yellow Deli or any of the 12 tribes businesses, there's no check. This is communal living, baby. You're paying for your place on the farm. Is there a farm? There's got to be a farm. Of course, there's a f***ing farm.
Look almost Amish.
There's a bunch of farms. All Amish you see on the road are just like f***ing Yellow Deli. In return, they are given a communal living space and resources. The little caveat is you just have to work for 16 hours a day. Not a bad deal, and then you immediately get to sleep for 8 hours. That's pretty fair. 16 hours on, 8 hours off. As soon as you clock out, you just crawl immediately into bed and you restart it the next day. I think that's fair. On the surface, the 12 tribes just seem like a bunch of hippies living on a commune, making sandwiches and praying for the end times to come. They just want hell on earth so they can be sent to the great castle above. But if we dig a little deeper, we start to see why the 12 tribes has been classified as a cult. Not just a fun religious movement, Nick. But just like any good cult, you need a charismatic leader. Not only do you have to have charisma, but they also often lead with total control, which Eugene fits the bill. I'm disgusted you used his dead name.
Yonek, sorry.
Yeah. Yonek. What's his name? Since the 12 tribes believes in Christian fundamentalism, this means that they must adhere to strict and literal interpretation of the Christian Bible with some Judeo influence, such as strict rules for women covering head to toe during prayer to hide any skin. Or how Proverbs 13:24 says, "He who spares the rod hates his son, but he who loves him is diligent to discipline him." Thus, they practice physical discipline using a thin rod deemed, quote, the rod of authority, to spank their children.
From 6 months old on, they beat the children with little sticks. and anybody can beat anybody's child.
They also follow the book of Revelations, and their mission is to gather the 12 biblical tribes and produce an army of 144,000 male virgins who would set the stage for Christ's second coming.
They believe if they recruit 144,000 virgins, that all the virgins are going to get sacrificed, so Yeshua, their leader, will come back.
And over time, as the cult grew, Eugene started to implement more and more strict rules upon his followers, which often pressured his disciples to follow blindly in order to avoid being ostracized from their sacred community. According to some members, this extended to how much toilet paper can be used, and even the shapes of people's glasses. So here's a breakdown of some of the rules and belief system that is in 12 tribes. The very first thing you must do upon entering the cult is to abandon your name and adopt a Hebrew name. This signifies a spiritual rebirth and connection to early Israelites. The next thing you have to do is give up all your possessions before entering the community. This makes members more dependent on the group, thus making it harder to leave. I bet you anything too, it's like you have to give up all your possessions. He's like, just put it in the storage container I have downtown. Really, it's not a big deal. You can keep it there. He just sells everything. Once a member, you must prove yourself a person chosen by God, and that the ultimate goal is to bring about the second coming of Jesus. That means members need to follow the teachings perfectly from a young age so that they can be saved when God comes down and destroys the earth in the end times, like Galactus or another kind of large entity, maybe Frieza. What if Jesus came down? He was like floated above the earth, and he's like... Which also means children are expected to be perfect embodiment of the 12 tribes, which has resulted in a lot of child abuse. A lot. When I'm saying that there's a lot of child abuse, this is your warning. You can't go back from here, okay? This is not a two-way road. There's not a little U-turn. This is a one-way. A lot of child abuse happening. Do you remember the Rod of Authority? Well, that is a sacred item in every house within the 12 tribes community. If you're in the 12 tribes, you got a Rod of Authority. Yonek also forces isolation from society. Because followers of the 12 tribes work and live together every day, it was very easy to create dependency on following the rules and staying in good standing with the rest of the group. The 12 tribes pushed their members to cut off from the outside world. Yonek would give sermons and encourage people to only communicate to those inside the community, as everybody else was not to be trusted.
It's an evil world, and our Father has saved us out from this wicked and perverse, this miscreant generation. And here we are in a secure, wonderful place where we can raise our children in peace.
Typical cult shit. I have a friend at the bank. Hey, I wouldn't talk to him. This is extended to doctors as well, as the 12 tribes have rejected modern medicine and technology in general. Instead, members were told that their ailments would be healed on their own depending on the strength of their faith, which coincidentally has caused a lot of stillbirths within the community. That's odd. Does it seem like a bit of a coincidence, maybe?
You're not praying hard enough.
And the guy's like, I feel like my stomach, I have real bad pains. Someone doesn't believe harder. It's like his appendix fucking ruptured inside of his body. He's like blacked out. Pray! Without outside influence or media access, the 12 tribes are able to exist within its own tight bubble of society. And exiting the community is purposely made to be terrifying as the 12 tribes state that anyone who leaves the group will die. Now that you're in, if you leave, you're dead. Like, from our act, are you gonna kill us or is it gonna be from natural causes? You'll die. Ex-members have even said that their lack of education and critical thinking skills have made the real world almost impossible to adjust to. Which you see that a lot in all these different cults too, because they've only been taught this one thing. They don't have really any college experience. It's not that cult members are dumb. That's not the case. It's just that you're deprived of actual information that is useful to exist in a normal society. Normal.
Yeah, they also take all your assets, so you're just like, you can't live.
Well, yeah, you take all of your assets, you can't live, then you have to get like maybe a job, it's harder to get on your feet again, and then it's just, it's a slippery slope. If Yonek said that to me, and he's like polishing a deer rifle, you'll be dead. This would be me the rest of my life, dude. Aside from daily worship, time is spent working at the cafe, farming, and doing what they can to keep their community sustainable. There's no television and no way to read the news, likely because it would influence members too much. You gotta cut that info out, dude. If you're running a cult, you gotta be hard running a cult now. Man, well, I wouldn't give to go back when you didn't have phones and shit.
That's what Yonek was saying. Man, it was way easier in the 70s.
That is what Yonek's saying. He's just like, I'm building a time machine. It's like, Yonek, it can't be possible. He's like, death! Death to you! In order to entertain themselves, they sometimes play music and dance. Wasn't that video fun? We're having a great time. Another big part of the 12 tribes is marriage, as raising children in the community allows them to easily expand their numbers. I mean, after all, we are looking for 144,000 male virgins. That'd be kind of a bummer too. You got a son, you're just like, you're not getting any pussy, dude. I'm sorry, big man. And of course, the children are homeschooled to avoid any outside influence from the non-believers as well. Don't even talk to me as if I'm going to send my little beautiful male virgin angel to a normal school where he's going to get corrupted by all those baddies, dude. Not only do their beliefs, clothing, and lifestyle feel absurdly dated, but their rules on courting are as well. In fact, dating and marriage in the 12 tribes is a grueling, grueling process. First, you must explain your desire to the council of elders. Imagine telling everybody. Imagine going up and you're like, everybody listen, I'm horny for Mary. There's no real way to get around it. I want to be with her. I want us to be one, if you know what I'm saying. What do you guys say? And you have to wait for the council's approval. You now enter the quote-unquote waiting period, where another member of the community investigates the interests of the other person and if the desire is mutual. So now the council basically goes up and they're like, knock, knock, Mary. Hey, you know David? Yeah? He is like bricked up and ready to go. Are you gooed up? How are you feeling? You swamp fever down there? She's like, I don't really like him. He's like, perfect. We'll send him by here in like 4 or 5 hours. If the council approves, the courting members are allowed to speak in public areas for a month before they are allowed to go on walks without holding hands. You can speak in public areas, which is kind of saucy. You know, you can go on walks by yourself, but god damn it, you do not hold each other's hands. I bet you those conversations are smutty. You know what I mean? He's like, I'm gonna spit all over it. I want you to do whatever you want with those big hands. Kind of makes me kind of wish I would do that, dude. That'd be kind of sick. Hold out for a while. You have no idea. I'm Paul Bunyan and you're a piece of wood. I'm about ready to fucking slice you open. A month after that, they may continue their walks while holding hands, but only if there is a chaperone accompanying them. Imagine being all horny, walking around all bricked up, and you have a guy like shadowing you. You both look cute together. Thank you, Pastor. You have a huge fucking rock arm boner. After their wedding day, they may kiss one another and consummate the marriage, aka they can. A 12 tribes wedding includes a, quote, pre-enactment of what will happen when Jesus returns to Earth during the second coming. This is kind of creepy, okay? Because they're talking about hellfire on Earth. They're talking about how they're basically going to hold hands and die together. Real fun stuff. Then once you get married, it's time to start having those kids. We need the 144,000 guys, please. Everyone who has a little baby girl, you're going to get without food for several weeks. You're going to have to work at the Yellow Deli for 42 hours straight. No sleep, and you cannot have any of the delicious food that we serve there. Thank you. And it cannot be understated how important it is to have corporal punishment in the 12 tribes cult. They have created extensive guides on child rearing that are hundreds of pages long. Hundreds for child rearing. Former members have stated that children were allowed to be beaten several times per day, whatever it took to instill obedience. Sometimes you just have to beat somebody all day. Sometimes you just have to kind of pop in, pop out, give them a beating here, beating there, just to where they're emotionally and psychologically just kind of, void. Obedience. I love you, God. And what's crazy is that children are frequently disciplined, even for something as simple as forgetting to raise your hand to excuse yourself from a dinner table would result in a spanking. I can agree with that one. I'm not going to fault them on that one. I say, raise your hand, be courteous. This is not an act exclusive to parents either. Any member of the tribe can beat any child if they feel they are being disobedient. You think that you're going to beat your own kids? No! Listen, everybody gets rod of authority for a reason. I bet you they carry those motherfuckers around too, because guess what? Sometimes you got to just beat a kid. You're being disobedient. Did a kid walk in front of you? Time to pull out that rod. There's even mention of spanking for children as young as 6 months old, stating that use of the rod can teach them to sit still while being changed. Beating a 6-month-old baby will teach them to be still because babies' brains work like that. God, I can't wait for the apocalypse. Oh, I can't wait for the apocalypse. Stop moving! As a child, you cannot even play pretend without receiving a beating. According to a former member, this is seen as entering the unseen realm, which indicates you are being influenced by Satan. You want to play as Iron Man? You're talking to Satan. You deserve to be beaten. One ex-member told reporters that his childhood was hell. He would be beaten bloody until he was on the verge of collapsing. He stated that his only goal as a child was to stay alive till the next day. My God. Another member stated that she would be beaten sometimes for up to 4 hours, and then she had known other members for being beaten for 8 hours straight.
Do you hit children with bamboo rods?
We are always gentle with our children.
How do you have that much time on your hands. Exactly. You're making cold cut sandwiches, and all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take a quick 8-hour break and beat the shit out of my kid. And not only are the children physically abused, but they are often manipulated emotionally to break down their self-esteem and gaslight them into thinking that there's no hope for them outside the 12 Tribes community. Just cute, cold shit. This has been a problem dating all the way back to 1984 when police raided their compound over rumors of child abuse. The police did raid, they took all the kids, and then they had to give back all the children to the abusive 12 Tribes community because it was like an unlawful raid. Now we're gonna go into their controversies. That's weird, they have controversies, right? And let me tell you, the list of controversies goes on and on and on and on and on. Which, you know, rampant misogyny. They believe that women should be 100% subservient to men. Their roles are reduced to bearing children and physically disciplining them. Advocation of slavery. My boy Yonek believed that the Bible sanctions the act of slavery, meaning it is completely acceptable. He is quoted as saying this, quote, and I quote, this is a quote, "Slavery is the only way for some people to be useful in society." My boy Yonek is playing with some fire, for real. Oh God, do I have to read this? The quote! Quote, this is a direct quote from Yonek's teachings. "It is horrible that someone would rise up to abolish slavery. What a marvelous opportunity that blacks could be brought over here to be slaves so that they could be found worthy of the nations." Yonek was not a fan of MLK. Let's just say that. Yonek, if you haven't noticed by now, not the greatest guy. Dare I say, not a good guy. I mean, there's anti-Semitism in the 12 tribes, and then they're known for being very anti-Semitic based on their belief that Jews murdered Christ. That's odd. That's crazy. The white nationalist cult that runs a yellow deli they don't like Jews very much. Okay. Even child labor. An Inside Edition hidden camera investigation revealed that child labor laws were being violated. In one instance, 12 minors were working in factories and farms. We got to get those 16 hours in somehow, dude. We got to get it, man. You know how much ham we have to cut for all of our locations? We cut a lot of ham. And more child abused. In 2013, RTL journalist Wolfram König infiltrated the German commune in Bavaria. During his short time there, he recorded 50 beatings and presented the footage in a film documenting the experience. Because of this, German police raided 2 separate communities and removed 40 children in order to prevent further child abuse. They were temporarily put in foster homes. What's crazy about the 12 tribes things, always how these cults somehow make themselves worldwide somehow. How the f do they get all the way over there, dude?
They're deli.
They're a deli. It's easy to just be like, we're a delicious deli. I don't know. How's your day going, by the way? Well, I don't know. Like, my mom's really sick. You know, we have like a group that talks. You know, you get sucked in that easy. One of the weirdest forms of recruitment was during the Grateful Dead tour during the 80s. They had a crazy, not gonna lie, okay, I hate to say it, but the bus is really cool. I have never heard of this. It seems like they have a shit ton of money. They don't pay any of their delis, and they probably charge it's like a art house. It's like kind of, you know, like you do an art district. It's like none of your art friends or like any of your cool friends like, oh, I don't want to go to Red Robin. I want to go to someplace local. And then they upcharge the out of you, and you're like, that was pretty mediocre. Oh, it's good stuff, man. That's how they get the people in.
They also have a factory where they sell like packaged goods.
Of course they have a factory.
We don't use children in our factories. We don't have factories.
We have videotape of it, sir. Yes, you do. You have a factory right over here. It's a soap factory. And aren't you selling your soaps and lotions to major retailers? Are they aware that you're using child labor?
We don't use child labor.
Child labor, dude. If you're a cult already and you're like, we're doing illegal shit already, get the factory and put the kids in there. Why not? You got to. That's just good business. The 12 tribes modified a stylish bus named the Peacekeeper. That's so good. And they would follow the Grateful Dead around during their tour. I like how, of course, the Yellow Deli is formed on dead heads, basically. They welcomed anyone aboard the bus and offered medical assistance to those that were lost, drunk, or simply interested in seeing the impressive vehicle. Me. I'd be that. I'd be all of those. I'd be lost, drunk. I'd be like, oh my God. Can I see? Can I check it out? Yeah, they just immediately shut the door. No! Of course, the real reason for this was to preach the gospel and gather new members that would drive directly to the commune after convincing them to join. Take a seat, buddy. Welcome to the family. They would purposely prey on drug addicts and homeless people who were easier to persuade. Of course you would, dude. Free labor? Come on. And they're getting free meals. They're like, I'm happy to work for it. You know what I mean? It's f***ed up. But Yonek, aka Eugene Spriggs Jr., died in 2021 at the ripe old age of 83. His cult still operates perfectly fine without him as they continue to grow with over 3,000 members. That's got to be more than Scientology.
No, Scientology's...
Really? I thought Scientology was diminishing.
Oh, well, maybe they were lying about the numbers.
But what's his number? Was I off? I was probably off. And yes, the Yellow Deli is still around. In fact, there's one location just a few hours from me. I might just have to go down there and investigate it myself. Try some of that delicious food. See if I can't get on the back, dude. The thing is, if I wore spy glasses, it'd be so obvious. Could you preach the gospel to me, please? Could I have a rod? There's a kid outside who skateboarded over me. But for now, that is the terror of the Yellow Deli cult. They're the 12 Tribes cult, basically. It's fucking crazy that this thing's even real. I had no idea that this was even a thing, and I'm glad to see it blowing up. I'm curious to see where it'll be moving forward. Will this even be affected? Will people even care? Maybe the food's too good, Nick. I just get my meatball sub and I leave. Who knows? Should we go down and check it out? Let us know in the comments. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Beat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about colds. Oh my. Now, let me ask you a question. What if you could catch a cold right before it popped off? A little hipster cold. Imagine seeing YouTube videos of Jim Jones before Jonestown happened, if you caught him in his first couple followers. Or the same thing with Heaven's Gate being on a live stream on Facebook talking about aliens before they blew up. Or seeing L. Ron Hubbard joining a Zoom call conversation talking about Scientology. If you caught all of those things right before the big boom of these cults, what would you do? Would you be amazed? I know I would. And I am. Because today we are talking about a cult that I believe is right on the precipice of something happening. It is a new age cult called Profundity. Profundity. It is a new age cult called Profundity Yours. Profundity Yours is a contemporary spiritual movement led by their ever so charismatic leader, Linda Good McGillis.
I look at the clouds and they seem strange. You know, some of them turn purple or blue, or that's how you can tell that they're cloud ships and that they're being cloaked by the clouds.
I love when my cult leader looks like some local tail down at the bowling alley. Sounds like she's been eating gravel for the past 20 years.
I drive a starship. Try driving a car in a human world when you're used to driving a starship that has everything in front of you.
Right down deep in her throat. You like that gravel?
Grand Rising, Grand Rising.
Yeah, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. She preaches New Age beliefs and practices aimed at personal transformation and spiritual awakening. She deals with trauma therapy, and her sessions can be upwards to $500 an hour. I'll tell you what, Nick, that's a professional. $500 an hour, it better be professional, my God. For 10 years, she's been giving advice from her YouTube channel and various Facebook groups. And of course, Facebook is the place where a new age cult for boomers would start. That's the only logical place where people would actually just be like, oh, well, let me hear you out. Well, why not, dude? Let me just hear what you have to say.
Groups are unhinged. I see one that says like Japanese singles looking for men and has like 100,000 people.
Hey, don't be scrolling through those members because you might find me there, all right? So far, this doesn't sound too bad, right? Just typical run-of-the-mill spirit guru social media person, sure. But if you just look a little deeper, you can see Linda's true power. She claims that in 2014, she was taken over by an alien and that she is a high-ranking commander in the Intergalactic Federation of the Worlds. No, I'm serious, that's what she says. Not only that, but she is self-described as the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. And that her divine mission is to guide humanity to a new spiritual era, similar to that of Jesus Christ. I love you, Linda. She also refers to herself as I am, whatever the hell that means. Will I am, Sam I am. I love green eggs and ham.
Wait! Today's video is sponsored by GamerSupps.
Oh, God, I'm tired.
But I can't wait to be pepped up by one of my favorite energy drinks, GamerSupps.
You just throw in a little bit of water, any delicious flavor, and we have our own flavor.
Raw meat, which is a cantaloupe watermelon delight. But one of my new favorite flavors is Queso's Nuclear Bombsicle, which has a surprisingly bomb pop taste. They have collectible anime waifu cups so you can shake it out any way you want in public. And they have all of these wonderful flavors below. GamerSupps is keto-friendly, sugar-free, and goddamn if it isn't good. And there's caffeine-free options just in case you want a little sweet tooth at night. You can use my promo code at checkout to get 10% off your order. So try all the little flavors you want. The discount's on me. So thank you so much, GamerSupps, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, ladies and gentlemen, which we want to give a shout out now to a guy named Ciaran Warner, is the Cult Hunter on TikTok and YouTube. He did an amazing job compiling a lot of these ramblings into coherent craziness, because otherwise it's hours of footage of her basically just rambling. That's the best thing about Linda, is that she just does not let anybody else talk. The Ciaran Warner, or the Cult Hunter, has a lot of great footage. So for that, we thank you. And I just want to do a nice little list of perfectly normal and coherent things that she has said in some of her videos online. In one of her videos, she goes into great detail with her experience as a, quote, walk-in. Or it was late on the quotation. And how she is an alien inhabiting a human vessel.
How long have I been in Linda's vessel? I walked into this vessel April 25th, 2014.
That's what a walk-in is. Walk-in
No.
is not, Chinese takeout. It's alien coming in and you're the vessel. That's a walk-in, all right? Indoctrinating this random human vessel to navigate, to spread the good word, god damn it.
You know, I love how, like, casual it sounds into, like, the alien just does it with no effort. I just walk in.
Well, it's such a higher being that the alien's just like, it's a walk-in. Walk in, walk out. I could come out anytime, but Linda is the perfect catalyst. When I see this, I think we're getting the good word out with this vessel. Is that right, Linda?
This is Tesla technology.
You love that voice, don't you?
You can't be a galactic commander because look at your body.
Only 5 walk-ins have occurred throughout history, and 2 have short-circuited.
There's only 5 walk-ins that have occurred, and 2 of them have short-circuited. That's why there's very few actual walk-ins.
I don't know what that means. I think she means that they short-circuited, or maybe the aliens killed the people they were trying to inhabit, and only Linda's big frame was able to handle the power of the aliens.
So my question is she talking like all throughout human history?
I think so.
And is Jesus one of them?
Jesus could very well be one of the walk-ins, Nick. And I don't like that you're laughing about that. Have a little more respect. Profundity is not yours, my friend. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
I'm kind of like the Joker.
And Linda's walk-in took 9 months to prepare the vessel. And the vessel wasn't aware of the upcoming walk-in, which she equates this walk-in to the assault that she had in her normal life. Which, if you're not piecing this together, is maybe her dealing with a very traumatic thing that happened in her own life, and now she believes she's an intergalactic Jesus. Perfect and normal way to process that stuff, in my opinion. She has also said that her voice changed and is the way it is now when the walk-in happened.
There was the start of preparing the vessel for the walk-in experience, and I'm aware of that. Did my voice change? Yes.
The journey is usually the part that you remember anyways.
It wasn't the decades of smoking, probably alcohol, screaming, whatever else that's happened. No, it's the alien. That's why she sounds like this.
You guys couldn't handle it if we took off these cloaks of skin and showed you disclosure.
She has a planetary consciousness with 12 great suns, 5 of which have been blown up. And in that moment, humanity was annihilated.
Light. You guys would freak the shit out of each other. You guys would be driving around down the road and people see ghosts in wrecked cars.
Now you're probably wondering, Hunter, where the hell did that come from? Welcome to the club.
For me, I have a planetary consciousness of 12 great grand central suns, 5 of which have been blown up.
What? Are we going to elaborate any further? And I don't think we are. She believes that she can turn invisible because we are all blue beings.
See, I can disappear. Let me see if I can change the angle of this and show you guys what I mean. Can you see the blue outline here? You guys are blue beings.
I'm a blue being. 1/3 of the population has avatar bodies.
There's 1/3 of the population that has avatar robot bodies.
This is one of my favorite quotes. She has a holographic computer in front of her and that she can speak with her fleet of ships. She throws the word holographic a lot. I always just think of like a giant like Buster Blader Yu-Gi-Oh trading card, and she's just like, I'm gonna contact the fleet of ships and we're getting out of this motherfucker. We can't end these line of thoughts without mentioning that she says, the moon is an artificial construct.
Your guys' moon is an artificial construct.
Not real. It's fake. That thing up there? Nah. It's just like the Truman Show. There's a theme of her bringing up Hollywood movies. Futuristic dystopian, like Dune. Truman Show? Dune. The exact same movie. Her videos, it's just hours and hours of these ramblings that are incoherent and just little one-liners that kind of pop up every once in a while.
Only your Akashic records, because you were moved into not just a different broadband frequency, but you were taken through a wormhole that was not expected.
What? What the hell did you say? It sounds like the ramblings of a boomer astrology ketamine addict in the middle of nowhere in a trailer park somewhere in Texas. That's what the videos feel like, and in a weird way, it's a whiplash of fun. All right, my neck has never fully recovered from the amount of times I was just, snapping back to see exactly what the hell she was saying.
That's another good movie too, Whiplash.
Shout out to Whiplash, the movie. Can we try to spin that Whiplash is also a sci-fi somehow? But who would be so gullible for all this stuff? Apparently, quite a few people. In fact, she has enough old rich people paying for her sessions that she was able to buy $1 million compound and restaurant in the small Texas town of Marietta. To look at this woman and just be like, you are doing better off financially than I am, makes me so sad. Well, all it is just getting your vessel lined up. That's all I had to do. That's all I had to do. Fuck it, we're changing the channel. Papa Meat will now be... It takes a while to get good branding. Her moving into the town, buying a compound, then buying a restaurant in town, almost in the middle of nowhere, not a huge population town. It reads a lot like the cult who moved into Oregon, made a compound, was following a leader, bought property in the town, and tried taking it over. It just feels a bit serendipitous, if you don't mind me. It just feels a little too close to not feel like a cult.
Of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
Those of you that are not aware, there is a group of people that have been spreading that the Profundity Yours team is a cult and that I am brainwashing people.
You're checking all the boxes almost immediately. And what I love about Linda is she feels like she's persecuted, she's just like, people are trying to say that we're a cult. It's like, you are doing everything in your power to convince everybody that you're a cult, Linda. Her ranch is called the Emerald City Sunlights Ranch, and that is where she and a dozen of her followers live full time. Yes. Some of the boomers did leave their computer from Facebook and go and move on the ranch. How? It's insane what desperate people will do. It's fucking insane. The compound is described as a community-focused environment where members engage in various spiritual practices, including meditation, energy healing, and other New Age rituals, aka old people fucking like crazy. New Age rituals, all that stuff, it's like a swingers thing. There's definitely fucking, sucking, grabbing, squeezing, all kinds of stuff, dude. Yeah, I'd have my plane ticket booked. But it's not just a small handful of loyal devotees. She has thousands of followers online, and Linda is preparing Emerald City for 144,000 refugees to come to town. Do I think that's gonna happen? No. Do I think Linda think that's going to happen? Yeah, I do believe that. These people are looking for her guidance and seek her teachings. What exactly are some of the teachings that Linda can give you? We have something called light language, which is my favorite part of all of this.
We'll activate solar codes within. More likely chaos.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
It makes me giddy almost. I want a Rosetta Stone DVD of light language immediately to be in my mail. This is a form of communication that she teaches her followers in order to communicate with higher spiritual beings. Also, not to be rude, if you just did an overlay of Jabba the Hutt over her face, you might not know the difference. This nonsensical language is used during her rituals and meditations and is said to be the only language before we put on our skin suits. Yikes. Yikes.
Serial killer shit.
That's some fucking definite serial killer stuff. She also teaches a process called diamondizing, which these processes, with looking at her in the 80s, I wonder if she was a smoke show, because these are all processes that I would say are hazing for strippers. All right, Rose, time to diamondize you. Get up on the pole. This is a way to control one's mind and achieve spiritual clarity. This involves eliminating negative thought patterns through diamondizing. One can align their thoughts and actions with higher spiritual purposes. One way to achieve this is to cut off ties with family members and others who are perceived as negative influences. Cults definitely don't have you separate entirely from your family structural system, because then you'd have to rely on the cult. And Linda wouldn't do that, right?
But I love them. I can't let go of it, Linda. The best piece of guidance I can give, let go.
It's the same people who are like, you're not praying enough. You're not getting what you want because you're not praying hard enough. It's that kind of deal.
A tactic too, where they're like, my family says this is a cult, and they're like, why remove them that negative energy?
Yeah, you don't need that. We're your family now. Don't you feel good around us?
You need to cut out all those people.
Boomers. So everyone they probably fucking know are dead. Their parents are probably all dead anyways.
Just give me your money and start talking to me in that funny language. Here's the DVD, Rosetta Stone DVD. Take that and put it in your DVD player. I just downloaded a whole bunch of Dave Matthews Band off LimeWire.
There's Spotify, Linda. Just use Spotify.
No, a higher being still uses LimeWire.
She believes that this isolation is necessary for individuals to focus on their spiritual growth and to maintain the high vibrational frequencies required for diamondizing. This is some textbook cult stuff too, of very vague, random words thrown together that don't make a lot of sense, that make you sound smarter than you are. And if you say anything with confidence, then people will most likely just believe you know what you're talking about, even though it's a string of words that it makes no sense at all.
Star Trek, dude.
That's what I'm saying. She's just like,
Next Generation's my favorite. Picard could take me any way he wants it.
You can't have a cult without some kind of prophecy of extending into a higher plane or having some kind of doomsday lurking over you. And Linda emphasizes the need for her followers to raise their vibrational frequencies to prepare for the quote shift. Linda has made several doomsday predictions, suggesting that major cataclysmic events such as pole shifts and solar flares are imminent. Ooh, this is a great quote.
We're at the end of ages. Where all time and space continuum are being balanced and neutralized, so you can have a brand new beginning.
And one of these prophecies was supposed to happen in 2023 during the spring solstice.
The spring equinox of 2023. Now again, hear my words, people. Don't put your own interpretation to the information. When I speak of 2023 in the spring equinox, that is when we anchor fully all of the diamondizing into the grid. The grid will be diamondized by that.
But as you know, since you're watching the video right now with me in 2024, it didn't happen. The world is still here. Sorry, Linda.
Do you think she made that prophecy like 10 years ago when she first started?
No, I like to think Linda was like, in 6 weeks, the world is gonna end. I feel like she's probably that delusional, where people are like, you're right. She's like, I know I'm fucking right. I saw it when I was smoking crack. I mean, eating fentanyl. I mean, when I was meditating, I saw the world end right before my eyes. She emphasizes that only those who follow her teachings will be spiritually prepared to survive and ascend, which once again, classic cult mentality. Only people who follow me will be able to get on the ship and fly away from this planet. Little Heaven's Gate-ish. It's almost plagiarism by this point, is what it feels like. One of the ways she teaches you how to achieve ascension is through a thing called candle meditation. The meditation leads to the awakening and lets us access 100% of our brains instead of the 3 to 5% that scientists say that's all we use. AKA, she watched Limitless with Bradley Cooper, and she was like, holy shit, I wish I had one of those fucking pills. To do so, all you need to do is get an open flame candle and place it at eye level and stare at it with a blank mind. I 100% believe she was smoking crack cocaine and she looked at a candle for an uninterrupted 33 minutes and she was like, I just saw God. This is a conscious exercise and it's not a trance. The difference is that in a trance, you are escaping, you're letting other thoughts come in. And this, as a conscious exercise, you are building yourself to remove every thought in your head and just focus on the candle. If you are able to do this for 33 minutes perfectly, it will stop the artificial intelligence inverted matrix from going on in your mind, and you will be able to unlock the potential to your full unconscious. Because right now your vessel is being plagued by other things. You got to block it out, and whenever you do that for 33 minutes, everything else disappears and your body, your true conscious, succumbs to finally taking care of itself. She was able to master this in 3.5 weeks. But this does 3 things for you, candle meditation. It unlocks your true psyche. It makes you stop bowing to the puppet master that's in your head. And in the video, she doesn't really touch on the other 2 things. It's kind of interesting. Actually, what ends up happening is the person she's talking to gets bored or something, and she just cuts her off, and she's like, okay, cool. Well, thank you so much, Linda. And she's like, I wasn't finished. And she just cuts her off, okay?
Different vibrational frequency of truth coming at you that goes against the information in your energy field that you're holding. And when you can let go... I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's very interesting. I've never heard that before.
So that's how it is. We don't really know the other 2 things, but just know that first one is very powerful. So maybe candle meditate, all right? She's taking self-help book stuff and sci-fi movies and combining them together. I mean, she references Ex Machina.
But because I can see that it doesn't have no life force energy, it's just like the movie Ex Machina.
I mean, she's basically touched on Limitless. It almost seems like her being an angel in this vessel reads just like Evangelion. And I think she also brings up Honey, I Shrunk the Kids at one point as well. She cannot stop talking about movies that she's seen and correlating it with the existence that she's trying to make for herself and her followers. In one of her videos, she explains the concept of energy out, energy returned.
John Paul, you're an asshole. I have just put out energy. And maybe I said it jokingly. Maybe he really was being a dick.
She goes into how we can deal with trauma by just moving on, and that things are out of our control because of things that our past selves have done. Nothing, you are in control of nothing, and if something bad happens to you, it's because you're letting that energy out. Did you get assaulted? Well, why did you put that energy out, you stupid bitch? Is pretty much what she's saying. And she goes as far to mock those people. And not only does she mock them, she has to one-up her own trauma over people, because no one can ever be as traumatized as Linda, our Christ alien savior. Sam I am. Will I am. Green eggs and ham. In a video, there's even a woman who asks repeatedly, why have I been continuously assaulted in my life? Why has the universe given me that? And she responds by just victim blaming and just saying, well, you put out that energy and that's what you get.
Why have I been drugged and raped so many times? As within, so without. And nobody likes to understand what is known as karma.
But this is also a tactic of putting people down to where the only opportunity or only answer is to hold that over them, that Linda has all the answers, and that the only way that they can get out of this rut is by listening to her, aka that's grooming. That's grooming a cult member, is what that is, ladies and gentlemen. That leads me to my next point. Is this a cult? Is it a new age cult out in the middle of nowhere in Texas? Or is it just a bunch of bored boomers coming together and talking about sex and aliens and all kinds of weird stuff under the guise of an old lot lizard with a gravelly voice? And to that I say, it's both. In a lot of ways, I think it's both. This is why I found it so fascinating and why I wanted to do this video, is that I do think it's both. I think that we are at the perfect precipice in this cult before anything truly awful happened. Yes, Linda somehow was able to garner $1 million to buy a ranch and a restaurant in this small town, but hopefully the only negative so far is people may have given some money, but nothing as bad as a Jonestown, nothing as bad as a Heaven's Gate, but it feels like we're right at that precipice. It feels like, who knows, if no one would have figured this out and it would have popped on the news one day, would it have been much worse? I feel that's what's so fascinating to me, is that nothing inherently bad has happened now, but it doesn't mean that it couldn't have happened. And that's the most horrifying part of all of this, is the power of Facebook boomers having too much time and needing a companionship, needing something to believe in. One of the biggest signs of a cult is getting desperate people looking for answers to follow you and give you their undivided devotion. Linda claims that people's lives reset infinitely, and that soon the end times are coming and only her teachings can save them. And one ex-member said that she was sent away to California to go find herself. She was a disease, a virus, a bad seed, and the whole reason why the ranch wasn't working. And there's been videos and documentation of all the members wearing green cloaks at some times, very reminiscent of the Heaven's Gate people were wearing the same clothes.
For those of you that are not aware, there is a group of people that have been spreading that the Profundity Yours team is a cult and that I am brainwashing people. Yep.
Linda says that she's the victim in these situations and that people are targeting her for no reason, but really she has done everything in her power to basically shout from the rooftops, "Hey, I'm starting a cult. Hey, Ma, I'm starting a cult," is what it feels like. And the most haunting part of all of this is all of the reoccurring characters. Even as far back as their earliest uploads in 2021, there's still some of the same fixtures of like a dozen people back and forth, sitting in the same spots, talking about the same stuff, following her every word. And to me, that is just, it's horrifying. And even since then, the last upload was in 2023, kind of when TikTok was blowing her up, kind of when people were starting to make a bit of a ruckus, and now it's gone completely cold. Remember that restaurant I said that she bought? That was the only restaurant in that town. She controlled the entire social dynamic of that town by running it. And the locals, God-fearing Christians in this Bible Belt of a middle of nowhere Texas town, were hearing whispers of a cult leader owning the one business in their town, the one restaurant. So they kicked her out. She got kicked out. And now people have even said that she has been on the road since. I wouldn't say on the run. I just think she has been traveling. And the craziest thing too is that the people that were living on her ranch have been riding with her. It begs the question too, has this cult stopped? And I don't think it has. I think it's still going on right now, but is remaining in the shadows. We don't really know. Does it still have the reach it once had? No. But if there's still like some innocent people being affected by this thing, it's still a fucking horrifying tale. Even if it is as simple as Linda, who doesn't look the most threatening, right? I don't think this is the last time that we'll hear from Profanity Yours. It might not be this year. Might not be next, but I feel like we are going to hear from them again at some point in the future. I have empathy for Linda. I have empathy for the people that joined her cult as well. People who join cults are not stupid. It is not stupid people. As much as some of the video footage may not help that perception, people who join cults are people who are basically suffering from some kind of traumatic experience. They're reaching out, and this is the first thing that kind of grabs a hold of them and they can believe in something. People who join cults are productive members of society. That's the only reason that cults work. Some people get help in their own ways. Sometimes you get a new friend group, and some people wind up in a fucking cult off Facebook. And as for Linda, my beautiful Jabba the Hutt sounding queen with her beautiful Rosetta Stone DVD language, I too think that she is just a person who has been through a lot of shit from both ends. She's been the person to hurt people, and she has been hurt before too. And I don't think there's any excuse that somebody can give that their trauma just lets them be the person that they want to be, or that they can like affect other people, manipulate people to give her money. I don't think any of that shit, but I think just on a human level, I feel bad for a person who has been so beaten down and so thrown through the gutters that she now believes that she is an alien super Christ living here on Earth who is speaking a made-up language.
Love Baba, love mama.
It's just a sad existence for a human being, and I feel sorry for that. But that being said, this new age cult, I don't know. Is this the end? I don't know. I have no idea, but I did find it fascinating. It's so weird what just a couple clips from Zoom can do. A couple people wearing some similar clothes, people making up a strange language to really, I don't know, send a shiver down your spine. At least it does for me. Cult stuff is just fucking creepy, man. Brainwashing, hive mind stuff, it's weird. So if you know any other cults that maybe I don't know about, let me know. I'm a little cult nut. I am gonna sign up. I'm gonna give all my money to Linda. I said, Linda, you can stay here with me. Linda, take your caravan of people. You can stay with me. Papa Meat will be Papa Profundity. But until next time, Profundity is yours. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Hey, Mama. Love. Salon. Aisa. Koro. Tasi. Sasan.
Be silent.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about cryptocurrency. More specifically, meme coins. Bitcoin is on the rise again, folks. Just reaching an all-time high of $99,000 per Bitcoin. I just want to say, people are dumb, all right? I remember when I lived in Utah at the time. I worked at a solar company, and it was right when Robinhood, I'm pretty sure it's like right when Robinhood just came out or was new. Everybody had it on their phones, and all those Mormons had it on their phones. And it was when Bitcoin hit a high of like 20,000 and then immediately fell back down. And people were like, it'll never happen again. It'll never happen again. It's done. Here we are now, dude. Hindsight's 2020. I should have went in. With what money? Well, I was able to really sink in some investments from my call center job. A lot of people feel like they missed out on getting in on Bitcoin. Price is too high to get in. Who has $100,000? What am I do? Get a fraction of a coin? Am I going to chip off a penny? What the And this always happens. Every time Bitcoin shoots up, people bitch and moan about how, oh, I wish I would have gotten in sooner. Then it falls like 60%, and then people cry again, oh, why did I get in on that thing? And this is rinse and repeat for about 4 years now. Every 4 years this happens. Big drop. Oh, why did I get in? Oh, why the f did I put money to that? What the weird thing too with crypto is they say that you're supposed to invest in crypto and just never look at it. Never touch it. Don't even remotely look at it. Just let it sit. Let it breathe, baby, until you have like a pull-out date, which a lot of people have speculated that it's the 100K mark. I think there's gonna be a huge drop-off when it hits 100K. So instead of trying to invest in Bitcoin, people are looking for alternative ways to get rich by gambling on other altcoins, aka coins, aka meme coins. That's right. The newest get-rich-quick scheme for Gen Z is to pump and dump your own cryptocurrency coin. And this might sound like old news to you, but as of recently, it has been on the rise, my friends. And hundreds of people, if not thousands of people on TikTok are claiming to have made thousands upon thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, from pumping and dumping meme coins on the internet.
I'm buying McLaren coin. All right, you guys already know McLaren. I crashed McLaren, so gotta buy McLaren coin, baby. I'm buying it.
There are even meme gurus out there holding seminars teaching people how to buy and sell meme coins. It's one of the cringiest things I've ever seen in my life.
You know what I can do that I just realized? Wait, this is a hack. No, this is a hack. I'm just realizing this. All the week, I think, again, I don't know much about the wallet.
If you ever see yourself on the floor of someone's mansion, run away from that place. Do not stay there. That's called a pyramid scheme. Okay? Been around forever. And this is leading people to go to insane measures in order to shill their coin, trying desperately to raise its price before swiftly pulling the rug out underneath everyone else and keeping that big old pot of gold.
Meme coin is a scam. I just made my own meme coin. This is the next. If you lost any money from meme coin, this is your chance to make it back right now. If you don't buy this coin, you just a I ain't gonna lie. Y'all niggas really thought I was being serious, nigga? Nigga, fuck y'all. $12,000, nigga. I just 3x that money I lost, nigga. Fuck y'all. Hey, and if y'all actually believe you can make money off of meme coin, you stupid as fuck. Meme coin is a scam. I sold all my shit, just made 12 bands off you goofy ass niggas.
It is truly a dumpster fire in the making, and I want to share with you everything I've come across so far, which is a lot, as of recently. It's weird. Right now, there's been a lot of gold with meme coins. So let's dive in. And just a brief history of the meme coin, right? Because before we get into seeing the borderline barbaric approach to how some people are trying to pump and dump, we need to understand where meme coins started. We need to understand why people even put a value on them, right? For those of people who don't know what meme coins are, they are exactly what they sound like. A cryptocurrency that is based on popular meme culture of the internet. They're just based on popular memes. The first and most popular meme coin is Dogecoin. You might have seen Dogecoin pop around. Maybe you saw your favorite tech political political figure talk about it. Or maybe your friends had it and they were giggling and talking about Doge to the moon. My buddy Dan did that, and watching him, so funny. He held it for so long. He could have made so much money off of it, didn't pull out. Classic Dan. This was created in 2013 as a lighthearted joke by Billy Marcus and Jackson Palmer as a way to make fun of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies as a joke. The creators promoted it as a fun and friendly cryptocurrency that could be used to reach a wider demographic than Bitcoin. So they chose the infamous Doge meme as their coin's mascot, and with an entry price as low as 0.00026 cents per coin, anyone could join in and feel like a Doge millionaire. The entire deal was that it was so cheap that you could barely put any money in, and then you would be Doge rich. Perfect scheme. And what started out as a joke has now become one of the biggest explosions in cryptocurrencies over the last 10 years. In 2014, the supporters of the coin actually paid $55,000, which is about 65 million Doge coins, to have it be a sponsor on NASCAR driver Josh Weiss's stock car named number 98 Moon Rocket. This was a play on the popular meme stock/meme coin phrase, "to the moon," that is used when people want to pump a stock or coin's value. Dogecoin fans also paid $25,000 to help send the Jamaican bobsled team to the 2014 Sochi Winter Olympics. Which is awesome. The NASCAR in this is pretty funny. It's a good troll. These two acts helped create the term meme coin, as people were spending their coins to do funny and stupid stuff and make memes that were making it into the news and propelling the coin into the mainstream.
Last Friday, an anonymous benefactor going by the name of Hood donated 14 million Doge coins to Doge for Water, a campaign looking to provide drinking water to parts of eastern Kenya.
Much more wholesome beginning, much funnier. I do like the trolling aspect of it as well, that you can start something stupid and still be able to exchange it for goods later. It's a pretty funny concept.
Wait! I need to tell you about an awesome sponsor we have with our beautiful, beautiful partners at GamerSupps. As you can see, I'm all wet and sticky right now, and I'm dead tired. I'm on the verge of death, and I need a quick pick-me-up from GamerSupps. And you better believe I have my own beautiful flavor called raw meat. Cantaloupe mixed with a beautiful watermelon. God damn, it tastes like summer in a glass. But let's say you don't like my flavor, because you're... Then there's millions of flavors to choose from. There's definitely not millions. Put up the number of flavors there are. A lot of good ones. They have unique anime girl shaker cups in case you want to be hard in public. Beautiful flavors that are keto friendly with 0 sugar. And god damn, the taste is good. So if you want to support the channel and you want to support one of our very, very long-standing partners, be sure to check out GamerSupps. It's an amazing brand, awesome flavors to choose from, and you can even choose raw meat or own flavor. So head over to GamerSupps and tell them Papa Meat sent you with code Papa Meat at checkout. You get 10% off your order. Thank you, GamerSupps, for always sponsoring these terrible videos, and back to the video. And Dogecoin's price has continued to increase over 10 years later because of a TikTok trend trying to get it to reach $1 per coin. And not to mention Elon Musk, the self-proclaimed meme lord, loves the coin and shills at every chance he can get to shill it.
Are you still a fan of crypto? Dogecoin is my sort of favorite cryptocurrency because it has the best humor and has dogs.
I mean, he loves talking about to the moon, you know, whatever else. If he could slap Doge onto a rocket, I bet he would.
To the moon!
In 2021, SpaceX announced that they would be funding a rideshare mission to the moon entirely with Dogecoin called Doge One. Is it still fun?
Elon Musk announcing that his rocket company will now accept Dogecoin as payment, calling it the first crypto and first meme in space.
Is it fun when the billionaire is memeing along with you? Because now it feels sad.
But he's one of us.
He's one of us, and he to the moon, to the moon. And because of Dogecoin's success, people have been inspired to create their own meme coins, and it has gotten completely out of hand. The fun is gone. We're into some pretty heinous territories now, ladies and gentlemen. In the past, it took a lot of work to make your own coin, and you needed to have a good amount of technical knowledge to launch one successfully. But now, you can make one instantly using websites like PumpFun and launch your very own cryptocurrency in seconds. Also, it's called PumpFun.
Boogie, it looks like you launched a crypto token that is a scam, a pump and dump.
I don't think it's a pump and dump. It is a meme coin.
It's literally from a thing called Pump.Fun. What are you talking about?
It's like enabling people to scam. I'm telling you, your coin's gonna be huge. Okay, and then when it gets big, you pull the rug. Pull the me, they pull it. Pull the rug.
Oh! Ow! It went to zero!
PumpFun is a website specifically designed to allow people to create and share their own meme coins instantly based on the Solana block chain. And it's promoting the idea that everyone can make their own Dogecoin. Everyone can have their own earnest memes and send Jamaican bobsled teams to the Olympics. Everyone can. People definitely won't use it for selfish reasons. Right. People can watch as coins are created live and decide if they want to buy coins solely based on the name, picture, and a super brief description. There's basically no research involved in choosing a coin to buy, like with other cryptocurrencies, so it's essentially gambling to see which coin will take off over other ones. Some of the most popular coins created on Pump Fun are Peanut the Squirrel, which has a market cap of $1.4 billion. Peanut the Squirrel. Peanut coin.
The guy also just said he's making his own Justice coin today. So people are like, what? You're not backing Peanut coin?
He's making his own coin. There you go. Also, with the newest meme, Just a Chill Guy, it has a market cap of $451 million. That meme was just created like 3 weeks ago. My God. There's also Moodang coin, which has a $400 million market cap. $400 million market cap evaluation for the Moodang coin, the abused tiny hippo in a Taiwanese zoo. There's also the Sigma coin with a $64 million cap, or Mother Iggy coin at a $50 million cap. Be a good boy and listen to your mother. Wow. Which apparently that one is based around the Iggy Azalea's ass for some reason. Someone just uploaded a photo of Iggy Azalea's ass, and that's just the... Do you think she gets a cut of that? Doubt it.
Mother's mothering.
Mother's mothering. I'm serving right now. I hate that when people say that. She's serving.
I usually don't get offended by the word, but in that context.
You look like you'd be someone who gets offended by the word. You look like the person that would get offended by the word. You'd also be like, when people say, what do you do? Ooh.
In 6th grade, that was me. I hate.
Ooh, don't say that. And there's no rhyme or reason to why these coins get popular. And it really just is a guessing game, but there is an obscene amount of money in these meme coins being moved every day. It's like the goddamn New York Stock Exchange after World War II. It was popping off. Over $20 billion market cap with a $7.5 billion worth of coins moved just within the last 24 hours. Just within the last 24 hours. This is how you kind of know we're done. We're cooked.
I bought Chill Guy at under a penny. This day changed my life, and it's not even for the money. It changed how I think about the world.
Do you think whenever someone's just like a dollar bill, supposed to carry around paper with me all day? You know what I mean? Do you think it was something like that?
Let's get rich quick. Let's traditional investment. I want to have fun. I want to get money now.
The future. I like the optimistic look that they have for the future. That's fun. A meme coin based on one line in a song on the new Kendrick Lamar album is now sitting at over $414,000 market cap value. One line. Mustard.
Mustard!
Mustard! $126 to $433,000 in profit in 18 hours. Mustard. What drew people into Pump Fun was the idea when you made a coin, it was given $20,000 worth of liquidity. There has to be some kind of illegal thing there, I feel like. All right? You and others could buy and sell your coin, and if it reached $69,000 market cap, then it would automatically be sent to Radium to be an actual coin on the market. Another fun draw of Pump Fun is that the creators of each coin can go live on the coin's page and talk about their coins, and interact with potential buyers to influence their decision in buying the coin or not.
Watch this, activate. Activate.
Oh, are you okay?
I'm embarrassing myself in front of the stripper.
Basically, they get to be a snake oil salesman right in front of you. You ever see the old-timey things at the carts and guys just like, look at all these medicines. I got medicines here. This one has sparkles in it. It's a goddamn snake oil salesman website. The idea is that you can get on the ground floor once a coin is just created and no one has pre-mined coins. What does that mean? It means that when before people would make a coin and they would have a gajillion of it. They'd be like a dragon sitting on a bunch of gold. But now with Pump Fun, you get the coins slowly over time so no one has a hoard of wealth. The coins are generated, creating a market cap value that you can get in on the ground floor. You yourself could have just as many coins as the creator. Whatever that means. If you no, I don't even know if you keep that in the video. Who gives a shit? There'd be no threat of a rug pull like what happens with other big coins when they are announced.
Once a significant amount of unsuspecting investors swap their ETH for their listed token, the creators then withdraw everything from the liquidity pool, driving the coin's price to zero. The scam coin's promoters may even create temporary hype around it, using Telegram, Twitter, and other social media platforms to get attention. They may also initially inject a substantial amount of liquidity into their pool to cultivate investor confidence.
I see. Because when people are sitting on all those coins, when it goes live and then you pull the rug and it kills the coin, basically, you see that a lot with, I don't know, other influencers. A lot of influencers do that. A lot of influencer coins.
Chat, by the way, that MILF token that I did a while back, I already told you guys, don't buy that shit. I got paid a bag to do that shit. Like, I don't give a How many of you guys actually bought it?
Jack Doherty did it. Pretty sure some FaZe people did it. FaZe Clan members and like that. Logan Paul probably did it at one point. Was it Doink or something?
What up, Dink Doink Telegram? It's me, Logan Paul. Now I know what you're thinking. Logan, what the are you doing here? I'm doing the same thing as you. Holding my doink. That's what I'm doing. This is a shitcoin I believe in. It's my favorite one, to be honest.
Rug pull, but with these, you can't rug pull it, baby. You gotta give it legs to run. With Pump Fund, you can buy real coins instantly, so there isn't any threat of being scammed. Or is there? As it turns out, there definitely is a threat of being rug pulled, even on the sites dedicated to not having rug pulls.
Don't buy Honey Pack. Don't buy any of that. TGR, you owe me. I already called my bank and let them know that I did not make any of these transactions, so we'll see if that money gets disputed and back in my account.
The reason we're talking about Pump Fund is because it's just recently made a ton of news surrounding an actual child making a coin called Gen Z Quant, and then rug pulling people after the price increased rapidly. The best part is he was live on the coins page as he did it, and people went crazy posting the videos on social media as the idea was just so fucking absurd. And when the value of his coin reached around $30,000, he immediately sold them all and tanked the value of the coin, leading to people feeling scammed, right? There's not supposed to be a rug pull here. And that little fat-faced pig was just like flipping off the camera. This rug pull scam led many people to lash out, even including finding his parents on Instagram and threatening them to get their money back.
Your son stole my fucking money.
Yeah, your son stole my fucking money. Send this kid to prison. Your son a mizzen. Huh? Your son a menace, Ant. Is that like a different unk? Instead of unk, it's Ant?
Yeah.
And the funniest part of all is that while some people felt scammed, the mean part of it all drove the owners of the coin and the new buyers after hearing this story to increase the price of the coin, and the value of the coins the kid sold would have been worth around $4 million. Out of spite, they basically kept raising it to be like, fuck you, kid. You have none of it. We do. He went on to make another coin called I'm Sorry, which skyrocketed, and then he sold again for another $13,000. Jesus Christ. And you might think this is all the end of the story, right? But the kid made a third coin called Lucy based on his pet dog, and people bought his new coin again for a meme, driving the price way up, and he rug pulled them for a third time and pocketed another $20,000. This kid has basically made almost $100,000 off fucking with these people. Good God. And the story has been circulating now that people were apparently so pissed off that hackers doxed the kid and his family, posted their address online, and stole his dog. They stole Lucy. The third coin that's called Lucy was based off his dog. They stole her. A meme coin launched on Pump Fund called Barry that was using the kid's dog as the face on the coin, and on Twitter account for Barry, they stated they will not give the dog back until the kid buys at least $5,000 worth of coin and makes an apology video on the rug pull move.
He already did. He said, I'm sorry.
He did. He made a coin. I guess he's just like, that's the second coin, dude. I'm not offering another apology. Which another teenager made a coin called Racist Dev and apparently scammed internet pariah Sam Pepper and other investors out of $50,000, and the whole call was recorded. The kid even drops a few N-bombs. Surprising. Racist Dev, that's weird. And tells everyone to get over it because he's just making money. God, this kid.
Sam, I'm gonna be real with you here. Shut the fuck up, first of all. Second of all, you're not notifying tactics, okay? I just rugged $3,000, okay? I just rugged that, okay? Sam, calm down, okay? Let's be real. This is all for jokes. This is all for shit. But at the end of the day, I'm just making money over here. I'm just doing my thing. Thank you, Sam. All right, Sam. Have a good day.
It's so sad seeing kids this young act this way.
They got that grind set.
The internet has made children think they're too mature way too fast, and it's so sad. The innocence of a child is dead. It's the death of innocence of children. So now we have some backstory into why Pump Fund is gaining traction online, and some insight into how the website is run. And many people are trying their hand at making the next big coin, and with the ability to live stream themselves, they're going to greater lengths to get the coin to the top of the charts. Now it's an all-out race to see who the can just make the big coin and get paid, and rinse and repeat as much as they can. ISIS just beheaded a hostage on Pump Fund. There's no way. Yeah, the memes are definitely going to come out, but still, that's crazy. There's a coin called Fish Killer, and it's based on someone saying if they don't get to $1 million in market cap value, he will apparently shoot a goldfish.
Nigga said, shut up, nigga, and do it. Homie, how about you come here and I do it to your fucking mom, you bitch. I'll fucking shoot you. This motherfucker, fish too. and anyone else that talks shit. Y'all think I give a f, bro?
And this leads us into where we're getting into the wild. Okay? Now look at that. He's going to shoot a goldfish. You have someone who made the coin Rover, which says if they don't get $11 million market cap value, he's going to shoot his own dog. We have to bleep that? Can we even say that? The dev of this coin was live streaming himself pointing a gun, which unconfirmed if it's real, but he's pointing the gun at this dog's head. All right.
It's at 63%.
And it's at 63% funding. The dog looks cute. He does not look happy about being potentially put to death, but 63% of an $11 million cap. Pretty wild. There's another photo here with the little laser pointed at the doggo, back of the doggo's head. Unfortunately for dogs, they don't have 9 lives. So this would be, but good for, hey, but luckily, no, Nick, all dogs go to heaven. And then there's the coin torture, which is just as a live stream up where the dev claims they are torturing their girlfriend. And if the coin reaches certain milestones, they will strip her. Now you get sex involved. Wow, we cannot show that. Bra off at 25K and panties off at 100K. People are disgusting. This guy created coin and is saying he will live stream himself sitting on a toilet for 48 hours straight to break the world record or until the coin reaches $50 million. That's just him. Dear God.
He actually increased it. He's like, at 96 hours, I'm locking in my coins to break in the world record, which is like 124 hours of sitting on the toilet. So he's trying to break the world record.
This looks just heinous. He looks like he's made of wax.
We have to get back up to 10 mil before I'll shave your eyebrow. What's that, 20 mil? I'll shoot myself.
Old boy's going through it right now. One dev locked himself in a dog cage and is doing things when the coin reaches certain milestones. Most notably, saying if the coin reaches $1.5 million in market cap value, he will shoot in the cage and eat it. And if you look at this, it looks absolutely heinous. This is where we're at. It's like a new form of like prostitution in a way. Doesn't it feel like? But a personal favorite of mine is someone who made a coin called Hands and started that because he had no hands. He can't rug pull anyone. As it turns out, he was just standing there with his hands behind his back, and he live streamed himself running over to the computer, selling all of his coins, and then running back to continue standing there like he didn't do anything. Very funny. So yeah, meme coins have gotten way out of hand from where they originated as a fun piece of internet culture. Now it's just another get-rich-quick scheme. I feel like it has become more prevalent since the pandemic. You saw that with house prices increasing. You saw that with just like general cost of living increasing. Everybody is trying to get as rich as they can, I guess, to battle that kind of mindset of like everything's increasing, nothing's going down, there'll never be affordable housing again, that kind of idea. It's a weird act of desperation in a weird way. It's like rats crawling over each other. You know what I mean? People existing in the same cage, but then some people are just like, I'm gonna fuck over this rat so I can survive, and people keep doing that until they keep going.
Sell some berries and nuts.
I don't know what that mean. Okay. But that doesn't mean they're all bad. As the meme coin community rallied around the coin Nolan, which is a coin created by Nolan Arbaugh, is the first human test trial on Elon Musk's Neuralink, and he created the coin using only his brain with the Neuralink installed. The community was watching Nolan live stream his coin, and they ended up raising the market cap to over $15 million. This allowed him to sell his coins for $2 million, and he can now afford to make his house handicap accessible. That's Pog. That's the meme culture I like to see, boys. Not dudes eating in cages or people pretending to beat their girlfriends and then strip them naked for coins as well. What are we doing? What the hell are we doing? So there you have it. A little history of meme coin and where it stands today. Beautiful, isn't it? If you're going to get into crypto, maybe it's best to stay away from meme coins right now and just put your money to something more stable, right? I don't think all investing into any kind of cryptocurrency is a bad investment, right? I think that it's just another form of investing. Also, at the end of the day, it's your money. You can do whatever the fuck you want with it. If you're feeling lucky, go for it. Keep in mind that it's basically gambling.
Oh, man, I can't.
And if you're going to gamble, you might as well just go to a casino where you can lose and still get a drink. Or maybe a meal. Have a couple cocktails, play some table games with your buddies, and at least get some fun in while you're going to lose all your money. It's almost like massaging your loss. You know, you're gonna lose your money. Don't worry, you're gonna lose, but at least you get a pretty good steak afterwards. That's nice. Gambling with meme coins is just sad. And you might be giving your money to someone threatening to shoot his dog or a 13-year-old who says the N-word, which in a way is kind of funny, but not really. And it might look like on the face value that, you know, wow, there's tons of people making tons of money. These are rare cases, my friend. Think about the thousands and thousands of people, tens of thousands of people that are dumping money into the coins, wishing that they were that guy. it's a very fickle, tricky thing, and these kind of get-rich-quick schemes usually tend to have more burns than they do winners, you know? So, at the end of the day, meme coins are just kind of gay.
But they're so much fun.
But they're really funny.
To the moon, to the moon.
I think rallying people together for crypto to help a person make his house handicap accessible is fucking awesome. Or to sponsor a Jamaican bobsled team. Any way that communities can rally together to enforce a positive change, I think is really cool. And I'm sure that there's give and takes with everything. I'm sure that there's negatives to whatever. But right now, it feels weird knowing that this is a time in the universe where when we're older, people are going to look back on this as like a very Wild West kind of moment. And you know, it's going to be, you're going to have people be like, oh, what I wouldn't have given to live back then and rake in all that dough. Fools. All of them fools. And that's why it should all be called Fool's Gold, Nick, because that's what it is.
You should actually be careful about rug pulling people because the SEC will look into it.
After a while, people are going to start looking at prison sentences for this kind of stuff. You have to pay back all the stuff you scam people out of. Hey, it's just no bueno, all right? And if you see people, even in these comments of this videos, being like, yeah, right, dude, I wouldn't listen to that guy, all right? I'm just saying, buy some Funko Pops instead. That's a good investment. Funko Pops are here to stay. That's where meme coins are at right now. I just thought this was a nice little funny video for today. But until next time, everybody, save your money. Buy some groceries instead.
Buy meat coin.
Meat coin to the moon. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're talking about nursing homes. There comes a time in many people's lives when it's too hard to take care of grandma or grandpa, and you gotta throw them into a nursing home. Nursing homes allow families to stay in touch with their elderly loved ones while avoiding the mental and financial burden of full-time care, aka not living in my basement or house. Hi, Grandma. Most people believe they are doing the right thing by trying to make their grandparents' last few years as comfortable as possible. However, once you walk through those front doors and leave your loved ones behind, they are subjected to a nightmarish world of abuse, violence, and death, which was inevitable, but this is death that came too soon. Maybe not soon enough, I don't know. So buckle up as we take a look at the neglect and abuse inside nursing homes. If you go online, you can find numerous reports and articles about how the conditions within nursing homes are akin to those inside asylums from the 1800s and 1900s. It's true. If you've ever been to one, I visited my grandparent, and one, not going to get into it. She was a bit of a dicey duck herself, but let me tell you, literally people on the floor screaming, you know, I mean, it was like a giant preschool for like people's brains that are like mentally deteriorating. It was fucking frightening. It literally did look like an asylum. Robes and like people eating food, like looking out a window, screaming for their children. Is Greg coming? And like the person walking by that works there is just like, no, and I said stop. That kind of thing. It was fucked up. It was the 90s back then, but people are not crazy for saying this. That's all I'm gonna say. There are stories that can back up the claims. In the US, nursing homes are rated 1 to 5 stars, and all 1-star facilities have the worst stories, obviously, right? Like a care facility in Will County, Illinois, where residents complained about cold food, employees not helping them, and keeping them awake, and withholding messages from family members.
Oh, Grant, my son, I love him.
Can you just send this to, I haven't heard from them so on. Uh-huh, Ben. In response to these complaints, the staff would point across the street to a cemetery. Have you heard from my daughter? Go. Go.
Like a dog.
Yeah, really. You get over there.
Oh.
What's fucked up too is if, like, you know how people buy their coffins? Do you think the nursing home people, they're just like, let's see if it fits because it's gonna be real soon? It sounds like that, right? Something, you'll be in there soon. You're gonna be worm meat.
Do you think they let them sleep in them? You're gonna be sleeping here for a long time.
Isn't it comfy? It's kind of stiff. And they shut it and they like fucking lock it shut. When the administration was asked about the complaints, she said, quote, yes, were cited, but those things did not happen. Anybody can say anything. You're gonna believe all these fucking old pieces of shit? Mm-mm. And at another facility, all the hallways and public areas were clean and orderly, but inside the patient rooms lay the horrible conditions. Because that's all you have to do is whenever people are inspecting the facilities, oh, look how nice this is. Can we check out one of the rooms? We have a vacant room down here that we'll show you. They have like a showroom, you know, but everything else is horrible. Which inspectors arrived at the Berwyn home for a surprise inspection and were immediately greeted by the smell of urine. When they entered the room, they saw a 97-year-old woman on her bed with dried pieces of poop on her sheets, like a cat. Yeah, you know, like I don't know, like a dog or something. It's like, you know, it's like when you find you find out that your cat or dog took a shit in the house. You're like,
Oh yeah.
how the fuck did I not know? It's like all hard and shit. How did I not know about this? It's like
Been
that.
here for a while.
Yeah, they haven't checked on her in a long time. What if they knock and they're like, can we come in? No. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
See ya.
Please. Help me. Lock the door again. He's fine. He's fine. On top of the dry poop, she had sores in her butt that were larger than a golf ball, and her left heel was quoted as being, quote, red and mushy, like a piece of wet red velvet cake. Staff didn't change her catheter, which was sitting in the poop, and every time... Okay. All right. And every time they pumped it, she would wince in pain. Stop. Stop that. She also had bruises on her body from a lift machine being improperly used.
You never seen those lift machines?
Oh, to get him out of the bed?
Yeah, it's like one of those things like fucking mechanics use to get a engine out with the catheter
They
still
probably just
in.
fucking wrapped it to her ankle, and she's like, no, being dragged up. And the inspectors came back multiple days and saw that this same woman had been continually left in her own feces. Her conditions were so bad that she was diagnosed with pneumonia and gangrene in her left foot. And worst of all, the inspectors came back again to check up on the woman after the gangrene diagnosis and found that her bandaged gangrenous foot was soaked with diarrhea. What? And the staff neglected to change it. What are these inspectors doing? Are they just like, come on?
Yeah, it's like when a cop writes a fix-it ticket.
Yeah, come on, get this changed. I like how the staff too is just like, I'm not going to. Okay, well guys, please. With sugar on top. When confronted about these horrible conditions, the nurse said that she refused treatment for both her sores and her foot. So she's just like, I'm not touching that gross old woman. It's probably pretty normal for them to have to give baths and stuff, so they probably just weren't even bathing her either.
No.
You think they gave her like that, you know, like that in like movies when it's like a Roman soldier's hurt, like it's bath time, and they just like rub her head. She's like, oh. But that's it. Yeah, you're like Julius Caesar.
Can I see my family now?
That's her probably all hours of the day. She doesn't even sleep anymore.
It's kind of sad if you think about it.
Horrible. I mean, it's fun to do. It's kind of it's kind of like a stimming for me. I was like, feels good on my lips.
Hunter, I have something to tell you.
What is it, Mom?
Maybe put that energy drink down. I don't think your heart can take it.
Well, Mom, I appreciate your concern, but I've actually been drinking Gamer Sup's raw meat blend that's non-caffeinated. While they do have a caffeinated option, both are equally delicious, so I think it should be okay.
Hunter, you're not my son.
What?
There's no way you could be my son. Look at you. You're too big. I mean, nobody is as fat as you in the family.
Oh, God.
Whoa, whoa there, little Debbie. Don't want you to slip into a diabetic stroke.
I'm sugar-free! And it's keto-friendly, Mom!
Don't call me that anymore. I just got back from the courthouse. Papers are signed. You're not my son.
Oh, God!
And quit crying like that. It just makes you look so fat.
Oh, God!
Reports of the facility don't stop there. Inspectors reported multiple instances of patients having beds with rails that were not needed to keep them in there. I can't get out. A giant baby cage by a giant crib. Get me out of here. I want to walk around. I want to walk. Put me in my chair. I want to go to the cafeteria. This neglect resulted in the death of an obese patient who got stuck between the rails and the bed. Me did. My arm and shoulder got stuck. I'm like, I can't breathe.
Was he trying to roll out, or like?
I think he's probably trying to go in between them. Or he got stuck between them and he just couldn't breathe. Greg! Greg! A few months after the inspection crew left, a few months. What did this inspection crew do? A few months after the inspection crew left, a respiratory therapist walked into a patient's room and found him stuck between his air mattress and the guardrails. When asked about the situation, the therapist said, quote, "I've seen residents trapped like this before, so I knew what to do. I immediately deflated the mattress," implying that this was a regular occurrence at these nursing homes. He's like, it happens all the time. They get stuck, they die. They're basically on their way out. And that's probably the mentality too, right? Mentality too, there's just like, they're basically at the fucking door anyways. They got 1 foot out already, and the air mattress got them. It happens.
I've known people who have worked in nursing homes, and they've said that the mentality, they actually become very resentful of the people staying there because they're very hard to take care of and they don't get paid enough.
Oh, the nurses? Oh, sure.
Yeah, so it's like what happens is they'll have like patients that just get on their nerves because they're like quote unquote needy.
Yeah,
They
pudding,
need some-
pudding.
Yeah.
Pudding.
Or they're like, you know,
Pudding. Pudding. And they're just like, say pudding again. I'll fucking sock you in the mouth. Especially, too, they're just like, you get to die and go to hell. I have to wake up tomorrow and come back here. That's all you hear all day.
Pudding. 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 Pudding.
I mean, how much money do you think you would need? How is it? Is it worth it? I don't think there's one person, no one inspires to be, can I work at a nursing home?
My mom got $200 for a weekend to watch over old people and wipe their butts.
Why didn't she stay?
Oh, why didn't she stay? I think they died.
$200 well secured. But even with the mattress lowered, the man didn't fall. His head was still stuck in the railing, and his skin had begun to turn blue. Staff were able to free him, but it was too late. When the resident reached the emergency room, he was pronounced dead. But yeah. Or they told me like, yeah, his fucking neck is all blue and purple. Like, take him to the hospital. Why? Why? He's literally like this in between the railing.
I think he's still breathing.
Call an ambulance. His heels are mashed potatoes and he's got sores all over his body. He's not blinking and his eyes are black. Hurry, resuscitate this man.
Do you think they them deflating the mattress made it worse?
I don't think it matters. I think they deflated it, and I'm just imagining his body like moving with the deflation. So he's just like already dead, right? So he's black and blue, and he's just like like moving down with the deflating mattress. They called the paramedics because they were like, if we don't, it's gonna look like he was dead on the spot.
It's definitely a cover up to be like,
Cover up, 100%.
It was a lie.
I can't. Oh, he passed away at the hospital.
His head got stuck. I don't.
Well, he was old. His head got stuck. Many of these stories are never heard by the general public. One, because I don't think people care, but also it's allowing their malpractice to continue unchecked. However, with the advent of social media, the public gets a better glimpse at what goes on inside. In November 2015, a video was posted to Instagram of a nurse at a Los Angeles nursing home bending over residents' faces. Okay. A video was posted to Instagram of a nurse at a Los Angeles nursing home bending over residents' faces and heads and farting. The nurse was quickly fired, which just goes to show that if a person in 2015 was doing this, can you imagine what they were doing like in the 80s?
Oh, yeah.
Like literally probably like spreading their ass cheeks open, having like the tip of the person's nose on their asshole and like blowing huge farts in their faces.
I'm gonna tell my family.
I want to go for a walk. Yeah, I'm gonna tell my daughter, Sarah. She died in a drunk driving accident 2 years ago. What? Don't say that. In her wheelchair? No. No. Take me back to my room. No.
Well, also the staffing would just be like, who's gonna believe you?
Who's gonna believe you? Remember you fell down the steps earlier? I did. That's why you have those bruises that look like baseball bats on your legs. That's from falling downstairs. Oh, I should be more careful. At Rosewood Care Center in St. Charles, Illinois. Got a lot of Illinois on. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is going on up in Illinois in these steel nursing homes?
All of this came from one research document.
Oh, so this is all one. Okay.
It was like on Illinois. Yeah.
So this is just the same center. Okay. At Rosewood Care Center in St. Charles, Illinois, a nurse posted a video to Snapchat of another nurse slapping a dementia patient with a nylon strap as they begged them to stop. Both workers pleaded guilty to misdemeanor battery. They talking about like the little snap-on thing. And they're like, stop! Enough of that! What? Two nurses recorded videos of residents vomiting, resident getting help with their blocked bowel, aka they're unclogging the shit out of their fucking stomach. And those nurses were charged with misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, and invasion of privacy, but both pleaded no contest to those charges. And a facility in St. Petersburg, Florida reported a medical assistant for recording two residents having sex and posting it to Snapchat. The worker immediately confessed to their crime and was arrested and charged with multiple counts of voyeurism.
So he just cracked the door open and they do this every night.
Their sex too, it's just them both in their chairs, like knees, and they're just like looking at each other like this. Where am I? What am I doing? What is this? Soup, hot soup! In Clarksville, Iowa, an employee posted a picture of a resident's butt and posted another picture of a resident's poop in his hand saying, "This is what I do at my job." It's unclear whether the worker was fired, as the administration refused to comment on the situation to the media. He's like, "That's just good, clean fun." Gave him the Jim Halpert. Yeah, this is what I do for a living. Over in Oklahoma at the Cleveland Manor Nursing Home, one nurse willingly confessed to a horrible crime he committed against a patient. During a routine shift, 24-year-old Nicholas Kank had to care for an individual who experienced diarrhea reportedly up to 10 times. Get that boy some water. Get him a Gatorade. Need his electrolytes up. After having to clean up poop for the 10th time, he grew infuriated and wadded up 8-inch ball of toilet paper and shoved it into the resident's ass.
See, that's where the resentment starts coming. The 8th time! The 8th time!
Exactly, the 10th time. I don't think anybody's really innocent here, all right? I'm saying that it's a two-way road. I've been in one before, Nick. I hear how they talk to him, too. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're fucking ugly. You're fat. No, I've heard that shit before. You're so fat. I don't want you to touch me. You'll make me fat. That kind of stuff. So he was sitting there. He's just like, I'm going to do it again. And again.
Yeah, taunting him.
And again. You might as well bring a cot in here because you're going to have to sleep it with me all night. Which, granted, I don't think that would ever send me into... I'd probably just quit. I don't think I'd ever wad up a ball of thing and be like, bend over, I'm putting this up your ass. No! It didn't take long for the man to complain about the massive toilet paper in his ass to another nurse and basically had it removed. Not long after it was removed, the nursing home director called the police and Nicholas confessed to his actions, resulting in his arrest. He sat in jail with a $40,000 bond, but his sentencing was never publicly stated. They paid that motherfucker to get out of there. Come back. Come back. Yeah, come back. The guy sitting there, he's like, oh, thank God Nicholas is gone. The door slowly creaks open. He's like wrapping a thing of toilet paper around his hand like that. Oh. Nursing homes are especially at risk during natural disasters because many residents can't move on their own. This became a serious problem when one Louisiana nursing home had to endure a hurricane. Hurricane Ida, a Category 4, hit Louisiana on August 16th, 2021, and was the second deadliest since Katrina in 2005. Bob Dean owns 7 nursing homes in New Orleans, with more than 800 residents under his care. To prepare for the approaching storm, he moved all of them to a warehouse in Independence, a town just north of New Orleans. This warehouse was not equipped for this many people, especially with how many that had specific needs they need met. Many tenants were rushed out to their rooms and went days without proper medication. Generators of the warehouse failed, leaving people without air conditioning as temperatures rose to dangerous levels inside. The building's ceilings leaked, and the bathrooms failed due to this storm and the excessive use by people trapped inside. Mattresses that were laid on the floor were soaked by the thin layer of floodwater, and many residents had to lay in their own poop as there was no one there to clean them.
So they basically just put a bunch of old people in a warehouse.
It seems like they took everybody from these nursing homes, went to an empty lot, opened up the door, and just rolled all their like wheelchairs and beds in and just shut the door.
Locked it up. You'll be safe in here, guys.
Dean also neglected to put enough food and water inside the warehouse, leaving many residents to starve and go days without any proper nutrition, which it just seems like literally he left a dog bowl with kibble and water there, and there was no nurses there. He's just like, just stay here. I'll be back in a couple weeks or a month when this whole thing blows over. I bet he was sitting there watching TV and he's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
gets up.
Yeah. Fuck.
Oh, I forgot they're still up there. The cherry on top of this whole situation was that he was obstructing police officers and medical officials from entering the warehouse to inspect conditions. He's like,
yeah, they're fine.
They're fine there. Just stop. Stop. And after the storm ended, 5 people had passed away, and Dean was in serious trouble. He flew in from Georgia and turned himself in to the authorities. In total, he faced 15 charges, 8 cruelty to the infirmed, 5 counts of medical fraud, and 2 counts of obstruction of justice. Dean faced over 20 years in prison, but the judge chose to give him 3 years of probation because he had a clean criminal record, and he was old by the time he was sentenced. He's like, ah, fucking whatever. Just don't leave your house. He's just like, hey, you got it, judge. Like, all these like families are like, what the fuck? The only real repercussions he had to face were paying over $20 million in multiple lawsuits on behalf of the victims. Well, there you go. At least he had to pay something.
5 people did die.
People had to lay in their poop. They were kept in basically an oven for for weeks or whatever, and he wouldn't let people go inside there, but at least he paid a little something, right? In the medical field, nurses and doctors are the people you trust the most because they're the ones who take care of you. Yet, many abuse that trust. One nurse in Pennsylvania went on a 3-year power trip that made her potentially one of the most prolific serial killers in U.S. history. I'm of course talking about Heather Presty. She was a veterinary technician for nearly 15 years and spent most of her time putting down animals. I wonder how this is going to translate.
Foreshadowing.
Is that foreshadowing me things? In 2018, she obtained her nursing license after initially failing to earn her degree. She went on to work at 12 different nursing homes throughout the Pittsburgh area. Right off the bat, her fellow coworkers thought she was odd and even reported her to the state health department for harming patients. But little did they know she was doing things way worse than just harming her patients. In May of 2023, people began noticing that she was administering insulin to tenants who didn't require it. This launched an investigation into Presty's work and covering a dark secret. From 2020 to May of 2023, Heather had been giving her patients a lethal dose of insulin on purpose. She did her killings on the night shift when there was less staff and she had better access to the insulin itself. Furthermore, she used insulin because it was tough to detect in autopsies, making it seem like all of her victims passed away due to natural causes. In May of 2024, Heather pleaded guilty to 3 charges of first-degree murder and 19 charges of attempted murder, resulting in 3 consecutive life sentences, plus an additional 380 to 760 years in prison. While she pleaded guilty to 19 charges, officials believed she may be linked to 17 additional deaths that align with her pattern and timeline, placing her among the most notorious serial killers in American history. God, dude. Unfucking believable. I mean, it has to be a power trip, like we said, but still.
Well, she's a vet tech, and she killed animals. She might have felt bad for the animals, and I'm wondering if she purposely killed a couple.
Oh, so you're saying that she was just like, they're suffering. So yeah, that she sees like an adult guy sitting there with like a shit-filled diaper. She's like, there's just no way to live. I'll help you.
Or it could be, I like to kill.
I'm a demon. Nurses and staff are not the only things you should be afraid of in a nursing home. When you put over 100 elderly people who forgot where they are or don't want to be there, it tends to lead to resident-on-resident violence. That's a shocker. Putting a bunch of like brain-dead giant toddlers in a room. I'm sure that's going to be fine. Some nursing homes give the option for community members to have a roommate if they're more independent. This is usually an excellent option for those seeking company, but for others, it can be a nightmare. Elizabeth Barr was a healthy 100-year-old woman who enjoyed reading books and spending time with her family. A healthy 100-year-old woman?
For 100 years old, she was in good shape.
On September 23rd, 2009, she spent the day with her son and enjoyed her favorite restaurant before returning home to her 98-year-old roommate, Laura Lundquist. Lundquist. The next morning, the staff came in to check on the 2 roommates when they found Elizabeth dead on her bed with a bag over her head. At first, investigators believed that she had committed suicide. All right, well, that was a fun time. Let's lay here and die. Like, what?
Then they thought she just accidentally crawled into the bag. Like a
Yeah,
child.
I'm a 100-year-old woman. I don't know what I'm doing. But after doing a little more digging, they found that there was tension between her and her roommate. And according to the patient's records, Laura had been diagnosed with delusions, dementia, anxiety, and paranoia. While they were roommates, she became increasingly jealous of Mrs. Burroughs because she received more flowers and more visitors. Which I will say, if you're a fucking 90-year-old like psycho, you're just like, why does she get all the attention?
The 98-year-old said that the other girl was making her life like a living hell.
I feel less than human. I'm like a goddamn lapdog. But the final straw was when a nurse moved a table from Laura and gave it to Mrs. Barrow. Following morning, they found Mrs. Barrow dead and the table back on Laura's side. The roommate was quickly arrested, but after further evaluation, she was deemed incompetent to stand trial and was sent to a hospital where she died. Across the pond in the UK, a 92-year-old amputee had the police called to his room after trying to stab a staff member with a butter knife. Donald Burgess resides at Park Beck Residential Care Home in East Sussex and required assistance with most things because his leg amputation left him in a wheelchair. One day, he poked a staff member with a butter knife, and 2 police constables, Rachel Kamado and Stephen Smith, arrived in the room. I want to say we have a video for this. I'm going to hell. After multiple attempts to peacefully get him to drop the knife, Smith had emptied his entire can of pepper spray onto Donald's face. The man is like in a bathroom. I don't know where he's at, but he's like parked back there and he has one leg and he's holding this tiny knife and they empty an entire thing of spray in his face and he's like, ah! Oh! But still not letting go of the knife, Officer Smith walked up to Mr. Burgess and struck him with a baton.
Donald!
Constable Kamado then reached into her tool belt and tased Donald!
Put it down! Taser, taser!
Causing his body to seize up and drop the knife. In the aftermath of this crisis, Donald was taken to the hospital where he was treated for his wounds, only to die 3 weeks later from COVID.
I feel like that was a cop-out.
That 100% was a cop-out. And that was 100% them just being like, it was probably COVID, right? You sure, we could just make it that. I just want to say, watching that old man get tased, if it was my grandpa, I'd be upset. But because I don't know him, and it's just a random video, whatever, I gotta say, I laughed pretty hard, and I'm going to hell for that. I don't think it's right. I don't feel really good about it, but I will say that watching a one-legged man get tased because he's holding a butter knife is awesome. Which, to be fair, it's a butter knife. It looked kind of sharp. You could say that they could go, it could stab into their arm. Who knows? Anybody could get hurt. Seriously hurt, right? Maybe they had to tase him.
If after getting sprayed, I would have dropped the knife if I was him.
If I would have gotten sprayed with a full can of mace, I probably would have been like, you know what? I'm good. Also, I wonder if they did that too, because they're like, what if he stabs himself? So we should pepper spray him and tase him and cause his old decrepit heart to stop. Both constables were taken to court for assault, but after jury hearing, both were found not guilty. Many who have viewed the body cam footage believe the officers should have been charged with excessive force. You be the judge. Show it one more time.
Taser, taser!
Really just show the part where he's like, ah! Just keep doing that. One more time. 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 Nursing homes are intended to be safe environments where older adults can spend their days. Yet some residents are unsatisfied or tired of the living conditions, which can lead to patients escaping. When people are placed in a home, they usually remain there until they fucking die. Like there's usually, I would say the vast majority of people are just like, I guess I'm going to sit here till I die. However, not all residents are content with staying in the home for the rest of their lives. A couple in Tennessee was able to escape their nursing home due to the husband's military experience. Workers at a memory care unit were doing their rounds when they discovered that a married couple with Alzheimer's and dementia had gone missing. I feel like out of all the places you want to like do the rounds quicker or more frequently, it'd be that.
Do you think they got like clarity for a minute? Where are we?
I always think that people escape us are just like, Bonnie, well, especially you hear like a cute couple like this, like, Bonnie, we have to get out of here. They're treating us horribly. He's like, okay, Harold. The facility went into lockdown as staff and police searched for the missing residents. Thankfully, someone spotted them walking 2 blocks away and they were safely returned to their rooms. After returning home, the staff asked how they had managed to escape since a keypad electronically locked all the doors. To their surprise, the old man said that he was able to use his military background with Morse code and crack the door open by listening to the sound the buttons made when he pushed. He's able to do that, but he can't drive a car. But I used my instincts to Morse code. It's like, why don't you fucking wipe your own ass and bathe yourself, dude? I can't. I'm a baby. Even though the residents were returned safely, the nursing home was fined $2,000 and forced to change all codes for the building's exits.
Of course, because now he's got him. He can tell the staff.
These are the codes. Leave while you can. They're dogs running this place. Dogs, I say.
Do you think after that, every time they're by him, they go earmuffs?
Yeah. He's like sitting in his chair doing this. Hey! Most elderly people who are placed in a home are too old and frail to be able to move around unassisted. But one woman in China was able to escape her nursing home with some insane upper body strength. Just last month in Shandong province, China, security footage captured a 92-year-old woman climbing a 7-foot metal gate in 24 seconds, which I want to say is horrifying. We've seen a lot of funny stuff. I will say seeing an old woman do that is fucking insane. Like, that is scary. Originally posted to Weibo, a Chinese social media platform, the video shows an elderly woman carefully climbing the front gate to her home, swinging her leg over and hopping down to freedom. It doesn't take long for staff to find the resident and bring her back to safety, but everyone who watched was astonished at how nimble she was for her age, and the video quickly went viral. Many people began commenting on the post, saying she doesn't need to be in a home if she's capable of doing that. However, the nursing home was quick to respond, saying that she's an Alzheimer's patient who happens to enjoy exercise and climbing. See, that's the best thing about these things, is you're just like, no, she just likes to do that, even though the person's probably like, help! I want out! Elder elopement is more common than most people realize, and thankfully, most are returned safely to their rooms. However, not all return alive. A nursing home got sued by a family after one of its escapees' risk patients lost their life trying to cross a highway. Motherfucker got blasted, dude. Records showed that 87-year-old woman had just moved into the nursing home with her family because she was showing early signs of dementia and couldn't be trusted to live on her own. She had a history of escaping the care of loved ones, so the nursing staff put her in a lockdown ward to ensure that she wouldn't be able to leave. Yet, somehow, this woman was able to disable the alarm on the outside sliding door and walk down a long driveway that led to a highway. As soon as staff realized that she was gone, police were called, but it didn't take long for her to be found. At 8:20 p.m., her body was found lying on the side of a road just 100 feet from the nursing home. She was quickly taken to the hospital but passed away shortly after. Despite being found on the side of the road, nobody has come forward admitting to hitting or seeing her before she was found, adding mystery to her disappearance.
She didn't get very far.
No, she didn't.
You think someone swerved into her on purpose?
No, I bet you she's just right by her. I bet it was just got hit, knocked in the deal, and they're like, no one saw it. Fuck it. I'm not going to jail for that old bitch. You know what I mean? I bet you that's what they were probably thinking. Listen, nursing homes can be a frightening and hazardous environment that is often overlooked by the general public. Inside those halls, it can look like a war zone filled with neglect, abuse, and famine. All because the nurses don't care or because the elderly have gotten so out of control. Next time you visit your grandma or grandpa in the nursing home, make sure to check if they're doing okay, because you never truly know what could be going on behind closed doors. Or don't go see them. They've had a long life. They don't need you anymore. Say goodbye to grandpa and grandma. They're going to hell.
When you have kids, where do you want to end up?
Shoot me in the back of the head and throw me in the ocean. What is that? Or put me in a trash compactor. I really don't care. Please don't put me in a home.
Do you want your kids to take care of you and bathe you?
No. If I'm literally, put me down. Put me fucking down. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. And I don't want to just sit there and be like, all right, here's your pills. Here, live like this for a couple of years and then die. I would rather just be like, can you just kill me now?
They have that in Sweden, I think.
Oh, you have that here too.
Little tube.
No one will know. No one will know.
Inject me with the good stuff.
Don't even inject me. Blow my fucking head off. Literally do whatever you want with me. I don't give a fuck. All right, bye. I want to know what happened to torture devices. Back in the day, people had an amazing time just torturing the out of everybody. Needed to know something? You broke someone's finger. You thought somebody was a witch? You crushed them to death. It was a simpler time. And this thought process of mine was propelled when somebody sent me a picture of the Brazen Bull and they said, this looks like you. And it does. It does look like me. And I thought that was up. I thought to myself, I don't think I'd want to be in a Brazen Bull. But then it made me think about, what are all the other awesome torture devices out there? What were they used for? Would I want to be tortured to death by one of them? And that's what we're going to figure out today in, what are we going to call this? Papa Meat's Torture Device Extravaganza. Classic. Classic. I think it's going to be mostly medieval torture devices, but we might skew into, a little more recent years. But, we're not going to be doing waterboarding. We're not going to do anything that might be at Guantanamo Bay. We're going to keep it lighthearted. These people have been dead and tortured hundreds and hundreds of years ago, so it's fine. We can joke about it. Who cares? And we're going to start off with a classic. I feel like everybody's kind of heard of the rack before. It's a classic. I mean, it stretches you. You get all stretched out, stretch the victim's body. They do a thing where they're just like, they get stretched out like that. It's pretty sweet. It's a torture device consisting of rectangular, usually wooden frames, slightly raised from the ground with a roller at one or both sides. So people are sitting there and they get you up and they're just like, confess! And the person's like, I don't know what you mean. And they start stretch you out and your bones start breaking. It's good stuff. I would, if I had to, would I want to be killed by the rack? No, sounds terrible. I mean, they're all going to be terrible, but I'm trying to think. It's also just not a cool torture device to die from. It's a classic, yeah, but it's like, I don't know, Cadillac's a classic, and I'm not an 85-year-old man who enjoys Cadillacs, so I'm just, all in all, I feel like I'd rather be tortured by something else. So I'm going to have to pass on the rack. Sorry about that. But if you do have a sweet little in a rack, you be sure and message me. Okay, don't put that in there. Today we're partnering with Gamer Subs because they're not going to torture those taste buds. Are you feeling all sluggish and out of it? Then maybe you should get yourself some Gamer Subs. Delicious, caffeine, keto-friendly, and sugar-free energy boost that, goddamn is it good. I've been partnering with Gamer Subs for almost a year now, and their product is amazing. They have amazing deals to get free samples, and let me tell you, when you get that free sample, you're going to be ordering more. They have all kinds of delicious flavors. They got berry, they got titty milk, they got a guacamole one that's funny to say, and it has a cute little package. It's all good stuff. And also, while you're there, you like being hard while you drink energy drinks? I know I do. That's why I got the waifu cup. You like that? So be sure to head over to gamersubs.com, and our promo code is Papa Meat. Thank you, Gamersubs, for being a proud partner with us, and we appreciate you. Now, let's get back to torturing people. The next one is the Iron Maiden. You take my life, and I'll take yours too. It's a spiked sarcophagus. You might have seen it in the Sleepy Hollow movie. Remember, that's where I first saw it. And Iron Maiden Show was where I first became a man. So there it is. Cool double entendre. Not sure if that's what that means, but sounds good. Despite its reputation of being a medieval device, it's actually not a medieval torture device. I know, let this sink in. It's from the early 19th century, so they're fucking liars. Just want to put that out there. But I will say, as an official, if I had to be tortured, I would definitely want to be in the Iron Maiden. That's fucking rad. That would be a really cool way. There's nothing cooler than seeing those doors shut and it's just the eye hole and you're like, and all my blood's on the ground. I am claustrophobic though.
You just bleed out because
not only would you only bleed out, but then you'd be stuck in this fucking like sarcophagus. No, actually, never mind. I don't like the idea of being I'm claustrophobic as it is. There's no way. I can't do it. Oh, and there's a factoid here that says the most famous Iron Maiden that popularized the design was that of Nuremberg. First displayed possibly as far back as 1802. The original was lost in Allied bombing of Nuremberg in 1945. Way to go, America. Bombing cool Nazi shit and destroying cool historical artifacts. Way to fucking go. We could have had a dope Iron Maiden original one, but whatever. We ruined everything. Thanks, liberal America. Next one up is Judas Cradle. Okay, a lot of these all are just heavy metal band stuff. Judas Priest, Iron Maiden. Judas Cradle, which is a victim was lowered it onto a pointed pyramid. Jesus, like what, their butthole? The Judas Cradle was a wooden or metal pyramid-shaped seat on which the victim was placed on top. The victim's feet were commonly tied with each other to increase pain. The pointed edge of the pyramid was slowly inserted into the anus, vagina, or scrotum, resulting in excruciating pain. The torture could continue from a few hours to days. To make the process even more painful, weights would also be added to facilitate the effect, which often resulted in death by impalement. So basically, we're saying that for days, you're slowly having a pyramid-shaped device shoved into your asshole, pussy, or cock. How would you have it slowly pushed into your cock, though? Oh, there's a picture. Oh, I forgot about that. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, this would be the worst one so far. Have you ever like wiped too deep? A little bit of your finger goes in your asshole. Just even like, as I just don't do a lot of ass play, so I'm uncomfortable with that it is. But even having something where it's like they put the tip of that pyramid in your cock hole and you slowly sit down. Well, first off, is my dick hard while I do this?
Oh yeah.
Your dick has to be hard. Because at what point, I mean, it's just gonna like roll up like a garden snake. But this would be a worse one, I think, for the ladies. Because if you did your slowly when we got peeled open, your fucking would just peel open into your asshole, and it would just be this like giant fucking like pinata of gutty works that poured all over the place. I'm gonna pass on the pyramid, dude. Judas Cradle, creative, but I'm gonna have to pass on it. You're a sexy little torture device, but it's also, you know what it is too? If you're a big fatty up there, all your tits and you're just fat rolls, it's also kind of public humiliation too, because you have to be naked. That's a brutal one. Next one is the Brazen Bowl, which is the one earlier. This would be my literal hell. Victim is locked inside a large bronze bowl, and they fucking cook you inside. They put a fire underneath it, and you get cooked inside. Was a torture and execution device designed in ancient Greece. Way to fucking go, Greeks, dude. According to legends, the Brazen Bowl was designed in the form and size of an actual bowl. It had an acoustic apparatus that converted screams into the sound of a bull. That's very metal. That's one of the coolest things I've ever heard in my life. The Romans have been claimed to have used this torture device to kill some Christians. Fuck God. That's awesome. Brazen Bowl, once again, first off, just being locked inside of an area, and then slowly my skin is just melting off. It's a no-go for me. To be fair, so far, I think that's the coolest one, to where I'm inside the bowl and I'm like, ah! 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 And outside the bowl, it's just like, because that's what they're saying that it would do. So that's kind of cool too. What if there's a guy who's just laughing on the inside? Now that would be kind of creepy. Coming up. Brazen Bowl. Whatever, dude. I don't need you guys' fucking validation. But the Brazen Bowl, it's a no-go for me. So what did I say yes on any of them? I think I've said no to all of them so far. I'm a picky little boy when it comes to being tortured. If I'm gonna get my rocks off to this, then I at least want to have a good time. Ooh, wheel torture, the breaking wheel. Limbs were broken and woven through spokes. Ooh. The breaking wheel or execution wheel, also known as the Wheel of Catherine. Who the fuck is Catherine? What the fuck do they have against Catherines, dude? Jesus. Or simply the wheel was a torture method used for public execution primarily in Europe from antiquity through the Middle Ages by breaking the bones of a criminal or bludgeoning them to death. I don't know why that. Bludgeoning is such a funny word to me, honestly. Also, I just imagine my ass getting bludgeoned to death, and it's just kind of funny. Just a big fat guy getting hit to death would be kind of funny. People, it's like, don't even break his bones, just hit him with a club to death. Used against murderers, rapists, traitors, and or robbers. I would like to think in this scenario, I was a traitor. Yeah, I don't know who I was a traitor against, but I wronged somebody dearly. I gave someone all my trust. I was like, don't worry, I'm on your side. And I just fucking hightailed it down the road. I'm just like, you won't even believe what I just found out. And just immediately fuck over the person that I was supposed to be with. And for that, I get bludgeoned to death by a river. I like to imagine I get bludgeoned to death by a river. The primary goal of the first act was the agonizing mutilation of the body, not death. Now, that doesn't sound pleasant. You know what? I think we got our first official yes, though. I like this one because I feel like my bones are very soft, so they would break quickly. It wouldn't be like something where it's like it starts to crack or anything. I think it would just be a clean, quick break, and then they'd bludgeon me to death. Yeah, I'd look like a goddamn broken puppet, but yeah, wheel torture. That's a yes for me. That'd be fine. I deserve it. I'm a traitor. I'm Snowden. I'm a criminal against the state. The next one is Heretic's Fork. Classic. Oh, yeah, that's brutal. I'm not going to be eating dinner with that food. Positioned between the breastbone and the throat. It's just like a little fork that goes like this. Which also, it's like, what the fuck? Why would I not care about it? I just keep my neck like, okay, oh, right?
Helps your back problems.
Helps my back problem, yeah. Wow, I've never had actually better posture in my life. Heretic's Fork just moved its way right up to the fucking top of the list. The device was placed between the breastbone and throat, just under the chin, and secured with a leather strap around the neck, while the victim was hung from the ceiling or otherwise suspended in a way so they could not lie down. The main purpose being to keep the victim away from sleeping. Oh, because if you're leaned up, you can't be like, I sleep like this all the time. You fucking hang my ass however you want. I'd just be like, actually, that's the problem. I have sleep apnea. My fucking lay back and my throat, fuck, my fat tongue lies in my throat. I can't breathe. Perfect. Heretic's Fork. I would breeze past Heretic's Fork. I wouldn't give a shit. How are they suspending me is what I want to know. You know, the worst thing is that I just don't know if I'd like the leather strap around my neck. I'd be like, put the fucking fork, do it. I'd be like, don't even need the strap. I'll do it for you. And I'd put it like this because I'd be so comfortable. They'd be like, they'd walk in the next day. Sire, has he broken yet? He's like, no, he's got 9 hours of sleep every night. He's more rested than he's ever been. Oh, okay, I don't like this next one. Pair of Anguish. I don't like that name, first off. Oh my god, that is brutal. Expanded after insertion into orifices. What a fucking description. Also known as the Pope's Pear. That sounds sexual, in a way. The mechanism consists of a pear-shaped metal body divided into spoon-like segments that can be spread apart with a string or by turning a key. Its proposed functionality as a torture device is to be variously inserted into the mouth, rectum, or vagina, and then expanded to gag or mutilate the victim. Its historical use as a torture device is controversial. Why is it controversial, Nick?
They don't know if they actually used it for torture.
So are they using this for pleasure? I mean, it kind of said the Pear of Anguish, and it's the Pope's Pear. Either put it in the mouth, rectum, or vagina. Come on, dude. Once again, here we are again. I would welcome the Pope's Pear. I'd be like, fucking, where is this? Where's the key? Start turning, is what I would say. My asshole in medieval times would be calloused. It'd be like a woman's soccer, or a woman's, like, catcher's mitt. Old, used leather. I feel like I could make money off of it. I would do the fucking Pope's Pear in public. I don't give a shit. What is this? Is this the baby hour? This is what it feels like. I'd be all over the place. I'd be everywhere. With the Pope's Pear back in the day, my asshole looks like Mighty Joe Young's eye. That's what it looks like. Looks like King Kong's knuckle. That's what it looks like. That's what my asshole looks like. Oh, the Head Crusher. That's a good Megadeth song. Can't fight the Head Crusher. Wasn't the song right? Yeah. It's not a very inventive name. You can't go from Pair of Anguish to fucking Head Crusher. Slowly crush a skull. Well, that would be a bummer. This metal device featured a plate that sat below the victim's jaw, which was connected by a frame to the head cap. As the torturer slowly twisted the handle, the gap between the head cap plate decreased, crushing the skull, including the teeth, mandible, and facial bones, and ultimately inducing death. But not before the victim's jaw had been crushed and their eyes had been possibly extruded from their sockets. To aggravate the pain, the torture master would sometimes amuse himself by tapping on the metal cap with a small hammer. That is fucked. This feels like the first one where it's like, I don't know if you would go into shock quick enough. One of my biggest fears is, there's this episode of Baki, the Grappler, when I was younger that I watched, where Baki's squeezing this fucking guy like this. It's like his brother. He's like, in a headlock, and the guy's gritting his teeth, and his teeth fucking break, and they pop out of his gums. And ever since then, I've like had like a horrible fascination of like the feeling of your teeth clenching together so hard, and you hear them crackle and break and go out of your mouth. That would be a little too much. So far, this might be my no, Brazen Bull still, I think. No, I don't know. The Brazen Bull, do you think that you would pass out from your own flesh smoke?
You'd probably suffocate from the smoke.
Yeah, you're supposed to suffocate the smoke. See, now the Brazen Bull is just like, it's just the claustrophobia thing. If I wasn't claustrophobic, once again, I bet I'd smell good being cooked. Especially like morbidly obese people would probably smell very good being cooked. Be like bacon or something like that. Sizzling fat. Head Crusher, that's gotta be a no for me. Breast Ripper. Uh-oh! Torn or mutilated a woman's breast. Is that what breast ripper is? Okay, that's breast ripper, known in another form of the Iron Spider. That's so much cooler. The Iron Spider was a torture instrument used on women, usually who were accused of an array of negative attributes decided by male inquisitors. Wait, what? Negative attributes decided by male inquisitors. Your feet are too big. Rip her tits off! The instrument was designed to rip the breast from women and was made from iron, which was usually heated. Hello, Mary Elizabeth. Hello. You said that too loud! Get the Iron Spider! That's brutal. The more I read about like Salem witch trials, the more that to be a guy back then who just like an incel back in the day, so much power. So much unbelievable power. It's pretty remarkable. The saw, victim sawed in half. Wow, once again, we're not really, come on now. The torturers would saw into the victim's crotch. All the blood in the head will oxygenate the brain so the victim will not pass out as one normally would under such excruciating pain. Typically, the saw would reach the victim's navel before unconsciousness, sometimes as far as the midriff. God damn. That's fucked. Thank God my dick is like small. I have like big balls and a small dick. I feel like you can cut through. Actually, I don't know. That'd even be worse. I feel like ball skin is definitely thicker than like cock skin. They've breezed past that dick though, dude. I'm telling you. We're making record time with this. This saw. I'm just like, oh, thank you. I know. Rat torture. Rat placed on the abdomen and heated from above. Now this is a good one. This is one of the ones that was at the Kansas City Renaissance Festival. They had like a little castle that showed all of the torture devices, and the guy in there had it on his stomach, and I was always like, is that real? And I used to get all scared. A pottery bowl filled with rats was placed open side down on the naked body of a prisoner. When the hot charcoal was piled on the bowl, the rats would gnaw into the very bowels of the victim in an attempt to escape the heat. Serial killer Richard Kuklinski alleged in a series of interviews that one of his preferred methods of murder was to tie up a victim and leave them in a cave overnight so they could be eaten alive by rats. What a cool guy. Dick Kuklinski really was a fucking rad dude. Talk about some fucking like autistic energy from that. One of my favorite things to do ever is to kidnap someone and leave them in a... First of all, a cave? Where the fuck are you? Like, what are you, a caveman? Where the fuck do you find a cave? Who here, have you ever seen a cave before in your life? You have? Okay, Richard Clancy, you fucking crazy bastard. I see them all the time with my rats and my... He would also leave a Super 8 camera in the cave to film the events, like many of Clancy's other claims. This has been disputed due to the lack of evidence. He's a fucking liar. Wow, Nick, how do I know your name's actually Nick? Flaying, skin removed from living body. That would suck. That's Dagon style, dude. Iboka. Skinning is a method of slow and painful execution in which skin is removed from the body. Typical causes of death due to flaying are shock, critical loss of blood, or other body fluids, hypothermia, or infections, and the actual death is estimated to occur from a few hours up to a few days after the flaying. God damn. I could do it. I could do that easy. I'd be like, oh, did you get enough? Why don't you grab some more? So I'd say, I'd be that kind of guy. Because I'm a badass like that. But they'd be like, whoa, he's a badass. And they'd sew it back on, and I'd walk my ass out of that torture chamber. Okay. The tub. Victim placed in a wooden tub, only head exposed, attracting insects. His face would be then painted with milk and honey. Soon flies would begin to feed on the person. They also make it a point to feed the victim regularly so he would end up sitting in his own excrement. Honestly, out of everything so far, I think the tub would be the worst. And here's why. Honey on my face? You know how fucking sticky that would be? And also it'd be itchy. I would sit in a tub of my own shit. I'd be like, feed me more. I mean, I've shit myself plenty of times. Don't you think oh God, I'm in a tub. There's fucking like insects eating at my face. Oh no, I know I'm in my own poop. I don't think I really care about that. It'd be the honey thing would fuck me up. I think I would just go insane from the honey. Just the stickiness and it'd be itchy. That would fuck me up, dude. That'd be so annoying. Fuck's sakes. I'd probably shit myself just for the fun of it though. Smell something different, think about, try to like get your senses on something else. Impalement. Victim sat on a sharp pole which rose through the body. You know Impalement, Vlad the Impaler. He puts a big pole through your bum and you bleed out. Kinda hot. Vlad impaled over 20,000 people. Who cares, dude? Yeah, right. How the fuck would we know that? It's him like sitting on his chair like, oh really, you impaled people? Oh yeah, big time. How many people? Like 20,000 probably. Do you have proof of that? Sure, look at the paintings over there on the wall. Fuck off, Vlad. I don't fucking believe any of that. I bet they did it once.
Oh, so you think it's just a scare tactic?
Yeah, 100%. Don't want to mess with him. He'll shove a huge wooden stake up your ass. Also, he turns into bats and he drinks people's blood.
People got up to his castle would see all the bodies impaled.
Says who?
It's wrote down.
Wrote down by who? Yeah, people walk up here all the time and they see all the crazy, kooky dead bodies. I'm not buying it. Vlad's definitely one of those guys you walk up and it's like, where's all the poles at? I thought we were gonna... And he's like, you better get out of here. I'm gonna impale you. And he's like hiding behind his castle wall. He probably paid people to say that. When you go back, just say that you saw tons of people impaled, okay? Tongue tear. Clamped and pulled out the tongue. That would be brutal. Sometimes I think about when I bite my tongue sometimes with my teeth. How am I clamped down and somebody ripping out your tongue? That'd be brutal. You wouldn't be able to talk after that. Hey, can someone get me a tongue tear for my wife? Ooh, I like this one. Spanish tickler, cat's paw, raked and tore skin. Spanish tickler is way too hot of a title for something that's so painful. Did Jesus get Spanish tickler? This terrible device was used in most of Europe during the Middle Ages. It's a very simple instrument that was used to tear victims' skin apart due to its shape. Neither bones nor muscles were spared. The victims were naked and tied, making him or her completely defenseless. Then the tortures began the sometimes public act of mutilating the victim. They often began with the limbs and slowly moved to the chest, back, neck, and finally the face. You know what's really fucking offensive about this, Nick, is that you didn't put that our Lord and Savior was Spanish tickled. Jesus Christ was a fucking instrument of the Spanish tickler.
He was tickled for you.
He was... That's the thing. Jesus was tickled for you. The wooden horse. Victim sat on a sharp wooden triangle. Didn't we already go over this? Wait, is there a pyramid and another one? Talk about fucking plagiarism, dude. A triangle device with one end of the triangle pointing upward and mounted on the sawhorse like so. Yeah, come on, dude. Get your own fucking torture device, dude. He saw it one time on vacation. Oh my god, he brings it back. I have an idea called the wooden horse. The press. Heavy weights placed on the body. Yeah, I live that life every day. That is fucking torture. That's why I'm gonna start calling myself Hunter the Press Hancock. Yeah, you sit there, you lay down, and people put fucking rocks on your chest or whatever. Who gives a shit? It's difficult for all of us. The pendulum. Pendulum's a classic. This is probably the one I'd want to die by. A swinging blade moving closer to the victim. Nothing sweet. Yeah, super cool. Although invented to cause maximum pain, the pendulum primary function was to induce psychological fear to the victim, thereby extracting a quick confession. I wouldn't. I'd be like, look, ride the fucking lightning, dude. Hell yeah. The drunkard's cloak. Public humiliation device resembling a barrel. Oh, this is the one. Yeah. Basically, basically they would just, if you were drunk in public, you'd have to like put the straps on and you have to wear a barrel like a dress. And I'm guessing back in the day, people were like, no, please not the drunkard's cloak. Oh. The dunking stool, a test to identify witches, but later was used without the chair. If they float, they're a witch. If the person sunk and drowned, they were not a witch. What a catch fucking 22. That is so funny. It's horrible, don't get me wrong, but that's hysterical actually. If you float, you're a witch. Everyone's like, yeah. And if you drowned, well, no, you're not. I don't want to drown though. I would like to live. Go on. Off with you now. Hanging cage. Display in a cage until decomposition. That would suck. I would die. There's no way. You put my ass in a cage and you hang me up because they basically saying they put you up and you're like, to people. No. And people walk by, they don't give a shit. I would. You know what would happen if I was in a hanging cage in the Middle Ages? I would have a Pretty Woman moment. A rich guy walks down. In the cage, show him my fucking, my pear asshole or where the fuck it was from earlier. And he'd be like, oh my, you're coming home with me. Thank you. The brank, metal cage around the head with a spiked plate, was an instrument of punishment as a form of public humiliation. It was an iron muzzle and an iron framework that enclosed the head. It functioned to silence the wearer from speaking entirely. It caused extreme pain and psychological trauma to scare and intimidate the wearer into submission. It was used primarily on women. I like how this has been an ongoing meme. Because I like to sit here, I like to make jokes about my wife, but you know, he's a bit more harsh back then. I feel like that's definitely started as a joke. What if we just made a cage for their head? Some guy in the back is just like foaming at the mouth. That's a good idea. Crocodile shears, heated metal pincers used to mutilate flesh. Oh my god. I don't like that. Note the shears with crocodile-shaped head and teeth. Those are first heated up until they are glowing red. Then they will be used to clamp the unlucky man's genitals where they'll be snatched with brute force. God damn! Jesus. They're kind of doing him a favor by heating him up. Probably fucking rips him off like butter. But then also, you know, it's a disinfectant too, the heat and everything like that. Would you ever get castrated? Would you ever think about ever doing that?
I was thinking about it.
I hate that you're wearing like a realtor polo and your hair's combed over when you said that. It's too true to me. Bamboo torture. Bamboo shoots forced to grow under the body is a form of torture and execution where bamboo shoots grow through the body of a victim. That is fucking awesome. It is reportedly used in East and South Asian countries such as China, India, and especially Japan, but claims of usage lack reliable evidence. Wait, you mean the land of anime had torture? That doesn't track with me. That's some other bullshit fairy tale stuff that people talk about, dude. Oh yeah, we let bamboo grow through people. Can I see it? Well, we're not doing it right now. Flute of shame. Public humiliation for bad musicians. That's funny. A heavy iron flute was shackled to the musician's neck. The musician's fingers were then clamped to the keys to give the impression they were playing the instrument. Finally, just to further the humiliation, they were forced to wear the flute while being paraded around town so the public could throw rotten food and vegetables at them. God damn. One guy writes a bad song. He's like, I'm learning, I don't know. And they're like fucking throwing at him. Jesus Christ. That's just down, if I'm being honest, that's just downright mean. That's just downright mean. Can you imagine Flute of Shame nowadays with fucking all the stuff we see online on TikTok and shit like that? That's the problem though, is everybody's a fucking stuck up music bitch and they just want to like, you know what I mean, bitchy little critic, and they're like, I don't like that. So everybody would have fucking iron flutes and stuff like that. Iron Flute's a pretty sweet punk band name though. And you know, with that, I think that we've covered a good fair bit of liars. I think a lot of these people are fucking lying. Where's the video proof? That's what I want to know. Not one Polaroid, but it does make me think that we should bring back torture devices. I think that we should have another Salem witch trial with women. Bring back torturing people. Everybody's fucking stupid. If you're watching this video, you deserve to get tortured too. Fuck you. See you on the next one.
You want to do an outro bit? No. All right, fine.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're talking about how people eat themselves. You know, we've all heard of cannibalism, right? People who eat the flesh of their own kind. something most people find horrific and utterly fascinating. Well, today we're going to talk about a different kind of cannibalism, one that many of the people watching this video actively participate in. Oh, I bet you didn't know that, did you? Me? Cannibalize? Me? A cannibal? I could never! Liar! I'm talking about self-cannibalism, which refers to the act of eating one's self. Well, Hunter, I'm not cutting myself up and Jeffrey Dahmering myself. No, that's not what we're talking about. Because whether it's nail biting, hair eating, or gobbling boogers, that's technically a form of cannibalism. Ooh, gotcha! We got him.
I'm all three.
That's right. If you ever want to see the most disgusting fingernails on planet Earth, look at these. You're probably thinking, is this a man chained up in a cell? Is this a black and white photo of a man who was a prisoner in, what is it, Azkaban? Is that the wizard one? Sure, I'm keeping it there. Was there Death Eaters flying around? No, those are Nick's hands. Boy's got a few ticks, is what I gotta say. He is wound up tight.
It's hard for me to open a can of soda.
Yeah, no wonder. I'm like, you want a can of soda? I'll take a bottle of water. So today, we're going to talk about the gross reality of self-cannibalism. But first, let's learn a little more about what self-cannibalism is, right? We have to ask ourselves these questions all the time so we know we're all on the same page. Auto-cannibalism is closely related to... Oh my God. God, that hot chicken sandwich earlier. I wish I just got like a burger. It seemed like more of a burger place. It doesn't matter. Editor, don't put this in. Auto-cannibalism is closely related with pica, which is the compulsion to swallow non-food items that provide no nutritional value. Like a bed. Show a picture of someone eating a bed.
My name is Jennifer, and I'm addicted to eating mattresses.
Or panties.
Do you think people that eat beds, that's gotta be carbs. Is there carbs in bed?
I guess it depends what the...
Is there carbs in bed? Is there carbs in bed, yes or no?
Empty calories.
It's like a beer. People who engage with these habits often suffer from things like depression, anxiety, and OCD. I don't know what to do for OCD. For them, this becomes a way of relieving stress. That's actually so funny because that's literally what you told me with your fingernails. Show a picture once again of Nick's fingernails. Show a picture of his toenails. Your toenails like that?
Yeah.
Are they really?
I clip them though. Like I will get clippers and I will clip them down.
That's probably better than mine, dude. My toenails are rank. I got like a long one. It like grows over the curve of my. Why do I do that? I never once long picture of his toenails. Your toenails like that?
Yeah.
Are they really?
I clip them though. Like I will get clippers and I will clip them down.
That's probably better than mine, dude. My toenails are rank. I got like a long one. It like grows over the curve of my. Why do I do that? Never once have I ever thought I'm gonna sit down and clip my toenails. Never. I pick up my big one, so it's all like jagged and shit because I just like peel it off.
I remember, I think it was my 6th grade birthday party. I had people over and I just took my sock off and started chewing on my toenail.
I'd ask you to go home.
It was my birthday party.
I'm getting. Okay, did your friend leave?
No, he was just like, "Ew, what are you doing?" And then another friend's just like, "Leave him alone. It's his birthday party."
Yeah, Danny, let's go after this one.
If
it's not a perp, if it is a perp, I'm gonna have to go for that back to back.
And I realized I was like, oh wait, this is kind of weird.
But
Maybe I shouldn't do this.
Yeah,
let's go.
Yeah,
Simmers after this one.
Like you're holding your foot too, you're like scratching your head with it. People are looking at me weird. Other causes for these impulsions can be impatience, boredom, and irritation. And over time, this can become a serious issue if gone unchecked. Things like stomach ulcers, nausea, and internal bleeding, making this bad habit severely damaging to oneself. Also, I heard that if you eat a bunch of, like I eat my fingernails sometimes, click on those, I heard that they can make tiny cuts in your throat and shit. You know that?
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you were gonna say you can get worms that way. Worm eggs will hide under your fingernails, so when you eat them, you get worms.
Have you gotten worms before, Nick?
Well, at one point I thought if I ever had worms, I never got them treated. So...
You like the worms? I've got worms, and I was just like, good neighbors is what they were. The causes are believed to be linked to mental illness, particularly psychosis. These harmful self-grooming habits are known as body-focused repetitive behaviors, or BFRBs, and can be genetic, starting at a young age. BFRBs have not been intensely studied and are often misunderstood and underdiagnosed. You think people eat their tongue?
Oh, yeah.
I've seen some. Don't you do that too? Don't you eat like a hole in your tongue? Or your cheek? That's what it was. I had a buddy who would eat the skin on the side of his tongue, whatever. He'd like do that, like chew on it, he'd like chew on it, he'd like spit it. It's just disgusting. BFRB. But with that said, I like to go through the many unique types of auto-cannibalism to show you just how strange they can get, with each one getting progressively more bizarre. Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. You find yourself in debt? Are debt collectors calling you looking to take away your home, your car, your paycheck? The good news is, there's still a way out. Whether it's credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt can find a personalized solution for you. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and has tons of 5-star reviews on Google, plus a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. That's because PDS Debt has helped tens of thousands find alternative solutions and get out of debt in a fraction of the time. If you're currently struggling with debt, making payments every month, but balances don't seem to be going down, PDS Debt may be able to help. Being in debt and not having any money can be extremely stressful. And I went through this for a long portion of my life, and I sincerely hope I never have to go through it again. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. So stop living in debt and get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you so much to PDS Debt for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. Let's start off with by far the most common form of auto-cannibalism, which is biting your fingernails. How do you say that word? Onychophagia. Oh, these are nothing compared to your nails, dude. It's crazy. How do you feel? You could be a poster boy for onychophagia. We need to make you like a Red Ribbon Army shirt that says BFRB, the thing. While it's a common form of stress relief in adults, it can lead to a variety of health issues like stomach infections, dental misalignment, and fungal infections, and even jaw pain from excessive biting. A man from Liverpool named Hanneman nearly died from this bad habit. After intense nail biting, he began to break out into a cold sweat and started to shake aggressively. I don't feel too good. He rushed to the hospital after seeing his fingernail had swollen up dramatically, and he had contracted sepsis and had to undergo 4 days under a hospital IV drip before recovering.
For that, I feel like he dipped his like finger in poo or something.
He was definitely, yeah, he fucking dipped his finger in poo, because he's probably digging down in there, getting poo in your finger like that. Didn't wipe good very good, it's itchy in me bum hole. Whatever, and the next one he's like, huh? And it's like huge, what? That kind of thing. Why does poo comes from you? Why is it so infectious?
Poo?
Yeah.
It's bacteria, it's your waste.
Yeah, with this, it came from me, what, I can't eat it? Just like shit all over my face. And on top of the potential health risks, many just find that they are ashamed of the way that their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look.
I think there's only been one time where I was afraid for just have a date look at my hands because she was.
Oh, just one?
She was
Why?
so beautiful. I didn't want.
You're like, I've only been on a date with one person I ever truly found beautiful. Keep that in mind, ladies. If he's not hiding his hands, you're a dog. But where this really starts to escalate is when the next stage, toenail biting, happens. God, you've done all of these, Nick. Not only does this come with similar risks, but it can cause serious interpersonal conflicts due to the gross nature of the act.
My birthday party.
Literally. God, dude. Do you eat your boogers?
No.
Okay.
I have when I was younger.
Yeah, just no. Just no. It's fine. We end on no. No. But I have done it before.
When you're little, I feel like that's like a thing.
How little, dude? When you were driving your car?
Yeah. 21.
According to one man, he has to secretly store mouthwash in multiple areas of this house so that he can clean his mouth quickly after kissing his girlfriend due to her excessive toenail biting. Also, dude, bro's down bad. She better have she better have a whop on her if that's the case, dude. Be like, mate, why don't you just leave her? Leave her. Everyone's from Liverpool now. Why don't you just leave her? He's just like, I can't. Got like cuts and shit from her toenail, whatever, on his lip. I can't. It's too good. It's like the genie granting me a wish every time. No, could be that good for me, dude. I'm like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, man. Biting your toenail. If I came in and something was all curled up like a pretzel, like, I'd be like, and I'd leave. I say, snap, crackle, pop. I'm out of there, dude. Others admit that they are in their 40s and still secretly bite their toenails when their wives are not looking. That's impressive. Do a quick like cat stretch real quick and put it back down. Some even lament that despite the insane amount of pain they're under, they still can't help but rip off their entire nail plates of their toes.
See, I've had this compulsion where I was like, I just want to rip my fingernails and toenails off.
Why?
They're already so low. I was like, I just need to get rid of them. But I don't want the pain. It hurts.
We're starting to move on to much more concerning stages, which are much less commonly practiced. So let's move into dermatophagia. This is where, like I said, once again, as we start rolling down, try to stay with me. It's gonna get worse. Gonna get kind of gross. Show a picture here. Dermatophagia.
We're gonna have a secret for all those who stay.
Yeah, but at the end of the video, we have a pretty awesome secret. So stick around. Seriously, don't leave. And if you skip fucking in, I'll know and I'll kill you. I'll go to your house, I'll fucking kill you. I'll beat you with a hammer. You want that to happen? Then skip to this timestamp right now. This is a compulsion to bite and consume the skin of your own body. It's commonly performed on the hands, like chewing calluses and sucking on knuckles. Never have I once seen that in my life, and that would be fucking disgusting. See a guy like this? I think I feel kind of good though, huh? I'm kind of sitting there, I'm like, It could also include other areas of the body, like biting the lips and cheeks to the point of causing painful sores. People that engage in this habit often have visible scarring on their body and have irritated skin. Similar to the precious types, dermatophagia can often result in infections, and the damage done to the skin can cause people to socially isolate themselves due to the shame and embarrassment of their condition. I just want to say this now, I don't want to sound rude, but anyone who does any of this shit, biting for your all that, hide. Don't come out. Go into a cave, pull a big rock over the opening, and stay there until you die, and let your soul rot in hell for all eternity.
Message received.
Message fucking received. One woman who was living with this disorder for over 20 years has dealt with a constant struggle to get rid of the bad habit, and even the risk of infection didn't motivate her to stop, with her longest break from the habit only lasting 5 weeks. People in relationships with those affected by this condition reveal that the constant sounds of chewing skin drives them insane. For all the rest I read this, just put that as background audio. One man begs for advice online, explaining that her hands, which are calloused, bleeding, and covered in loose skin, are so damaged that he no longer wants to hold her hand. It's devastating. Listen to that sound. He's like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching that. Hold it. You know, she's like sitting there. It's like all looks like a chewed up hot dogs. You want to go for a walk? I'm like, I just can't do it, dude. Adversity. You know what's one thing I can't do? Adversity. Any roadblock, I'm out of there. It's got to be perfect.
Could you imagine getting a hand job from those hands?
That'd be awesome. I bet you a hand job from some zombie hands would be insane. It'd be like a lizard's back or something.
That doesn't sound...
You don't like that?
No.
That doesn't sound very pleasing, honestly. And another woman online discusses her husband who, after recently getting married, witnesses him secretly peeling large pieces of his foot skin and eating it. The second that he comes home from work, pops his sock off and goes to town. Once again, to the point where she feels too repulsed to kiss him. Peeling off your heel skin like a anaconda shedding its skin is insane. But, you know, as we progress through the types of auto-cannibalism, things only start to get more bleak, like trichophagia. This refers to the act of ingesting one's own hair. Often to relieve stress, it can extend past just the hair on your head, but with some people pulling out beard hairs, eyebrows, eyelashes, and even hair from their genital area. Can you imagine munching down on some taint hair? This condition is seen mostly in younger children and can cause some pretty alarming health problems outside of usual bald spots that occur from pulling out your hair. Those that consume their hair for several years can slowly develop a trichobezoar to form inside their stomach. What? Just what? This picture. Pretty sure it's just a ball of hair, like a cat. Ugh. Because hair is hard for the body to break down and digest, it gets stuck inside of your body. Essentially, a human hairball forms that can sometimes travel down your gastrointestinal tract and into the bowels as it reaches the limits of your stomach wall. This is known as Rapunzel syndrome and can result in its own terrifying list of complications. Trichophagia, if left untreated, can be life-threatening. The only recourse is invasive surgery, where somebody's gonna come in and probably like pull that fucking hair out. Show some pictures of that.
Probably can't show that.
Show it. If it's blurred, I'm sorry. Even as a child as old as 9 was rushed to the hospital due to Rapunzel syndrome. Sophie Goss had been constantly pulling out and eating her hair, to the point where her mother started putting olive oil on it at night and giving Sophie gloves to prevent her from yanking on it. So she's probably like, whoop.
She was seasoning it.
Well, I was like, this is gonna taste delicious, probably. But she's probably like, it's probably like oiling it up. She's like, why can I not? At one point, she approached her mother and told her she felt like she was going to die after throwing up a hairball and passing out. She was rushed to the hospital where a hairball the size of her belly had to be removed surgically after it created a hole in her stomach. That's insane, man. Like, I mean, think about it. That's like a hairball like that big. Like a hair volleyball. Now let's talk about one of the strangest types of auto-cannibalism. Auto-vampirism. Simply put, these people are drinking their own blood, all right? We've seen some people kind of mess with it. Brian Johnson, the man who's living forever. We deal in blood, but these people are drinking their own blood. They're stabbing themselves and like, They're like a giant Capri Sun canister, right? Often self-harming for the sole purpose of doing so, some believe it is participated by some strictly for sexual pleasure, while others form an unyielding compulsion. Some also believe that consuming such a large amount of iron can actually be toxic to the human body. It's hard to know much about this specific condition, seeing as it's incredibly rare, but one woman, a 38-year-old makeup artist named Georgina Condon, documented her experience with this practice. She began picking scabs off her body and desiring a taste for blood at the age of 12, a feeling she compares to hankering for red steak. Can you imagine pulling off a scab and actually just like looking at the little motherfucker and being like, like a Listerine strip? Supposedly, she is terrified of needles and blades, which stopped being an issue once she met a man named Zamal at the vampire-themed Bloodlust Ball in Brisbane. He became her blood donor, cutting him and feeding from him every week to stay satisfied. She explains that she would never consume blood from another donor, as this would technically be cheating. Some people who want to consume parts of their own body choose to make it a whole event rather than just drinking their own blood. They decide to use it to cook an elaborate meal, like the woman who cooked a human blood sausage. Oh, this looks disgusting. Doesn't it look nasty? Das was gut. Gwen Vandersvan, despite being dissuaded from doing so from her peers, decided to cook a blood sausage using her own blood. She didn't see what the big deal was, seeing as people eat pigs and cows without feeling anything at all. She slowly crafted the blood sausages, deciding to serve them to herself along with a friend. According to her, it was very enjoyable experience. I bet she's real fun. What, so we do it to cows all the time? I can't do it to myself? I hate when people do that shit. Oh, okay. So I guess should we just eat the dogs too? If my fat ass was given blood sausage and I was like, you want that? I'd be like, no. There's no way my blood can be good. I'd be like, no thanks. We now have to talk about the weirdest side of auto-cannibalism. Some people don't just eat their hair or small parts of their skin. They eat their entire limbs off their body. Let's talk about people eating their fingers. David Playpens, who was caught in a nasty motorcycle accident, had one of his fingers turn completely black. He was told he would have to have it amputated, but David had no interest in getting rid of it. He had also been curious about what human flesh tastes like, and ultimately decided to take the finger home so they could cook it and eat it. He kept the bones as a souvenir. I've actually wondered what human tastes like, so I'd rather do that. I would say, excuse me? Would you eat, if your leg was gonna be cut off, would you eat part of it? Would you cook and eat part of your leg?
No.
You said that with a lot of uncertainty. Would you?
So is someone gonna cook it up and serve it to me?
Yeah, like nice. However nice it could be. I bet my fat ass knives would taste sweet.
I'd be disgusted with it. I don't know, I'd be like, I just feel bad. My leg.
Sad eating her leg. Well, another man from New Zealand who suffered from severe depression decided on a whim that he would cut off one of his fingers for the purpose of cooking it alongside some veggies and eating it. No drugs and alcohol were involved. He was simply assessed by psychiatrists to have a vulnerable personality structure, whatever the that means.
Did someone tell him to do it?
Yeah, he's like, okay, fine.
Or the thought just popped up, might as well.
Well, I think I will, actually. It was revealed that after being attacked by two men, he fantasized for the first time about not only killing them, but eating them as well. He claimed doing this would, quote, rob them of everything, which he felt they deserved. I do love that he's just like, I want to kill him. I also want to eat him. Only then will they have paid their debt. During a depressive episode, he started battling on insomnia and started having endless thoughts about cutting off his fingers, eventually trying to shoelace around one and slicing it off with a jigsaw. He originally planned to cut it off and consume 2 more fingers the next day, but was given more serious medical care before he could do so. He admits that he regretted the decision in the end. It's just like a crazed fucking manic episode, basically. I wonder where the fingers, though.
Probably like the easiest thing to cut off and not like bleed out.
You think so? I feel like it's just something of like it's the first, you have the thought, and what's the first thing you see? He's just like, that's the first thing he saw. I feel like, I'd want, if I was going to eat part of myself, I want this part of your palm. Doesn't that just look juicy? Scoop that out with a melon baller.
I'd go for a little ham hock.
You like a little ham hock?
Or a little muffin top.
Ooh, my muffin top would taste delicious. My muffin top would be sweet, baby. Nice little sweet potato with it. I'd be like, God damn, I'm gonna get a little sweet tooth after this. I want ice cream. To keep the train rolling, how about we talk about the death row inmate who ate his own eyeballs? Eyeballs, ladies and gentlemen. Not just one. Pop both his muffins in. There's a little melon bar. In 2004, a man named Andre Thomas was imprisoned after murdering both his wife, his 4-year-old son, and a 13-year-old daughter. It was reported that he cut out and held onto the hearts of both of his children and was doing so because God himself directed him to save them from the demons that lived inside of them, aka great mentally well guy. Not only did the doctors diagnose him as a paranoid schizophrenic, but he was also under the influence of a mixture of weed, alcohol, and cough syrup. I feel like the cough syrup was probably more to play there. Yeah, he was smoking reefer. Yeah, he drank a little alcohol. And he drank a bunch of cough syrup. Sure, we could blame the cough syrup all day. He was given the death penalty and put on death row, but a later case was made that he did not deserve to be executed, as he was mentally ill man, not sound of mind. Which I say, off, dude. Rather fine than kill the monster. You know what I mean? Put him down. Bye-bye. While the man was behind bars, he had become convinced that the government was listening to the thoughts in his head. This motivated him to gouge out both of his eyes. He made the decision to consume his left eye after the fact because, quote, he was certain they would figure out some way to put it back in. Which, wouldn't you hate that? You know, the eyeball thing is crazy, but after reviewing this document, this was supposed to be the first one that we're going to talk about. And but in my opinion, it is by far the most grotesque. So if you've made it this far, I appreciate you, but buckle up because we're going, I'm saying I want editor load this shit up with the most disgusting B-roll. This is by far the most disgusting section of the video. I'm of course referring to as mucophagy, which mucophagy refers to the act of feeding on your own mucus.
I like the word feeding.
I do too. Like a bib and stuff. For some, this is nothing strange. Who has eaten their bugger at least once, right? As a little kid? Little pick and scratch, little eat, who knows? While most view this act as gross and unsightly, some doctors swear by the health benefits of ingesting your own mucus. According to Dr. Joseph Mercola, consuming your dried mucus acts as a sort of potential vaccine, strengthen your body's immune system by creating antibodies and help it fight future diseases. Researchers at MIT claim that eating boogers can help protect your teeth from cavities, as ingesting it releases salivary mucins that form a barrier on your teeth that blocks bacteria. Others believe that there's not really enough research surrounding booger eating to guarantee the benefits that some people say. And not only that, but it encourages the spreading of germs of household objects, which can lead to more people getting sick.
That's why you eat, you know, with a spoon.
You eat it with a spoon. So outside of proposed health benefits or compulsion, some just enjoy the taste. And here's a nice quote straight from the booger connoisseur's mouth. He says, and I quote, "I've loved picking my nose and eating my boogers for as long as I can remember. Not only is the feeling of picking my nose very satisfying, the more substantial the booger, the more excited I get. The taste is unlike anything I've tried before. Amazing salty flavor. If it's a dried booger, it's usually even more delectable. But runny boogers are fun to be slurped up like spaghetti." A woman that had been married for 5 years has strongly considered getting a divorce after discovering her husband had been hiding a terrible booger eating habit. After walking in on it, she asked what he was doing, to which he smiled and exclaimed, "Eating my booger?" Why does this feel the most disgusting out of everything? This might sound dumb, but it's because he like feels so juvenile. Like, does it feel like when people do it, they're almost like a baby or something? Like it's kind of like almost like diaper play or some shit with it. Eating my booger. I don't know. Also the texture and the color. She repeatedly voices her disgust over how giddy he was to admit what he was doing, almost as if he was proud of it. His habit caused her to struggle kissing him, grossed out over the thought of his boogery mouth, which I'd be saying, dude, you're like, and you're just like picturing like his gums, like boogers in his gums or on his tongue or something. Oh god, because you know that was like whatever, that kind of shit. Ugh. It's not clear if they ever got divorced, but she admitted that she no longer respects him the way she used to, which is just awesome.
What if you found out if Allison was a secret booger eater?
I wouldn't care, dude. That's my
What if she's eating the horse's boogers?
If I went down and I saw my wife putting her face on like a horse's nostril and she was eating that, I'd probably run. That's insane. That's insane. To be fair though, if it was like a big like a big one, she was like, I mean, I just don't know, dude. I just don't know.
Do you think? Okay, well, I think I know this answer, but is it worse to eat other people's boogers?
Yes. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Without a fucking doubt in my mind, yes. Oh my god. But as a final treat, we're going to throw in a story about a cult leader who made his followers eat his waste. So let's talk about the Thai feces eating cult. Tawi Nanra is a Thai cult leader who gained infamy in 2022 after police raided his remote jungle compound in Chayaphum. The 75-year-old man was arrested after the bodies of 11 members were found alongside him. For years, Nanra ran a cult in which he referred to as the father of all religions. He taught his followers that all ailments and illnesses could be cured by eating his skin and various body secretions. His followers would consume his dandruff, mucus, skin, piss, and shit. And the various bodies found belonged to followers that foolishly believed in his treatments, and none of his followers were doing anything by force, with one officer witnessing a member willingly drink urine during the arrest. His followers chased after the police car as a 75-year-old man was taken away. They swore by their teachings, refuting criticism made by the public about their disgusting practices. And one member, in regard to eating non-res waste, states, quote, "There isn't even an odor. Only those with tainted mind may smell it." Which I gotta say goes so hard. You smell shit? Probably because you have a dark soul. That goes kind of hard, dude. He was denied bail and remained in custody as the police began an investigation into the cult's strange activity.
Could you imagine, like, him just sitting there? Do you think he had nose pickers?
Oh, dude, no, I think that he's sitting there and he's doing his teachings. He's like, only through me is everything here. And he like does this and a girl like crawls up. Oh. Probably do it with like and shit too. You have to suck my cock and eat my that kind of stuff too.
But only if you want to.
But only if I'm holy. I'm very holy. Listen, auto-cannibalism is a terrifying thing. But there's a treatment for these kinds of conditions like medication and cognitive behavior therapy that can help remove the obsessive compulsions that cause these problems. And if you're someone who is just casually bites their nails or perhaps bites a callus or two, keep an eye on yourself. You may think it's stress relieving, but it's not entirely harmless. Thank you so much, and hey, I hope your bellies are full while you're eating your fingernails and skin off the heel of your foot and shit and boogers and all that during this. The booger section of this video, if you made it all the way through, I appreciate you. I don't know why, but shit feels so less invasive than the boogers. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I have a clean mind. I have a clean mind, that's why. Thank you all so much, and I will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and settle down because today we're talking about prison. Social media has made it very accessible to kind of get the ins and outs of what happens in a prison. Maybe you see a prisoner, maybe he makes a love doll out of pillows and he squeezes its ass and its titties and, you know, you're like, that's romantic. Or maybe you watch people smoking weed or maybe stabbing someone to death. Prison has never been more accessible to the common man. With prisoners getting cell phones and all kinds of different weird things happening, it just made me want to make a video talking about all the weird things that happen in everyday prison life. And it seems that every person who has been to prison has an interesting story or some kind of perspective that we from the outsiders, us safe, law-abiding citizens, find scary or fascinating. Have you seen that guy that talks about like, it's like a prisoner who has a social media channel. It's just about how he got addicted to like having sex with men, like getting obsessed with like men's asses.
I'm talking about this motherfucker's ass was so fat. It was like your baby mama. That motherfucker's ass was fat. Ungodly fat, right?
So let's take a look at some of these absolutely wild stories and see what life's like inside the clink. Is that the right word? Verbiage?
Brink?
The clink.
I've never heard of clink.
I'm almost positive clink is a clink. I'm slang a generic term for prison or jail. Okay, the clink. Just making sure. You know, when people think of prison, what do they think? And don't say butts. and pedophiles and murderers. And if you're thinking of a movie, what do you think? You're probably thinking of sneaking in contraband. Right. Some of the best stories come from people trying to smuggle things into prison. Prisoners have to constantly find more creative ways to bring things in, whether it be cell phones or drugs, all that kind of stuff. And they have to get creative. You know, back in the day, it was just your butt. I feel like the butt's a dead meme.
Well, that's the first place they look.
Well, that's the whole thing. They have you like squat and cough.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's you get naked and they're like squat and cough. So you squat, you do. You're supposed to immediately just shit out everything. There's no way you're pushing like a box of ibuprofen up that deep. You know what I mean? Our first little subject today, which is an attorney smuggling K2 soaked court documents. First off, just want to say, great prison pick. He looks lovable, but he also looks like he could just kill me with his bare hands. In the gay community, he'd be called a bear. Just kind of cool. In 2025, this year, this happened this year, 2025. 37-year-old Nathan Williams got the help of his other inmates to come up with a unique way to smuggle in drugs to Duval County Jail. Oh God, you see that Jacksonville Jaguar thing? Duval. He took an assortment of their legal paperwork and had them soaked in K2, a synthetic form of marijuana that is illegal.
It's illegal now?
I guess it is illegal. Okay, well, I think it's a synthetic form of marijuana. It's like rat poison. If it was marijuana, people would be like, I don't give a fuck. But they're like, no, this is bleach and Tide Pods. That's gonna get you hot. I smoked it once. I know I've told you this story, but I was playing World of Warcraft with my buddy like way back in the day, hitting some shit off of like a Monster energy can pipe, and we were just gaming. All of a sudden, I was like, I had this horrible panic attack, and I'm like, I'm gonna die. I thought that I was having a heart attack. I'm like, dude, I'm having a panic attack. So now I can't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed since I was 16 years old.
Try it again. It's been 32 years.
I don't want to. I'm sticking to healthy stuff like Jack Daniels and whiskey and rum, dude. That's why I have this. That's why I have this body. He was successfully transporting the drugs for financial gain for a while, but an increase in drug overdoses led to an investigation that resulted in him being caught and arrested. He now faces 8 third-degree felonies. So starting it off light, they have this year a little K2 soaked in rat poison, shove it up your bum, and then now people are ODing on doo-doo pills. I don't know how I'd feel about if I'm trying to get high. It's like this is up my ass. I guess if you're in the clink, it doesn't matter.
You throw a condom around it.
I like to think that it was just like bare fist, just like covered in the K2 oil, and he just like he wants to get high too, and he's like, oh. Well, I guess if it wasn't covered, it would just dissolve in his body. Probably just OD
Danny
himself.
has
Or he
saved
did
the
the
stream from
dipped it in wax and swallowed it.
Yeah.
From being completely
I want to get more
micros.
eccentric with it, so that's why I'm going to switch to pigeons smuggling in phones. The Dr. Doolittle get arrested? What the f? How did that happen? In 2017, a pigeon was found trying to enter a Brazilian prison with a cell phone attached to it. Guards noticed that an inmate was frantically trying to capture the moving bird, so they intervened and lured it down with pieces of food. Dig in their asshole and grab out some like a cupcake or something. Hi. Further investigation revealed that it was wearing some sort of vest designed to help it carry contraband over prison walls. Pigeons had supposedly been bred and raised by inmates with the purpose of having them smuggled out and given contraband so that they could be released and use their instincts to return home.
Bred them in the prison.
He's like, no, give him time. They must make love. Only if they make love is his home. That's a pretty devious way of bringing in some stuff, though, huh? Training pigeons.
How'd they get the first?
Well, since you're letting me stuff, I'll stick with the light bear for now.
Some shit like that.
I'm still gonna grab the
an updated pigeon. A drone delivering
just for other
drugs
things as
to
well.
inmates. Well, that makes more sense. You can be pretty far from a drone to control it.
Some of them, yeah. Or you get like a little extender.
Yeah, with a giant Melrod. In 2016, it was discovered that drones were being utilized to smuggle copious amounts of contraband, like drugs, cell phones, and perfect films.
Where they watch these?
Wait, no, something.
It's also just like, doesn't the cell phone just do that for you? Like, I need magazines, DVDs. It's like, so you have to bring a portable DVD player too. Yeah. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts, that's a great name for a prisoner. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts had been released from prison, he came up with a scheme to efficiently deliver products to those
Wait, I think that'll ban your
inside.
Ninebot.
He would make up to $6,000 per
I have an
drop-off.
easier solution.
Not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You're not doing daily deliveries, though. There's no way that the guards are like, what is that thing? Drones are so loud. Can you imagine? He's like, it's multi-drops a day. I'm making $700,000 a month. The operation was shut down after Shorts was caught spot near the facility with a brand new truck he had purchased from his earnings. The vehicle was filled with drugs, DVDs, and other packages alongside a drone. I like the idea that he immediately got out and he's just like, I'm gonna buy a $150,000 Ford Raptor. Dropping off Twinkies and inmates inside, dude. Apparently he was so proud of the scheme he orchestrated that he told the investigators everything they wanted to know. He told them
Alrighty, there we go. Now my chat will be completely
that could carry
clean.
larger quantities of supplies. He definitely saw Catch Me If You Can. They're gonna be so impressed with this evil scheme that I'm doing that the government's gonna hire.
Actually,
Shorts was
is
convicted
this even gonna pop up? I gotta type in here.
Become more aware
Oh yeah,
of new
okay.
tech
It does
could
pop
be
up over here
utilized
still.
to smuggle stuff into prisoners.
Cool.
Look at that drone.
Dude, two
The picture
streamers
of
in
this
one
drone
chat.
So
is
now,
obnoxious.
let me
I
see.
think DJI drones have 4 propellers. This has, I think it's 8 propellers. If you've never been on a drone, it is not a quiet affair.
What do you mean
I
some
don't know
rock?
how the guards
What is
didn't
rock?
realize
Rago?
this was happening. Also, like, all these, look at all these windows.
Oh,
is
rock
everyone just like...
I didn't go to your
sponsored by
notebook,
Gamersubs.
but
Our dearest friends at Gamersubs.
it also
make
didn't
the
show
best
up in my
drinks
chat.
and non-caffeinated
I was
drinks
just
for you
testing
to
something
enjoy
for my
throughout your
chat.
day. They're
It
gluten-free,
works how I
keto-friendly,
wanted it to
and
work.
goddamn
I think
it,
it's
they're
my
good.
night,
And
but
we
that's-
have an amazing flavor, raw meat, right now that you can try. and
Nah,
enjoy.
it's
So
okay.
makes it
I
simmer in a
fixed
cup.
what I needed
It's
to fix. It
unbelievable.
won't
They
show up
also
on
just
my
released their
screen
V-Card
anymore.
game. So if you like card games, I would check that out as well. And use
None
promo
of the
code
Nightbot
PAPAMeat
stuff
and you get 10% off whatever you order from Gamersubs. It's amazing drinks, amazing quality. These guys fucking rule.
I wonder if
one
I
of the most
can,
supportive brands that we ever have on this channel. So please go check them out. Check out the drinks, the shakers, and also check out their new card game because it's a lot of fun. Thank you, Gamersubs, for sponsoring the video. And back to the video. Gotta go back
on
to
my
the attorneys,
desk
though, dude.
being
Those are the real
a
evil
handful.
motherfuckers out there in the world. An attorney smuggles fentanyl-laced weed to a dominatrix in prison. It's like if you're an attorney, they're just like, no matter what, there has to be some kind of marijuana in my ass. You have to pay me. and you
She's
also
the
have to
reason
give
I
me a
died
chapstick,
at
too.
home.
In 2023, a Russian dominatrix named
serious?
Victoria
Yeah,
Nostrova
she was being really
convincing her
cute.
attorney Christopher.
She's not the reason I died. I could have pushed her away like I usually do, but she was trying to get my attention the whole time I was in that home, and it was a trio scale, so it's pretty long. Usually I'll like pet her with one hand, but I couldn't this time, so she loafed up on my mouse hand.
Dude,
Like-
low form is the best form.
And it was so cute. I just didn't throw her off. So starting from like phase 2, my movement was super restricted because I wanted to get through the whole kill and then take a picture. But she ended up getting off early enough anyway, and I just kept making so many mistakes because like it was so hard to move my mouse. She's heavy now.
What do you want to use, Torvalhelm's ECB again?
Yeah, we'll do the same borrows yesterday, so I got my layout
Claws.
for
What else?
Claws,
That's it?
UGS, Helm, and ZGS.
Those is 4 items, right? There's one more thing.
Yeah, I said it
Oh yeah,
already.
ZGS.
Wow. Hold on.
I heard you, but I didn't
You-
hear you. Like, it didn't register in my head.
You guys aren't gonna get cam today, but I have to show you what I'm dealing with right now. Like this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Why? Why are they doing this to me? Both of these rascals. It's too much. It's too much. I cannot see, Rex. You are too big.
Dude, I
Rex,
need to unlock
look-
bits
look-
on
look-
my stream.
Rex, look at the camera here.
People can pay for random events on my
Right.
game.
Yes, Rex, good boy. Look at this camera here.
Kitty, why are you smacking me with your tail?
Yes, yes, indeed. Look here, boy. Look here. Quite interesting, isn't it, Rex? I'm exposing you. All right. Enough of that. Maybe I'll do a desk cam today specifically, just for the cats, because they'd be up here. We're gonna see how often I have to fight these guys off. They're literally like, they're actually like fucking ads for every boss I fight. I gotta do IRL ads. Cringe.
Wait, what do you mean?
Ads like for a boss. Like any boss I fight, I gotta also deal with my fucking cats. They're like
Ad blocker, ad blocker, ad blocker, ad blocker.
They're like ads for the boss, like fucking reinforcements.
Yo, where you at?
My bad, I was setting up the cat cam for my stream. Alrighty. Oh my god, please. See. Pick a fucking area to sit. You're killing me. Also, Rex, I'm just gonna let you know right now, you cannot stay in front of that screen forever. You're like super big, you're blocking like 40% of my shit.
Dude, what are these people doing in the alley, bro?
Smoke drugs.
I hope not. I hear a little kid.
Oh shit.
It's noisy, man. Disturbing the peace.
Yes, Rex. Look at where your sister went and follow her. Oh fuck, she came back. Damn it. Damn it. Lisa's getting them SRs in.
Hoyt to smuggling bags of fentanyl-laced marijuana into the prison for her. She was definitely like silver tonguing that motherfucker. Do you want me to whip you? He's like, yes. Yeah, could I whip you? He's like, if you want. He's like, I'm afraid. Do not be afraid of things you do not understand, Mr. Attorney. He would do this regularly before being caught with a loose bag of drugs in her shoes, leading to the lawyer being arrested and replaced. Oh. Thank God we put the replace thing. Being arrested. Well, was he still in the case? As it turns out, the reason for Victoria's imprisonment is absolutely bananas.
I feel like the cat cam needs to be a little further back.
Camera propping up her recently
to be
murdered neighbor
truly
in the passenger seat of her car.
efficient.
According to the victim's daughter, quote, all that was left basically was a skull and bones, no legs, no left hand. I couldn't believe it. She's like, I don't prefer people have left hand. Her goal was to steal money and valuables from the neighbor, but instead became an international fugitive running from the law to escape Russian prison. And by 2016, she started working as a dominatrix while regularly visiting.
I just feel like your cat's gonna knock over the camera.
She met Olga
It's not a part of the desk that they go to. It's like behind the mic. They don't walk back there because there's not a lot of space for them.
And live out her new life in Queens. God, Victoria's kind of a
She does on very rare occasion, but
I'm woman.
it's usually to like jumping down in a hurry because I'm shooing her off. Hey, stop playing with my pipe cleaners.
They kind of have a cold Russian stare. They're just like, how are you doing? Victoria begged Olga for an eyelash she could perform at her home.
It used to be a little bit more up.
As a thank you gift, Olga ate a slice of the cheesecake and found herself vomiting 20 minutes later.
Biting your chain.
The cheesecake had been laced with fenazepam.
You said what?
Intense tranquilizer that
She's
could
biting
lead
your
to death
chain.
if
She wants to
dosed
wear
high
it.
enough.
I walked over to the
Oh shit! Stop biting my pipe cleaners.
plastic container with what appeared to be the remnants of pastry.
Oh my god, you are persistent. Leave my pipe cleaners alone.
To finish the job, Victoria visited her to
Okay.
deliver some chicken soup, again laced with more of the drug, which sent Olga into a
Alright.
coma.
Thank
She's
you,
just like,
Blaze.
oh, you're sick from cheesecake I gave
goat.
you? She's like, yes, her stomach.
They are making a mess of my already messy desk.
You have to
The
drink
goat curry.
it, or drink what hot, drink it. Oh. Olga. Oreo, your food is no sit right with Olga.
Dude, I can't believe I'm waiting by myself in here.
I know. I'm so sorry. I am coming right.
In what seemed to be a staged Urukai. In 2018,
Alright, I'm
New
gonna
York
sell
Police Department
one
finally found Victoria
last
with her boyfriend
thing.
buying a 50-inch
Oh
TV.
yeah, I did get some
She
of
was
these.
eventually in prison for
a couple
murder, as
weeks
well as a
back.
slew of
This
other
counts.
crimes that emerged after her arrest. We just want
Alright,
to talk about Victoria. It's an
now that I'm
interesting
done being distracted with the cats and the cat cam, I am on my way.
Picture better for me, Olga. Like you're Victoria.
I
But, I mean, you know,
have 7 TV, I just don't know how to like activate it or whatever the fuck.
Prisoners of TikTok.
He has 7 T. He just doesn't have emotes.
Dude, that's where the money's at.
I think you can see it. You can see when you type it in my chat, right?
Like TikTok has given inmates a new hobby to indulge
Whatever
in
shared
with
chat we
cell
have,
phone
I do not
smugglers
see them there.
themselves. That's right. Prisoners have started posting TikToks, giving us a glimpse into
You don't
life
see
on the
Jorkin?
Where do you? No, Jorkin doesn't show up. It's just words for me.
Light don't even work.
Wow.
It's the light. All you guys, when everyone was complaining about, oh, TikTok's
I must be
go
out
away.
on the right FC.
This is unconstitutional. Look at some of these TikToks, dude.
2025, we got niggas sleeping in the mat. Out this bitch. Hey, bro. Are you alright in there? Yeah. Alright.
If we get rid of TikTok, then we don't know what the prisoners
Oh
are
my
doing.
god, where's that other one?
Inmates would post videos of themselves creating do-it-yourself projects.
You
messing
guys
with other
are
inmates, and most importantly, food videos, baby. Many inmates would post detailed videos showing how they would rig their living space to make food.
How does that
It was
look in
less
Ty's
depressing
chat?
than the slop that they would receive on a daily basis.
Holy
a lot
shit.
of people making some, I mean, horrendous concoctions. with
Let's
various
see.
packs and everything else.
This is what's set
Oh my god, T, are you finally fucking off?
Also, some of them
Thank
do-
you so much.
Rat showering like
One of
a
the bigger
human
prison
person. This
influencers has
is
made him a
insane.
name
How
for
is this
himself as
real?
A very prominent TikTok prison chef. I said shell for a second. His name is Untiktolard.
Okay.
Prison chef. Did I say that right? Untiktolard?
Untiktolard.
Whose name translates to a TikTok
I'm gonna go get something since Jimmy's not here yet.
In French.
Tell him when we're here. I told him I was in here.
Eating snails, dude. Has over 400,000 followers on his account where he posts videos of his personal prison recipes as well as other
Okay,
types of
I'm trying to figure out my 7 stuff.
Oh, here, let me give you this stuff real quick.
Whoa, what stuff? You got that shit for me?
How quirky. The French sir are
Yes,
fun,
sir.
aren't they?
Oh yeah, let me get that shit,
you know,
bro.
Who gives a fuck about TikTok, right? I shouldn't even led you down that road.
Yeah, that's good.
Friendly
That's
connections
good.
with human beings is love,
That's good
relationships,
quality right there,
physical
man. Good
affection.
qual.
So
Good
let's
qual.
talk about
Hot
prison
qual.
dating and relationships. Let's roll that shit.
It's gonna keep me busy for a while, man.
I want to first
I'll be
talk
back in
about
a
a
second.
murderer rapper who impregnates count them, two jail workers. Impressive. In 2024, Darius Tyson was accused of getting
Fuck my
2 employees
freaking
at Durham
flip-flops.
County Jail pregnant. You dirty dog. Darius, the highest ranking blood member from North Carolina, was imprisoned due to murder charges for kidnapping, burglary, and conspiracy to commit murder. I thought if you take a prison photo, you have to like look at the camera. Maybe he was looking at a big fat ass that woman was just like,
they're
"That's gonna be
missing.
mine." While in prison, it was discovered that he had intercourse with both a contracted nurse as well as detention sergeant within the facility, both of which became pregnant. And the shocker here is one of them's a man. Can you imagine? Oh, Darius, what the hell?
Do you think they got upset when they knew?
Yeah, dude. Like, I risked my job and everything to do, you know what I mean? Or maybe they're just like poly, or if they're poly couples. In on it. You never know. He had also used his charm and influence to get another detention sergeant to provide him a phone, which he used to orchestrate illegal drug deals from inside his cell. He was delivered other contraband as well, including a vape pen. But I bet you Darius didn't even consider getting a few. What you want to think today's? No. I just want to know what kind of silver-tongued devil this is, dude. Jesus. Nick just did. That's all he has to do. The girl's like, ooh. Just does, come on.
My cats have left me alone. I'm gonna hide the camera for now.
Darius, no. Come on. If you ever want to try and be like, I want to take you out sometime, the girl's just like, oh, no, I'm good. I have a boyfriend. Come on. To do?
I'm gonna try it.
Are you? I will legitimately want you to try. Come on. Come on. You can do it at different speeds. Come on. Come on. Come on. In court, he claimed that trial for his previous charges. Damn. Do you think he kind of did that? He's like, oh, I had sex with them, and then I'm gonna impregnate him, to then they can come back and be like,
They get pregnant. Everybody know.
Darius is a smooth talking man. He got his chops licked. All right, I get it. Let's talk about an OnlyFans prison guard who bangs another prisoner and then goes to jail herself. OnlyFans people, man, they do anything to get that content, won't they?
And it works.
Oh, and trust me, the video is very good. Come on. In 2024, a 30-year-old female prison officer went viral online after a video was released where she was seen having sex.
Let's see
with
if
an
I can
inmate
figure out
in
this
prison. That's just
7
literally a
TV
man
stuff
giving
now
back
for real.
shots right there. Do I look pretty? The inmate's friend, who was smoking weed while he was filming the sex tape, saying, guys, we made history. This is what I'm telling you. People discovered that the woman, Linda de Sousa Abreu,
Linda de Souza Abreu.
whatever, Linda, is also an OnlyFans model and a married swinger. Oh, Wait, is it still open? Can I still donate? Pretty sick. Apparently, this was not the first time where Linda engaged in sexual activity with a man in the video. There was another instance which was easily found because she was still wearing her prison body cam at the time. She was ultimately jailed for 15 months for a crime and no longer works in the prison. She's like, oh.
It's a crime to have sex with inmates?
Yeah. Come on. That's all she had to do. So what, I can't bang I'm going to lose my job at the prison and not be able to have sex with the inmates anymore? They're like, no. Come on. Or in her case, come on. Charlie XCX is my favorite. I think the apple's rotten right to the core. He's like, would you shut the up? It's a bright summer. You know, prison guards, they're little dirty devils. I mean, this next one we're talking about is prison guards having a jacuzzi orgy. Are there jacuzzis in a prison?
I guess at this one.
Sometimes when people talk about the amenities that prisons have, it makes me just be like, why the f am I out here, dude? I'm paying for that. If I'm paying for a jacuzzi in a prison, I'd be pissed. In Lanton Prison in Belgium, good waffles, it was discovered that 10 prison guards were consistently hosting orgies outside of work. Is that a crime, dude?
No.
I think that's fucking awesome. One of the male guards would bring everyone over to his house to throw parties inside of his jacuzzi, where they would each draw colored bracelets in order to decide on who their sexual partners were going to be with.
Do you think they drew Magic the Gathering land cards?
Yeah, did they play Magic while they were doing it? No, I like to think that instead of even the beads, after a while they do that thing that kids do in school where it's just like 3, 4, 5, 6. Red or blue? Red. All right, you're Jared. Wouldn't that be fun? I'd like that. One employee identified as S was a nymphomaniac that literally refused to work until she had sex. In the morning at 6 a.m., she would relay this to her colleagues, and a senior prison official began granting her access to his office to have intercourse with whoever agreed to at that day. So basically, he'd just be like, my room's a pit. She's like, I want to have with Tony. Tony Soprano. All right, fine, I would have with Ash today. Come on. Fuck off, Carmel. I'm busy. This information was given by an anonymous source that revealed that S was hardly qualified to be a security officer. What? Really? It was originally just a visitor who would come to Lanton to see her inmate brother that was charged for murder. The prison guards were shocked to see that she became a prison officer seemingly overnight. She probably just immediately sucked and fucked on her sexual urges. A thorough investigation had to be conducted to see who else was participating in the bizarre sexual behavior. That's the end of that. They still work there. Me and our work staff, we're all consenting adults. We like to go to jacuzzis, drink Mai Tais, and bang each other out. Off company time. Are we not talking about the pit in the office? Makes you think the guys making the rules are just like, we're not going to take away that, are we? If you're talking about prison, the first thing you think of is what? Prison escape stories.
That's not what I was thinking.
Really? What were you thinking? We got to move past the sexual assault, man. I guess I'm thinking of like Alcatraz, dude. Work with me here, Nick. God damn. What about prisoners who've just simply had enough? Yeah, like they're just like, I'm tired of this. I want to go home. Some prisoners spend years waiting for the right moment to break free from their cells using complex and coordinated plans. Everyone thinks of Shawshank Redemption, dude. We get it. Crawls through, you see the paper, they look in the stupid hole, and he emerges out from the shit pipe. Whatever. We get it. Let's look at some real life stories, all right? Like our first one. An inmate who used peanut butter to trick the guards. Bet you didn't think of that, did you? You ever think about treating security guards like dogs? Might not have to dig for 7 years with a metal spoon. Maybe you can just get out some Peter Pan peanut butter, dude. In 2017, 12 prisoners escaped from an Alabama jail using only peanut butter. Okay, first off, it's Alabama. That's the first thing. They have a monkey working the key system like in Pirates of the Caribbean. Come on, Jim, you want this? Come on, get it. During meals, the prisoners were regularly served peanut butter sandwiches. To enact their plan, they had slowly been stocking up loose peanut butter in the cell for a long period of time. I'm guessing they're just taking the thing out and they're just like scraping it out and like just keeping peanut butter. But where? Like just put it in the corner. It's a huge like mound of peanut butter. Look at that. Damn. There's also gotta be a guy with like a peanut allergy who's like down the block. Calm down, Jerry. We'll be out soon. He's like, let me set the stage. It was 6:30 p.m. at night. With a hefty dollop of peanut butter in one hand, one inmate was able to cover up a number on their cell so it matched the number of a door that led outside. So they're just saying that if it was like 610 and the door that led outside is 810, that they're just like, It's like, that's 810. He's like, huh, I guess this is 810 even though the 8 is made of peanut butter. It waited until an inexperienced prison guard went searching for the exit door, mistakenly opening their cell instead. All at once, they rushed past him and headed for freedom. Are you saying that he was like, does this lead outside and he is looking into a cell? This looks weird, but I guess this is where I'm supposed to... Gentlemen? Using a stack of blankets they brought with them, they covered the razor wire on the fence and were able to climb over them. Some were prepared with cars to pick them up, and others simply ran on foot. While the majority of them were caught in less than an hour, 24-year-old Bradley Kilpatrick was nowhere to be found. Using helicopters, they searched everywhere they could, guaranteeing $500 to anyone who could give them useful information. Alabama, dude. Goddamn, what a fucking hellhole. I will give anybody 500, count it, $500. That's right. See, his eye, he knows. $500 to anybody who can give us some useful information. And I'll tell you, if anybody wants to you pass forward that right there, the jiffy. Come on. He was eventually captured after being spotted in Tequesta, Florida. And in a press conference, a sheriff, James Underwood, stated, quote, escapes happen. We've got some evil people down here, and they scheme all the time to con us and our employees out of the jail. You've got to stay on your toes. This one time we slipped up. I'm not going to make any excuses.
Some of the inmates being pretty smart on what their plan was, changing some numbers on the door with peanut butter. That may sound crazy, but these people are crazy like a fox.
I'd be like, maybe fire the guy who looked at the peanut butter sign and thought that the inside of a building led to outside of the prison. I don't know. That's just me. Or we can talk about Casey White's prison escape. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison. Seriously, Alabama, you guys suck. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison with the help of a corrections officer in 2022. The officer, Vicky White, oh dude, he's silver-tongued this girl who's just like, no one really dated, I never went to prom. Darling, I'll take you dancing tonight. Are you serious? Will you really? The officer, Vicky White, began giving Casey special treatment after she found herself developing romantic feelings for him. As her relationship developed, she began using a burner phone to contact him from home. 1,100 phone calls were discovered on record. 1,100. She's like, so I just had to call you.
Dude, what is that fucking party hub? Give me a second.
Hear your voice. You left 30 minutes ago. Vicky was incredibly well respected and had been working there for 25 years. Because she was a supervisor, she had a lot of power.
Tebow.
So, you know, that probably was. She probably just to get her raise. She's like, I'm gonna
hang low,
dude. I'm time to jump on the pogo stick. I'm ready to bounce, girl. She started to plan out a way for Casey to leave with her so they could live the rest of their lives together. Before enacting their escape, Vicky began purchasing an assortment of camping gear and firearms.
There's people in here.
She had sold her home, then announced her retirement with only 1 day's notice. Hey, I'm leaving. They're like, oh, wait, what? Vicky, what? I'm gone.
What?
Their plan was to organize a, quote, mental health
I typed it
evaluation
wrong.
at a local courthouse, during which Vicky would walk him out of the jail and leave in a corrections patrol vehicle. It worked flawlessly.
Oh, I put do it wobbler-o.
After 11 days, they finally caught them hiding out in a motel after receiving an anonymous tip. When the two of them got in the car to leave, the police engaged in a high-speed chase and rammed them into a nearby ditch. A vicious firefight broke out, in which Vicky accidentally shot herself and collapsed. Casey was outgunned and surrendered so that the police could quickly tend to the woman he now claimed was his wife. In the end, Vicky died from her injuries. That one got ran over quick. Casey was sent back to prison and is eligible for parole in 2081. I'm aware if he was eligible, because he definitely got time added onto his sentence because of that. Come on, Vicky. She's like, I don't know. Come on. How long you been here, girl? How much you make? Oh, hell. They get you a raise. I got a raise for you right here, Vicky. She's like, then she shoots herself apparently in the heart.
Who's this guy in your chat all the time? The Frosty Tools.
He's like, just take me back, dude. She's like, it's like Bonnie and Clyde.
Oh, don't worry.
He's like,
oh wait, actually, there's supposed to be some bot. I'm not utilizing it right now.
Look at her. Or both of them. First off,
I want him.
He's got those big ass.
What does he do?
Monkey ears. She kind of looks like a.
I don't remember, to be honest.
Hair lip where her mouth goes up in a V.
She looks dead inside.
25 years as a prison.
System of a Down is sick,
dude,
bro.
dead inside as well. Prison life is a truly fascinating thing.
Do you have auto completion on for
Up their bum. People getting prisoners falling in love with guards.
auto completion for emotes on 7TV? Do you have that on?
From the skies, evolution of birds.
Auto completion?
Yeah, for emojis at 7TV.
Fascinating time. I'm so glad I get to live in a
Where's that
time
setting
where
at?
Technology lets me
No, never mind. It's
Is it
okay.
like the
It's in like some onboarding setup thing. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
I haven't changed anything, to be honest.
I can't believe I got me bum
Okay.
rammed in the prison cell.
I thought that video was fake.
Yeah, when it was making its rounds on Twitter, I was like, this is a set or whatever. It did not feel real. And to find out it's real, it's being just so stupid. What are you doing? I don't know.
Women are the biggest gooners. Have you seen them waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Women are waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Huge line.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just want to see him.
Because it's like Beatlemania over a guy who murdered somebody. I guess Luigi's a good-looking guy, isn't he?
And he's a hero.
Did he do it? Do we know for a fact they did it?
Yeah. They found his mental.
Sleeping earlier?
Oh, so he was just
Why?
like, yeah, I did it. Maybe we'll get Luigi banging one of the guards. If Luigi
10%
beats Darius in
battery.
the clink, you better believe Luigi's getting a little pussy before he heads off to the big man upstairs. That's all I gotta say. Until
take a
next
nap.
time, stay out of prison. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Excuse me, Mr. Maul.
Yo, man, you know what it is.
Can I have a honey glazed sandwich on rye?
Yeah, here you go. Here goes the honey.
Honey glaze, extra honey
Extra honey.
on rye.
On rye.
Please.
Please.
To go.
To go.
The chips and the drink.
We got it. We got it.
The day after things. This is our lunch.
This is the day after
I
Thanksgiving.
told you we don't eat trays. This is all.
Is there anything else I could take in the raid?
Alright, there we go. I've got my 7TV
Apparently
settings.
Venedoring doesn't give me a max hit.
How do you... What's the command to add emotes? I don't remember.
To add emotes, you have to go on the 7TV website. Then you have to create an emote set. And then you can add emotes to that emo set.
Second. Emote sets. Got it. Create new set. Cool.
Did you find it?
Enable.
Here, screen share your.
Oh, I can enable for both of our chats. Cool. Let's enable for this.
Screen share
and
your
this.
what you call it?
No, I
in Discord.
I figured it out. It's okay. I got it. Nice.
Poggers, bro. Poggies. Poggies.
I also
Poggies.
streaming makes my computer blow out a lot of hot air.
Poggies Jorkin.
Jorkin. Yeah, that's got to be one of the first ones I get. No, we be Jorkin.
Just give Blaze the fucking emote moderator. He'll do all we raid. Or,
I have no
I don't know
idea.
if you'll do
no,
it.
yeah, no, I'm not gonna do any right now besides Jorkin, really. That shit is funny.
I don't want to say Blaze will do it because I already felt bad he did like 1,000 emotes for me. Someone needs to pay him.
I can see your I can see your emote set as well. That's pretty cool.
can you copy it?
171 emotes. My God.
Can you copy it? Like, does it let you? Because if we have the same emote set, then it'll work out. Dude, I love Disturbed. I used to listen to Disturbed in high school, like, all the time. Bro, this guy, he's got Nightmare on his other account.
Oh jeez. I'm so
Something.
sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all because I'm taking forever.
No, not you.
You know, it's because I take it forever. It's because I take it forever. Yes, Rex. Yes. I'd let you out, but it's too soon. I put too much food in the bowl.
I left the clan, by the way.
Yeah.
Because nobody fucking does shit.
Well, if you find a more interesting one, I'll tag along. I don't really have any
I was
connections
trying
here.
to like look through Wise Old Man, through the clans.
Yeah,
do
I
events and all
tried that at first, but every time I look up clans that are on like certain forums like that, they're always uptight.
Well,
We
not
need to
all
be-
of them are like that.
You need to be getting at least.
Some of them advertise as casual.
You need to be getting
Like
at least
PvM,
100
PvP,
boss kills a
skilling.
month. If you can't do that, then you don't need to be in our clan. But no, you're right. I was just.
To be
too
honest,
much
I
of
do
this
want to
shit.
join a clan that has some requirements because, dude, some people that last clan, man.
I don't
they're
care
not-
about requirements per se. I just care about like uptight clans that want the players.
Well, like
to,
elitist clans, I'm not doing that.
like clans that are like they really care about their stats. So like you have to do this and that in order to stay in the clan.
Yeah, elitist clan. Brother, you already answered that question.
Welcome back, Rex. Yeah. This is...
Oh my god. Jorkers.
Let's refresh this. Nice, it works now.
Look at my chat real quick. Look at the thing I put. Here, I'll send it to you in DMs. I don't know if you see it. That looks so funny.
Uh,
Never Tebow. Never Lucky.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about reality television. Reality shows are one of the most popular genres.
I gotta
of
change my
television around
title.
right
It's
now.
gotta be
In fact,
accurate
it
now.
seems that the genre is currently
Wait, so is he
peak
prepping
popularity
then?
with hundreds of new shows releasing every year. The same show
Is he on his iron?
hundreds of them done in 12 different languages. As trash as they may be, people can't get enough of the drama that comes from these shows.
Oh, we're doing a
often
3
building
plus 1, I
obsessive
see.
fan bases and communities around them. This, however, can lead to some pretty life-altering events for the contestants.
Wait, is that you talking? Wait, if people watch your stream, can they also hear what the fuck's going on my stream? Like, even hearing the video? Or is he hearing Discord? No, he's hearing Discord for sure. I got scared. I was like, oh no, it's time to pause my videos. No, we can't hear you. That's what the voices always say, but I'm not too sure now.
No, I am talking today. I was kidding.
I actually did want to try the 3 plus 1, but let's see how this one goes first. Yes. I hear you. Okay. Got it now.
Why? Because of my character? You think girls are good at this game? Come on now.
Oh shit, I'm so sorry. I went so quick.
Oh. Yo, my frames! I'm gonna get cancelled for saying that.
That was funny. Worth it.
Not today. I got a deck scroll yet, or not me, but we got a deck scroll yesterday. Damn!
Oh yeah. So mine.
Save some pots for the rest of us.
No, I'm a pothead, bro. I gotta get it all.
Missouri Mask is sad. What is that, like 8 mil? Hey, I mean, it's better than regular loot, but... I hate when you guys steal all the crabs.
What can I say, man? I'm a fiend.
Don't touch that one. That's mine. Shut up. Get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Fuck off.
Okay.
You broke your 7 TV? I think it's because you're in multiple chats. Like sometimes when I do that, the thing doesn't work in other chats, but it'll work on the first stream you load. How much is a Fang now? Like, is it still like 20 mil? You know, that's not bad for a solo drop, to be honest.
contestants involved in them.
Dude, I'm dry everywhere.
From the show Temptation
Well, actually, I got a
Island
award at
Spain has been
TOA.
making the rounds. Temptation Island is a
Solo
reality show
award at
where unmarried
450,
couples
but
split off to meet hot singles and have
that
their
shit's 3 mil now. That's the new library.
disaster. It's an absolute disaster. In the most recent season, a man named Montoya
I think they
has had
swapped
to watch
it,
his
right?
girlfriend
The
Anita
Ward and
cheat on him
Library
3 separate times as he crashes out on
Oh my god, I
camera
did
for
just get the
millions
most
to see, and it
common
just goes
purple at
viral.
TOA then.
He's getting dick down all the time. He
What
rips
the
off his
hell?
shirt. He runs away. It is graphic. Like, I'm surprised. I don't know what the fuck's going on in Spain, but there's some raw dog fucking going on in that show. Each time, he reacts in more dramatic ways, from tearing his shirt off in frustration to screaming as he runs across a dark beach to confront her, interjected by clips of his wife getting railed. I mean, it's him running, and then it just cuts back to her getting absolutely pounded. I bet the editing team had a great time with that one. But this got me thinking, are there more former reality show contestants that had their lives ruined that didn't blow up on Twitter? Things that happened maybe back in the day? And that's
Requested
why
by
today
Blaze
we're looking
Jumpers.
at
Thank
the
you for the
dark
song
side
request, Blaze
of
Jumpers.
television.
Blaze Jumpers in the chat. Jorkin.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders
Jorkin.
of flavored
Oh,
air.
shit.
We've all got bad habits,
Inventory's
and
fucked
breaking
up.
those bad habits can be a hard thing to do. So
You have
why don't
overload?
let Fume help?
I
Fume
dropped
need
it
it?
by the
award-winning
chest.
flavored air
No, I
light
don't.
helps fill the void when you're ditching a bad habit. The best part is, Fume is not a vape. There's no vapor, which means you can use
Sorry,
it
I'm gonna keep
anywhere.
going in an L shape
Lots
back
of
and
new
forth over
flavors,
here.
spearmint ice and cinnamon hearts
Hold on,
to
as
keep
soon
your
as he
company while you're
settles,
building
here we
better
go.
habits. Plus, there's no
I don't have my
nicotine,
pants
no
on.
toxic flavors, and no batteries involved. Fume also helps you calm down. With satisfying snaps and clicks, Fume is a perfect partner when you're feeling anxious. Fume has already helped over 300,000
Oh,
people
wait, I need
build better
a-
habits. Try Fume today. And if you order the Journey
Seriously?
Pack now using my code PAPAMEAT, you get a
the
free
juice.
Fume topper, an awesome accessory to help level up your experience. Go to
Oh,
no, I might be
tryfume.com/PAPAMEAT or
dead.
scan the QR code on screen. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring the video.
Why not Slash? Because I'm too lazy to swap my styles, and for some reason it shares the
Kitchen Nightmares.
the Void Waker and the
Kitchen
Arclight
Nightmares is one of the
share.
most popular reality
So
shows
look,
of
I
all
swapped
time, with
Void
over
Waker
9
to
seasons.
Slash,
In it, celebrity
and
chef
put
Gordon
Arclight,
Ramsay visits
Arclight Slash.
struggling restaurants in hopes of
I
reviving
don't know
them
why,
before they go out of business.
but I have it on
The British
Void Waker
version
for
is a
Stab
lot,
for
you know, a
Bassa.
little bit more caring, and the
Thanks for
American
the-
one, he
Don't
basically
wanna
just calls you
fucking
a big, fat-faced
swap it every time, it's
idiot.
annoying.
And everything you do is disgusting. Which, to be fair, a lot of the people in these restaurants do have disgusting food, but goddamn it, Gordon is gonna tell you. John Chapman, who owned a New Orleans Cajun restaurant called
let me
Chappie's,
fix this.
accused Gordon
It's
Ramsay of
annoying me.
sucking the soul out of his establishment. He altered the menu to go from traditional Cajun dishes like gumbo and jambalaya
Yeah, they should
to fried
change that,
chicken
to
and
be honest.
hamburgers.
I don't like
Which also
fucking
it's like, I don't
swapping
know. If you're in New
styles.
Orleans, it's a Cajun restaurant. It's a Cajun city, but going from that
Apparently,
to just fried chicken and hamburgers seems like a very
Scythe
dare
on
I say,
Slash
very
is better
eventful or
than Crush
insightful
for
way of
Tecton
altering
with
the
full
menu.
of plate.
This, alongside the decor makeover, was
I
promised
don't have
to
to
give them
swap that
lots of
anymore.
customers out the door, but instead, the traffic was whittled down to around one table per night. Desperate to
Nah,
win
it's
back
fine.
the
I'm
customers
not
that
going
came
for
to love the
fucking
original
world record
Chappie's,
times.
they reverted the
Doesn't really
changes
matter.
1 month later. However, the restaurant was ultimately shut down permanently soon after. Which also, dude, it's not like just because you change the fucking menu back to
Maybe if I was
Cajun
going for
and hush
speeds,
puppies
yeah, I
and you
would,
change
but
the carpet again
just
doesn't
doing
mean you're
some
gonna get
casual
out of your financial slump. What they should have done is just be like,
challenge
write me a
modes.
check. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. If you have a guy who drove
Drop
one
overload
restaurant to the
here.
ground, you can give him fucking hot
think Jimmy's
pickles and
gonna go down,
hamburgers
so I
all you
guess
want,
me
but
and you
is he
can
gonna
prep.
know how to run the new business? I mean, I doubt it. Or we can talk about an English version because you're
Yes,
probably
sir.
thinking that only Americans get it bad, but there's casualties over there and, you know, over there on the island outside the States, which Kitchen Nightmare shuts down Bonaparte's in West Yorkshire.
For what?
Restaurant and wine bar
no,
Bonaparte's
not
was
for-
struggling to make more than $200
not for that,
or
no.
200 pounds, euros? Pounds. More than 200 pounds a week before Gordon Ramsay came in to try to salvage the
Definitely
business. In the episode, he trashed him. He did trash him. The 12-year-old head chef.
Tastes like rubber. That was. You were taking the piss. You know that.
Yes, got it.
If I have to,
12 years old.
Oh, wow.
I will
12-year-old
use
head
it,
chef
but
tore that little motherfucker to shreds.
I don't really do
In
any
the episode,
content
he
that
trashed
requires
the 12-year-old head
attack
chef when he
style
challenged
switching.
him to cook a plate of scallops that ended up making Gordon sick, and he just let that little motherfucker have
Well,
it.
at the
In
level that
episode, they tried to
I
improve
would
the
need to
cleanliness
use
and
attack
professionalism
style
of the kitchen,
switches.
but ended in a failure. When Gordon left, the owner of Bonaparte's, Sue Ray, was in tears after realizing that not only was Gordon unable to fix anything, but the way their business portrayed on TV made people afraid to eat there.
Thank God she closed that kitchen down.
Bro,
because it was fucking
who broke that? Not me,
Which, I mean,
because I was
you have a
making
12-year-old
pots.
chef.
Probably you, Ty.
I think people were going to be afraid. I mean,
See,
if you
99
revealed that
farming
to
doesn't
anybody,
do
I feel like,
anything.
and he's cooking seafood. At the end of the episode, Tim was fired for his lack of cooking skills. He's 12 years old and professionalism. I mean, are we wrong? Is he 12? According to Sue, he wasn't actually a head chef as described in the show, but a trainee. She was supposedly promised that the episode would end on a positive
got a
note,
scythe
but it
for
was instead
Kahlo?
rather bleak. Sue
Yeah,
and her
Scythe
chefs
at
had a watch
Coliseum is
party when
really
the episode
freaking
aired,
good.
only to realize that it was going to destroy their reputation. That'd be a tough pill to swallow that night, watching the newest thing on the telly. This was the first episode of the series, and Sue didn't even realize the show was going to be called Kitchen Nightmares.
I did
She
my
was unaware.
one
She's just like, it's a Gordon's cooking
Coliseum
show.
with
Before it was seen by millions of people.
the Hallie, the Knox Hallie. That shit was slow. Yo, where you going?
I'm not going nowhere. I'm continuing the prep. I was just running while I did.
We need more Buchu, but I got it.
Oh. Alright. I'll make... Oh, where are all the stinkhorns?
I have 6 on me. Jimmy probably has some.
That's okay, we'll get some more later then. We have enough right now.
Well, he didn't put them back, I'm assuming. No, we have oh, he has some for sure then. Here, I'm making 6 rebites. Wait, what'd you lose 120 mil on? Oath Plate and Scythe? Like when you sold it back? Honestly, if you had to choose a Scythe or a Tebow for Coliseum, I would just go Tebow for the waves.
Soul is nice and squishy, thankfully.
Both is alright, but Tebow for waves is better. Dude, we gotta go to next soon.
I wish I got drops there. You haven't gone with me before.
Talking to my chat, bro. I'm being a streamer.
Oh yeah, right.
My bad. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Did I reset it?
No.
I wasn't looking. Can you stand under him? I'm gonna die if you don't stand under. Oh, stand under the ranger.
I ran away so I wouldn't kill you. I didn't realize I was killing you though, my bad.
Yeah, if we're both on one side and we're attacking another guy, you have to stand under the ranger. Because if one guy's out, he's going to do splash damage to the guy under the ranger.
Mm-hmm. Oops, I didn't mean to take that overload. Somebody else grabbed it.
That's crazy. You just stole the Irons overload. You can do CM entry mode. Does that mean you can do regular CMs then? Because it's the same thing. It's just CM has higher stats. Just put it on. Oh no, I mean like in groups, not solo. I mean, if you know how to do every room, you should be okay. Like if we took you. What is that, Ty?
My cats.
Someone's slapping someone's ass really fast. What the fuck is that?
My cats are slapping each other's asses, I guess. Fucking around and they're playing hard. Making a racket.
Reed, if you can do regular but CM layout, you could probably do CMs and teams. Like, it's the same thing. With both of you can join right now, it will be a 5 skill. That sounds fun. Yeah, and if you're running the head, you won't take damage, or you know, you shouldn't. Or you can do melee hand, make it drop you food, so you don't have to worry about messing up the head or something. You don't know how to run head? What do you still have this? You don't have the scythe anymore, right? You could probably just sit on melee hand. I'm going for the lower one. I'm gonna tank the Rangers again. Cross. How the fuck did Jimmy get both of them? That's cursed. Why did that one just sneak an attack on you?
He's being a cheeky little cunt.
The worst melee hand took a lot of damage. Well, it looks like you're just gonna have to run the head. I don't need scythe right now. Look, if both of you guys join next raid, I think it'll be fine. But I just hate 4-man skill.
Look at all the graves, got that tower full of bodies, ain't got shit up in the lobby. All you see is purple smoke. Did that still scope just to spot me? Then I'm like, boo, bitch, no trick or treat. Fuck them sweets, I need some beats. I'm like Jason with no cleaver sheep. Cut a mule tank's head off of Ethan meat. Go swag is on the Billy, but no Casper. I ain't friendly, more like Gengar with Mac TV. Shadow Malty hanging freaky. Lavender Town, I'm looking around. No one in sight, it's a good night. Cut off the light, now you having a fright. You wanna know
Fang's okay. I mean, Tent Whip is probably... Well, actually... I could let you use a lance.
Don't count sheep, little bo peep, you scared little bitch, singing safe as a womb. I mean, know you souls, they got no spirit soon. When the Grim Reaper comes, just know he be sleeping. Hypnotize his ass in the dreams I be eating. Michael Myers told me that I gotta play the part. So I got 2 blades waiting for you by short, bitch. Young chauffeur when I'm fresh up out that rock tunnel. Step into town, look at the ground, see pokes and chopped bundles. Who what a fright, better get your frequencies right. You might not wake up tomorrow, no point in saying goodnight. Where Pokemon come to die, Team Rocket killing them tragically. See them writhing in pain or making them twist up in agony. All my goons hit hard, they will probably sit here by me.
We'll go with 353 after this. I'm on West right now because my internet's ass. You know. Jimmy's on the party hub still. After he told him twice.
Now it starts to get spooky. Killing beats is my duty. I'll kill a Pokemon trainer, send this shit to Mr. Fuji. I'm an evil motherfucker. I'm hoping that your kid's home so I can break in, leave a Game Boy on in the room, give him LT syndrome. What's a carnivore when in a town of scavengers? Bump this at your local elementary, cause a massacre. If you hear them spirits calling,
fucking misclick.
or else you'll like it end when in the little town of Lavender.
Speaking of freaking heater, fell into misdemeanors, watch Recon 6 turn into a Giratina. The sickest spitter in it with the illest of the meters. Ain't no nigga meaner, when you're steady speeding up the meter. I murder with every letter. Hit a die, go ganga. Yo girl, I'm going to hunt her. Then again, she wants me to get her. Bitches say they had a shit to you so bomb.
The remaining 70 Kurask. Why are you doing that on your iron? That makes more sense if you're doing it on an iron. Well, you just punched me.
I saw that. Shit looked like it hurt.
Bro, you should come over here and kill this thing. And then kill this other one right here.
You'll pass with the sound, your resting places, having a town. You'll never come back from a bow. I'm too cold, legendary shit, nigga, you know. I'm disrespectful as full. Now watch me piss on your film stone. Skill. Show. Suiku. Monsters. Happy Halloween.
Where's Jimmy at, bro? Jimmy!
Yeah, I'm out to get some, and I ain't leaving with none. I'm out for all I can get when it's about getting all that I want. And I'm a restless one. I wouldn't try to test this. Get all congested.
Yo, 150 solo's huge. DCB? DCB for what, like a spec weapon, yeah. Or you mean like to camp range? I mean, it's fine. When we do shaman room, just put it on a... Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, I was doing CMs with a rune crossbow on my iron, so I'm sure it's fine. not in here. I wonder what he put.
Time's up, your time to take time. My time to your time to recline. I'm a swine when it comes to the rhyme. I seem to flag me deep in the grind. These sheep can't read between lines. Overinflated minds. Only out for one day, but yo, that thing's about to be mine. Time's up, stop the knee jerking. I'm in a seat now, let's get to working. Come on, I'm lurking. Yeah, I'm in the basket. Left for serving, hurt in the murking. Close your curtains. I'm wrapping it up just like turtles. So when I say I'm getting up, you know it's big things I'm hurling.
You have enhance? Yeah, I should be fine to be honest. Honestly, I think you should be on melee hand, Reed. Because, whoever's mage skipping, sometimes they have to set the hand, and it requires you to, like, stay on the side and tank a hit and stuff. Might be hard to coordinate that. Well, actually, we could with Party Hook. We could just ping, and then if you see a ping, just stay there. But people could always drop you food, too. You should be alright. Did you splash twice?
No, I haven't gone for my second
I'm
one.
trying to drag him over here. I can freeze him. Don't spec him next to the tree.
I just wanted him to stay still so we could just kill him instead. It was annoying me and kept making me brew. Stay away from me, freak.
You can if you want, because we already have one, but sometimes it doesn't land. Or if you want to bring Horn. Actually, yeah, bring Horn. Bring Horn, and then when he's like 60% health, you can Horn, and then Mega can CGS him. It'll be alright. I can mage skip, unless you want to.
No, it's okay, I'll let you do it.
Oh, I didn't see spec. Oh, I did see that. My brain turned off. don't even care. Well, I don't know. I have 2 restores.
I brought 3 revives. I should be able to share if anything. I was doing 2 revives on our other trios though, so I think you should be fine for sure.
I think I'm gonna be right.
Almost 8 in the morning right now, man. I just put this shit up too. They waiting on me. I know.
Let's go. Always hitting zeros.
Yeah. They was trying to get me. They was trying to get me out. Y'all don't know what I'm about. Y'all do it for the clout. The streets like, where you at? I told niggas I'm en route. I was working at the house in the school, sleeping on the couch, trying to figure out.
Nice.
My next move is come move with the movement. See through you old transparent niggas who you guys think you fooling. We billin'. Pick your ring, drippin'. My necklace is drooling. Trey Pound got a buck. Park a nigga like amusement. No clowns over here. No ha-ha, no amusement. Nah, we ain't losing. Y'all got us confused with them other niggas over there. Who them? And I'm hopping out the Benz. Giovanni by the lens. I ain't come here for friends.
Wait, Reed, you know where to stand though for melee hand, right? Like, you know how you're supposed to like stay on that tile I have marked, and like you can't go past it and stuff.
That's exactly what they hate about me. They around me when the sunrise was sunshine.
You'll be fine then.
Was that when it was cloudy? Fake niggas, please get the hell from around me.
Thanks, Blaze. Wow.
That was the same niggas that doubt me. Louis pack got me bugging out. Louis scarf gotta thug it out. New chain had to flood it out. My money never running out. Cut the check, bitch. Tell them hating niggas cut it out. Put it like that, the blunt is out. Pull me up when my cup is out. Didn't mean to fuck her. She had a cramp, so I rubbed it out. Kick bitches out. Wait by when my rubber out. Your opinion doesn't matter, that's one thing I don't give a fuck about. Dick ride, ass kissing, that's something I know nothing about. Everybody in the same lane, so I went and took the other route. Bagging weed in my mother house, if she knew she would cuss me out. Same black tee, same sweatpants, oh well, had to bum it out. Youngin' made this, youngin' made that, damn nigga, what the fuss about? Nah, niggas just trying to figure out when the next joint coming out. Oh. Nowadays niggas want favors, but if you talk about money, well, homie, then we can
Of course, me, man.
Yeah, nigga, that's the right
Getting
side.
bullied out here.
Blood niggas high five, her eyes shaking, her pussy pink like high eyes. Bad chick, but that don't mean I won't bring her ass right to Popeyes. 2-piece in the thigh for you. I ain't paying if the price high. Get money, act broke. That's the motto I apply by. Never bougie, we on vacay, pouring Henny and on my ties. Never changed, I'm still the same, drinking Minute Maid with the hot fries. In the club and VIP with y'all bitches and my guys. We get money, we don't want beef, take that beef shit to 5 guys. Start shit, got 5 guys with 5 nines, hit you 5 times. Extendos on the chopper, niggas thought we was carrying a tripod. Niggas like with a hose
that's fucking quick.
with a Dodge high. Them lame niggas there, small poppin' here on my side. Fake niggas move left, real niggas move clockwise. Lord check at the jeweler, cause I won't wear it, nigga, if it's not fucking mine.
Oi chipmunk, you thick cunt, your ship sunk, so I quick dunk 6 chunks of shit lumps on his lip, 1 stand quick punch, leave 6 lumps on his big head.
What the fuck? Oh my lord, what am I doing?
Your ship sunk, so I quick dunk 6 chunks of shit lumps on his lip, 1 stand quick
Just a little neighborhood friendly trolling.
Vegetable eater, chipmunks on some sideman thing. Passengers eater, come like skepta, lyrical repeater. Don't call out my
It's not that friendly though.
Like say some feature, come to your house on a Jamaican thing. Box you up in your face and bleach ya, teacher. I'm an animal, I'm a creature. Nobody ain't gonna save or reach ya. Go to church and be a preacher. Grime, you don't belong round here. Mainstream, you
What
don't
happened?
belong there either. I heard that you lick a dick a day, take a breather. You ain't bad and Jamarate either.
Not me standing on a fucking poison tile reading Jimmy's message.
Kill Skepta and dump him in Hockley. None of these MCs can top me. Trust me, I don't give a fuck if you got P. You man are pop stars, you're not top 3. Trust me fam, that's not me. You're not gonna get away scot free.
He wants a brew. How many brews do you have?
You man are just wet like Lil Wayne. Sold out for a bit of fame, try come back to grind to make a bit of change. Fuck chip, did the chick slap him in the lip, little prick.
Because of Portal.
Yeah, fuck chip, did the chick slap
I
him in the
have
lip, little prick.
finished
Better get a grip. I specialise in pain and slaughter. I gave him a £10 draw and he paid me the money for a quarter.
Wait, for real? What the hell? Oh, it does.
You got a boyfriend in Mallorca. Pedo, you're a nonce, you're a stalker. You might as well do the moonwalker. You wanna know where I'm at? I'm in 0121, shutting it down. See
I love Some So Sorry.
What the fuck?
Even your grime tunes
That
sound
is
like a
rude.
Don't let Jammer in them lot fool ya. I'm gonna school ya. Go on then, draw for the tool ya. Box you in the face with a ruler. Yo, I'll make the tables turn on you. Shit, piss and sperm on you. I'm gonna end your career. After this, even your girl might turn on you. It's not fair on you. You're not ready to clash me, I'll get clear on you. Slap you in the face with a dirty napping and throw a push chair on you. Yeah, cause you're not ready. You're transvestite, you're not ready. Don't talk shit about clash. You like to hit a man's ass cause it gives you a semi. I said you're not ready. You're transvestite, you're not ready. I don't care if you're in a video with Jabba. Smash a man's head with a telly. Check my flow, check my slang. This guy looks like an orangutan. I don't give a fuck how many girls you bang, you're still a wanker.
I need to pick up that brew over there.
I heard you suck dick for twos on a fag or lick
I'll
a
give
man's
you one right
balls
now.
for a gram.
Thank you.
I know what you're doing, I saw the plan. You're lucky that I didn't get to record
I'll just pick it up in a second.
You don't wanna feel
Appreciate
that
that, my
burning
guy.
sensation. I got a pit bull and I got a staffy. I got a
I'm
bull
definitely
mastiff
gonna
and a
need it
whole
now.
station. If you call out my name on a track, make you feel worse than dehydration. I'll end your career, that's a fact. Leave your face with a major alteration.
Chipmunk, your career finished.
Yeah.
Oh my.
How's Jimmy's food looking?
I have no idea,
That's
bro.
party hub open.
Fuck boy, better know.
Oh, he got food. He's good.
Fuck Lord of the Mics, yeah?
We have like the same
This is
food,
what it is.
pretty much.
Well, we're good. Thank goodness.
Oh, nice. Money. Oh wow, I don't even have to change my my drop command. That was from yesterday.
Death is a promise, collecting, aligning, connecting. I'm putting your neck where your spine is. Fuck niggas, we disrespecting my comments. But none of them really want right, let's be honest. I pull up on them with text out the Honda, a slime and a kinda throw bullets behind you. Feline niggas, pussy, they kind of vagina. Feed niggas like you to the lions and tigers. I am a rider at finest, a fighter can't never back down and shit out of my fiber. Make you retire like 4-wheel drive, then a 4-spill 5, make a nigga look lighter. Wired, make a mess out your empire. New
Yeah,
19X,
fuck these
knock you
prayer
out your
scrolls.
attire. I gotta stick with the pliers, gripping. I keep that arm by my side like Egyptian. Fucking with me is like fucking with he. Niggas wanna be street till they stuck in the streets. Funny to me how they tough in the tweets, but when niggas link up, it's all love over beef. 38 tucked in a glove, it's a reach. If a nigga push up, put his blood on the seats. And shit getting ugly for you, nigga. If shit get ugly to me, say you want smoky Chris Tucker to me.
Wasn't ready to be no millionaire. I was ill prepared. I was prepared to be ill though. The skill was there at the beginning. It wasn't about the
How long is he gonna take?
busting raps and standing for some
No idea.
fucking acronym.
Oh,
Cut the
3
fucking
minutes.
act like you're
Not that
happy. I'm
long, I
fucking
guess.
back again with another anthem. I stop when
Alright, we'll go to 353.
it ain't over till I say it's
Okay.
over. Enough when I say enough. Throw me to the
What the hell are you saying, Blaze?
when the thought of being thrown into an alligator pit, I salivated it. Raiders up, hands up like it's 12 noon. Nah, homie, hold them bitches straighter up. Wave them to your dislocator, rotator cuff. Came up rough, came to ruffle feathers. Now egos, I ain't deflating. The last chance to make this whole stadium in rust.
Better be, motherfucker.
I can see the finish line with each line that I finish. I'm so close to my goals, I can almost pole vault over the goalpost. And if I don't got enough in the tank, maybe I can just siphon enough to fill up this last can. Man, will I survive in this climate or what? They said I was washed up and
I was gonna go do some racks for you, but it says 3-ish. I'm assuming that's 3 minutes, not 3 hours.
Definitely can't be 3 hours.
We're in my CC though. Read. Can you join it? Not rank. Maybe banana rank. Banana. Oh wait. We're on 353 now. Forgot. My ping is gonna be so bad because I'm streaming.
Nah, you'll be alright.
I don't really. No, it's gonna be bad. Trust me. Like I was playing on 353 streaming. But it should be okay for Ulm and all that. Like for Chambers, I don't really need ping. But TOA, dude, oh my god, I was lagging. I was clicking stuff. It wasn't registering. Fucking annoying. Why does my chat say Tyrex emotes now? All my emotes. What the fuck, actually?
Oh, wait, what?
Where's my emote menu?
I'm in the shared chat.
Hold on, I'm gonna close your... No, I know, I have to go to my channel to use my emotes usually. Oh, I close your stream for a second. What the fuck? Where's my emotes? Fucking buggy ass shit. This is insanity. Yeah, the audio like stacked because my pin. My bad. My bank pin. What was I doing? Okay, I need to bring this over here. You almost bought a Switch? Like a gun? What kind of gun? I don't need collat. Do you have hold on. I mean, I guess it's fine. I was gonna say, it's fine, you don't need a spec weapon then. What do we create though?
Danny, do you have dual macchiato waffles?
Not right now.
Okay.
What do you need those for?
Just going to finish up a quick CA.
What for?
Amachi lalo lalo.
Yeah. Dude, why can't I see my emotes, bro? I wanna see fucking Ty's emotes. There's only one.
Let me see something.
I'm on my page, my own channel. Wait, can we disable shared chat and then re-enable it?
Sure. I don't know how.
I got it. Why does it still say your emotes? Fucking 7TV. Oh, let's just do a hard reset. I'm gonna end Google Chrome. We're gonna have a pause on the music for a second. One second.
Hey, and this about the fourth time
I defaulted to your emote set, so I don't know if maybe now that'll change something.
We don't really rock, but I feel like the source of my dances is sorted by liquor with hopes I could cover these pigeon toes.
I just think it's weird that even after doing that, I still only see.
Never outweighs all the feelings I didn't show. My demons been throwing
And now I don't
I'm
see
stuck
any
in the
emotes.
blues, my nigga. My peace been disrupted for weeks, I don't know what to do, my nigga. Feel like I'm letting down half of my team, I feel like I'm Kuzma, nigga. Sometimes I feel useless, nigga.
Where are you?
Sorry's been telling me lately I need to just put all my fear aside. Is it really essential? I
What
wear
you
my whole
ask me,
faith on
where
my
am I?
feet just to show I got fear of God. If you see my credentials, then you know that a nigga like me not for teary eyes, but this grownish I fight on it.
I'm not on Tyrex's channel, you piece of shit.
Knowing the fact that my pen won't fail me, I'ma sign on the dot
Nothing
so
wrong
they
with
pay
it,
me cash.
it's like, what the
Pray they
fuck?
don't hate me like Stacey Dash. Every player I play with some papers amazing for building mistake to display my craft. Picasso but locked on the style. An apostle whose passion could topple the masses. A God free to walk across the Nile, you're dead. I struggle with benching these demons above me. I know for a fact I'm not swollen up. You could tell by my ugly and how much she love me. My shorty deserves more to hold her up. Origami look lovely, but baby don't trust me enough to think bitches won't fold me up. Moral compass is losing direction. Sorting conflicts with ruthless aggression. More despondent when using affection. And my honesty worse than these lies. It's like comedy service in session. Every time I say we gon' be fine, she convinced that our worst days need some first aid, but she's scared to apply it. She more so prepared for dividing. And it's about the fourth time this year I done thought about ending it all, but I'm scared to push forth on that trigger. In New York with my niggas, we don't really rock, but I feel like the source of my dances is
Why doesn't it like recognize that I'm not on your stream?
My dopamine levels is dipping low. The closest to dreams and proximity never outweighs all the feelings I
Let's go
didn't
to,
show.
like,
My demons been throwing ACs, I'm
Will's
stuck in the
stream real
blues,
quick.
my
I know he
nigga.
has emotes.
My peace been disrupted for weeks, I don't know what to do, my nigga. Feel like I'm letting down half of my team.
Okay, so I
feel like
see
I'm
his
Kuzma,
emotes.
nigga. Sometimes I feel useless,
Now what happens if I go back to my stream?
D-book the way the sun shine when they finally see a nigga glory. Hey, skipping my story to see the result. It's a
Why
shame
does
'cause
it
I
still
tried to
say
share it.
Tyrex?
They gon' say
I'm
like
not
Kobe
Tyrex,
Bryant,
bro.
Feel like Tobias Harris. They gon' say I was going for that often bring lows when living like
Taking
Myers
over.
Whatever.
Harris. I don't feel moved no more.
I guess I won't
Curb
spam my own
enthusiasm when I
emotes,
fake
but
laugh, I
let's
don't
chat.
feel amused no more.
Wait, Blaze,
For
does
the
it say
views
it's
I'm after,
Tyrex
but that Drake
emotes?
shit ain't what I pursue no more. Tryna put Miz in Seattle. Asia been down for the A. Now I want a fenced-in castle. Things feel different when you got a couple
poached
niggas on your
this tree.
backside. Praying that this ship don't capsize. Playing with this shit will attract
Here,
flies.
I'm gonna
Playing like
knock
the clips will
again.
just turn you down ribs. Every nigga
Knocking.
is convinced you the bad guy. Been there, done that, bad vibes. Still got demons from my
What
past
do you
lives.
mean?
Feeling like everything changes the minute you see.
It said
the
something went wrong. Try again. Hold on, let me refresh.
I need to be netting on every shot. Depression been meddling greatly
Well,
to end
the,
it.
Something went wrong.
Where I go.
With share chat?
Hey, and this about the fourth time this
Shared
year I
chat
thought about
started.
ending it all, but I'm scared to push forth on that.
Yeah, I got it.
Cool.
Okay, let me go back to Nightbot. requests. Okay. There we go. I guess no emotes for me right now because I'm Tyrex. Hello.
Sorry, bud.
Oh, Jimmy's back.
Fuck, bud. Let me come collect my split.
We do have a somewhat of a learner. But
Hey, it says 1101 cancel the request to join.
we have shared chat right now.
I see.
Do you not see it?
No, I see it. I was just wondering why I got that notification, but it's probably just bugging.
Something's not right because apparently I'm Tyrex. Now my emote menu doesn't close. Holy shit, my clicks are so delayed.
Oh no. He said I will not type all that. I'm trying to figure out how can I type.
So can I type Augie's? I can't even see my own fucking emotes, dude.
Now, what if I go to your chat myself?
Bro, did you set your emotes on my fucking Bing on accident? Somehow?
Let's go and look. Let's see.
Yeah. My active emotes are yours.
I see 183 out of 1,000.
Yeah, you enabled the wrong thing. You enabled your emotes on mine. That's what's going on.
Interesting.
There we go. Okay, what did Blaze say? I refreshed my page. But
there we go.
yeah, you kind of griefed my chat.
Well, you figured it out.
Wow, I clicked read so long ago. You clearly see on stream. This is why I don't want to fucking play on this world, but whatever. Yeah, this is gonna be a terrible fucking raid for me. This is what was fucking happening at TOA, dude. This is why I couldn't fucking do anything that raid.
Switch up my lifestyle.
I'm Mar.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I was a lost boy, now I'm found. Niggas switched up, they can't come around. So these rap niggas biting my sound. Shout out my bitch for holding it, get down. I had to switch up my lifestyle. If she bad, I'ma go
Bro,
out. Mama always
this
told
is
me I
so
was a bright
fucking
child.
laggy.
Niggas bitches saved on my iCloud. My goodness, my God, my gracious. Got a bad little bitch, my favorite. And I eat the pussy like it's caviar. Nigga, I ain't talking about that playlist. Most necessary, cold February, flow never bury, shit is everlasting. Opportunity is never passing. Was just in school skipping hella classes. New whip hit the pedal thrashing.
Wait, my leader?
I
Yeah.
heard the metal blasting. I know that greed is the devil's passion. He wears Prada in stiletto fashion.
Chances of me dying at tech zone are
I am just another rebel rap.
very
When the
likely.
studio time led to Louis Vuitton.
Holy
Then I just
lag,
lost my
bro.
mind. Celebration
Shit.
mix a rock and a lime. Rest in peace, extra pocket this time. Was manifested, can't stop it divine. Niggas speaking like Barack in his prime. But I'm Bill Clinton with these ill wins, make the real listen seem
Dude,
like
I can't even
in
flinch.
the hills tripping. Hours later, call me Mike Jones, I'm still tipping. Call up Scotty with a shotty cause I feel pimpin'. I'm a real Fresh Prince, Uncle Phil, listen. And tell Will Smith how I kill shit.
Nah, this world's terrible. I can't do this next raid.
Real rich, now I'm playing. Shout out to Jaden. So iconic how I go Super Saiyan. New bitch born straight from the Himalayas. On top soon, Lord knows I've been praying. Cause I'm on my grind. Why try a kickflip? Money notorious. I'm buying big shit. God is so glorious. Bless me with riches. I was just broke. Now I'm a rich kid. Guess what I smoke? That shit is vicious. Give me that throat.
Brother, I
Shit is
clicked
delicious.
back, bro. What the? Oh my god.
Rappers is jokes. I'm a musician. None of these niggas want smoke with me, so hopefully my flow will breed some rappers with actual potency. Spit hot lava, a road to beat. My God. What you think of that, Brand?
Bro, like you see me clicking on the floor and I'm not moving. It's not that even if I was the best player in the world, like it's just like I can't prevent that. Yeah, I'm not skipping this raid.
Quite alright.
You can do it.
Really? Oh my.
Hold my weed, control my breathing. I just roll one up this evening. It's about 11. See the smoke all on the ceiling. Need a fee to leave the dwelling. 20K or I'm not leaving. They want me on 2 a.m.
Gulp. Wool. Wool.
What a bitch ass.
back, go give me a snack. She give me a slap, said don't be a twat. We giggle and that, I stay where I'm sat. She get up and does it like, is this what love is? I know that I'm rubbish, I seek for the love it. She bring me a pasta every on, I'm dragging, I stick on your rope and you won't find me
Fucking
coming.
autism wars.
I did it, I done it, you niggas can suck it, you jealous, I run it. I come on your drummers and do something tuggish, I run in and cuss it. I ain't on nothing, my flavors are lashing, my neighbors are rushing. The guy them are blashing, my trainers are cussing. You wanna talk puffin', you know I'm a glutton. I ordered the beef and it did the discussions. Lyrical with it, I scribbled a lyric, I driven, I feel it and lit it. This fire, you feel it, I feel it. I feel to be liable to kill it. I'm roaring, I'm ruckus, I run up and buck on a couple and I chuck it. Just happily swing it. A samurai sword and a star, I'm a flicker. I mean, I'm in it, I'm cold with it, innit? Hold my weed, control my breathing. I just roll one up this.
Go do Ice Demon with them, Reed. Go chop the trees with them.
No pussies anymore. I ran the light, I went to court, I stood there calm, I'm not distraught. You saw the M, you saw the sport. Don't ask me why, it's what you thought. Hold my weed, control my breathing. I just roll one up this.
Dude, this world is actually fucking butthole, dude.
Hold my weed, control my breathing. I just roll one up this evening. Hold my weed, control my breathing. I just roll one up this evening.
Who can top eye? Tool in my hand, I'm not nice. One eye girls with smoke, I'm Popeye. Tracksuit, but I got mop ties. Never wear top man, but I want top guys. Living up Virgil, before Virgil. Racks in the shoebox, made money off white behind.
I like how Jimmy is so matter of factly. Correct.
I'm murking this. I don't need sound checks, I got the gift. Went in the room, did a 1 and a 2, and I'm leaving them pissed in a world of shit. Wanna be me, but ain't got the whip, ain't got the drive, ain't got the whip. You think you're hard, you think you're it. Pull out this sweater and now you got drip.
Dude, I wish I had decent internet here. I'm not gonna lie.
Muslim brothers go ham, I'm punching these lines, so I mess up my hands. Left in a state, still under your state. I wanna go states, but think that I'm banned because I get paid the same as the band. My taxes cost the whole of your brand.
You're the man on the gram, I'm the man in the south, and I'm rolling about with 10 grand in my mouth. I'm the coldest about who you know the amounts. If you're dissing P money, I'm scoping him out.
I'm rolling about with gold in my mouth. I found out my last show, sold me a house. I heard it in social, I'm phoning him now. I'm radio knocking, I'm over and out.
Kick disrespect, I flex new text, screw fits, man finesse and get huge checks. Ruthless man, I forever be Ellie who's next. Screwed in a manner of money, and me I do ends.
Check 2, get suplex, 2 vets, who's next? Lord of the Mics got 2 checks. MOE, new album, new set, new best, relax.
Just this fucking world's so inconsistent all the time. This is dangerous. Oh, he's stuck. Get up, get up. All right, get up.
He's a good
Easy
boy.
clappers. Damn, Reed can't come into the fucking room now.
You sure can. Be alright.
He's gonna move the shaman. I don't know what Jimmy in there. Okay. Well, if you pushed it, oh no, there you go. It was like I was right.
There is a way to come in when it's over there. I do it.
Yeah, but Reed's new to CMs.
Oh, I didn't, man, I forgot that he's a learner. Whoops. Look, my bad. I'm like, halfway tuned out right now.
No, that's fine. I'm disabled right now because of my ping, so good luck.
You are the carry. Shut your mouth now.
Yeah, not with this internet, bro. I need to get dragged along with this team. I can't, like, it's not that there's delay. It's just really inconsistent, so like I'm skipping around. I click, nothing happens.
If that's the case, I'll only got one inventory of Buchu.
The delay is really fucking bad. It's inconsistent delay. There you go.
I'm gonna use this chance to weasel my way out of prep. Holy shit.
What happened? Wait, so do you have my emote set on your stream now?
I think. Let's find out for real.
Reed, just make brews. Yeah, you're making brews, okay. Oh, shit. We need like, let's just do like 20 per person for this raid. So we would need like 80 total. Probably won't use them all, but
it only works in the shared chat.
it's because 7TV is weird with multi-chats open. Like, just it happens. It's weird. It might work, but it just...
I see.
I'm over here taking a... What? I'm trying to read the emote. It's okay, Blaze.
I know you like this beat too, but you a fucking goofy though.
Overload? Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of us this time actually.
Here.
I used to kick in that dope. Wait, now I'm selling out the shows. While I'm all rich, Finny right on my clothes. Hold on, little mama, you tweaking. A bad bitch, Puerto Rican. Get her out, Molly, she geeking. Call me a free every shit for the weekend. Dexter. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. We only can chill for the weekend. And you gotta go.
Yeah, I'll figure something. I'll probably play something. I like the song request though.
When I'm Californicating, I got 3 phones, business, conversation, and relation. Hold up, wait a sec, wait a minute, wait a tick, shaking my wrist, nothing to shake on my wrist, 4-finger ring on my hand, say what you say to my wrist, talk to their hand, don't want to resort to their hand, make the face say to the fist. Rick James, bitch. Ha, funny as shit, I fit for the tab, stuck on the ticks, go back to the pad, watch the slap on the face. Speed it up, speed it up, speed it up. Just in the track, then I beat it. Hacking my jacket to speed it. My chick don't exactly know English.
Oh wait.
Might as well go back to vegan. My shit might go platinum first week. Play the shit back and repeat it. Word around, word of mouth, word around town. You the one doing all the murder around town. Pulling up, shooting, leave the bird downtown. Shooting like the birdie cause they all fly south. Whipping and whipping and whipping the wrist. I'm fucking your bitch and I'm bumping your fridge. I only tell stories to tuck in the kids. How in the fucking they fuck with the kid? Funny as shit. Was missing a bit, back in my bag. Back to the pad, watch this live on the flicks.
Never good. This world stinks, bro. My ping is going red and it's going crazy.
Jet live. I don't gotta find where
Where he at, little nigga? My jet life niggas gon' find him and give him a table for 10. Man, I'm two of my jets fly right up behind him. And I know you wanna see me doing bad, so I'ma progress. Cause I put my blood, my sweat, and my heart in this shit. I expect to get rich, nothing less. Hey, it's easy to slip in that pussy. She know I'm no rookie cause I get her wet. But she be assuming too much, she be doing too much. So I fuck her and grip on the neck. Multiplication, I'm making it double. With no interceptions, fumbles. Bro, hit the turbo, the RPM double. We hop out the rent, we making it try. We know how to move, we G's. You broke, you niggas is thieves. We know how to run up the cheese with ease. The jeweler gon' put us on freeze. I smell like a star when I hop out the car. It's weed mixed with the Febreze. Cameras be flashing, I'm flashing my Jackson cause that's what I spend on the weed. Guess what I spend on the weed? Can't guess what I spend on the weed. And we gon' bend blocks and I know what my enemies need. Multiplication, I'm making it double. With no interceptions, fumble. Bro, hit the turbo, the RPM double. We hop out the renty, we might get in trouble. No couple flays ass niggas turn flays on a nigga. Been chillin' since Sagan song. Can't beat us, then join us, don't hate on the home. That shit that you claiming and banging is phony. I feel like
Oh, this guy's fucked.
Why are you guys following this three of us?
They locking me up till I'm 75. Man, she told me if you
This
route that
doesn't
grip, then be
matter
ready
now.
to shoot. Be ready to die. Getting hit for the click, you can step to the side. Getting hit for the click, you can step to the side.
I don't know why Jimmy followed you, but I wasn't following you. I was just doing my own thing.
So Becky is something I need for my bitch. Two-tone, I'm trying ice with that bezel. Two phones, baby boy, get on my level. If I got a problem, this shit getting settled. The police, they chase us, we step on the pedal. Cattle, making it double. With no interceptions, fumbles. Bro, hit the turbo, the RPM double.
You're not following me, like following Vanguard too.
We hop out the renty, we might
Wait, what?
I didn't say like following me, I meant like following the Vanguards around.
in trouble. We hop out the renty, we might get in trouble. I feel like ain't nobody gonna
Sorry.
get about the hood like us. Facts, I'm ready to fly. The police want me to be more
pissing
of
me
a
off.
felon. They locking me up till I'm 75. Man, just told me if you ride with that grip, then be ready to shoot. Be ready to getting hit for the click, you can step to the side. Getting hit for the click, you can step to the side.
Ah. Fuck that. Dude, I hate how it has an auto playlist. I don't want to listen to Monster Cat. Fucking Nightbot. Dumbass. I didn't get myself a lockpick. Instead. Oh, the spiel is gonna be really interesting with my lag. Give my ping spike to 353. What in the world? Chances of dying here are really high. Yeah, look at that lag. Jesus. Somebody got married. Was it me? the music on. I like some RuneScape music. Cross. Oh, I got that one. I got it. Guys, you gotta tag the one that's not getting hit. Come on, bro.
We good.
Happy hearts warming, they say in the street. Happy hearts.
Oh shit, I need an overload. Oh, nice. There's one on the floor. Oh, damn, he took it. Okay.
I have one.
Alright.
You need it right now or in a little bit?
In 50 seconds.
Oh, so he'll drop. Oh, there's your overload.
Thanks.
I don't think I should do this room. Holy lag. Yeah, we're hopping back, dude. I can't do this. Hello? Hello? Okay. I'm just gonna stand here. Holy shit, bro. That is horrible. This internet fucking sucks. Miracle Dance? Which one's that one? What? Oh, right here. I'm hovering over it.
Shit and all that, you know what I'm saying? But this shit right here, this shit hard, nigga. That I tried, you already know, nigga. Keep doing what you're doing, nigga. Proud of you, nigga. Real.
Any Avengers? Yo, some of these RuneScape songs are actually good. Miracle Dance is fire. I'm just gonna go spec them right now. I was gonna do a switch, but my switches are also delayed. It's cringe. Look at that. My fucking helmet amulet didn't go on till the last second, and I thought it was delayed, so I clicked it again and then swapped back. Wait, I need the overload. I'm suffering. Yeah, if you can skip this one, that'd be nice. I mean, I can try, but you might get a couple specs, you know?
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Bro, you gotta come over here. That one's aggroed on you.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta stop doing that every run.
Damn it. There you go, now you come. Alright, whatever. So we're gonna be like this. I made a mistake.
Standard of the green. No, oh. Standard of the green one. Standard of the green one. Like me. No, that one's punching me.
Oh, that's alright.
Bro, just hit the grade one. He's on the other one.
It's a little messy, but it's working.
Yeah. Okay, me boy. Remember, take care of the Krusty Krab while I'm on vacation. Yes, sir, Mr. Krabs. And what is the #1 rule, SpongeBob?
Yeah, just stop running early.
Plankton get his hands on the formula. SpongeBob on leaving. But Squidward, what about the Krusty Krab?
Let's play. What's the Zora music?
Krabs is gone. I can finally use my hypnosis gun on SpongeBob and make him
Fuck,
give
I
me
don't
the
know.
formula. SpongeBob, we need to talk about what you're doing and let's take a walk. Look right here in the machine. I need what you've seen it between your thoughts. Let's do. Here's the formula. That's what I need. Okay, Plankton, I'm
Yes, I wanted that bronze axe so bad. Thanks, game.
pickles, onions, tomatoes, cheese is the finale. Now I'm
Where's
going
it?
to show you
Where's
how to
that?
make the patty. First you have
Yeah, horn.
and a pinch of chalk.
Right.
We are going jellyfishing. Want to come?
Yo, where's the ZGS, bro?
I'd be swinging like a spider.
Are we not supposed to save it for Big Muta?
We have a horn.
You got to admit he's spraying flames like a fireman. When I'm jellyfishing in the hills of the fields, I be catching them all like a soaking man.
Damn.
Get the way
I was really hoping it was gonna hit that time.
Bro, you have to wait for the horn.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, Plankton. I think I'm in a detected mood. I really need this sponge free so I can show my gratitude. But we need to talk. Stop what you're doing and let's go. Look right here in the machine. I need what you see it between your thoughts. Let's go. Here's the formula. I need the formula. That's what I need. Okay, Plankton. I'm ready. Let's go. Yeah, lettuce, pickles, onions.
onions, tomatoes, cheeses, the finale. Now I'm going to show you how to make the patty. First you add flour, then a pinch of chum. SpongeBob, it's karate lesson time. Bring your bum. Okay, yeah, I'm so strong. I look like a body shot squid.
Hey, empty that clip and a nigga book it. I want your bitch and that bitch is looking at some shit when I pull up them bitches looking and I really want all of my clips to hang just in case you be hanging out with a gang. You was smoking that shit is a race in the bellies they come back like boomerang. Up in Barney's I blew like a couple thousand they don't park and my bitch gotta drive around. Wherever the lost they don't fuck around because wherever we is a 30 round. Hold on the block get the fat it up for the smash and they all just
Are you ready? Just gonna horn.
and she know I ain't got it for her. I'm confused cause it bitch steady dialing me up. When she know I just got her like solo. Need no me throwing bullets like Colo.
No, you didn't. You horned too late, but you got it still. It's okay, it's okay. Oh my god, he could have just got fucking blasted. He walked next to him. We didn't leave any overloads, did we?
I sure hope not.
No, there's no overloads in the chest. And I have a 4 dose.
I have a 4 dose as well.
Trying to come up with that shit just went downhill. And party you having, we canceling no matter where that phone to be traveling. Snap that's of your bitch like we trafficking pay us, so we sending her back in packages. I'm moving in traffic with sales, nigga. I'm
Coil.
like I'm on that rail. I get cold that I'm making that bail.
Sorry, I wasn't reading chat. I'll play coil. I mean, start. And then coil. And then we'll do Blaze's song request. What happened?
Nothing.
Start? Who start? Yo, am I stupid? Oh, there it is. Okay. Banger, banger. How do I decant this?
Decant what?
I'm trying to use a 4 dose on a 2 dose and it's not working.
You gotta get a vial of water, empty it, and put the 4 dose in that empty vial. Then get another empty vial and put the 2 dose in that, so you can have an odd dose and an even dose.
What the f? It's not working.
Alright, what do you need? Put the potions in there, I got you.
I'm trying to split this into a 3 dose.
Alright, I got you.
You got it?
Oh yeah, I put him in there already.
No way it was that complicated. He needs an overload.
I put both the overloads in there already. Wait,
Nah,
so
but he needs one.
Oh,
Reed needs
oh, Reed needs one? Okay, hold on. Whose 3 doses that?
I don't know. Probably Jimmy's. Jimmy's, yeah.
Okay, alright, so me and Reed will have 2 doses to work with. That'll be fine.
Hope he doesn't die.
Wait. Me and Jimmy will take the 2 doses actually. Come on. Alright, I'm good.
What do you think? 3 restores or 2? I'll probably just take 2. I'll be fine with the purple potion. Okay, now let's play Coil. Wow, I love RuneScape music. Fuck off now. I don't want to search anymore. I'll be melee until he comes in here.
Okay. Pretty sure it's still gonna portal here. Oh. No, it's not.
Because it's crippled.
I thought Jimmy was gonna skip, I'll be honest. Because he was doing it just now.
I'm not skipping.
No, I know. I thought Jimmy was gonna keep doing it. I'm going on you.
Oh, wait.
Okay, now we
can
can set it easier.
I'm surprised I didn't get hit by that.
Alright, now we're good.
Holy lag, bro. Wait, you can't do playlist? It says... Holy crap, how did I skip that? That was so fucking delayed. This is so bad, dude. You don't understand. Dude, yeah, I can't do this world. I keep saying it, I'm sorry, but it's just fucking ridiculous. Holy shit.
Wake up through the night, trying to find something to hold on to. It's easier to say it was what it was. It's harder to believe it wasn't enough. Hey, love, why did you leave without a word?
This poison go away. Yeah, let's go back to 420. What was it? 429, I think. No, I was on like 300 something. I can't do this fucking wood, bro. I think it also has to do with the fact that I'm streaming. Yo, I got hit by that ranged attack before it came out. Was that lag?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, why me? I'll be back.
Whoops.
So let me give Jimmy my overload.
Watch me do my dad. Watch him do his dad. Watch him do his dad. Watch it do his dad. Watch it do his dad. I move it side to side. Don't mind her hand.
Set. Let me play Blazers music, my bad.
Watch me do my down. Like I'm taking a nap. Getting money every day. Like I'm in the trap. This is not the whip. This is how you rap. I don't know what that is, but this is how you die. Hey, what you doing, man? I call it rapping. Trip, what you doing, man? I call it dapping. She twerks to the beat, man. I call it clapping. Once I get on, I'ma make it happen. My dap is too clean and you cannot jack it. I'm ballin', I'm in my bracket. Watch me dap and disappear like it's magic. Oh, yeah, Beckham in the end zone. No, I'm dapping. Watch me do my dap. Watch me do my dap. Watch him do his dap. Watch him do his dap.
I'm gonna stop hitting it now.
Watch him do his dap. I move it side to side. Don't mind her hand.
Wow, that was such a great time to kill the fucking mage hand. Oh, I thought I was gonna heal longer.
I'll run that with you.
In the middle.
I just showed you how to dance. Get ready for your parties. Get ready for the house parties. Get ready to show
I clicked back, man. I tried going back on your side. It's just...
It's quite alright.
I don't know if I want to be in the middle, dude. I gotta get off this world. Holy fuck, dude. I keep a bill on me like front of hat. My girl is so fine, man, that's a fact. My ex called my phone, I ain't call her back. I just went in my room and I hit my dad. Watch me do my dad. Watch me do my dad. Watch him do his dad. Watch him do his dad. Watch it do it dad. Watch it do it dad. I move it side to side. Don't mind her hand. Wow.
Wow.
Wow, deserved. Look at that fucking loot. That is so good. Alright, I'm hopping back to West. I can't do this fucking East, bro.
Understandable. Have a good day.
That is impossible. Impossible challenge.
Understandable. Have a good day.
Let me see. That was fucking craziness. Oh my god, the goat is here.
Over ocean civilizations behold the UK taking control, a naval nation of old built on a foundation of coal that was taken and sold so they could pave it with gold to make the altars that they failed to use to pray for the souls who excavated and rolled, trained into stations to mold the global stage where they were playing a role for those who later withhold them from the tale that was told to fade the brave and the bold so they could claim it was stole. Instead they lay in deprivation and cold, poor sanitation and mold without a savior to follow. It's not like
Yeah, I don't get why it lags so bad on that world. I don't know if it's that world or is it East. But like now I'm fine. Did you see what loot I got?
No.
Yeah, that whole fucking time I was fucking lagging terribly. I think it is because I'm streaming. Here, look.
Beautiful. Alright, good night, lads. I'm going to bed. Good night, boys.
Good night, lads.
Thanks for being in, lads.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm not going to sleep. It's one of my friends in the chat.
Excuse me.
Is that security started? I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. I'm bad at pronouncing. Pronunciations. Look at the team here. How many venge spec? Specuri. Spaghetti.
Ain't no fight club, ain't no glove touch me up in the pole. Bitch, I stay with a ratchet. Fucked out the side, we don't fuck with them baggage. Talk shit, get tragic. No spinning, get left like a lattice. These niggas ain't winning, we smacked off it. I promise you niggas is gimmicks. We pull up the windows, it's tinted. 2 or 3 crib niggas in it. Who really is hot? Tell me who riding, tell me who sliding, tell me who towing the cop. Moving in silence, y'all niggas wildin', passing and moving the rock. Grew up in violence, step on the mileage, I got a diff from the cop.
Oh fuck, I took somebody's angle.
Oh, I got chance hard. Yo, I don't wanna like annoy anybody. But you're all my friends. Right?
Right.
I had my Scython crush that whole last raid.
Not sure I can forgive this.
Because I was doing Spider Boss and I forgot that I was being crushed on that boss. But you know, I fixed it. It's on Flash now. I guess I'll get to it. Oh, I guess I won't get anything, but...
My bad, gang. I thought somebody was gonna pick it up from the beginning. I just went back as soon as I saw nobody did. Oof. It's cringe.
What?
I fucking cock blocked one of those shots.
Can I have this crab? Yo, like, can you get the fuck off of him?
Oh, what? I wasn't on him. I was attacking them.
No, I was saying, talking to the crab, can you get off of you?
Oh, yeah. Tell that fucking dirty ass crab.
That'll work. Reed's just blowing his money. Rich guy.
Yeah, I did it so I could get heals. Out of my saying.
Reed just spent like 2 million staff charges on a crab. You want to scab with me?
Sure.
We're just communicating together. Oh, look, a lockpick. Okay. I'll let you get the juice. I'll get the planks real quick. You got specs up with me. So you can do your thing.
Alright, I'm coming.
Oh, Specs doing a tree. Did you already build the chest? Is that what happened? Oh no. Okay, I'll build the chest right now.
I'm going up. Specs already got it. Oh, he builds a small one.
Right.
I'll go upgrade it the rest of the way.
Okay, alright. God, I'm just being useless, dude.
No, you're being so useful
I
right
picked
now.
up the planks so I can go build the chest and he already did it. Now I'll go fuck myself, huh?
No! Well, I mean, can I watch?
When I unlock bits, I'll put as a bit reward.
Hell yeah.
You work tomorrow?
Yeah, unfortunately. But I am probably going to be staying up late.
Can I raid with you?
For the most part. Till I get bored or tired. Then I'll probably do CAs.
No, that's fair. That's fair, that's fair. Get like, how much juice do you have?
I have 49 on me right now. We'll get the rest enough for my steaming on the other one.
Oh, no, we're good. We're good then. Well, now I can't overload. That's great. Yeah, we have more than enough stuff.
Oh, that's so fucking free, dude.
Free do.
Oh damn.
Free do. Uh oh, watch out for the other one.
Yeah, I was trying to. Oof. That's gonna cost.
This is definitely a situation.
I'm gonna see myself out of this situation, I'll tell you what. I don't have the run energy for that shit.
Here,
I'm gonna go.
got you.
Oh, hold on. Shit. Oh, thanks. It still hit. It still hit. Oh, fuck yes.
Oh, fuck no. Oh, no. I'm terrified. I'm dead.
Oh, no.
Why has it become a problem when there's 3 shaman?
Because they're assholes.
It is what it is. I'm so sorry. playing the same playlist as yesterday. No way you just said sit. I'm gonna PK you in the wilderness of Miss Rady. Oh, he said sit to himself. I see him running back. Okay, I understand. Yo, honestly, me too. I also died.
Oh shit. I died.
Oh, Jimmy. Oh, we gotta tag that green one. Tag the green one. Yes. Pink it, pink it. Good shit. We're gaming. I like free overload. That's me and Jimmy can go down, yeah? You guys prep? Does that sound good or sound bad?
Terrible. I'm
Terrible.
kidding, I'll go. I mean, nah, I'll go, sorry. I mean, no prep. I'll help prep.
Okay. Reed, just make brews for them. Or for us. Oh yeah, we're probably gonna need we probably need to make overloads now.
Media stations from all over joined in on trashing the restaurant, leading to their business tanking harder than ever. As far as the rancid scallops, Sue told reporters, quote, "The truth is, the only reason Tim used the scallops was because he thought he was being asked to demonstrate the presentation of his signature dish. He never expected Gordon to eat them because they were about to be thrown out." That's a bit of a cop-out. We're just gonna cook it and throw it away? What the f are you talking about, Sue? Producers of the show claim that they only filmed things as they were clearly presented and that, quote, Sue Ray has only herself to blame. Even colder. I don't know who to trust here. Apparently, Sue later came close to homelessness after being 400,000 pounds in debt, trying to sell the restaurant as well as her flat to pay it off.
She apparently, I didn't get the age of Tim, but he started off as a dishwasher and he couldn't fill the spot to fill the chef. And Tim was like, I could do it.
I bet you Tim's has never even ate a scallop, let alone, I mean, what was he gonna say? My signature dish is fucking macaroni and hot dogs? Like, what the f? Or if we want to get out of kitchen nightmares, we can go to Extreme Home Makeover. Many reality shows revolve around giving lucky contestants extravagant things. While this seems wholesome and generous, many families are simply not prepared for what occurs when the cameras are
Yeah, we're gonna have
at my
to
ride.
prep overloads.
Yeah,
I
let's
don't know.
PS2s in the car and aquariums, and
I
they
don't
break
know,
down and the
to
fish
be
die.
honest.
And then Exhibit does not come to help. The
You guys
Oakloff
might have to
family
prep it right
appeared
now.
in season 2 of Extreme Makeover, Home Edition.
I think Jimmy got
Cassandra
seats now.
Oakloff, who was 9 at the time, was diagnosed with cancer. Instead of a home makeover, Cassandra asked them to redesign the children's hospital ward where she was being treated in order to raise the spirits of other patients. God damn, little saint. What the fuck? Not me. I would have been selfish as dude. I want a Spider-Man on my wall. Make my house Spider-Man. Like, you just want the whole structure Spider-Man? Yeah, want the whole building to look like Spider-Man. After completing the job, they decided to also turn their small home into a 2-story mansion. Okay, so what they're doing here is they're just like, this little selfish son of a bitch. If we don't do something for her, there's gonna be an uproar. We're gonna turn your small home into a 2-story mansion. What? During the reveal, they were beyond appreciative, but the producers of the show didn't think through what manufacturing a gift of this magnitude entails. I think it's more of a
Jimmy
oopsie-daisy
saved my life.
afterthought, because while the house was paid for, the utilities and the tax bills, they're not. They don't
Fucking
pay for
Mailer
those.
was
A house
running
of
towards
this
me,
size
then decided to
costed
swap
much
to
more
Jimmy.
utilities than their modest 1-story home. The first electric bill for this home,
Lucky.
single month electric bill for this home, was $2,200. Okay?
How?
I don't know if they're like, we have
He
to
was
have
coming to
mansion
fuck me
owners
up.
now, so every light in the house has to be on, and we're running the AC at 60 degrees. Maybe that could have been it, but there's no way their mortgage was $2,200. The electric bill alone is probably at that time triple what they were paying their mortgage. Not only were their life savings being drained, but having a mansion complete with a home theater being broadcasted all over television led to an increase in attempt and robberies. Would you just not immediately sell the home? I wonder
What's
if they
the
have a
safe
clause in
spot
there
for
where,
this
like, you cannot
back
sell it
area
for X
by
amount of
the
time. 'Cause then that way it's
entrance
just
to the
people
next
would just
room?
get on the show and flip the house or
Is there
something.
one?
On many occasions, people would break into their home, one time resulting
For
in
the mailer?
Cassandra coming face to face with a hammer-wielding burglar.
That's the
Kid
tile
child who was
directly
like,
south
if
of
the
you.
kids something else, leave us behind, is put into now this like prison
It's
shit.
hold on out. No,
And
no.
people are coming in
That
and trying
tile.
to beat her to death with a hammer.
Oh.
Cool, Extreme Homemakers, that's awesome. Move that
At least that's
button.
what I
You
have
guys finished
marked.
prepping
They
already?
were forced to purchase tons of expensive
I
equipment
made
to
like
protect themselves.
39
Still struggling
restores
to
and
pay their
then
bills.
moved
I
on.
probably would have hit up one of the producers.
Restores?
I'm like, dude, listen,
Yeah, you
it's
told
cool.
somebody else to
You
do the
got
brews.
some fucking cameras for this house.
You don't need
or something.
39
Go along.
restores?
How are they also making a mansion? They're just like,
I was just making
so
sure there was
big.
enough.
the doors. We were strapped as it is, but no locks on any of the doors.
Tell them handle
During the
brews,
height
I handle the
of 2009
revites, nobody's gotta do
recession,
Stuff in
revites
the
in the
living
house.
is where the
for
crystal block.
$540,000
Okay,
at the
yeah,
last
okay. I
possible
think that's what the
moment
towel
before
that have marked
foreclosure.
is.
They were able to pay their debts, but left with only $8,000 to start their new lives with. But on the bright side, at least, Cassandra is now
That's right,
cancer-free, married with children, and working as a gymnast. Nice little positive thing. I mean, to be fair, Cassandra's probably like, I didn't even want the fucking house. It's weird to think that, like, they had to sell the house to get out of debt that the house put them in. That's bullshit. Let's get out of a sad time house makeover and go into The Bachelor. Everybody's sexy.
What's
dating
time for
show.
this?
Bachelor's been
This
on way
team
too long.
skill?
I want to say I think there's over 30
We'll find out
seasons
right
of
now.
The Bachelor.
Did you ever watch The Bachelor?
No. And you know the thing is too is I know that if I watched it, I would enjoy it. I love trash.
Oh, no, I'm dead.
I love it. I eat it up. The only thing close to The
No one's
Bachelor
over by the
is
magic
Rock
guy.
and Love Bus,
Fuck,
Brett
man.
Michaels, and all
You guys
those
gotta stop
trashy white trash
moving.
women.
Hey, Brett!
God, he's like the hottest rock star ever.
And I like how there's like 4 seasons, and each new season he's like, well, the last one didn't work out. Because it ends with him like getting together with one of the girls, and he's just like, I don't know, the spark.
Did he get
died."
off my
Okay,
keyboard?
okay, cool, Brett Michaels, thanks. But one of the Bachelor alums says that reality TV almost ruined his family. Chris Bukowski was a handsome TV personality that showed up on multiple shows of the Bachelor franchise. And in 2015, it was revealed that he would retire from reality TV.
We don't need a
as
brew.
whole tragedy. In his words, quote, it almost completely ruined me, my family, and my career. Are you walking away from your career?
Well, I guess that's why I say.
I'm walking over after this transition.
In my career. Chris was ridiculed
Walking over
a lot
right
for
now,
treating
or else
people
I'll be
terribly on his
fucking
Bachelor
dead.
appearances,
Oh my, I
often
might be
being
dead.
seen as desperate and
I'm-
manipulative.
oh my.
And all the guys are just like,
There you go.
hell yeah. I think with how these shows work is
Thank
that
you.
if you don't get chosen, but you're a popular character, they bring you back. I think that's how some of those work.
Is that The Bachelorette?
I think it's both. It goes Bachelor, and then it goes Bachelorette, and it goes back and forth, but I think they just keep bringing people back as long as they're popular, I think. Chris grew distant from his parents because of how they reacted to the things people were saying about him
Yeah,
on
I'm
TV.
gonna go back over
And
there.
Chris's father didn't even want to speak to him. I'd be like, Dad, it's TV. you realize that, like, this is make-believe, right? This is not real. I don't even want to talk to you, son. You're not the boy I raised. It's like, I'm an actor. I'm an actor.
Yeah, this is that
dad.
safe
Chris could
trial.
feel himself becoming more irrelevant. But because he was obsessed with fame and wanted to fix his reputation, he would constantly return to future Bachelor shows,
okay.
only to further embarrass
Wait,
himself,
maybe-
buddy. Chris, me and you.
Maybe
are
I
the same
almost killed
boat.
myself.
All right? At least you're pretty. If
If
you
you
get
go-
depressed
yep.
and addicted
Because
to
I was
taking
on
Go
the
to
wrong
no,
side.
to the side over.
cope
It's all
with
over.
stress.
Oh, never
God
mind.
damn. And in 2015, people
Well, I
saw
know
him
the
as
safe
his
spot for this one, I
weakness,
just
getting
wasn't doing
dangerously
it.
drunk on a season of Bachelor in Paradise and leaving after only one episode. He admits he doesn't even remember it. Dude, cool it with the Bachelor appearances. Because I know that the producers are looking at him like a fucking gold mine. You're addicted to fentanyl and Ambien? He's like, yeah. They're like, get on back in there, buddy. I think that now's your time. And then in 2015 again, he announced his retirement on TV. Near the end of his speech, he tells the audience, quote, I finally realized I'll never be able to change the past. I apologize you had to witness my struggle publicly over the last 3 years. He's a handsome man. I don't know. What happened to him? He's alive. I don't know. 2015. That was just a couple years ago. It's a decade. Who knows what happened in the decade with him? We'll see. Hopefully he's married and he's not addicted to Ambien and hydrocodone or whatever. But sometimes reality shows don't just ruin people's lives. For many unfortunate contestants, it leads to their untimely death, which in a way is ruining their life. It doesn't just ruin their lives and leave them in the gutter, it actually kills them. Which we could talk about the adventure reality show that led to a helicopter collision. That feels like maybe a bit of a kind of a bad time to bring that one up with what's going on in the world. In 2015, goddamn, 2015, what the f is going? In 2015, production began for a French reality show called Dropped. How do you say dropped in I in French? Yeah,
Dropped.
Or say
I woke up so late today. I don't know
Two
why I'm
teams of
yawning.
athletes would be blindly dropped into a remote location
'Cause you're
without any
tired.
food or assistance, forcing contestants to work together to find civilization. Kind of sounds like a little bit like Naked and Afraid or whatever, but it is funny to be like, yeah, we're just going to drop them with no resources, and we'll check up on them. We have some GoPros in the forest. I'm sure they'll be fine. The season would begin in Argentina and consist of various professional athletes and Olympians as both teams were boarding their helicopters. Tragedy struck. Right after the helicopters took off, they moved too close to each other and collided. Both plummeted to the ground, killing contestants, production staff, and both the pilots. Yeah, there's no way we can show that.
We'll just recreate it in Minecraft or Gary's mod.
10 people in total lost their lives, and the show was subsequently canceled. Could have been a great show. Yeah, we don't even know. We didn't even get to see it.
Why were they flying so
Where are my
close?
stems?
It's fucking weird in the video. They're like flying, and you're like, okay, there they go. And then just all of a sudden, they're just like... I've never been on a helicopter. There's nothing in my being that wants to get on a helicopter. It's just tragedy. So many people lost their lives. A lot of famous people. That's all people know. So many. I think that the amount of helicopter crashes a year is actually pretty staggering. You'd be surprised.
Have you seen the Afghans trying to pilot the helicopter?
Have I seen the Afghans trying to pilot the helicopter?
Well, it's like right after the Americans left Afghanistan.
Oh, then we just left a helicopter
Yeah,
there?
it was like truck driver tries to draw it, flying over.
Does he just nosedive it?
Immediately goes up and just crashes. Tragic.
That is tragic. Moving on, Terrace House causes resident to end her life. I really gotta stop telling people too that I'm gonna do like a happy video or whatever. I saw in the last video, people were like, I thought you said this week was supposed to be positive. Well, this is my life. Hope you guys are looking for a nice escape today. Terrace House was a massively popular Japanese reality show franchise that picked a group of strangers to live together. It was praised for being
Favorite
far
part
less
of the
dramatic
raid,
than a
the
typical
Oda
reality
block
show,
room.
often showing conflict that was more mundane but realistic.
ハンバーガー好きだけど今日はハンバーガーじゃなくねって言ってるだけじゃないみたいになっちゃってっていうことが許されない彼氏のよ
Subtle but striking.
Yeah,
During Terrace
TV.
House Tokyo 2019 through 2020, one of the 6 residents was Hana Kimura, a 22-year-old woman who happened to be a professional Japanese wrestler. She's like Harley Quinn. I thought she was a cosplayer, like a cyberpunk thing. Does that look like a cyberpunk cosplay? While many enjoyed her on the show, getting insight into her life
Yo,
as a wrestler, other viewers were
if you're gonna cross,
ridiculing her
just
online
put on
for
that
being
while you're-
unlikable.
come on.
But things began to escalate, however, after one particular episode.
I usually do it anyway.
Kobayashi, another
you're gonna
member of the
tank
show, who had previous
the
friction with
majors.
Hannah,
You're
accidentally
just gonna
shredded
cross
one of
as
Hannah's
soon as
ring
we tag
outfits after
Rangers.
carelessly adding his clothes to the wash without removing
Okay.
it. She was fed up, y'all. And what followed was 10 minutes of Kimura aggressively tearing into the man in the heat of the moment. The cyberbullying she had dealt with became
I'm gonna wait for
infinitely
them.
worse, which ultimately led to her taking her own life.
なんで私こんな頑張ってんのにあんたにそういう風にされなきゃいけないの
お前が喋れ。
慣れて言えばわかんない。今は本当にごめんしか
I'm
言えない
pinging for them.
I like how it's just a person being like, I really wish you wouldn't have done that. This means a lot to me. And the guy isn't even like
Jimmy.
lashing back out. So opposite of American media, where American media, he'd be like, you bitch, I didn't mean to. I
Across.
said I'm sorry. He's
Like,
like,
yeah, really? Really? I'll kill you. I'll drag you in the street and I'll...
Bro, I'm gonna fucking die.
you know, I feel really hurt. Like, I wish
You're
you
gonna
were
die?
more, you know, careful with what you did. He's just like... And then now Japanese people are just like, you are horrible, bitch! But people discovered gruesome Natalie
Oh, at least I made it with the keystone.
brutal and bloody images of harm posted by Kimura. And other
across the
she revealed the great toll that online ridicule had on her mental health. The rest of the season never aired, and Terrace House has yet to release a new season after the controversy that followed. Reports from former cast members reveal that the producers of the show would aggressively push residents to play certain roles in order to create some of its most iconic moments. Of course, dude. Every bit of reality television is scripted, or it's fabricated. Even if the contestants don't know, things are being played in a way to where
Alright,
the
well,
producers
next
know they're
time
gonna
we
get the
will
outcome they
probably
want.
just kill the majors.
Someone put her
I think that probably needs a little more
I
coordination.
bet you anything, somebody put her
Yeah,
outfit
nah,
They didn't
nah.
get on the Rangers right away.
without him even noticing. He just like was throwing it in, like something like that, where he's like, "Oh, I didn't know." Or to him, he's
That's
like, "Oh,
fine.
I'm sorry," and then of course she's devastated. It turns out that this even extends to the argument that led to Kimura being
Okay.
intensely cyberbullied. Text she had sent to her friend prior to the event revealed that she was instructed to go off on Kai Kobayashi and even slap him if given the chance. Her mother
Inside.
claimed that the producers thought that Kimura should act as the heel, similar to how she did in the ring. Like, she's a wrestler, she's the evil one. But because Terrace House has a reputation
Sorry
for
about
being
that.
real,
I'll do it
not
next time.
exaggerated, producer intervention like this had a major impact on how cast members were treated outside of the show. Because people thought it was so real and that it was so authentic, they're just like, these are exactly everything that you're doing and seeing is real. And my God, that wasn't the case. And if we want to keep strolling down a positive lane, let's talk about the Ginny Jones murder. The Ginny Jones Show was a massive popular tabloid talk show from 1991 hosted by stand-up comedian Ginny Jones. Roll one of the jokes.
Women look for basically the same things in a man. I'll tell you what I find attractive on a man.
Pussy!
That was pretty funny.
I enjoyed it. In 1995, there was an unaired taping of the show titled Revealing Same-Sex Secret Crush, where guests would be invited to meet their secret admirers. I feel like the Jerry Springer show probably had an irreversible damage on the kind of stuff people brought into on the air. The episode became public later on as evidence in a court case. What seemed like a lighthearted show became strangely uncomfortable. A 32-year-old Scott Amador awkwardly confessed his love to his friend Jonathan Schmitz, only to be rejected on live TV.
Can you tell us what your status is? Are you involved with anybody or?
No, but I am definitely heterosexual, I guess you could say.
That's all good and fun, right? That happens all the time. Jerry Springer, right? Rip out your hair. It's like some fat redneck chick, and some like little person comes out and like nosedives into the crowd. It's all good fun, right? Because the audience got a big kick out of it. And Ginny Jones did her best to milk the moments for as long as she could by asking tons of follow-up questions, right? She was being the Jerry. Why would you do this, right? Trying to find the human aspect of these people. Days later, Scott pushed further by leaving a sexually inappropriate note at his house, despite
Yeah, do
knowing
normal.
he was not at all interested. John confronted Scott directly, and he admitted that the note was from him. So now it's even more weird.
He's
We're not
trying to
even-
time
I
with
told
you,
you,
can't.
I'm not interested. And he's just like, take that. I wrote it for you. Take it.
I bet he was thinking like, well, maybe on air he was pressured, but
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You want me to right? We can't say that because we'll get demonetized. But you want me to suck and slick and sniff and poke? And John's just like, no, dude, no. I have a date later at Dave and Buster's. Like, I'm like trying to get my dick sucked later by a girl, and he's like, oh, fuck. Oh, no way. John grabbed a shotgun from his car and shot 2 rounds into Scott's chest before immediately calling the police and confessing and turning himself in.
I don't know what got over me. I don't know what got over me.
All right, listen, dude. If one of my buddies came up to me and they're just like, I want to scratch and sniff you, I think I could just handle being like, no, versus pulling out the shotty and
Wait
pumping
for,
it into the chest, I
wait.
guess.
He was insecure. Rage filled him.
Which he used the gay panic defense. I didn't know what he was going to do. He was just weird and gay. 91 court 2 would have been like, I've had that happen. Which was a legal tactic in which a heterosexual person could claim they lost control after dealing with an undesired sexual advance from a homosexual person. The Salem witch trials become more and more real, I feel like, as the years go on. With this, he was given a lesser charge to 2nd-degree murder and was put behind bars until 2017. Well, that doesn't seem. He's been out for a bit now. Wow. 1995. So basically, he was in there for, what, 12 years? 24 years.
Well, he got out 1 year on good behavior.
So good, bro.
Well, you did have the gay panic, my friend. That's such a crazy tactic. Well, given the conditions, we still gotta charge you.
Avenge the
But we'll
fucking
knock it
two.
down to a
Nice.
second degree.
Thanks, game.
Meeting adjourned. Which, to be fair, I'm not trying to say that the old boy pushing him with the scratch and sniff thing, and he's just like, scratch it. Listen, I'm not saying that's good, but it's a bit of an overreaction, yeah.
That's
Also,
better
we talk
with
about
more
John and
T-Bows
Kate plus
that you have in the
and,
team.
we get to watch their marriage be
You get
destroyed on camera.
T-Bow hits
John and Kate plus
before
8 was a reality show created
he
in 2007
starts.
that followed a couple living their lives with 8 children in Pennsylvania. While the
That
show
makes
became
sense.
massively popular, their lives began to fall
I've tried to do
apart
it,
the
it's just
longer
like can't do
continued.
it.
Basically, they had a happy family, a big old happy family. We got to basically watch a marriage unfold and burn up into hellfire.
I'm hitting like
In real time.
fucking
That was
dog
around
shit.
phase two where
The
it was,
fuck
like,
is this
following,
fucking
like a Mormon family with like a fucking cheaper by the dozen
$1 billion
situation.
fucking
Like, there was a
T-Bow?
bunch of different ones where it was like, I'm just
Like,
shooting the kids out.
fucking
now. I don't
bronze
care.
pickaxe.
Because that show came out around the same time as like Little People, Big World. That was a thing. Literally just watching like a bunch of little people walk around. They had like one normal son too. You know there was some producer who was like, oh, jackpot. They had one normal kid. Oh. The show had become so popular that each subsequent season wanted more and more episodes. It got to a point where they had a camera in their face
Don't
just
need
about
that stuff,
every
but-
day of the week. Something that
Oh, you
began
need the
to really
overload?
put the two of them on edge. Yeah, dude. Over time, they became absolutely sick of each other. The production heavily leaned into it and even goaded the two of them to air out their personal grievances with each other.
She was probably, I'm sorry, can you stop breathing so loud, honey? He's like, breathe quietly.
The
Yeah, there's a
Kirkland
lot
marriage
more
became the new
mystics, so
focus
just stay
of the
over here with
show.
us.
Once again, it's just all these things are all just producers just being like,
So don't get fucked in the ass.
you all should.
Yeah, maybe that's what I was looking for.
Camera for the show. And then like they like walk over and he's
Save it for the duos.
he refused to put the dishes away. You know what I mean? They're in their ear probably being like, yeah, dude, you're in the fucking right. She's being a
Mega
fucking
T
dickhead."
getting
You have
fucked
different
in the
people in your
ass
ears
by
100%.
They're also playing
Bony
Bony
mystics.
figuring it out.
Yeah, it's gonna give other people hope. Marriage is tough, but you guys are gonna persevere.
While Link records.
Partner, like,
Oh, this green one's on somebody. Stand here. Fuck.
It's really bad. But what followed, a long-running series of controversy pushed by tabloid news outlets, from cheating scandals,
Somebody aggroed
to
that
public
other one.
divorce in 2009, and even an ugly 12-year-long custody
Bro,
battle. that they
don't
would
do.
sometimes
Oh my
discuss
god,
on
that's why I
televised talk
that's why I
shows.
ping this
In
tile.
2022, some of their children began
Nobody
to speak
listens,
up about their
man.
struggles with growing up in front of the camera crew. Their son Colin
That's
admitted in
fucking
recent
Jimmy
years that
aggroed
it
the
completely
other
tore the
one.
family apart, leading to him being extremely distant to his parents. Colin also started to reveal much more shocking behavior from Kate after her divorce. According to him, Kate would specifically target him to vent her frustrations. You hear the front door open. And he'd be like, here we go. Here comes.
Come on, Jimmy, fuck to that one.
Or whatever.
That's his
Colin,
problem to
like,
deal
after
with
that,
now.
He's like, God damn. This is
We'll get
range
it,
from
we'll
being
get it.
chastised verbally to having his hands and
Oh,
feet zip tied and
man.
locking him in the basement for several days. Special room in the basement.
I tried to save him. I shot this mystic in the back while I was chasing Jimmy, but I couldn't do it.
He was
I
forced
tried to
homeschool and live
save him.
segregated from his other siblings. She's like, well, what else?
Bro, slamming Bruce? Yeah, facts.
Kate had admitted
Look,
Colin to a mental health facility for behavioral
I was getting
and
fucked.
psychiatric conditions. that were
Sometimes you
later
gotta do what you
proven to
gotta
be
do.
Completely false.
You shouldn't have been there.
Hello, Frost Daddy from Megateeth. Child kitty.
It's unfortunate that that's how my mom
Sure,
raised
Chet's
me
funny.
as a person.
It was believed
Yo,
that
you
she
got
was only there
restore?
because it allowed Kate to escape being caught for her abuse, and she started to claim that Colin had a, quote,
Can I have the
distorted
2 dose?
perception
Yeah,
of
thank you.
reality. I don't know what he's talking
Oh wait,
about.
can I have an
There's
enhance
room
it?
in the basement.
That'll
Like,
probably
okay,
help me
cool, 'cause
too.
we have to go check it out soon. She's like, really? Okay,
Thank you.
can I use the restroom really quick? And you see, like, run into the house
Oh,
and
wait.
start, like, cleaning stuff up.
You're a
At 11 years
lifesaver.
old,
Here you go.
Colin was put on tons of medications that he didn't need, telling reporters that he often felt like a zombie. He
16
vividly remembered
is
using crayons to
diabolical.
write a letter for his dad, begging to be saved from the facility. And there's even fucking photos of the letters, dude. I might as well read one of them here. Dear Dad.
Joey Wheeler.
Yeah, I know. Joey, dear Dad, I'm not trying to trick you, but I still love you. I told Mom I want to live with you. She said no, but right? She can't choose for me. I'm old enough now. I'm your son, not hers. She was abusive to me after I left your house. I'm sorry to take this to court because there's a bunch of redacted shit. You're my dad, my savior. Please help me and let me meet Colleen. I'm counting
Yo,
on you
so
to
what's
get me
time
out of
for
here. Please,
5? It's
Daddy.
like 42, right?
It's an 11-year-old who wrote that.
Oh,
They couldn't even give the son of a bitch just a ballpoint pen. Have you ever
it's 42 minutes, yeah.
Garrett is DJ, sorry.
Maniac. He's like, I'm your son, and it's like all written out all weird and shit. Dad's gonna like read this and be like,
Perfect. Perfect, perfect.
oh yeah. Like, pants off. It was then that John realized how bad Kate was treating their children and fought as hard as
Beautiful.
he could to gain custody. Today, he has custody
Aw,
of Colin,
thanks, some
his
blessing.
daughter Hannah, while the other 6 children live.
42
Well,
minutes.
it's fun to know that Kate's just out there zip tying people probably and throwing them in those fucking hefty trash bags.
Yeah, we're
and
gonna
like,
have to
vacuum
be a
out
little
the air.
faster with prep. You might have to stay back and help them like full prep.
I think we over prepped this time.
Scares me. I also don't trust John too.
Yeah,
John sitting
maybe.
Dan, what's happening? Colin, wait, hold on, big guy. What's going on? Is it a Mai Tai?
Here, oh. Horn.
Okay, I'm on my
Please,
way.
doesn't matter.
Listen, reality TV is trash, right? That's all it is. If you watch reality TV, you are consuming a
Damn,
trash
you're
product.
scaring me, man.
Listen, man, I just wanted to give it. I was sniffing it a little bit. You know, cat rules, bro. Had to get familiar with its
Next thing you
scent.
know, you're sitting on the couch and you have type 2 diabetes, right? Welcome to my world. But there's an inherent scumminess to the productions of your favorite shows, right? Every show that you watch, these shows are built on blood and tears. I'm gonna
focus on getting in there
we live
with
in a
you.
world where everything has to be
We'll
sensational.
probably have to
right? You can't just, you saw even the Japanese.
I'm gonna
be a
mage
little
skip.
tighter on prep time.
I'm gonna mage skip.
I can mage skip.
immediately. Oh, okay. Alright, I'll melee him then.
Okay, and sometimes that comes with the cost
get
of treating
in
people
there.
like props rather than human beings, and I think that's just a
Yeah, let's just go in instantly.
So this
Let's,
is what I'll say. Watch your
don't wait on
reality
anybody.
television shows, but realize that
At least
you're
2 people
watching something
going right
fake.
now.
You're watching a facade, and that these people that you're watching is probably a little bit more behind the camera than you expect. I'm depressed. I'm horribly depressed. One of these days we'll make a happy video. No one will watch it. Because it's the point that we're trying to make with this, that if you just had a show about a bunch of people who were happy, no one would give a good goddamn. People like to have the spice and the evilness. So I wouldn't expect that happy video anytime soon.
All right,
See you in
going
the
in.
next one.
Okay.
Oh, I fucked it up.
Almost went in without a lance. That would have sucked. Alright, we're good. I think we'll still
Oh,
make
I
time.
thought Reed was on. Everybody knows what they're doing here. Let's mage, not fucking ranged. Whoops. I noticed too late. Oh, nice. And then it wants to switch on me. Okay.
You're getting
Humble two.
jetted?
Oh, okay. All right.
Welcome back to the Papa Me
Alright.
channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're
Let me
talking
guess.
about
A ranged
polarizing
attack.
character, Gypsy
Oh.
Rose.
Oh, that sounds.
Sounds very similar.
Which I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm gonna be a bit rude towards her voice. It's very mousy and it's funny. It's fine. What am I?
I got so
supposed to say?
scared. I was
It's
like, where the
funny.
fuck's
From
my
an
sight?
outsider looking in,
I'm
you
fucking
might
wearing
say,
it.
Well, why is this person so polarizing? Well, you might not know it by looking at her, but she was arrested for second-degree murder. The murder of her mother, who was a bit of a character as well. Yes, this is a convicted murderer, technically.
I didn't want to have to actually kill her, but I did.
It's a weird gray area because I didn't mention yet that her mother subjected her to lifelong physical, mental, and even medical abuse.
This proves that happy endings are not just in fairy tales, they're real.
So a lot of people see this as self-defense in a way. A person trapped in a horrible, horrible prison in her own home, lying to the public, and the only way out was murder. It's like a little Sherlock Holmes case. It's a little Inspector Gadget.
We could probably make time.
Inspector Gadget could have
Yeah.
cleared the whole situation right there. I mean, on one hand,
I was
you have
saying
a
that.
murderer who should be condemned for her sins, but at least she killed someone.
I'm
who's
sorry,
a little bitch.
man. My
It's okay, you know, no, man. You know what, man? You know what, man? It's okay. I'm just gonna take my
When you
lips
say
off.
that, I wasn't paying attention.
Human
I'm so sorry.
experiences.
I was in the beginning of
Guy
P1.
getting his,
That's
the
fine. It's
little
not
man
that
being able
serious.
to punch up and kill. God, And in this case, it's Gypsy Rose.
I think it's pretty
having
serious.
somebody from like a vampire website that
Whoa.
she was getting finger by stabbed her mom like 37 times in the all over her body, just like John Wick. This has been covered by a lot of people. There's been documentaries. There's even been a Hulu
I don't even know what it's
show
set
that
on
we'll
now.
talk about. But now,
That's
as
sad.
recently, I was surprised to know that she got released from jail and that she's a reality TV star. When I found out that a second-degree murderer had their own reality television show, and it's like relationship
Reed, you have to
gossip,
melee.
dude, I am a sucker for trash television. If you look at my Amazon Prime purchases, it's nothing. It's like legitimately
Just find your melee
9
gear.
seasons of Gold Rush. I mean, Deadliest Catch.
Interesting.
American
I should
Choppers.
not
Did I go
expect
too early?
that.
Love me some schlock television, and
I
especially
went
when
too
I
early.
found out
Oh,
that
no.
it was by
It's
Lifetime
set.
Network for Women. Oh my God!
Let me
All the
get it
movies
right.
are on that channel. Man beats woman until finally the police arrest her. So like it does make sense in a way. I was totally
pinging?
bought in.
Did you ever see
I can't see it, so I don't know what's going on.
the boy who was burnt alive by his father?
No.
Am I doing something?
I saw this one movie. It was all about like this guy in San Francisco who was a public teacher. He moves into like a garage out back, and then like the 14-year-old daughter is trying to like suck and the whole time. He's like, I can't. I feel like everybody saw that fucking movie.
And then she like stole his condom, right?
She stole his condom and all this kind of stuff.
We found semen inside of her.
I was positive. I read something or I saw something from a person, and back in the day, they're like, I mean, any guy just would have done it. So, I mean, he's kind of a hero, but at the same time, what kind of head does he have on his shoulders? And you're like, yep, those early 90s Lifetime movies were primo. Today, I want to thank today's sponsor, Factor! Let me tell you something. I've decided to get in shape. No, I'm serious. I know I'm fat, but I know I'm going to get in shape. And the first step to becoming a skinny
How nice of
person
them to
is
not
to
pick you
eat
to be
better.
meshed
I
with.
know, right?
Portion sizes, calorie counts, and enough protein and no
I was watching. I was like, oh man, I see 4 other circles. That means I'm good.
Factor has delicious ready-to-eat meals that are chef-crafted and dietitian approved. In just 2 minutes, you can heat, eat, and enjoy. For me right now, I've been choosing the Calorie Smart and Protein Plus options. So I've been enjoying the roasted garlic chicken with green beans and the shredded chicken taco bowls. And with over 35 options to choose from each week,
Yo,
you're sure to find
SB's
something
in
you
my
like.
chat.
Factor even has one-on-one
Hi.
nutrition coaching. For those like me that are looking to be better every time I
Could
sit
eat.
down and eat. The best part of Factor is that there is no
Oh my
prep work,
God,
no
my
standing in
fucking
grocery
cat
lines,
pressed
and
escape.
virtually no
Back up.
cleanup. Head to factor75.com or click the link
As
below
soon as
and
I
use
fucking
code
click a
PAPAMEAT50
brew.
to get 50% off
Yo,
your first Factor
move.
box and 20% off your next month of orders. That's code PAPAMEAT50 at factor75.com.
I
Get
almost
50%
got
off your
PK'd.
first box
I
with
pressed
20%
log
off
out,
your
but of
next
course it
month
didn't let
orders.
me.
Hey, thanks Factor for sponsoring the video. Here's the video. So I
Yeah, we
figured,
got a gap.
why not jump
like
in
flame
and talk
phase.
about the show because it's a doozy. But before we
Last
do
phase
that,
was
we
flame.
need to kind of get you filled in on Gypsy Rose and her experience because this story
Yep.
is, I mean, it feels
Well, that's-
fictitious. It's that
that's just
comical and
unfortunate, but-
grand and fantastical that you wouldn't believe it. It feels like something out of a
Excuse
fucking
me.
M. Night Shyamalan movie or something like that. That's a bad
Excuse
direction to
me.
choose. That's a
Excuse me. Oh, I'm gonna-
the twist. Oh, the twist is that she's actually
Almost
not sick.
burned
Oh,
somebody.
it does work. Okay, okay. Gypsy Rose has a very,
Brother.
very unique case of abuse.
Scoot that
She's
ass.
a survivor and victim of one of the most famous instances of Munchausen by proxy. What kind of fucking name for a disease is that? From her mother, Claudine D.D. Blanchard. Typically, Munchausen syndrome is when someone tries to get attention and sympathy by faking and exaggerating their own illness.
I fucked it.
Munchausen's by
Oh.
proxy is when you basically keep somebody sick in order to get that kind of attention back. So Dee Dee didn't have fucking balls to fake all this shit herself. She's just like, oh, my husband ran out on me. I'm just going to abuse my daughter. And it is absolutely... And also, I want to
I'm gonna
point
need a
out
brew.
that unbelievable that doctors just went along with this for as long as they did. Dee Dee had Gypsy Rose come out as basically a cancer survivor. She would give her all kinds of surgeries that she did not need, had her fucking teeth removed. She would
Take that one,
actively
too.
shave her head, and by doing so, the public, I mean, who would ever know? This girl is wheelchair bound. She doesn't let her associate
Are you kidding me?
people in the
Oh,
neighborhood
my.
at all, and then she puts her in basically children's clothing. I've seen a
Yo,
lot of
what's
pictures
up
of
with
her
your
with,
clicks,
like, in
bruh?
like a princess outfit. I mean, it pulls on your
You're going melee.
heartstrings because you're just like, how cruel and unfair is this world that we live in.
Actually,
but by
just
doing
wait-
so,
wait
she
till
was
your
able to get
burnstone.
a house built in Missouri. She was able to get tons and tons and tons of money
Being a good
donated to
burn
her,
patient.
meet celebrities, go to Disney World, all kinds of stuff, which the last two that I said don't really. I can't end it on going to Disney World, but for some people, they're just like, that's all I need. Make a wish, baby. And the list of abuse that Dee Dee made Gypsy endure is quite extensive. Here's a brief timeline of
Holy
events
shit,
to
I'm gonna
kind
get
of
fucking
let you
PK'd.
know what was going on. When Gypsy was 1 year old, Dee Dee pretended that Gypsy had sleep apnea and made her use a CPAP machine. At 1
What
years
is going
old,
on this
that
rig,
thing that you
guys?
see your obese 86-year-old grandfather using, that's what an infant baby was using, okay? When Gypsy was 8 years old, Dee Dee claimed she had muscular dystrophy and forced her to use a wheelchair, which must have been extremely mentally confusing whenever you're like, I walk around the house all day, why do I have to sit in this f***ing chair all day and pretend that I can't walk? And Gypsy
I'm
was
alright.
even tricked into thinking
This-
she had seizures and was forced to
dying.
take seizure medication that caused her teeth to rot out of her mouth.
Oh, somebody actually died.
It was me.
You out of food?
This then resulted in her getting them
No, not quite.
surgically
Oh, no.
extracted. If they weren't
Well,
dangling,
you didn't die with any
falling
bruise.
out by themselves, Dee Dee was
Why'd you drop me
quite
your
the trooper
food?
and just said, why not just go down to the dentist
I
and
was
pull
fine
these
at the
bad boys out
time.
ourselves. Dee Dee would tell
And I was
people that Gypsy
not
had leukemia
expecting
and would regularly
issues
shave her
with
head
running the
to
head.
make people think she was receiving chemotherapy. Oh God, you just want to fucking punch her in the face, dude. That's so. Dee Dee made doctors install a feeding tube
Yeah,
in
there's
the
a lot of
Gypsy's stomach.
fire burning and
So you just want the tube here? All right, what's it?
stuff.
Let me grab my big fucking knife here.
A lot of spreading of,
Gypsy was
of
forced to
the
bring an
AIDS.
oxygen tank when leaving the house, and she had her saliva glands removed
How are you,
because of
SB?
excessive
I
drooling.
miss you.
Which is why now, too, that's why I think she licks her lips so much now. So you'll see her a lot, and she looks like she's doing some weird frog thing, which is like, whatever, but it's just because she has no fucking
Ooh.
saliva glands.
Why does Jimmy get all the
That's like
fucking
some, like,
purples,
weird,
man?
like, hostile torture shit. You know what I mean? Like an Eli Roth movie or something.
those
Well, now,
split.
Gypsy, you
Wow,
drool
didn't
too
make
much,
time
we
by
gotta
4
pop those
seconds,
glands
apparently.
out. She's like, well, if you didn't keep me hooked on this fucking CPAP machine and all this medication, I wouldn't drool as much. Child. Dee Dee would tell other people that Gypsy had
Yeah,
the
we
mind
gotta have
of
a cleaner Ulm
7-year-old
for
and would
sure.
continuously lie about Gypsy's age to keep her younger than what she actually was. The celebrity meetups, the trips to Disney and all that stuff, which of course, dude, of course Dee Dee was
Oh, what did I get? I didn't even loot.
Of course. You
Oh
better
wow,
watch
look,
those
another
kids
torn
videos.
prayer
And I
scroll.
hate to even say that because I don't want to put that bad omen on anybody, but this Disney adults.
What
can
you
keep-
having for
keep
dinner?
an eye on them for real.
I'm
She
getting
was
hungry
fed
too.
only Pediasure, a dietary supplement for children, until she was in her 20s. Here you go, drink that. You can't chew because all your teeth are gone. She has more fucking silver in her mouth than a goddamn werewolf hunter. Have you seen her mouth? Oh my god. It wasn't until she was older that she started to realize that all these ailments her mother said she had weren't actually real. So even her entire life, even Gypsy believed it. It wasn't until she was much older where she actually was like, oh, I'm being lied to. Because also, when you're emotionally and mentally abused, I feel like you probably stagnate mentally.
Bro, isn't that
Looking
like
at her now, she's
that's
definitely
a decent
has
split, like
mind
10
of a
mil each or
child.
something?
It was just like the persona of like act like a child.
You're in on the bit so long that you get lost in it, probably. What am I supposed to do? Just tell people it's not
Yeah,
real
like an
now?
8 or 7
Mom
mil
will
split.
Kill me, probably. So Gypsy tried to run away in 2011, but when Dee Dee found her, she smashed her computer with a hammer and physically restrained her to her bed for 2 weeks. And it wasn't until 2012 when Gypsy was able to get on social media by secretly accessing her computer while her mom slept. I'll tell you what, her mom's a big old girl, let me tell you. No wonder she's probably able to play RuneScape and everything too. I mean, I bet that bitch was out cold. This led her to meet an autistic man named Nicholas Gojon.
My name's Nicholas.
Your name is Nicholas, and you might be fucking autistic, dude. He was from Big Bend, Wisconsin, and had an IQ of 82.
Red beans and
And he
rice.
believed that he was a
Ooh, I want some rice.
500-year-old vampire. Forgot to tell you that. She was
Wait,
on
what?
a vampire dating website. It probably feels normal compared to
up?
the life that she lives, so I don't know. I mean,
Nothing,
if
nothing.
a
That's okay.
little vampire giving me hickeys on my neck and shit. A little dating
Oh,
website. I
there's
probably would have
splits
been down
right
with
here.
that back in
Here
like
you go, Jimmy.
2012. He
Got
was
it,
also
Jimmy.
arrested for masturbating in a McDonald's parking lot. I just wanted to throw that in there. Just to really slip that under you. It was the McRib, baby. The McRib is back.
That's a good
What are you
split,
supposed to do?
8.4
For
mil.
3 years, they communicated in secret, and in 2015, the two conspired to murder Dee Dee and set Gypsy free from her prison. Originally, the plan was to get Gypsy pregnant, but that quickly changed to murder. The spectrum feels a bit odd. On June 9th, 2015, Nicholas arrived at Gypsy's house in Springfield, Missouri. Gypsy handed him a stolen knife, duct tape, and gloves in order to murder her mom. As Dee Dee slept, Gypsy hid in the bathroom and covered her ears as Nicholas entered Dee Dee's room and stabbed her 17 times. And what's f***ed up is Gypsy even said that she heard her mother crying for her help, but she didn't answer, and she just listened to her mom get murdered in the next room, screaming in pain. The two were arrested and charged with first-degree murder. But because of the abuse Gypsy endured, she was able to accept a plea deal that lowered her charge to second-degree murder, which resulted in a 10-year prison sentence. You think 10 years is enough? Now here's the whole thing, too. Nicholas, yes, he did do the murdering thing. He was a fucking monster himself.
Difference is, Gypsy was abused and Nicholas wasn't.
No, sure. How could you not feel sympathy for Gypsy? Is it a horrible thing she did? Yes. Was she of sound of mind? No, there's no way. She gained so much notoriety from the story, and people talking about her in prison. Her story was shared. There was a documentary made about her named Mommy, Dead, and Dearest, which I'm pretty sure is a play on Mommy Dearest, where the star mom basically abuses the children. And they even adapted that story into a Hulu show in 2019 called The Act. It's pretty
shit.
In her times in prison, there was so much media coverage of her to where it feels like this boiling point that we're about to get to was all just this long fuse that was lit from these shows like Dr. Phil, ABC, even a show called Gypsy's Revenge, which feels like an Aladdin sequel or something like that. I don't know. Gypsy was released 2 years early from prison for good behavior. She only had to serve 8 of the 10 years, so everyone was like, oh my god, Gypsy, you get to come, you're our hero. But shortly after her release, it was announced that she would get a reality television show of her life called Gypsy Rose: Life After Lockup. Now you're all caught up. This show, to me, raised a weird, important, ethical question. On one hand, it offers a platform for people to re-indoctrinate this queen back into society as a normal, functional human being who was the victim of Munchausen by proxy. But it also kind of raises a little red flags to me when you try to make a reality social media star out of a person who was the victim of Munchausen by proxy. And the way that they dealt with that was getting a vampire boyfriend and stabbing the mom 17 times and doing all that stuff in prison. Maybe you just don't go on camera. Maybe you just live life like a regular human being and don't have people all around you. She says in the show that she uses it as a platform for her to be a voice for others who might be going through the same thing she is, which I'm like, how many fucking people are going through that shit? Which, I mean, I guess if somebody, you know, is watching the show and they're like, that's me, also in their wheelchair, I don't fucking know. It could be beneficial. It just feels odd. Let me give you the little high school tea drop part of this. During her time in prison, she dated a man named Ken Urich, which eventually led to them getting engaged while she was in prison. But before they actually got married, Ken left Gypsy because of social media stuff, I think, or something like that. And Gypsy was absolutely devastated and immediately rebounded with a Louisiana school teacher named Ryan Anderson. Ryan is such a weird big goober. Here, we gotta put that quote.
SB, I'd make you a VIP, but I don't have VIP badge yet. It doesn't let me until I get like 50 followers or some shit.
Imagine watching any of these Gypsy Rose documentaries and you're like, that is insane that would happen to you. Can I just tell you, you have gorgeous eyes. It just feels like right
Look,
over
a
his
mod,
head.
you want
So
mod?
Gypsy started
Mod's
dating
whatever, I
Ryan,
guess.
and then they got
You gonna
married
ban somebody?
in 2022 while she was
That's
in
always
prison.
fun.
And this new reality show picks up from her getting picked up from prison, and Ryan is the one who picked her up from prison. And you really start to see that actually all of the conflict in her life is extremely, extremely boring and very petty. As soon as Ryan picks her up, I mean, that motherfucker does not take any time to get those paws in between those legs. He's like,
Feels so weird being in a car.
yeah. God damn, baby, you look good.
Ty, I just
You
saw
got
your
some of that
PM.
Louisiana
I understand.
charm. Which during the drive home, I was like, it'd be just so funny if they rolled the car. Not
3
that
hours
they actually
later.
get hurt, but he's like, oh shit, he's such a big man in this Cadillac. Which I was also like, there's no way that's your car. The interview asked how the
We're
first
doing
night
our own
was.
thing, man.
which,
We're
you know,
doing
the
a
next
little
night, they
dual
get to go to
stream
bed.
together, bro.
Then it's like a really
Yeah.
creepy, like, almost like found footage horror film of them in a hotel room. You have to imagine too, on this reality television show, there's probably like a cameraman, some kind of producer there, and like a sound guy. So there's, I mean, I would say at least 3 people in there in this tiny room, and they're all just standing there and they're like, how was your first night? And she's pretty much just like, yeah, we consummated our marriage. Yeah.
We got to consummate our marriage.
We did get to do that. She was so nervous.
And then he's just like, yeah, I pretty much f***ed her pussy real good. And I just have to imagine the camera guy just kind of like, Okay. The next thing they do is they go get shoes from a store. They try to make it seem like, oh, the public knows that Gypsy's out, but it's two
PGM
guys
scroll
outside of, like a
GM
Ross dress for less place. She's able to get shoes, and they're like, Gypsy, you don't get more shoes? She's like, I'm hoping so. Whatever. And Ryan can't handle any of it. He's just like, I think they might be following us. I think they're following us the entire time. That's all he gives a fuck about.
We're being followed.
And I'm like, dude, yeah, he has all these cameras on his car, and he's wondering like, oh yeah, the paparazzi's following us. No shit,
What
dude.
the fuck?
Gypsy is going to Kansas City to see a
What are you
Chiefs game
doing?
and hopefully meet Taylor Swift.
Do, foo, so, no, no.
Media portraying
That boy is being exercised. Are we potting?
It's a good be bad.
I don't like
Yeah, I think so.
And her parole officer calls her, and she's like, what the fuck are you doing? You
Actually,
need to
I don't
go
know.
down to Louisiana. And she's
Probably.
like,
I potted.
I actually have my. Actually, he said I gotta approve I can go.
Our plan was we were gonna.
Our plan was already set.
Our plan was already set to stay a few days in Kansas
Yeah,
City.
with our POs.
And with my.
Wait, this is a 7 skill. Is that why we didn't make time?
Said that that's fine.
No, we got it.
and they're basically like, no, you're fucking go down
Yeah,
to
but,
Louisiana. He's like, baby, come on, give me the phone.
I also
This is
didn't.
some horse
I didn't
shit.
scale it this
And
time.
it's just a bunch of awkward editing. They go back and forth, but pretty much
I
the
was
whole
just
episode is
asking.
her getting calls from her parole officer and her just being in rooms crying with Ryan kind of awkwardly walking around, you know, just trying to be like, hey, I guess it's kind of weird that I'm a part of the family, huh?
Wow, he stepped on me.
Too, so. I'm part
Took my
of the
revenge.
family now.
Yeah, I guess I'm part of the family. If you want to cook me something, you can. The first episode ends pretty much with Gypsy walking
We have a
up
better
to her
shamans.
dad's wife and being like,
I think we'll be alright.
Give me a hug,
shoot.
Mom.
and I'm like, I don't know if I want Gypsy to call me mom, dude. Episode 2, the only thing I could keep thinking was just wondering if she was going to kill again. If there was any part of her that was going to snap and convince Ryan, who is this hulking Louisiana ogre. You know the part in Harry Potter? Drown in the dungeon.
Rusty.
Does Ryan not look like that guy? Kind of. But he's huge. Can you imagine if she was just... The last time it was a little pipsqueak vampire kid.
Hey, you should step
Okay, let's
my
not run
mom.
through all the
Now
crabs
it's a
either.
fucking
Just
6'8"
aggro one, tag one,
gorilla,
and Minoy.
basically.
You should go rob a bank.
Whatever my little Rose wants, little Rose gets. They just bring up Gypsy having sex with Ryan so much.
You have one for it. Oh,
Last 2 nights.
I'll go
There's a
anchor
weird
right
part
now.
where She tells her mom, and she's like, I'm so happy for you, and hugs her. The mom looks like a fucking, like, a little bog witch.
I'm young. My hair's really black.
She's like,
I'm so happy for you.
Ryan's like, yeah, I guess I got a big old gorilla dick on me. Which I know there was a big thing on social media. She said his D's fire.
They jealous because you are rocking my world every night. Yeah, I said it. The D is fire.
She has to like remove her teeth and do a bunch of stuff, and then her body's covered in scars, and she wants to make sure that Ryan likes her body. Which I'm like, that motherfucker's probably on the other side of the wall, tapping the wall. He's like, Freddy Krueger. The episode pretty much ends with Gypsy showing Ryan one of her prison drinks, which is just coffee juice with soda and Jolly Ranchers.
When I was still in prison, I told them about a favorite drink of mine. It's instant coffee with a soda. For flavor, you crush up some Jolly Ranchers, add that to it. You mix it all together and also juice, and then you serve it over ice.
The one thing she's like,
I drink this every day.
Ryan has like this horrible look in his eyes, like, you really gonna make me drink that, baby?
She's like, come on, it's good.
And she pours it in, and it's like 2 large chunks of something, and Ryan basically drinks it, throws up, and Gypsy's like, You don't actually think that tastes good, dude. You're putting on a little show for the f***ing camera. By the 3rd episode, he's always like, baby, I gotta go to work. Which I'm guessing they didn't tell you because they didn't want you
Can you
to
grab
like, call
Sicily
there and
while you're here?
harass him or whatever. And the only thing I could think of is that he worked at like
I
a
got
dog
everything
food
else.
factory.
Just go.
I just imagine him like
Go
saying
do
in
the-
the
go do
interview,
ice
like,
cream.
yeah, they always try to stop me from
Alrighty.
eating the dog food off the cart, but I always find a way. I got a nose like a bloodhound.
It's
So,
gotta
they
be
drive to
really
the airport and
good
they
with
try
their
and bring
time
in some
management.
conflict that they're going to be late. He's talking to like the Armenian fucking Uber driver. He's like, do you even know where you're
Hey,
going?
Kitty.
She's like,
Oh, come down, Ryan. Jesus.
We just need a few Sicily. You don't even need a lot, right?
What did I say about language?
Only for the purple.
well, luckily they make it to New
potion.
York on time, and basically Gypsy just goes on podcast. Ryan's just always the 3rd wheel, kind of walking in and out, waving at people.
Oh, I get a hug. Nice.
So he's like, I don't want them following me. But then he like walks out. He's like, we love you. This show is just smearing this motherfucker because they're trying to build up Gypsy as like, you know, likable.
this is
I think
more
it's
than
around the 3rd
enough.
episode. She's even just
We're
like
good now.
Ryan's asking if she's heard from Ken.
No, I haven't
The
heard
fuck's that
from Ken.
lockpick?
Any
Oh, there it is.
desire from you to reach out to
To-
what's his face?
You can say what's his face's name.
To Ken?
No,
No desire whatsoever.
no, we're good.
But then she's lying to him and being like,
Yeah, I heard from Ken. He hit me up. He's talking to my family.
Something happened.
Are you
to 15
fucking kidding
Kens,
me?
It's gonna be your fault.
the family's even like, you should
I
see
just
Ken.
overloaded.
Which also just makes it seem like he's much better.
Of course, my fucking inventory is messed up, so it's trying to.
No, man, I love Kenny of my life, but I'm married to Ryan.
This is gonna work out. They go visit the grandma's grave, and the first thing Gypsy says is like, "I know I didn't turn out like you wanted me to," which I was like, "God damn, dude."
No.
Series because there's 8 episodes. You very quickly realize that
Hold
like,
on,
people
give me
were
a second,
probably
I'll be right
having a bidding war with her, and this I don't know if the fucking return on investment is going to be very high because we were very quickly realizing there is absolutely no conflict besides the extremely obvious downfall of this relationship. Ryan is a bit insecure, but I just feel bad for him the whole fucking time. He just looks like a big stupid fucking goober walking around and stuff. It's one thing to be like, oh, we had no idea as the viewer, but the viewer knows the entire time that
Do
she's
I get
like,
a hit
don't
in?
know. I mean, I love this
Yeah,
other
I
guy.
killed
I feel
it.
bad for the son of a bitch. I mean, no, I do. I don't know. By the end of episode 4, she's like, I'm loyal to my marriage, but then just bursts into tears. To paraphrase for the rest of the episodes, it's them going back and forth. They go to a fucking wedding venue. They eat some weird food, but it all culminates to a really funny scene of them in her car. Pretty much Gypsy just breaks up with him, I think 9
going yet.
weeks after she's released from prison.
I want a divorce, and in 6 to 9 months, I'm gonna be with Ken.
He has been dating her in prison for 2 years. She's released for a little over 2 months. That's when it kind of really, I feel like, hit me, is her breaking up with this guy. Tumultuous shit that goes on in people's relationships and stuff. That's like nobody's business but your own. People f up, people do weird things. People also fall out of love, and people have to break up, do whatever. People
Whoa.
do bad shit. That's just between you two.
What happened?
And it's like so weird that there's 4 fucking cameras on this car in this dark parking lot watching this like relationship get destroyed.
Okay,
I'm
then
gonna
why all of
die.
a sudden are you not happy? When did this happen all of a sudden? When did you feel this unhappiness? Tonight?
He's just like, okay, well, all right. And then she just packs her shit and leaves. Baby, if you love it, I mean, are you not wanting to work for it? And she's just like, no. This is just gross. Like, God, like I feel fucking disgusting watching this. And then the whole thing ends with her getting back together with Ken. She has a talk with her father about how she's going to be together with Ken, and they have a joke about like, don't get pregnant too quick. We know, just like, give it time.
The last thing I wanted to say, she wants a baby. I'm gonna tell both of y'all, just wait.
And I'm not even joking, maybe 15 seconds later, she's like,
I'm pregnant with Ken's baby.
And it came back.
Oh, that one's set already, but we can't get him right now.
cutting back to Ryan, and he's just sitting in this fucking apartment with this stupid dog he got for her, and he's just like, well, I hope that she comes back to me. I don't know. This damn people keep talking in her ear about me. And the biggest thing of all, which I couldn't believe this until after the fact when we were talking about this, if you have a side-by-side of Ryan and her mom, they look pretty fucking similar. I mean, like, actually, the show uses TikTok to show how the public is thinking of Gypsy about, like, the, you know, oh, she's here doing this, she's here doing that. And it feels gross because it once again feels like somebody who was manipulated at one time being manipulated again and is not actually living a real life. It just feels like now even the public has taken something. It kind of feels like World of Shirts. Joshua Block on TikTok. It's a kid who is mentally unwell, drinking himself to death, and then people kind of just poke at this thing because they're just like, oh, not understanding that there's like real human consequences behind it. But Gypsy has emotionally been to a point where she's like, murder is okay. So now we're going to with this again, which social media is the worst thing you could ever do for the human brain. And now you're putting this person up on a pedestal and manipulating shit again, which I believe since the show has aired, she's deleted all of her social media. And there was even, dude, the murder pics of her mom.
Bro,
got
you gotta
released, and that
wait.
was another thing that swayed people over to be like, oh wait, this is like real. This is like some real shit. It was insane to me to see the public's reaction. I just saw Gypsy Rose's mom's murder photos, and I didn't know it was that up. It's like, what do you expect from 17 stab wounds? 200 stab wounds. Just has a new album out. Shout out to the new album. It's very good. All I know is now people are like, you're a monster. Hey, you're not the mother who's slaying like we thought you were, Gypsy. You actually did something up. It's like, yeah, I did that almost 10 years ago. Like, what are we doing? All All in all, I don't know. It is a train wreck, an absolute dumpster fire. And I gotta say, I wouldn't recommend the show.
No, but for real,
Unfortunate.
7
Trash
skills
TV
is the reason why
is
we're not
meant to
making
be
time,
bad,
and
but
no
at
point
the
in
end of
doing
the
it.
day, it is meant to be fun. It is so fictitious and over the top that it's all scripted, all of it. That's fine. When I watch a season of Gold Rush and I watch a machine break 70 times and they act
Only
like that's
3
the end of the world,
Sicily?
it's fun. My favorite trash television show of all time, Bret Michaels' Rock of Love bust. Do I think Bret Michaels is really going on any of these dates with these people? No, but it's still fun watching white trash women try to get with the lead singer of Poison. If you haven't seen that show's awesome.
Growl like a tiger.
There will always be that kind of scapegoat of a tortured soul that people either boost up or tear down. But it's one thing I know online, that even it's a fate that'll happen to me one day, is they love you till they hate you. It's just the way of the world. It's just the way the online space works, dude. You're on top now, but you
just
can't be there
saying.
forever, so enjoy it while you can. But if you're an ex-murderer or that kind of thing, I feel like that I don't know how real and stable that pedestal is for very long. So all I know is there's a crazy fucking story. I had to talk about it. It's just silly, so whatever. I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
Are you gonna sign those papers?
Which papers?
The divorce papers.
Why would you bring that up now? She's leaving me. She's taking everything. I don't need the public to know that.
I know it. A vampire.
You know a
I'm gonna
vampire,
swap the music.
Could you hook me up with that? Okay, good. I need to get on Amazon and look up some fangs.
Alright, wait. Get the fucking dumbass overload. Kitty. Dude, my inventory is pissing me off. Holy shit! My cat just ran over my desk for no reason. These hits are so fucking average. Why am I only hitting 33 with the Void Waker? Each spec was like 20 something, 30 something, and 30 something. What is that? Oh yeah, huh? It's not on Slash. See, that's why I don't like fucking putting on Slash and shit. I just forget to change it. It's just a headache. Where's Mega? Gear up for Vespila, Ty. I see you gearing. Whoops. What the fuck? I'm gonna have to feed it.
Alright, I am back. I am sorry. I had a freaking emergency phone call I had to handle.
It's okay.
I actually freaking reached this one. I have freaking 6,000 points. Holy shit. Where are you guys at right now? Still in Vespila?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you're at thieving. You should be able to be here in time. It's like half health already, though. Oh, I'm dead. I don't know. I should be dead. 1000%.
Oof. Unfortunate.
I misclicked and I lived somehow. See, like even doing that rope skip thing we did, we were short by 4 seconds.
Oh, I need an overload shit. What am I doing? Huh. I need that. Oh, okay. Reset that overload.
Oh, I got you. Okay, let's kill one major.
Okay.
Kill one mage, then tag range. Oh, you're gonna have to eat up full, then cross. Eat up. Clear Missouri on.
I wanted to do that, but then, yep, those guys look at me, which is a lot scarier.
Well, there's more than 3 people. I don't know why the rangers are looking at you at all, to be honest. Just lack of communication, it's alright.
We're fine. Ooh, somebody got a pet at 159 completions. Lucky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Everything is okay, bro.
But do we do this every day, bro? Is it every day, bro? I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry, I'm so sorry. I should have never brought that abomination back.
Am I missing something?
You're missing a
Oh,
big
I'm missing Venge. It's whatever.
fat smooch on your forehead.
Wow. You have overload?
I'll leave that right here.
Oh. Nobody wants to be able to read. I was gonna go.
I'm not wearing my fucking pickaxe at Goose Island.
Don't leave any overloads. I don't know if there's any. Doesn't look like it. Oh my god. Somebody DD'd on me. I got hit twice.
Oh no.
Wow, 2. Thanks. Shit ass fucking specs, man. Should be dead? No way. Okay. I'm gonna grab that overload. Oh, someone else did. It's fine. This time we're gonna stand on this other tile.
Sure you don't want me to go just round them up?
Nah, just wait till this green one that's behind this rock dies. There's too many people. It's fucking crazy.
I don't know, it gets crazy if people attack before I leer. That's what fucked it up last time.
Yeah, it's always happening for some reason. It's alright. If we don't make time, then just fucking knock the skill off. Alright, you can go now, to be honest, if you want to do it. Alright, nice, that worked. This guy's still on us. Perfect. Oh my god, Jimmy.
Well, at least he knows what to do there, though. Be alright. People attacking early. Nobody but the one it's on needs to attack it. Or needs
It
to
looked like
move
it swapped to
rather.
read, that's why. Oh, it should be T-bowing, dude. Fuck, dude, I keep forgetting. Only shadow when it's duo and below. Because their magic level scales with the raid increase. T-bow becomes better. Oh, I need overload. Do you have overload?
It's evolved.
Honestly, I would wait for the horn message before the ZGS swing. Because I don't know if, well, you'll probably do it fast enough. I don't know, just do whatever. You got it. Oh, I tried swapping to my gear as I walked into the room, and none of my swaps registered because of the door animation.
Don't be like
I don't have
that.
my spellbook. I almost took a hit for nothing. Oh, Jimmy with the spec tech or the shield tech.
He won't make it. Well, that was scary. I didn't realize I still had this shit on.
Yeah, stand next to him for horn. Oh, well, we got it.
A feep feep feep. Oh, boo boo boo.
Oh my god, Reed. Reed, you're gonna die. Oh, so lucky. Didn't hit you. I'm not gonna bring my rune pouch if it's cool. Do we have overload? Everybody got overload?
Should.
Are we missing overload?
Oh shit, I don't have any overload. Oh no, there's 2 dusters right there.
Who else needs one? Okay, potting. Now that has to be a gunshot. Don't worry about Hammer. That is so unfortunate. You stay here. Oh, guess not. Run. What the hell? Dude, I was 1 HP. And I was poisoned. I could have died to poison there.
Would have been unfortunate.
That's not funny. Don't laugh at my pain.
I'm so sorry.
It's hitting me on all the jads. Like, I'm already down 3 brews. In the first phase. It's wild. I didn't pray correctly. Watch, his range is gonna be major here. Wow, just being gentle. That's fucked up. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. My voice cracked.
You were just so grateful.
It's because I've, dude, almost been eating my fucking ass this raid. Straight violating me, dude. Holy. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Oh, stop doing me like this, man.
There you go.
Okay, he knows to off. Thank you. He's just like, he's killing everybody with the fucking... the Jads.
Oh wait, what am I doing? I'm so sorry. I thought mine went in La La Land for a second.
Oh. Guys, come on, guys. Lock in, lock in. You get DD on me if you're not burning.
I am burning.
I'm talking to...
Oh, I see. Oh my. Well, at least it's over.
I was supposed to say that it's not dead. It swapped too early. Do you happen to have a restore, Sip? I don't need it yet, but I'm brewed down.
Give me a second.
Actually, I should be okay. Don't worry about it. Oh. I just don't want the head to mess up and then everything goes south again. Hey, we can make time this time. Thank you. I got this, Tudos. Thanks, guys. My heroes. I'll bring 3 next time. Well, actually, I don't know. I ran out of food, too.
Unfortunate. It was an unfortunate kill. TBH.
Well, if you guys drop me stuff, I can bring full switches. It's just kind of chaotic.
Good luck.
Yay! Dark relic. What the hell? Where's the purple? Oh, elite scroll box, relic and blood runes. Yeah, I need a T-bow. No, I didn't mean to open it, bruh. I opened my clue box.
Oh, whoops, hold on. Let me disband. I didn't mean to make the party.
So we could do a 7 skill then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, I just didn't know what happened that first raid, to be honest. Yo, but like, where's my second kit at, man?
Where's my first? At 119
How much you got?
now.
Oh shit. Yeah, you're like me. I feel bad that Reed has a single banana.
What are they calling you, Guana?
Yeah. That's where he's from.
He's from Buona.
Oh wait, I potted, sorry. I don't know, Jimmy was ready. It's alright. Let's see, what's my Casey now? Casey, what is it, CM Cox or Cox CM? Or just Cox CM? No way, I hit a 0.
Oh, whoops.
Holy moly. My headset just died. No, just randomly restarted. Okay, thanks, headset. Oh my, okay.
Yeah, thanks, man.
You have fucking pit or something. Bead, man, bead. Okay, you're going over there. I'll tag this one. Okay. Tag this one. Reed's just in the corner. Here, oh wait, I don't have the overload. I was about to say you could take it, but I forgot you fucking took them both.
Sure did.
Yo, is this song just like the same song on repeat or something?
Huh? That bitch is like covered in like gold chains and stuff. She has the exact outfit. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about the Lord. Or at least servants.
And all these drops
And
are
I know
like
that's all
6
of us, but
juice,
today we're
7
gonna be talking
juice.
about some of the most despicable people on planet Earth,
What
in
the
my
hell?
opinion, which are televangelists. Televangelists,
How much do I
you know,
got?
I feel like the reach has
54.
never been
Oh my God.
greater. Right now, I see pastors tweeting out the Lord's
Where's
message.
all the
I see people
20s and
doing
19s?
streams on Twitch praising the Lord, TikTok lives, Instagram Reels, all kinds of stuff. It has never been an easier time to get the good word out. But televangelists are a different breed. Formed basically right at the beginning of television, it has been a big moneymaker in the church regime for a long time. And today we're going to be talking about some of the most despicable members of that. We're not going to be bashing any of the Lord's words. We're just going to be bashing the people who abuse the system. Because if there's one thing that is probably the most disgusting thing that you can do with any kind of power via TV or social media is
Need like
to
one more juice
manipulate
drop.
people who are
Come
in
on,
dire
man.
needs for salvation, and all they have to do.
Nah, we'll get the rest from Shaman, Demon, and
Without
Thieving.
further ado, let's get into it.
Come through, buddy, come through.
Okay. I just got the last one anyways. Well, as you said it. My apologies, sir.
Wait! Ooh, I got something to tell you. You better listen up. You better listen good. The Lord has come down and He's told me something. He's told me something good. He's told me something special now. He's
What the
saying
I
that
clicked
we
them so long
officially
ago.
have
That's
our
so
Gamer
weird.
Subs flavor. Raw meat. Ooh, baby. And it's the best. It's a nice watermelon cantaloupe surprise that'll make you say, oh, Mama Mia, praise the Lord. And right now, you can get it at gamersubs.com. Just head on over there.
Dizarna's
Raw meat
quiver.
and use promo
Dizarna's
code
quiver.
Papa Meat at checkout to get 10% off. Oh, baby. And you know what? As soon as you
I
taste
like
them,
him,
you can
man.
order them every goddamn month because they're that good. It comes in caffeinated, non-caffeinated versions, keto-friendly, low calorie, okay? No sugar, all right? Nothing but pure goodness.
And now they
Watermelon
just have to
cantaloupe
all jump,
goodness. Perfect for any
including that
summertime
one.
needs. Hey, if
Oh,
there's
God.
any tithing,
No,
tithe
it's
to yourself,
fine.
baby.
You're
Serve
gonna
to
get meleeed.
yourself and get yourself some nice
Oh,
raw
perfect.
meat
Wait,
Gamer
don't go
Subs.
in yet.
Support the channel, support Gamer Subs, and support yourself. Drink responsibly, drink tastefully. Gamer Subs, raw meat. I love you. Did you know there are over 1,700 mega
I'm going
churches
yet?
in the U.S. alone? A mega church is defined as having a weekly average of 2,000 more people, and you know you get into stuff too where the churches. I mean, mega does not even scratch the surface to the
Oh, that
size
one's
of some of
annoying.
these people's complexes.
Hold on,
I
let's
mean,
just
an
kill it. Hold on, do this.
unbelievable amount of people. Almost like every weekend you're going to see a pop star act. The stage
No,
is that
don't-
big.
dude,
There's that
why
many
are you
people filling
going
up
over
stadiums,
there?
literal stadiums of attendees. It's pretty amazing. But with tax exempt status,
Damn
churches
it.
are big business, pulling in an estimated $74.5 billion a year, which is pretty fucked. I mean, I don't think people really fully appreciate the tax exempt status. You know, for a lot of smaller churches where it's a mom and pop organization and maybe it's in a small town, having
Oh, I
tax
forgot
exempt
to,
probably helps
overload.
alleviate a lot of the things of maintaining and running the church and putting it back into the community somehow versus being a pop idol god amongst your own peers and having tax exempt status is fucking insane, especially whenever regular fast food workers, people who work regular 9-to-5 jobs are paying taxes every paycheck, and then you have fucking Joel Osteen over there driving Ferraris and all kinds of shit, not having to pay the government one single dime. It's pretty fucked, which we'll get into that right now. Peter Popoff, great name. Peter Popoff, who's worth $10 million, claimed to be a clairvoyant, but received messages from an earpiece from his wife, which was proven by James Randi.
She lives at 1627 10th Street.
1627 10th Street? Is that right? That's right.
Perfect.
Wait. Clairvoyant is where you can speak
Everybody
to the dead,
did it
right?
perfectly.
What was that one show where it was like the medium? Remember the guy? He'd be like, I'm hearing a
I don't know about
Tim,
Jimmy, though. He got
Tim,
attacked.
That's my husband's name.
He
He's like,
fucking ran into the fucking
That was
boogers.
him as well? Okay. Which he was great because he was almost like a shaman. And he would accurately announce home addresses and specific illnesses of audience members during his healing sermons, called his skeptics tools of the devil. What's kind of funny about this is that I don't know the specifics of this, but I imagine that people who are showing up to the church, they probably filled out something of like what's an ailment you have or who's a recently deceased person, and they would probably fill that out and put it in there, and then they would have like specific seating or something.
She'd gotten her information from prayer cards filled out by the faithful before the show began.
Or probably to where they could be like, oh, that's her name, this is her, you know, they have like a little form.
It'd be easier now. You can just Google up their name.
Or did you just look up somebody's Facebook? Were you pretty depressed yesterday? I was. How did you know? Everyone's like, I follow that bitch. That bitch is some doom post. She's a black pillar. For real. Good lord. Sold Miracle Spring Water on TV.
So that means me, you, and Jimmy are rushing down.
A scam that involves respondents sleeping in the water, praying over it, and
I
sending
mean,
it
if you were
back to Pop-Off
prepping, just stay
with a
prepping. Because it was
donation.
working out.
It's a pretty good deal. Also, to send thing back.
I'll come down.
Just do what you did,
I'd,
just do what you did last time.
Holy shit. In exchange
What I
for
did
the
last
sponsor
time was
promised
literally
protection from
nothing.
Disease and disability. Oh my god, that's
You
so
say you
fucked
made
up.
like
As
40
well as financial
refunds.
prosperity. The water
No,
is
that was the
safe
first
from
raid.
Russia Spring that protected
The
those
last one I was
affected
AFK with the
mean,
phone
whatever you
call.
did-
nuclear accident. I'm sure a lot of people.
Okay.
drink
I'm
this.
gonna pick this one inventory of Buchu, make what I can make with that, and then go in.
America
Well, that's
Spring Water
pretty much
twice.
what I
We
did
said
last
use
time.
America Spring Water. I followed the instructions. 2 days later, I got a check for $2,500. The following week, I got a check for $30,000.
2 checks, double portion blessing.
What does that mean? What check? Who wrote you the check? Could you be more specific? Whose name was on the check? She's like, you didn't prompt me that when you gave me the script. Whose name was on the check?
She's like, your name.
Your name's on the check. He's like, no, no, cut the broadcast. Cut the broadcast. His organization brings millions of dollars in a year, and no financial data is available since 2005 as they've gained non-profit status. The Lord is good. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you, Lord. One of Popov's schemes was that he was claiming to sneak Bibles into the Soviet Union. What am I reading? What are we even talking about here? He reported that these Bibles were being floated over via helium air balloons. To facilitate this noble act, he requested large sums of money both for the large amount of Bibles he was buying and for the transportation. Popov started getting huge sums for this effort, and when his skeptics asked him to prove the purchases of the books and balloons, he staged a burglary at his headquarters in 1985, which he later used on subsequent broadcasts to tearfully ask for more money to pay for the damages and replace the Bibles. That is so fucking funny. What a weird thing. So the scam that you're doing for people is that you're lying and say you're going to sneak Bibles into the Soviet Union using helium balloons. Why? This is why I feel so bad, because you know, I see a lot of times is that people who watch this stuff are people who are like, well, those people who follow that stuff are fucking dumb anyways. I'm like, these are like well-adjusted people who are almost indoctrinated into a cult. Like, they put so much of their own faith and their belief into this thing. And I don't think that any of these people are truly stupid. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's probably some fucking dunces there. And there's probably a couple bad eggs, but I just mean, this is just sheer manipulation, especially for something that's been going on so long. It's fucking crazy, man. And also, it's kind of one of those like weird, what was that one, the Stanford prison experiment thing, where it's like anybody with a shrivel
Jimmy
of
should be
power
running
will
over
use
there
it,
if he
and
sees you
everybody
coming
who's,
in,
like,
to be
under
honest.
that will abide by what they say and stuff. Just feels weird. I can see people kind of being in this thing where they would never question anything that he says, and God, that's so funny. Tearfully asked for the money back. What a fucking pussy. Which the biggest and highest earning of these churches is Lakewood Church in Houston, Texas, which is helmed by the ever controversial Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen's net worth is over $50 million. For a man who is serving the Lord and trying to bring people to salvation, I feel like you don't need $50 million. I'm gonna go on a big limb. Maybe if he had some kind of act that he did. Try to think, like if he juggled. If he did his sermons and he juggled, would that, I don't know. Even then, I'm not sure. He has one of those extremely big shit-eating grins too. It's just, it oozes with that just kind of like fake, almost like veneer mask. I hate it, but he has the prosperity theology, which believes that it is the will of God for the pious Christians to receive material gain. Kind of like that book, The Secret, I think, which is literally, if you think it'll come in, it'll come. Not that kind of come, but it'll come. He lives in a $10.5 million mansion and drives a $325,000 Ferrari. These are things that really, to any other person, you'd be like, well, hey, he's a rich guy. But to a pastor, it seems just a bit, dare I say, inappropriate to be driving a Ferrari as a pastor. It'd be so funny if a woman's just like, thank you, Joe, the service was so good. He's like, get off me, poor bitch, and just peels out. He takes a salary of $200,000 a year from the church. I doubt it. I bet it's way more than that. Yeah, on paper, he tells the government, I take $200,000 a year. It's like the same thing with like presidents, where it's like, oh, you have $300,000 or $400,000 a year salary for the rest of your life. And I'm like, oh.
He gave himself $1.
He gave himself $1, yeah, but he's worth millions in stocks and everything else. He claims that his money comes from his book sales. Less than 1% of the $89 million that was raised in 2017 went to any charities. The rest went into his extravagant lifestyle. And then during the COVID times even, there was a thing called the CARES Act, which is basically, I think everybody got like a check or something. He claimed a bunch of money and fucking lied about that too. Made the statement that he didn't claim any money. I didn't claim anything. Hey, the Lord's got my back, right? But the administrative data shows that he indeed claimed $4.4 million. There's a lot of celebrities that do that. Didn't Brett Favre do something like that too? Some kind of crazy shit. And then during Hurricane Harvey in 2017, he refused to offer assistance or housing in its mega church. He had this giant coliseum that he gives his sermons to every Sunday. People were like, hey, my house, like, we're gonna die. Can you let us in? And he's like, there's too much water. He kept claiming that there was flood water surrounding the entire building. Well, we would have let people in, but there was flooded water everywhere. There's just a plethora of photos that it couldn't look more dry, is the unfortunate thing. At least pick a lie that makes sense with video and photo proof is what I gotta say. Joel later said that they did open the doors and it always was opened. Had earlier stated that their church might open if all their shelters were full, and eventually they did open in a minimal capacity. In August of the next year, Houston Mayor Turner declared a day of honor for the church and Osteen for their efforts. Wow, what a stand-up guy. I'm pretty sure he only opened it also after there was like immense backlash. Pretty sure people were like, this guy's a fucking piece of shit, whatever. And I'll tell you too, I'm pretty sure my mom has some of this dude's books and stuff. Do you think it's actually kind of an interesting thought experiment? If the majority of his wealth came from book sales, does that justify his extravagant lifestyle when the entire thing is you're preaching the Lord's word? You know what I mean?
Did he pay taxes on those book sales?
No, there's no way he paid taxes on those book sales. I doubt it. Well, even if he did, I'm
You got
just saying
grubs
that,
on you?
like,
Just
it's
probably
very
put it in there.
hypocritical to be like, all you need is God, and then
I don't know if it's a
you
lot.
give nothing back to anybody. And this is to me too, where I'm like, if it's your money, you can do whatever you want with it. But whenever you're a holier than thou kind of guy, it just seems fucking crazy. Next up, we have Jesse Duplantis, which he has a nice net worth of $20 million. What a pussy! Wow, only $20 million. Why don't you start selling some fucking books, you old bitch? Pastor of Voice of the Covenant Church. Voice of the Covenant Church. That's a fucking creepy ass voice. Covenant Church. Claims the second coming of Christ has been delayed due to lack of donations to his congregation.
And so what has hindered all these things is because people are not doing in the financial realm, because we live in an economic world, what God's called them to do.
Come on, dude. Jesus is trying to make his way here. Can't fucking afford gas, all right? If you guys would just donate more, he'd show up faster. God, what do you not know about that? He begged his congregation to donate money so he could buy a $54 million plane after already having owned 3 private jets. Well, private jets are kind of small. Turbulence is bad because they're tiny. Sometimes you need a $54 million plane. Got to get places. I like to think that he just travels like 45 miles in this $54 million plane. Really taking a nice page out of the book of all the other superstars who fly around the world and stuff. He's just like, I just want to go down the road.
4 jets of the apocalypse, dude.
The 4 jets of the apocalypse? People would just pay more money than they could get to where we need to go. And when criticized for his $54 million plane, his 3 private jets, he said, and I quote,
I really believe that if Jesus was physically on earth today, he wouldn't be riding a donkey. Think about that for a minute.
hitting
He'd be
fucking
in an airplane
nothing.
preaching the gospel all over the world.
what a weird tone-deaf thing.
Jesus wouldn't be riding no donkey.
He wouldn't be riding a donkey.
I'll
Be
load
in
this
a
one
boat.
now.
Hell,
I'm on a weird
he'd be
timer
in a
because I
jet
overloaded that
stream,
shamans.
flying around preaching the word. It's always funny when people say flying around preaching the world as if it's just like, it's just that convenient to just get in a jet and just be like, we're gonna go here today. And then they land and he's just like, hello. I've come to spread the good word. His house is a mega mansion, and he had it classified as a rectory. What's a rectory?
A house where most of the priests live, usually near the church.
Okay, so no taxes are paid on it. Because God forbid, you have to just give
Yeah,
a
we're doing
little
much
back.
better.
You know, taxes.
Everyone's
taxes
here now.
suck, right? No one likes paying taxes. But the whole thing is that you hope that it goes to something kind of good. Better roads, you know, it helps pay for all the public bullshit we have and everything. And all these greedy cocksuckers just don't want, like, no, I have my
So,
own
we
goal.
probably
You're
just
supposed to put
tank
money in.
Rangers
I don't give you
this
money.
time.
You know what I mean? Come on. Next up, we have Jan Crouch. 50 million. Oh, Joel Osteen, watch out, huh? Started the TBN, the Trinity
How much time did we
Broadcasting
have
with her
from the other
husband
read?
Paul and fellow religious grifter couple. What do you mean by grifter? Scammer, okay. Why don't we just say scammer? Who the fuck says grifter? Like, am I in the Mad Max universe? Like, what are we talking about here? Fellow religious scammers couple. And other religious scammers, Jim and Tammy Faye Baker, those fucking idiots. She was known for going on TV and emotionally begging for donations. I do want to see this. I love this. He does sound like a couple Twitch streamers that I'm not going to name, but I think we might know who they are.
Last request. If you would just say
Hold on.
the air.
What? Jan Crouch kind of got me acting up a little bit, huh? That bitch is like covered in like gold chains and stuff. She has the
Bro,
exact outfit
get on the
Xerxes
Ranger.
was
Oh
wearing
my
in the
god.
United States.
I'm coming.
No, not you. You're doing you're doing
We
fine.
have you,
Just
Brittany.
read something.
She will be watching because she watches 24 hours a day.
I'm a fucking loser. Watches 24 hours a day. Dude, get a fucking hobby. Good
Oh,
God.
no.
Before the nightmares
Oh, no.
stop, Jan,
Oh,
I have
no.
planned to commit.
Brother,
I'm closing $10 to
why is
begin
it read on the
supporting
majors? I said tag the Rangers. You did
whenever
every
I
raid.
can.
I love this top comment. My friends and I love to get drunk and watch Jan Crouch videos.
We
on
kill one
YouTube.
major and
Even
then we
pissing your
tag
money away on
one
lotto
ranger
tickets is
each,
a better
so
investment than
person
TV
that
and its
crosses
resident
doesn't die.
drag queen. I tell you what, this is what's kind of crazy is I don't know if you've ever been to any
'Cause they
acting
can
classes
take
or
two
improv
majors with the
classes. The
story.
way that she's forcing these tears out is like watching people try to learn how to be a dramatic actor for the first time.
Is she yawning?
I don't know if she's yawning. It'd be funny if she was, or you could tell she's like putting her tongue on the roof of her mouth, whatever, and she's like, no, she's just like, I don't even. I wish somebody
Remember next
would
raid.
just help her. Yeah, Crouch, hot as shit. My God. In March 2012, Crouch was accused by her granddaughter, a former employee and chief finance director of the network, of misappropriating network funds to spend on lavish lifestyle. Expenditures included expensive homes, private jets, massive custom wigs. I like how the massive custom wigs came after mansions, private jets, and her extremely eclectic and very large collection of big wigs. A lot of big custom wigs. She had numerous facelifts and breast augmentations. All right, we'll do. Come on. You're in front of the camera all day. And a $100,000 air-conditioned mobile home solely for her dogs. And I already know there's gonna be some fucking stupid-ass internet people who are like, honestly, I do the same for my pups. I put that fucking dog in a fucking cage and I throw it down the river, dude. My puppers, my doggos. Jan, you're not too bad
I'm
after
behind
all.
the tick. I'll wait.
$1,000 air conditioning.
I'll go with you. Hold on, just go.
All right, pups, you go in there and you have fun. There's just shit and piss like everywhere in this nice mobile home. Also in 2012, another of Crouch's granddaughter sued TBN, alleging that she had been molested and God damn by a TBN employee at the age of 13. She alleged that Jan Crouch screamed at her and blamed her for the assault. And in 2017, a year after Crouch's death, a jury
died.
awarded the granddaughter $2 million in damages for past and future
sad.
mental suffering.
Did she get that mobile home though?
Yeah, what happened to the mobile home? That'd be such a fucking spit in the face, dude. One of her granddaughters comes forward and she's just like, my grandma was a fucking terrible person. She, was so abusive. And they're like, that's horrible. Well, we're going to give you the dog mobile home, and we hope that this helps with your mental anguish for the rest of your life. Even $2 million does not seem like nearly enough.
This is 2016 money.
2017 money. Which, Jan Crouch, she had a stroke and went to hell in 2016. What an unflattering picture of her. I'll tell you what, that wig is awesome, though. She looks like the singer of Whitesnake or Cinderella. Just one of those 80s hair metal bands, like 1984. She's just like, you mind if I finger fuck you outside of a 7-Eleven? That's what it feels like to me.
Damn, you're doing the Michael Jackson over there.
Especially if it's like my I'd be like, no, give me fucking all of her money. All of it. I'm gonna dig up her body and spend all of her money and make her a giant ventriloquist, a bald ventriloquist puppet the public gets to play with. Be kind of good. Good joke? No? Okay. Creflo Dollar. He has a net worth of $27 million. He's a televangelist for a newly founded denomination, Christian World Changers
So
Church.
professional. Oh my
CWCC.
god.
Actually, kind of sounds like an old radio thing. CWCC. Like Olstein,
You finished the one.
prosperity theology, which once again
I'm so
is
good.
secret.
You just gotta believe in God and it'll come to you.
I wasn't trying to avenge it. I was just trying to get the fuck out of the BD area.
Oh yeah, put you in a perfect.
I always
thing.
get hit
The
by
entire thing about
somebody's thing.
prosperity theology is that you'll be like, I've been doing this for
Oh
a
my
long
god,
time
I
and
slash,
nothing
stab,
has come my
stab,
way.
stab, 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 stab.
doubt. You're talking, but you're not really listening.
Or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? That kind of thing, where it's just like
You want to think that you're believing, but really you're not giving your full faith, are you?
And you're like, I guess not. Well, see, don't try giving it your full faith, and I'm sure it'll work out. I mean, look at me. Now you're gonna see a bull come by. You want to put about $4 or $5 in there for me? There you go. Yeah. Creflo Dollar owns 2 Rolls Royces, a private jet. and a
Nice, very nice Vasa, very nice
luxury
Vasa.
Real estate. Asked
Van
congregation
Dieterson.
for a $65 million jet. What is the purpose of the jets? I was thinking about, if I had this amount of money, would I really want a private jet?
Can't be among the plebs.
Well, I'm sure. I imagine that. Yeah.
Tebow,
you don't want to be
Tebow,
among the
Tebow.
non-mogging
No
plebes
shadow.
out there, but still, is it like
Same
it
for
has to
myself.
be something where it's like a different level of like class? Where they're like, "Ooh, you own a private jet." You know
Alright,
what
let's
I
do
mean?
the same
with
thing
people who
again.
have,
I'm
like,
gonna tag the
yachts.
screen on real quick.
Like God's angels or something because they could
So he gets dragged over here.
Well, yeah, just be like, I don't have to ride with the pole.
And then when that green one's like half health,
Naysayers
then you
to
just
his
start running.
Gulfstream G650 were the devil trying to discredit his service.
That worked
to
out
provide
perfectly
any
last time.
transparency for his financials for the church. Refused to cooperate with the government probe in 2007 unless it was the IRS, but no charge was filed. What a funny picture. This thing of him smiling, and then the next thing is in 2012, he attacked his 15-year-old daughter, choking and punching her.
There's another green one right
was
there.
arrested on charges he punched and choked his teenage daughter. And as Dan Harris reports tonight, the pastor was back before his congregation, preaching and pushing back.
How do you not laugh when you read that? The absurdity of that sentence is fucking wild. I mean, look at that, dude. It literally looks like the Metallica concert in 1989 when it's like hordes of people, whatever. Look at them all standing up. They're just like, you did punch her. He choked her out, didn't you, Creflo? I want to hear what he says, actually.
The truth is that a family conversation with our youngest daughter got emotional.
Got emotional? No shit, dude.
Oh.
See, they gotta get these guys in the fucking ring for WWE. This is like some real mic talk right here.
But the only thing on her neck was a prior
That's not-
skin
that's
abrasion
not the one I
from
was-
eczema.
Police say Dollar choked his 15-year-old daughter.
Dude, ain't no way he's coming out that courthouse with that fucking, that Michael Cera Juno mustard yellow with the red brim. Dude's literally looking like a track athlete in the movie Juno. He's guilty. God, look at that mansion. So funny.
Anything you want to say to your congregation?
No, sir. Anything you want to say to your congregation? Show up on Sunday with smiles and money in the pocket. During this arrest or whatever, charges were dismissed.
You have an
after he
enhance?
took anger management classes. All right, I guess I'll go take the classes.
Yes.
Claimed that she earned it for being willful and disrespectful and fighting back against his punishments, and while also telling his congregation he never did it and that malicious
sip it?
witness testify against me. That's
Sorry,
pretty good,
I
dude.
was putting my stuff together.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Nobody saw you. Gonna believe my little
I could
bitch
have asked to
daughter,
sip
or
it
you gonna
first.
believe me. All right, now let's everybody open up our Bibles right now. I'm like,
Because I could be like, do you have an overload? Like,
Creflo Dollar is
alright,
the
cool, me
only
too.
person who has a little bit of legal hot water amongst all these beautiful televangelists. You know, we have tax fraud, sex scandals, drug, you name it. Ted Haggard, net worth of $200,000. He has a little ways to go.
And I already have enhanced and
No,
overload.
he's kind of a
Sorry.
salt of the earth guy.
Thank
I
you.
like that. He's a pastor of the New Life Church in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Frequently preached against same-sex marriage, which I mean, I feel like they all, you know what I mean?
I think he came out as having a sexual relationship.
Oh, okay.
So we don't have to debate about what we should think about homosexual activity. It's written in the Bible.
Oh, I gotta change my title. We're not 3 dudes. We're 5 buff
I see,
people.
like that stage just
Hell
making
yeah.
a TED talk. I'm like,
I think I know
Title.
what you did last night.
Title.
good God.
5
The
insane
weird Friends laugh track in the back.
GM
If you send me
gamers
$1,000, I won't
tackle
tell your
on a white lizard for
Okay. Ted Haggard, he
vacations.
frequently preached against same-sex marriage. You know, a lot of people do that. But in 2006, it came out that he had been having a sexual relationship with male prostitute Mike Jones and had been also using meth, which he had been purchasing from Jones for years. That had to have been an interesting, like, evolution one day, right? You know, you keep buying all this meth from me, but you never asked once to suck my cock.
Perfect title.
Mike Jones, could I suck your cock for some meth?
I have to remember to change it when somebody leaves.
It's like, well,
If we're in a noob.
buying meth.
No, we're all grandmaster
Only
gamers. Don't worry about it.
$200,000. He probably fucking sucked some
Facts.
cock for some meth. Why not, dude? I bet you it was something where he gave him the meth baggie and then he like accidentally touched his hand. Oh, sorry. And then like emotions started to flur there, and then all of a sudden, you know what? He shows up to Mike Jones' fucking motel in the middle of the night. It's all pouring rain. He's like, "Can I buy some meth?" And he's like, "I'm all out." And then they start making out, start fucking each other. I probably can't do it. Okay. That was a bit much, but when Haggard denied it, Jones provided a voicemail where Haggard was requesting meth. Became ungay and made up with his wife through a spiritual restoration process. And he went on Celebrity Wife Swap where he swapped wives with Gary Busey. What a weird... Is there any record of that voicemail?
Hey, Mike. This is Ted Haggard. I really need some, I need some meth. And I'm not sucking your cock anymore, even though I really like it, and I beat my dick off to it. I can't do it anymore. All right, let me know.
I'm going top on.
moment, step out of the vehicle and just talk to us for a minute?
Well, we can't get into much.
That guy is not going anywhere, bro.
Suspension of my
He's got
pastor's role. I
all
resigned from the
kinds
NLP
of
because both of
GCVs.
those roles are based on
I mean, not
trust.
GCVs,
And right now, my
GSs.
trust is questionable.
It's insane. My trust is questionable. Have you seen Mike Jones anywhere? I really want to talk to him. It's insane how even in this, though, that he's still in pastor mode. The big smiles and everything. It's fucking crazy.
And I know that Nicole asked you tonight, but I have to ask you again, have you used meth?
No, I have not.
Okay.
The only time the smile drops is when he knows that he's just... She's like, have you used meth? As soon as he hears the word meth, he's just like... No, do you have some? No, I haven't used it. Do you have some? Are you Mike? Is that you?
And what did you call him about?
I called him to buy some meth, but I threw it away.
How good is that? I called him to buy some.
If everything goes
away.
smooth,
then
I should be fine on resources,
Files
I
saying
think.
to catch a predator. I just came here to talk. I came here because I was joking.
I'm gonna bank my pouch this time. I think I'll be good.
Me and Mike Jones are going to the mall. We're gonna get ourselves outfits, suck each other's cock, and smoke meth. What's the big deal?
And who were you buying the meth for?
No, I was buying it for me, but I never used it.
I love that smile came back, but I never used it.
I'm just gonna re-overload, to be honest.
Have you ever used meth before?
No, I have not.
So.
And I did not ever use it with him.
That was I heard the pain in his voice right there, dude. He's holding back some Brokeback Mountain tears right there, dude. I'm telling you. And I never used it with him. Never. In his mind, he's just like screaming, "I miss you, Mike. I love you."
And did you ever have sex with him?
No, I did not.
Dude, come on. I feel like if someone was like, "Did you ever have sex with that guy?" I feel like a lot of guys would be like, "What? No, what?" He's like, "No, I didn't." You keep shaking your head. Yes. No, I didn't have sex with him. Not once.
I was tempted. I bought it, but I never used it.
Who gets tempted by meth? Well, yeah, meth heads do. But I guess the whole thing is I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I really want to do drugs. But the first thing that you would be tempted by is meth? No, I would say no. I would say maybe like weed or cocaine, because in you see that in... What movie did they glorify meth? You know what I mean? Oh, dude, you gotta try some meth. It's fucking great. Next up, we have Jim Baker. He co-hosted the show The PTL Club with his wife Tammy Faye from 1974 to 1987. Uh-oh, it's been a long run. In terms of televangelist years, that is not a long stint, dude. 13 years? Uh-oh. He got arrested, went to prison, and now he's selling doomsday food buckets. Still to this day. You get out of prison, you start selling food buckets. That's the natural progression. Creamy potato soup bulk bucket.
The soup comes in 6 gallons of this. It weighs almost 50 pounds. You're gonna dream Jim Baker on TV. Here's, oh my God, why didn't I go? Why didn't I order something?
Oh my God. Why didn't I get that creamy potato soup bulk bucket at 50? It's $160 and 50 pounds of creamy potato soup.
I'm gonna eat some more of this if you're not careful.
Yo, a dog barking, bro.
Oh.
Ruining the vibe.
Hey. Oh, good. Oh my God.
Did you hear that? Him choking on thing. Oh, God. It's so
hey.
Good. Oh.
You didn't have lunch, right? Wow.
Oh my
Yeah, that was very nice. I'm gaming right now. See, I told you we're 5 GM Grandmaster
It's gonna be
gamers.
that bad, dude.
Never mind, I got hit by Crystal. I'm downgraded.
When he started choking on his own soup, it reminded me of the Simpsons episode where Krusty does a commercial for his burgers.
I almost swallowed some
Why did my character just stall right there?
Fiesta bucket looks so gross.
How do you ping that?
Look at these buckets of food, dude. Just a video on this guy's food bucket thing.
You can have your whole living room with end tables and coffee tables made out of food buckets.
You could have your whole living room be end taped like of your fucking buckets that you're hiding. Imagine someone walks up their house like, what are these draped over? Oh, those are just my doomsday Jim Baker buckets of food.
Power goes out and there's no trucks running, and the EMP bomb or whatever they're talking about for these last day events. 2-gallon bucket, packs of coffee.
Yes.
You could trade them for whatsoever you want.
That's it.
You could probably get a new car.
You could trade them.
Bartering system.
Fucking bartering system here. $80 deluxe coffee and creamer bucket. I love the concept of buckets. How did he get to the bucket concept? I want to know. What are we gonna do? We're gonna sell food out of buckets, and we're gonna tell people to barter them and make their home furniture out of them. It's gonna be perfect. Wow, that's I could watch that all day. Which he has a survival sampler bucket, which contains 154 meals and will cost you $135. A year for 2 tasty food offers proceed at $1,100, and Peace of Mind final countdown offer with 31,000 servings for $4,500. $4,500. Food is said to taste like paper mache. That's fucking hilarious. Next up, we have, I would say, dare I say, the Titan. This is the god of gods. This is the king of kings. Of course, I am talking about Kenneth Copeland, who has a net worth between $300 and $700 million. What? What? Really? He's the founder of Eagle Mountain International Church Incorporated. And he is, I mean, you have to have seen him. He's kind of he's a psychopath. He's a crazy guy.
Let's make sure we gap for
faith
P3.
healing, you know,
So we don't have any burn incidents.
Kenneth does it better than anyone else. And he continued preaching, holding services, and demanding preachers keep congregations together during COVID, resulting
Oh
in
my
the
God,
spread
it's
of
Nathan.
disease. Which, you
What's
know
up?
what, dude? Some people
What's
don't
up,
give a shit.
gangsters?
Kenneth Copeland didn't really give a fuck about
Waiting.
either. He
Some
claimed he killed
challenge
off
mode
COVID
with the
with the wings
boys.
of God, which I don't know if you've seen this. It's
Nice.
pretty
Good
funny.
luck. Good luck.
Thanks.
Got a Dex and Dragon Hunter crossbow today. Both in Jimmy's name.
I hollered at the top of my voice, in the name of Jesus, you get back
Nice.
up there
That
where
left.
you belong.
So the purple dry streak continues.
Yeah.
I messed us up.
This Dragon
I didn't
Hunter.
want to check.
Man.
What's the Dragon Hunter wand split? It's like 45 mil or
Raised money
something,
to help
split 3
Haiti
ways.
to create an aviation relief
Crossbow,
assistance program,
it
but
was
ultimately
a...
spent the money in
No,
other
we're in a
ways.
5-man right now.
Damn.
No.
What was it, 8 point something?
Abused personage by living in many million-dollar home.
Sorry, I don't know where we were on the cycle.
Speed bumps here, dude. Whatever. He has a bunch of fucking.
Are you
he has a
alive
bunch
on
of
Twitch.tv?
mansions that he writes off for tax purposes, and there's the infamous video of him
The
defending
entire
himself
duo
in his
stream.
purchase of Tyler Perry's
Rizzles? Oh,
Tyler Perry sold it to me for such a good price,
Whoa,
I just couldn't help it.
And you know, he calls commercial airlines long tubes filled with demons. Here, play a little Copenhagen.
You can't manage that today. Right.
Can I get a mod to shout out I'm Tyrex on Twitch in my chat, please?
Oh my God.
Do you really believe that human beings are...
Shout out 1101.
And don't you ever say I did.
Which, you know, in the end, televangelism is.
I'm doing much better on food this time.
Sorry?
He's not jadding as much.
So much hate in my heart.
That should be alright. I mean, I'll take it still, but...
There's so many people out
4
there
brews
who
at this point in time is more than enough.
follow religion, have some kind of faith in something because they're just trying to look for something better at the end of their life. You go through life being fucking kicked down to the mud, roll around, you work jobs you fucking hate, you provide for your family that you love, and at the end of the day, sometimes people just want to feel like there is going to be something better, and these are leeches and parasites who prey off those innocent, hardworking people, and
careful.
it's so sad. You know, I want to talk about this because I've
Oh,
had
we're so
my own
lucky. If that was
personal
healing, that would have been
experiences
bad.
with
Actually, it would have been
some
fine
of
if it was
my
healing.
members, my family living paycheck to paycheck, and then seeing
Here, go in the middle.
go to the stores and buy their
On the
books and
side.
do all these things and try to put your faith into very obscure places because at the end of the day, all of these people just want answers. I look at these crowds of people, it's easy to be like, what a bunch of fucking idiots, but it's hard because I also see just a bunch of people who have been manipulated or people who have put their faith into just like something so fucking evil. You know, it's just my opinion or whatever, but all of this shit, man, it reeks with absolute, it just reeks of just evil. That's all I have. All I know
We
is
could be on the
television is
side
a
with me if
fucking
you
mess,
want,
dude.
so we could
What a
run.
fucking
That's
mess.
fine.
I like Ted Haggard the most though. What I wouldn't have given to hear that
You
voicemail
just take 0
that he
damage
sent
in the
Mike
middle.
Jones, man.
But if you don't wanna
Would have been awesome.
run,
If
it's
anything,
okay.
I'm gonna do a nice to lead us out. I'm gonna do a nice what I think he said.
Mike, I need some of that meth and I need some of that dick. I need back shots from you, Mike. Oh, my wife's coming. I gotta go. Mike, I love you. I love you, Mike.
You want to come join us, Nathan?
Probably not. Thanks for the invite, though.
Of course.
I gotta start waking up at the time I gotta wake up for work. I gotta start waking up at 6:30 now.
Oof.
Big oof.
Dude, where's my purple? This ain't right, man. This is insanity, and it's not TOA. Almost. I'm at almost 4.6 million points. No purple.
How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we are talking about alpha males.
No kits,
alpha
bro.
Males. I've been scrolling through Instagram for a while, and for some reason on Reels, I used to see a little more on TikTok, but on Reels for some reason, Instagram just has a lot of alpha males. I guess you could say Andrew Tate wannabe kind of guys, but mostly just
normal
men
fours.
who are fixated on a set of rules that lets them also be a man. I mean, I'm talking alpha.
Let's
boot
test the
camps,
waters with a normal
spiritual
4, and
alphaness,
then
business alphaness.
what do we scale
Anything
to?
that makes
Fucking
you
4
a
plus
stronger
1?
man, because we need grown men online to sell us
4 plus
courses
no,
on
probably
how
not
to be
4 plus
men.
2.
I don't know how to be a man. That's why
They're not started. I thought I pressed start.
$70,000 every month on alpha male courses, so I can please my wife
Who's
and
the
I
leader?
can be the best man I can possibly be.
Wait, how am I not the
spiritually,
leader?
Socially, and
Let's read
economically.
somehow.
Right? I'm a little business fiend.
Oh.
But what's prompted this idea today that made me want to talk about this was one man in particular that I've had a lot of fun. A lot of fun watching. And who am I talking about, of course?
You guys
Well,
have a
his
minute for
name
me to
is
show you
Andy
something?
Elliott.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna join Discord.
I've been seeing
Screen
Andy
share
Elliott
it 'cause
pop
the
up on my
files are too
timeline for whatever reason. I don't know if his promoted posts are just targeted towards
it
the
another
female
raccoon?
demographic of a, you know.
Totally not. No. Why would I ever be a
Not
raccoon?
respecting man. But
It's a
Andy has
raccoon.
popped up
No, it's
everywhere,
not. No,
and his
it's totally
Instagram
not. Why would we be a
posts
raccoon?
are a little unhinged.
What if someone kidnapped your son David and they told him they were going to kill him unless you sold
Should have done 4
cars
plus
a
1
month?
actually.
Here go another
Sorry.
player tip. You gotta kill yourself.
But before
We'll
I
do 4
dive
plus
into
1
him,
next
let me
read.
tell you a little bit about him. Andy Elliott is the founder
already
and
in here and
CEO
stuff.
of the Elliott Group, which he uses to promote his Alpha Leader
Ty, hop in the
Mindset
screen
Training
share.
Program.
Oh, sorry.
Okay?
You cannot fuck with us.
It's okay.
Culture. So I can say,
I
move
don't think you
right,
want to hear
bang,
the
they'll
audio.
shift.
Yeah.
Now. I can say, move left, bam, they'll shift.
Look what I
Now.
found in my trash can.
He's a motivational speaker and guru.
Oh my
whose
God.
whole shtick is that he trains people on how to be a better
Dude, it's the thieving
That's
pet.
mud.
Everything
thieving
we look
pet.
at today
He's like, what the fuck is that?
courses on
Yeah, dude, so I
Why
let
do
him
you
out.
let him out? Oh.
which Andy
I did it while I like wheeled him
specializes
over in my
cars.
garage area, or my garage, my driveway, and then I
He's so
put some
friendly.
food out. He is. Look at him.
A Kia or a Toyota
He runs right up to
dealership.
you.
And this is the
And then I
this-
gave him food, and he was
this
chowing down on the
giant
food.
thumb comes up to you and
Cat
starts talking
food?
This way. Andy
I mean,
fucking
used to be a
burger.
car
What the
salesman.
fuck? Bro, I'm not even eating burgers right now. He can't have the cat food. Look at him. He loved it. He chowed it down.
Really?
On his website, if
Yeah,
you
dude, he
look,
ate the whole
has
plate.
a screenshot
I sat there
of
with him and watched him eat the whole plate. I
scan
took a bunch of like
his,
pictures and
pay
shit.
stub.
And then it was
Looks
funny
like
because
some
then
like crime
when he was all done,
footage in here.
he just ran away. He was all
His
happy.
whole
He was like, "Thank
philosophy
you."
is that
Goodbye.
Fuck yeah.
$500,000
He just
in
ran
used car
back in the
sales, I'm
backyard,
guessing just
and
car sales
ran
or
under the
sales in
fence.
general. Every year, then you're incompetent. You're doing
There you go at the
something
end.
wrong.
But yeah,
In
he
the
ate all
video,
that
he
shit,
even
man.
says that he has salespeople in his program that make
Eating pet IRL.
$100,000 a month.
People go spend 50 grand on college to learn how to make 50 grand a year. A
All right,
doctor
well,
goes
thank
to
you for
school
letting me
freaking
share.
7
I was so
years,
happy,
pays
man.
250
My heart was
grand.
exploding.
No ways. We
love
in
raccoons.
Here have salespeople that can make 100,000 a month.
I also like the idea too that he's like, college is overrated, and he chooses the one thing that you actually need college for is to be a fucking doctor, dude. Yeah, you know what? Doctors might not make as much as a salesman. But guess what? They're saving lives! They're productive members of society, not con men, not fucking sales parasites,
Okay.
my God. Today's
That's it.
video is sponsored by Aura. Online brokers will look to sell
Sorry,
your
I'm not
information
talking
to
to
Tyre,
spammers,
Tyre, you're on
scammers, and
Venge,
anyone
Venge,
looking to
right?
get their little paws
Mhm.
on your information. They can find
Okay.
embarrassing photos of you, important addresses, and health records. And if you're me, they can find out your real age.
I'm probably also gonna do just one more
Until
until
nosy people on the internet found out and now
until I
posted it
get bored of CAs.
everywhere. which is why I'm begging you to use Aura and don't end up like me. Aura automatically alerts you to data brokers selling sensitive information and stops them in their tracks. It also keeps your spam folder clear and monitors your suspicious activity. Recently, AT&T revealed that over 73 million customer records were released on the dark web, which is absolutely
I'm gonna
horrifying.
get some
But
chips
I sleep
'cause I'm
soundly knowing
hungry.
I have Aura. They're always protecting my information with strong passwords, constant monitored activity, credit card freezes, and fraud alerts. And best of
You
all,
can do a skill
Aura
run
does
if you
everything you
want.
need to prevent a breach from one app. I value my privacy and I value yours. To spend less time worrying, go to aura.com/papameat to start your 2-week free trial, or take a look at the video description to get started today. Thanks to Aura for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. It's becoming clearer and clearer now, and I was going to try to thinly veil this, but it's one of those things where it's another guy who's taking insecure men online who are looking for any kind of direction, probably don't have a lot of education, so of course they're not going to be doctors. Why would I even want to
right
be a
here,
doctor
baby.
anyway? What am I, fucking nerd? What do I even do? I'd be making $100,000 a month at a Kia
Sorry,
dealership.
I got your life.
He is also the self-proclaimed world's fastest growing sales trainer. Gave that title to himself, you know what I mean, because of social media. He's blowing up on verticals because, vertical content. You know what I'm talking about? You sit there, you have a dog that gets 8.5 million likes, and then you have Andy Elliott, who yells at you for becoming a doctor or for drinking soda. Which if you look at if you look at his Instagram bio here, world's fastest growing sales trainer, I still like how the text me thing is going on. They got some celebrities to do that for a little bit. Like I remember like years ago, they had like Ninja and all kinds of other people had this text scam where you get paid when people text you. It's fucking stupid. But he says, it's time to get it all. Fit as fuck, best marriage, badass dad, love God, and $100 million plus business, dude. It's right there to just grab hold of. Andy Elliott's the man you want to be. Here's some other little stats from if you had a little Andy Elliott baseball card and you want to flip it over. This is what it might say. He created a 9-figure company in just 3 years. He's trained 11,000 businesses, and he's the most sought after public speaker. That can't be true. There has to be C-list actors and celebrities who are definitely getting more public speaking gigs than him. He's not even getting public speaking gigs. He goes on podcasts sometimes, and then he like rents out a Hilton event center thing or like a conference room, and then he sells tickets to come watch him speak. But there's like 20 guys in there. On his website, you can get his free book, Sales Warrior Playbook, and of course, $993 of free training. That's a deal. You also get almost $1,300 worth of other courses for free when you get his book. Just buy the book. Come on! All you have to do is you just need to pay $15.99 for shipping. Not a bad gig if you ask me. Oh, sorry, I'm just waking up. I like how even on his website, it's just him like in black and white screaming at men in a crowd that are like this. Andy also is a fitness icon. Andy is a big, buff, alpha man, and he believes in the six-pack mentality. And one thing with the six-pack mentality that he preaches is that being a good salesman is being fit as fuck. Having a six-pack, gentlemen. Because have you ever bought something from a fat fucking weirdo? Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on Sun Down because today we're talking about office jobs, in a way. For a majority of people, work is exclusively something you do because you have to, right? I would say almost everyone doesn't wake up clicking their heels, happy that they're going to work, right? Can we all agree?
Me. If you love your job, you want to be there.
Well, when you show up, it makes me not want to show up to work, so... Back in the day, the workplace was a far more rigid place where you put your head down and you did what you were told. Nowadays, there's a higher priority advocating for yourself in the workplace as well as pushing for a healthier work-life balance, right? People aren't in the coal mines anymore. We have a bit more. I mean, don't get me wrong, people are still pissing in water bottles at Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
But you'd have to things are a little better. Right. With Gen Z entering the working world, we've seen these values clash with older generational values. Not only that, but with TikTok, we've seen a lot of popular trends emerge from people reacting to the cruel realities of the corporate American atmosphere. So let's talk about all the various Gen Z workplace trends. The only reason that we even wanted to make this video was because there's a trend going on right now called the office siren. You see, the office siren trend essentially consists of women wearing and showing off their outfits, a modern interpretation of the 1980s power dressing. Remember that? Like Balenciaga, big suits, you got shoulder pads. Power dressing. And power dressing aimed to incorporate popular male fashion into clothing for women to wear in the workplace. This would often consist of things like padded shoulders, wide leg trousers, and quality fabrics in darker neutral colors. Like this. What do you think of that? That's a strong, independent woman, Nick. Get used to it. Sorry. Hey, the future is female. The goal was to defeminize women so they would be taken more seriously in a predominantly male workplace. And over time, this evolved into a more unique style that introduced flashier colors and designs while still appearing professional, right? After a while, they're like, I'm bored, dude. Put a little cayenne pepper on this and think, wah-bah! That's what you get. Emerald, bam! Does anyone remember Emerald? Who? Bam! Starting in the 2000s, workplace attire has shifted to a much more casual style, which removes the necessity for power dressing in a majority of professional environments, right? People showing up to UPS are wearing the brown. They're not wearing power suits, they're wearing the brown.
That'd be impressive. UPS carrier was wearing
If a male or female, if they were power dressing at me, walking into my house, dropping a box, a man in a full suit dropping a box at my house is very suspicious. Just look weird. I'd be like, what are you doing?
Stylish.
Yeah, but if the jacket had like a little UPS logo on it, I'd be like, that's kind of sick. If they're doing that though, you got to go full butler mode. I think you gotta have like a little bow tie. Yes, master. Carry a package like this. Take very short steps. You have like a platter you put the boxes on. Right away, master. The office siren trend brought back this type of aesthetic, but with more emphasis on sex appeal.
Yeah, they defeminized it. Now they're bringing the femininity back.
They defeminize things, and they're just like, how about we get the ladies back in, huh? What would Beyonce say about this, is what they said. The word siren refers to the Greek mythological creature that lured sailors in with their songs, leading to their untimely death. That feels maybe a bit cruel. Do I look sexy? You siren. You harlot. I don't want to hear your
Yo, I'm back.
Because they're tempting the men at the workplace to get fired.
Am I supposed to look or not? I don't
What's
know.
up? Hello.
Can I look at you? That's what she's saying. She's like, I don't
Oh, Nathan
know.
already fell asleep. That's insane, bro.
Man, you know what? I'm gonna request for a soundboard item or something for when you start making these false accusations against me.
Pretending to work on a laptop in the middle of a
Why
Why is
maybe-
Nathan snoring in English?
If I was like a 63-year-old truck driver, I'd be like, okay, come on, you got soft hands. That kind of meme. But then also she's like, we're working. Look at us, we're doing Java.
That'll be
Yeah,
good, I
yeah,
guess.
yeah.
We're vibe
Yeah, yeah.
coding. We're vibe coding. I want to make an app that lets me make pina coladas with my feet in the pool. Create
300% awake. What does that mean? You taking drugs, sir?
Work at a pool?
Yeah.
No. Well, one, I feel like I would ruin my laptop.
I think I
And
got a
also,
PM
two,
from
I mean, like,
King Pits.
listen, I like swimming. Do I want to be just floating around all day? No. I'd rather take a nap. I'd rather be working from my house on my couch, and every once in a while, just be like working and just be like. Just kind of slip into a sleepy state. Oh. But to be fair, if I was a young, cute little princess, or if I was a handsome man, maybe I would be out there. Oh, my abs, I just look so good. I don't even like going to the pool now just because of my orangutan body. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a behind the scenes, like Mighty Joe Young or something like that. That's what it looks like every time I get into a pool. Yeah. But other women focus more on the sexual side, right? Making videos about how much they want to work an office job just to dress up like an office siren. It's cute. I wish I was going into work today. One of those things. Look how hot I look. I wish I could go to a corporate job today. And some guy's like sitting in his car, like watching this before he has to go work like 10 hours in an office job, just like opening his glove compartment and grabbing a gun and just being like. Today's video is sponsored by Helix Sleep. People always ask, Hunter, when do you sleep? Never. But seriously, I might be coming around to the whole sleep thing now that I have a Helix Sleep mattress. Before you get a Helix Sleep mattress, I have you take a sleep quiz to find the perfect blend of what you need. Like, are you a side sleeper? Do you have back pain? What type of mattress firmness do you prefer? The quiz is very quick, but it takes the information and recommends the best mattress for you. I got the Dusk Lux for my particular needs, and I have been getting deep, restful sleep every night. It's amazing how much sleep can affect your mood and energy, and all it took was a few minutes to find out what I needed to upgrade my life!
I love the new Helix Sleep mattress. It was so cold and scary on the floor in the basement, and now with Helix Sleep mattress, there's no bugs, there's no shivers, and there's enough space.
What kind of music we
Jacob
feeling?
and I to share.
Hi, I love my new Helix mattress. It's super cool and comfortable,
What about
and there's
DJ
lots of room
Lil
for me and
Toasty?
Harry. Thank you, Helix.
Get the sleep you deserve with Helix Sleep. Head to helixsleep.com
Lil
and start
Toasty.
sleeping in your new mattress today. And as a Memorial Day exclusive partner offer, Helix Sleep is offering
Sorry, I'm on
27%
Spotify,
off
sir.
the
That's all I gotta
entire
say.
side. Plus a free bedding bundle with any Lux or Elite mattress order.
Yeah, if I had
Thank you so
premium,
much
I'd
to
play your
Helix Sleep for
playlist.
sponsoring this video. And hey, get comfy, get some good sleep. But not after
But
you.
nobody
There's a couple.
wants
I've
to
seen
hear
videos of
ads.
Office sirens being like they have to go talk to HR because they're too sexed up.
Well, yeah. Well, of course. Yeah, they're like, you can't actually show your asshole during meetings. She's like, siren. Wee-oo, wee-oo, wee-oo. Watch out, sailors. Like, you work for HP. We make printers. You can't do that. You know, and some see this style as empowering, right? While others feel that it reinforces the sexualization of women in the office setting. For people that have traditional corporate jobs, they're well aware that most of these outfits are not actually something that you can get away with wearing in an office. I mean, obviously, they're being like, you have to be a dunce to think that you could wear the short thing and that their tits are just like popping out and they're like, I hope I can show up to my office job today. And so it's just like, you're going to get fired day one. Congratulations.
Sorry, I'm
you got
taking
fired.
forever.
However, one now deleted comment from TikTok details the story of how someone she knows lost out on an amazing job opportunity because of this trend. And this is that deleted comment.
You have a college credit paid 25-hour intern position that goes straight to a six-figure
Hi, what's up,
salary
bro?
job
Why
at
you muted,
graduation.
bro?
Where?
What's going on, bro?
Where is this and where was I is what I want to say. My God.
The girl wore an office siren
Hey,
outfit
bro.
day 2 and was immediately fired for it. And yes, we can
Big
fire
chill
someone
mode?
for that. It's the contract she signed when taking the job.
What do you mean? Would you want to not wear anything
I'm in average chill mode.
Dice? We'll see how I feel on each day. I'd like to think in the contract
Wait,
for the
why is
job,
this so normal?
You're going to have boobage. It needs to be hidden by 2 buttons. And if your ham hocks are going to protrude from your pants, then see me immediately. Sign here.
Why are we in a normal raid?
If boob window is in the contract, I'm going to be
Oh,
very excited.
because I think
It's in
Reed
the
was.
contract she signed when taking the job.
It was
Literally
on. It was
cost a
Reed's
guaranteed
party for some
$200,000.
reason.
Imagine losing a $200,000
Then it swapped to me.
You had to get all sexed up, dude. You know what? At the same time, I'd say, what were they wearing? What do you think they were wearing that would have been that bad? Do you think that it was way too sexualized, or do you think it was like a little provocative and they were just like, you can't do this? A mini skirt? Shame on you. Get out of here.
I'm imagining she went full on siren.
I mean, I have seen.
Wait, it's a
some
3+1 right now.
Word?
Can we handle it?
Yeah, that's an outfit? All right, well, damn. But if you got the goods, Nick, are you not supposed to show them?
Not at work, unless your job is sales.
Well, listen. If you're at
Wait,
a
why does it
production floor
say
trying to sell
4
some
when it's
big
not
stuff
4?
for a company or whatever, hey, I bet you that contract goes out the window. Jessica, show more of these.
I don't get it.
We gotta move those printers. And one woman reportedly took her outfit inspiration too literally and ended up wearing a similar fitting outfit at her corporate job. She ended
because
up getting
Jimmy's-
fired and decided to sue her coworker.
Is it because
who
Jimmy's
believed
in the
that
world
that was
and
the
stuff?
person to blame for her firing.
It
Her
says
coworker
Jimmy's
made a
here.
video to
Oh,
voice her
you know what?
stupid
Jimmy's
reaction on
outside.
this,
That's why.
stating, quote,
Babe,
I
I
forget
don't
he
wear
does
those
TOA
outfits
on his
for
iron.
fun. I literally wear them to get them taken off on camera.
It's a 3-man skill. It's not a 4-man skill.
Is it OnlyFans?
I'm like, what?
She's like, I wouldn't wear that unless I was being recorded. Snap, snap, bitch. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.
One of the most viral things to come out of the Gen Z corporate space is the infamous Gen Z boss at a mini video. Last year, an Australian skincare startup company named TBH Skincare posted a video to their Instagram page that instantly became the target of ruthless criticism. In the video, a group of girls are joyously singing in a circle as they hype each other up, and people were quick to lambast them. for
It'll be
being
3-man.
too cringy.
Gen Z boss in a mini. Gen Z boss in a mini. Itty bitty cheese in a ball. Itty bitty cheese in a ball.
Yeah, it pisses me off. Listen, I'm all down for girlies being girlies and boys being with the boys, but guess what? What the f is this?
It's just girlfriends having fun at work.
Do your job and go home. Do the in a bar. You know what I mean? Don't do it in an empty conference room, itty bitty titties and whatever. You know what? Men rise up. Why can't I say small fat?
Hold on.
Small fat. fucking small fat fucking attitude. Prolapse and a raise. I don't know what the fuck it is. This video turned out to be an older trend that was super viral at the time, originally posted by Who Gives a Fuck, and it became so popular that even celebrities like the cast of Parks and Rec were joining in.
Pony in a cashmere shirt. Pony in a cashmere shirt.
Because celebrities just can't let it be. They gotta join in. Hey, you guys are not watching the show. Watch us do it now, please. The skincare company didn't expect their video to blow up the way it did, and were even more surprised to see the unnecessary scathing comments, which I'm not gonna lie. Listen, is it cringy? Sure, but come on now. What, people can't just dance in a circle and make some songs? Come on.
This like bred a lot of misogynist people.
Oh, this is the thing that bred a lot of misogyny. This is the one thing that bred a lot of misogyny. Misogyny was like kind of dormant.
Somebody's joining us.
I do like the comment of this. People say this is what lost Kamala the race. Way to go. Sorry. Republicans are going to win on this one. They ended up responding to the hate by making another video, and this time replacing the lyrics to the song with mean comments they received.
Jennifer Haycott, bring it back. Jennifer Haycott, bring it back. Women should go back to the kitchen. Women should go back to
Reed has diarrhea. You can't hold it.
Hey, Gen Z, way to own the workplace. Regardless, their page spiked in followers.
The
and
goat.
the viral video brought tons of traffic to their skincare website, leading to a noticeable increase in sales. So who won? I think they did.
And they're also in Australia.
And they're Aussies.
They don't care about American politics.
Who gives it? They're like, I lost Kamala the race, dude. I'm worried about dingoes eating babies and kangaroos standing outside my back door. Have you seen that shit? Someone like looking out, he's like, what's out there? It's like a fucking giant buff kangaroo.
And they choke dogs.
Yeah, and he's like, dude, back my fucking dog. And he knackers him in the face. You got knackered. Peace off. I have to bleep that, but over time, as the newer generations entered the working world, they found themselves dissatisfied with the state of workplace culture. While it's become common for people to go above and beyond to help their company succeed despite a lack of proper financial incentive, Gen Z began to push back, including introducing the phrase quiet quitting. Long are gone are the days of the 2-week notice. Now we quiet quit. This is the 6-month notice, ladies and gentlemen. The quiet quit. While quiet quitting has been around as a concept for quite a while, the popularity in the movement recently has been attributed to the Gen Z use of it for viral. Basically, trying to get them clicks, dude. You gotta get them clicks. If you don't have the clicks, are you even living? I don't think so. The point of quiet quitting is to stop doing things that don't match up with your actual job description, and essentially, it means no longer putting in more effort than you have to, which, in my opinion, yes. Especially if you're working for, like, a giant conglomerate or something. You don't have to do it.
Where's he at?
For you, dude.
Walmart?
Like Walmart, yeah. Walmart? You wouldn't go above and beyond for Sam Walton and his family?
There he
It's
is.
common for employees to take on bonus tasks that extend past what they were hired to do without any hint of additional financial support. You know what I mean? You're working maybe longer hours, you're taking in other people's job descriptions and stuff like that. It normally just trickles in, but I will say, I think half the time it's for like shift leads who are like, hey, we're behind on this, do you mind helping? I wouldn't say it's just Sam Walton being like, no, now do this. Maybe it is sometimes, I don't know.
This is what I say when the shift lead asks for help. I say, not my job.
Quiet quitting. That's what I do. I do that now. Hey, actually, man, I kind of hurt my back. Do you think you could help me? Not really in my pay grade.
Are we still in this
Quitting,
cursed
more
ass party
appropriately
hub?
referred to as acting your wage. Acting your age is funny. Is a means to stop higher ups from taking advantage of workers. Some describe it as merely setting firm boundaries to avoid having work encroach on their work-life balance, which I think is fair. I do think some people they toe that line a little too much. You just gotta be like, no. I worked for. Remember when Sprint was a phone company? I did some work for them one time. It was my email you at like 2 in the morning. Wake up.
Can you come in?
You know, or just being like, you gotta make this edit. I'm like, oh, like what? Right now? Yeah, get 30 minutes now. That kind of brutal. But this means avoiding non-mandatory meetings, showing up early, or staying in late. As this began to catch on, surveys began to show that around 64% of employees considered themselves quiet quitters. This was especially prevalent during the COVID work from home era, where it was harder to monitor people on their job. First off, if you were working your ass off during the COVID era for like a big company, what the f are you doing? That was the first time to just get paid and relax.
If you had an essential job, you could.
Yo, that's kind of weird, bro. Why you got Torvahome before
Remember
Prims?
they did that? We want to thank the heroes that fed us during the pandemic. Did you see each post like that? Yeah, there's a post being like, I just want to take time to thank the heroes.
Come on, bro.
that fed us during the pandemic. They're talking about like Uber Eats and DoorDash delivery drivers. I'm like, well, goddamn, I mixed up 4 of my order, so I'm not thanking them too much.
Not all heroes wear capes.
It's true. Some people have taken the idea of quiet quitting and applied it to areas outside of their job. For example, someone posted TikToks discussing how they've been quietly quitting friendships and people by no longer initiating conversations. Autism. And according to marriage therapists, quiet quitting is also incredibly prevalent in marriages as well.
Oh, I know this one.
You're like, I know this is all too well. In the case of interpersonal relationships, many believe that this is a cop-out for having a direct conversation about problems that you're having, which obviously it is. Nobody wants to have the awkward conversation. I don't want to be your friend anymore, dude. You suck. Or I suck, but I think you suck. You know what I mean? Actually, you're the problem, but you're just like, actually, you're the problem. It's just people being like, I just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with it today. Even though like 7 months ago, you could have just been like, I don't want to do this anymore. And now it could have been totally resolved by now. Not only does the younger generation want to fight back against being undervalued in the workplace, but they also want to address the prevalence of worker burnout. One of the ways people want to approach this is by acquiring what's referred to as lazy girl jobs. Lazy girl jobs is another concept within the anti-work movement that emerged from the idea that people should find work that is financially safe while also reducing the stress that comes with high-intensity jobs. That doesn't feel very Gen Z and woke. Essentially, it aims to go against corporate hustle culture because life should be about more than just your career. And in a video by she coins this term and refers to occupations like account managers, marketing associates, and receptionists. Jobs that can be remote,
What is he missing? He's missing.
Lazy girl jobs.
You have claws
Get a lazy girl
or
job. Get that
void
pool.
waker.
Hop in that pool, girl. The video sparked the trend of acquiring and showing off your lazy girl job, and critics of the movement believe that lazy girl jobs are going to stop workers from developing useful skills to take them farther in their careers, and it's also resulted in companies looking at their workplace and removing jobs that resemble lazy girl jobs. So because of this, they're just like, get that out of here. And I will say there is some truth to being like, you should try to find a career where you're like, I actually want to develop a skill or use this. Like, I might have to have a job, but it's going to be beneficial towards something later on. But just like potato couch surfing, these work things, because it's easier, I think it's like
This guy just did that.
a rough golden years.
Because if you get fired, that's
Well, you're
it.
fucked.
You don't have another skill.
I think you really have no way to also like grow. Like you're always just kind of stuck in this weird nebulous place of like floating around looking for stuff, which also too could be a result of people just being like the job market sucks or it's hard finding stuff or it's so competitive to find jobs. I don't know. Hop in that pool, girl. While some people online try their hardest to find an easy, laid-back job, others flock to TikTok to share how much they love the corporate grind. Let's talk about TikTok's corporate girlies. Some people use corporate girly hashtag on TikTok to post content that glamorizes the busy 9-to-5 structure. Unlike with a lazy girl job, these people work beyond their expectations and love
What
coming
else is he
into
missing?
offices.
His inventory.
It freaked me out. Anybody who's like a bootlicker at their job, weird, I don't know. Even if you work at like a place like Nike, something where you're like, I really love it. Nah, dude. Happy to be here. Also, it feels forced. I don't know.
They're going to go up the corporate ladder.
Those are the people that are going to be the bosses in the future that you hate. But also, do you think it's better to go into your job being like, I don't think you have to be miserable, but just like, is it weird to just like glamorize this thing? Like, I love this. That has to be a healthier
Oh my
mindset,
God, more
right?
people
Even
are
if
here.
People are like, I hate my job. If you're actually content with it, is that a problem?
I think like if you're, being pleasant around people.
Well, you know what it reads like? It reads like you're in a cult where people are like, you don't
I
even
need
realize you're
revenge.
brainwashed. I think that's why. You know what I mean? Like a person's just like, and I can't wait to stay out later just to help out the team. People
Oh
are
my
like,
God, this
"Go
became a
home."
mass. Holy
I'm glad
shit.
you're happy, but I feel bad for you at the same time. I don't know, it's weird. These videos consist of work routine videos and office motivation with enough hashtag girlboss energy to make people think that they're going to work is the coolest thing in the world. I'm going to work. It's like going to Coachella. It's essentially career porn. Some people get a lot of motivation from these videos, while others are disgusted by the career chipper attitude. Really think it just all depends on where you're at in your life. Could be some person who's just like, yeah, I am going to get up and I am going to try. And there's other people who are like, I'm dead inside. Either or.
It's a spectrum.
It's a spectrum, like autism. Many people online think that the phrases like corporate girly or lazy girl jobs are cringe and make women look like children, which I agree with both those. It's just like, I don't know, it's weird. Lazy girl jobs is a pretty funny derogatory thing though. Oh, you're a hostess, so you got a lazy girl job?
Should I
It's
tell
like,
him I'm
I feel like
streaming?
hostess could bust their ass. No?
Yeah.
There's probably some crazy receptionist jobs. I don't know. It's just kind of funny. But also corporate girly, I will say. I'd be like, fuck off. I'm a corporate girly. I'd be like,
Well, because they're
cool,
saying
new
VC
hobby.
or no.
Collect stamps. That's what I'd say.
I'm not
Do
trying to sound
something
like I want to
cool. don't
ignore
know,
anybody.
Anything else. And on the polar opposite side of the internet, a woman named Brelly Acero went viral for posting a TikTok where she cried over stress of having her first 9-to-5 job, which is just really funny.
I'm so upset. Oh my god. Nothing to do with my job at all, but just like the 9-to-5 schedule in general is crazy.
And also, I think way more common than people think. I've met so many people who are like, I can't take it. Just off of some, like, they work at
Aha.
CC's Pizza or something. It's crazy. In her video, she rants about how it's impossible to have any sort of real life outside of
I
work.
have to
because
shout
her
out
long
myself.
commute
I'm
to
shouting.
and from work. Which, dude, it's a funny video. At the same time, the essence and the soul of it, I feel you. I feel it in my bones. Granted, wouldn't post it because also you have to realize that every other human being is doing it as well. So it feels a bit where it's just like pick yourself up a bit and reevaluate. You know, it'll be all right. And for most people, this is beyond normal, which led to tons of support being
Wait, what
thrown
the
away
fuck?
from
What's the
those
scale
that are
right
sick
now?
of their jobs, sucking away all their energy
7
and ruining
people?
chances of a social life.
Oh,
And
just
this
like we were doing
sparked
earlier.
A heated
Okay.
online debate about Gen
But with
Z is just lazy,
people,
or if perhaps
actually.
they raise a good point about the absurdity that is the modern work culture, which I think could be both. I think everybody's a little lazy, and I think that work can suck.
Tell him the
So,
party
I'm
hub, bro. I'm
offensive.
tired
That's
of
all
typing it.
I'm really trying to cover all my bases here, all right? With everything costing more, there's
Twisted
a reliance on
nuts.
dual
You even
income
got the fucking
households. And
name
with worker
right.
burnout being more and more common, people felt that this woman was onto something. The post had moved onto Twitter.
Thinking
where
about nuts all the
hyper-conservative
time,
audience
bro.
Began lambasting all of Gen Z as unfit for the modern working world, claiming that they're too weak and sensitive to handle it. AKA the man who has sunglasses in his profile picture, and he's either
Shaky
taking
my,
a selfie in his
shaky
truck or
my.
there's an American flag behind him, and then that's the whole like you got soft hands kind of thing. Soon after, Brill reported that
Yo,
she had
can you
eventually lost her
chill
job
out?
for reasons unrelated to her viral video, and however, her TikTok has nearly 700,000 followers at 22 years old, and she's likely more than fine
What is
because
your
follower
problem?
counts equate to money.
I need to
Not
do
sure.
that. Be in my car and start crying. Work is too hard.
Don't bite me.
I mean, it's kind of funny. It's just kind of
Why
funny
you
just to be
beating
like,
me up?
yeah, it sucks. I mean, like, what I don't know what else I'm supposed to tell you, you know?
Quit. Get a different job.
Yeah, I think it's
Oh.
just more like I think the job sucks. One because it's something new,
Thank you.
but you know, with time, change is fine.
My
and
cat's
you'll kind of
tripping right
adapt to
now.
it. But also too, the job could just also not be a fit, and it sucks to go look again. But it might just be better to go and look for a new gig. You know, for
Bro,
those
this
that
is
chose to
insane,
stick
bro.
to their grueling
This is
jobs,
gonna be
people
so
have
crazy at
concocted more
home.
unique ways to slack off in the office. So let's talk about productivity, aka pretending to work. Most people have
He's not
experience
benched, by the
pretending to
way.
look productive
I
in
don't know
front
if
of
he's
your
benched.
boss. Productivity, also referred to as task masking, can include typing loudly and aggressively on your keyboard, walking quickly around the office to appear busy, and switching browser tabs rapidly as if you're deeply researching something. Instead of just sitting down and doing what you're supposed to for the day, we're just going to procrastinate and just pretend that we're doing it. To be fair, I think there's some jobs where it's like, I can get this done in 30 minutes. So I get that. And that, to me, those are the jobs where I'd be like, I need to look for something. That's a prison sentence. It really is. You're just like, I'm supposed to do this, and I'm like, okay. Because those are also jobs where you're catered to do more than what you're actually hired to do. That's the kind of, those are those kind of jobs.
When I had a
Dude, if I get a fucking Tebow
reception is, I take
with
forward,
this size, I'm gonna be
draw.
depressed as
Sounds
fuck.
weird, but I would just write help. Or no.
Yo,
Anyways,
who's
I left
trolling?
Something so cathartic and good feeling I had when I wrote it. It's almost as if my mind was trying to say something.
I left it in the printer room, and I guess my boss
Alright.
found it and then showed my mom, and then my mom's like, "This comes off like psychotic."
Yeah, it does. Well, you probably look like the Zodiac killer. Also, you're like leaving it out so someone's gonna find it. Like, drop it.
Why does it say no?
Bro, go anchor. You took all the crabs from the middle.
Just talking to me again. And this has become a trend online as well, with people posting videos instructing others on how to do it effectively. You gotta show people how it's done. And productivity is much more common than you'd think. A 2024 Work Human study reveals that 32% of workers admit to be pretending to do their job, which is also so much. Who's gonna be like, I totally just pretend to work. I think other people would be like, this is a test. I'm going to get in trouble. Who's watching me? Yeah, exactly.
Watch
You
out.
take one of these and
Watch
fill it
out.
out. You're like,
Be honest, they're anonymous.
we
Okay.
don't even know who's doing it. And you like put up a GoPro around your cubicle desk, and you're just like. On the other hand, 37% of managers do so as well, which I love that too. I got promoted. I feel like they're like, I got out of the trenches, and now I'm not going back, dude. It is living la vida loca now. The most common reason for this can include poor work-life balance and the feelings of burnout, like every other freaking thing. But what happens when you just can't take your job anymore? Well, some people just want to clean out their desk and storm out ASAP. Some Gen Z workers have decided to take a different approach. Let's talk about revenge quitting. Revenge quitting is when you leave your job, but purposely do it in an inconvenient way that causes chaos for the employer. Many are doing this as a way to stick it to the companies with toxic work environments. I've had so many people do that. I had this job where a guy was like, I'm gonna quit, and he hated his job, and he picked up like
Wait,
7 shifts.
how did the other
Take your
plannies
shift, I'll take
show
extra
up?
hours, and he just didn't show up for it, and like there was like a,
I'm
like a
confused.
full week where people were like,
Now that
I
I'm
made
thinking
plans,
about
I
it.
can't come in, and it f***ed over the whole thing.
Damn.
Yeah. To be fair, that's kind of fucked up because if you do something like that, then you're f***ing up other
I invited
people too.
King. I don't know
Up the work.
if he has the
Yeah,
CC
which,
or something.
in his mind, he's like chaos. The managers, but then it's like, well, you're gonna have to stay later, you know. I
Oh.
don't know. Older generations view this as a childish and unprofessional, while Gen
I
Z
see.
seems to believe it's justified as a form of protest against
That's
unfair
fine.
treatment. And a simple example could include quitting your job when the team is understaffed, and other people, however, have escalated that approach. Right? So kind of what I said. And in Texas, a man named Davis Liu.
Damn, no one's gonna help me scav on this big ass 8-man.
And after 11 years
Or 7?
working with the company, his job was moved around to the point where his job responsibilities began to decrease. Suspecting that he was on his way to being let go, he set out to create a complex and malicious code to infuriate the company. Part of this code acted as a kill switch in the case he was fired. He had created a code he called Hakai, which is Japanese for destruction. The code prevented coworkers from logging into the company server because their company profiles were being deleted on an infinite loop. That's kind of fucked up. Eventually, he was fired. This is when the kill switch went into effect, resulting in their entire system to be inoperable for a long time. And in the process, the company lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was discovered that Lou's PC was the one executing the malicious code. They discovered that not only was he trying to erase complete project files, but he is also trying to delete encrypted files as well as Linux directories, which is pretty much just he's trying to destroy the entire company where no one can use anything. Lou was taken to court where he faces 10 years in prison for purposely sabotaging the company. The court date is still pending. My boy's serving some time. They're gonna call him the Lou decade because that's what's getting ready to face him. But what about when you've lost your job and it's time to find another? Well, Gen Z has tactics to anger their employees before they've even stepped foot in the office. It's referred to as career catfishing. In short,
I'm
career
gonna assume
catfishing
this
is an act of defiance from Gen Z
overload on the
workers where
floor
they
is for
acquire
me.
a new job but don't ever show
And that
up.
nobody left it on accident,
Why they
right?
do this, I don't really know. They do this without ever communicating to the employer why they ghosted them. They just kind of don't show up, and that's it. And the people are like, okay. This is a form of protest against poor working conditions, unprofessional hiring practices, and insulting salary offers, continuing the trend of Gen Z workers prioritizing their personal needs more than accepting the modern corporate culture, which good, I think. But I think it's kind of fucked up. If you don't like the salary, just don't do it. There's like also, I think that so many people think that like the people that are hiring them are the evil people. It's like, this is an employee, whatever. You're fucking over all the other people who are in your position. It's like, well, fucking, they should leave too. It's not that easy. Another reason someone may engage in career catfishing is if the job listing description ends up being misleading, or if there are large delays in responses when discussing the potential hire. You took too long. After leaving their time wasted, they move on to a different job while pretending that they're still interested in the original, attempting to waste their time in return. And a survey from CV Genius suggests that 34% of Gen Z workers have participated in career catfishing. There's certainly a big difference with how Gen Z handles the working world. To some, it may just seem obnoxious, like the younger people are just not cut out for the normal job nowadays, right? Like the old, they just need to suck it up. Or perhaps we're all just so used to the grueling hours and the reliance of side hustling that we think that this is
Man,
the way
somebody's
that it
fucking
should be.
one
And
shot.
it's just that there's no
It'd be a
change.
shame if I
This is
just
what it
stepped
is.
out.
But regardless, it's interesting to see how the older generations are reacting to this newfound priority of workplace balance and such. With
Damn, look at all those
Older
dragon
generations,
arrows!
younger
Yoink!
generations, it's a tale as old as time. But I'm always curious as the generations go on, what becomes normalized with Gen Z to where then the other generation starts fucking with it too. And two, I'll tell you this, the older you get, the more grumpier and crustacean you become. So this whole thing is cute now, but there's gonna be one day when one of those motherfuckers like, yeah, I ghosted them. They're gonna be sitting at a desk.
Bro, I don't even know how you prep for this many people.
Didn't message me back. Or you just ghosted us. What the? It's gonna be the same guy. It's a tale as old as time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so
You
much
plan a double
for
boot
watching
you.
today, and hopefully your work day is going good as well. Wanted to make this too because I feel like so many people are like, hey, I'm working. I'm gonna watch your video then. So if you're at your job right now, cheers to you, buddy. We appreciate you. See you in the next one.
Oh,
I don't want to go to work.
Misery Monday. I am a child.
Ty, you want to go down with me? Ty, you want to go down on me? What the fuck? That was a verbal typo. Excuse me. Why you PM me, bro? Talk to me. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. Reed, you gotta prep. Just prep. There's a lot of people. We'll see how we do. You gotta learn how to prep faster.
Today's video is sponsored by Simply Safe. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Hey, stop looking at those nasty websites, you perv, and head on over to MeatCanyon.store to get the new merch.
My favorites are the Eye Control Fire hoodie and shirt.
Stop, Terrence. This is my merch plug. Get out of here.
Ooh.
What about the Kill Every Influencer shirt that comes in 3 different variants? Not you too, Margaret.
There's also the Monster Truck shirt, too.
Come on, let me speak. Stop.
I left my fucking Void Waker in the storage, man.
My merch plug.
Oh my God, Winslow, stop yelling! I'm trying to watch TV, man.
Yeah, shut up, Winslow. Oh, it was my turn to do the merch plug, Hunter.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Say the URL or something. At least you have that.
You're right. Head on over to
Head on over to MeatCanyon.store. There's only 2 days left.
Grab merch today. There's only 2 days left in the sale. So, hurry up and buy it.
I get it, Winslow. God.
Oh, big canyon.
And looking at the oh my God, there's cat hair in here. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on, sitting down because today we're talking about.
See that the Rangers on me for some reason.
I've had so many people
Just gonna hope I tank it.
doing a video on Lunchly. Who gives?
No, well I guess that works. We walk on top of the Ranger now.
I don't know.
It's rude.
Well, all I
That
know
was
is
just
Margaret's
bad
been
play by
cooking up
me.
a storm lately, so I think we just let her hang out, and we're really going to decide which is better, Lunchly or Lunchables. You have the new YouTuber product that's so covered in controversy, you'd expect that they just went and mined for blood diamonds or some shit. I don't know. I mean, people are acting like this is complete heresy. I think for good point, though. I mean, you have controversial figures, and now you're making children's products where it's now kids are supposed to be consuming, you know, ingesting these kinds of things. People have every right to be outraged, but at the same time, it begs the question, are people upset just because it's Logan Paul, Mr. Beast, and KSI, 3 popular people who are riddled in controversy right now? I don't know. So today I want to get down to the brass tacks and figure out, is Lunchly as bad as they say? And hell, is it even better than the mainstay Lunchables? When was Lunchables even invented?
Careful with his HP.
1962.
Oh,
That's
it's too
definitely
late.
why. There's no way you just researched
that's
that
not good.
quickly.
Nope, I know.
All right, I'm going to put up a real date of what year it was actually made. If it's not 1962, I'm going to sock you in the face as hard as I fucking can.
Rude. You are rude.
Dude, this guy is
so we got
fucking me up.
the components are 3 different tiers of food here. We got the pizzas, we got the nachos, and we have the crackers and ham and cheese. Which, if you ever showed up to school with the crackers, ham and cheese, God help you. What a horrible lunch that was, right? I would just skip the fucking I hate Ritz crackers and that kind of stuff. I would just eat the ham. I'm like a little fucking piglet, dude. It's unbelievable. No wonder my heart is so weak. My heart is the size of a quail's heart. But time to compare prices. I want to say this about Lunchly.
Dude, how?
I had to go to a specialty store, a place called Dillon's.
Nope, never.
Me and Nick went in there today, and there was a custodian tangled up in his own vacuum cord. He was tripping around. It felt illegal to watch. I don't know what was going on with that. But coming down to it, all 3 of the Lunchlys, the Lunchly Turkey Snack, the Lunchly Fiesta Nachos, and the Lunchly Pizza Party all came out to $12.50. cents. All right. No, it is not cheap. Hey, well, compare it to Lunchables. Oh, all of them together was $9.49. Big difference. And also, here's the thing with Lunchables, you're getting brand name stuff. You have Prime going up against Sun. You have Feastables going up against like Kit Kat, Crunch Bars. I don't know, man. And I have to go to a specialty store called Dillon's to get it. And I have to pay more money? I don't know. It's not adding up. Margaret, which one should we start with first? Should we start with the crackers and cheese?
Crackers and cheese, yeah.
First up, crackers, ham, and cheese. Let's get it.
Feel the rain on your skin. No one else.
Okay, so first up is the Lunchly Turkey
Why was I praying the wrong thing? I don't know how I'm not dead, to be honest.
Stack'ems, stack thems.
Cringe.
Yeah, do you not like that either?
No, I hate all the names.
Yeah, I don't. It's like it's too cutesy. Also, I just imagine KSI sitting there and he's like, "What about Snack'ems? Oi, the queen's dead."
Shut up, please.
That honestly was uncalled for. It's a military Snack'em, isn't it? Whatever. And Lunchables is just turkey and cheddar, cracker stackers. Cracker stackers. I kind of like that. Cracker stackers. What comes in the Lunchables one is Capri Sun, Roared Waters Fruit Punch. Watch out, dude. I'm about ready to get buzzed on some Capri Suns. I'm stoked. And it comes with some gummy worms. I also want to say this is kind of stuff. They have like slave laborers. What? On the sandwich, like stacking them up like tiny people. I don't know how to feel about that.
Can I see? Not a good look.
No.
Fucking piece of shit scythe. Hit something higher than a damn 5. Oh, 44 things.
That's all it has. Out of these brands, which one do you like more?
Hold it up to the... slave labor.
I will say the slave labor on the Lunchables I think is just funnier. But I will say the Lunchables logo, the text, not too bad. Also, it's a bigger box, makes you feel like you're getting more. But I'm gonna just dive into them. First impressions with this in here. Oh, also,
Yeah, we just
I'm
duoed
pretty sure
that. Let's be real.
Lunchables is for pig fucks because Lunchables has more calorie count, always. Oh my God. I'd pay it just for this. This is gonna be a very tough sell for me. I love Capri Sun so much. Roaring Waters Fruit Punch, you better believe I'm about ready to drink all of that. God, what a sad display. Honestly, what a fucking nightmare display. First whiff.
Excuse me, I have a fucking lockpick? Like, why am I taking 10 years to
That ham smells like diarrhea.
open that? Like, what?
It's always been stinky too. I don't know. I don't think they give a. People have been saying it's been stinky for decades, and those motherfuckers don't. They don't.
Do I really have to go train my TV?
It's supposed to stink. See, now that seems like some old world British shit. That's why I bet KSI was like, my short's stinky. How sad is that cracker? Ooh. Looks like something that like a priest would put on my tongue. Okay, first impressions. The sniff score from our main man here. Ooh, the buzzer. Yeah, he did not like stinky turkey. Not good. I will say, as a display, though, this just makes me sad. Look at this brick, just this block of cheese. Go ahead and just cut them off a piece like the rats in a maze.
Is it sliced?
It is, actually.
Oh.
I don't know if I should be impressed by that or not. I don't feel impressed. All right, time to bust open the Lunchleys here. Ooh, it's reminiscent of opening an Amazon package.
Ooh, Christmas! Yay!
Every day of the week is Christmas. Ooh. Okay. I will full on admit this will be my first time ever drinking Prime. I've never had it. Margaret, have you ever had a Prime?
Gross.
Have you ever had it?
Yeah. Gross.
You didn't like it?
No. No.
Why don't you calm down, you crazy fucking... Good God.
It's gross.
You're gross. Look at you. Look at you. Look at her hole. Look at that. What the hell is that? Is that a pussy or a belly button?
It's my hole. Leave it alone.
I don't like that. I don't like the sentence, it's my hole. I will say already, the front value of this, I feel like a little fancy girl. Leave no crumbs. I don't like that. Leave no crumbs? Jesus.
What are you, a rat?
Yeah, that's Logan says that. Leave no crumbs. Suplexes you into the ground. Maverick! Jimmy just shits himself with his Crohn's disease. Okay, I'll be... Oh! Oh!
Oh my God!
Oh yeah, KSI, he definitely got that. He's like, hey, man, it's stinky! Here we go. Oh my... That is haunting. That is a haunting smell.
Put up to Frederick.
Also... Oh! Oh, he did not like that. the nose's name, for anybody who didn't know, it's Frederick Bacon. Fred does not like the smell. Your husband does not like it.
He's got a sensitive nose.
I can say too, you know what?
Nobody
Just
said it.
comparing these, if I had to get to the nitty-gritty of it all, I like that Lunchables has a little slot for all of them. Instead of this, they're just like, why don't you just throw the Ritz crackers on top of the chocolate bar? Am I wrong? Is that too nitpicky? We do have gummy worms. This is also my first time trying a Feastables. Very excited. I will say their cheese looks better. All right, their cheese does look better. And also for all the fucking haters out there, no mold. No mold on this cheese. Smells good too. The crackers have much more life. I mean, look at the color difference of this. Sunday's best, snacking with your boys. I will say, I don't know how I feel about Mr. Beast Feastables. Good coloring. I don't know. I haven't tried it. We'll see. And looking at the oh my God.
What?
There's cat hair!
Oh my God!
There's cat hair in here! I'm putting this here as evidence. There's full-blown, this is Persian cat hair. Oh my God. Don't throw up, Margaret. Don't throw up! Everybody's finding mold, and I'm the first person who finds cat hair. That's gotta be like a coincidence, right? I'm gonna throw this one over here. I'm actually gonna eat that. Okay, well, I guess taste test time. Do I combine all of them? Or I combine, make an actual, add the ham, cheese, and this?
Gotta make a ham cheese sandwich.
You stack them like this, you make a little sandwich.
Yeah.
Like a disgusting little Oreo. All right, here I go. Lunchables, take one. The cracker's disgusting. My God. You know what, though? Cheese and turkey, not bad. Not bad at all. I'll tell you what, if that cracker was good, it wouldn't be a bad peasant lunch. How the f*** you just gonna be like, make cracker and turkey sandwiches, you f***ing bum.
When I was a little girl, that's all I ate for lunch. Kept me slim.
It's slim my ass. Look at you. You fat. Try to get up out of the space. You can't. You haven't walked in here.
No one's tagging the other one. I have 3 on me.
Next up. All right, this is gonna be good. I can't. Capri Sun roaring waters.
I had 3.
I love it! Capri Sun, why don't you make some freaking adult sizes? What the f is up with, why does it have to come in this inconvenient pouch that I have to stab? Like I'm a goddamn
No one.
convict.
Alright, Ty, you're next. Oh, you're the one cross.
I'm prison shaking Capri Suns
Jesus
like
Christ.
Horrible. Gummy worms.
Go cross. Oh, somebody.
How the f in the other you have Kit Kats and Crunch Bars all of a sudden? Almost choked. Actually freaked out for a second. Okay, well, should we do like a number ranking system?
Maybe just hands around.
Well, that one didn't have cat hair, so.
Well,
Mine is the cat hair.
all right, here, I'm doing the. All right, lunchly time, dude. Let's give him a fair shake here, okay? Can we give him a fair shake? It's a damn good cracker. What's that? Turkey's delicious, cheese is good. This is just a better overall experience so far. Damn. Let me watch this down. First time ever drinking Prime, and they're like bomb pop flavor. God. That does smell like a bomb pop though. They're just melting popsicles and putting them in a fucking bottle. God damn. It'd be pretty good all day, wouldn't it? There's Mr. Beast. Oh God, that is sweet. Holy hell. Woo! There's 0 grams of sugar in this.
What?
Hold on.
There's no fucking way.
Hold on a second now. Whoa. I don't know what kind of plastic compound they're putting in that to make it. That is so sweet. Try this here.
Say I've never tried it. Woo!
Is that not?
Yeah.
There's no sugar in this. B vitamins. Why did they put that shit on there? Oh, good. Antioxidants and 400 milligrams of electrolytes. It's like, I have to imagine it's like drinking, like your radiator cool. That is sweet. That motherfucker is sweet. I have a feeling Jimmy's old chocolate bar is not even gonna come close to that fucking sweet scale. Ooh, I like how it says Feastables on top of the little stamp. I like that. Tastes like chocolate. It's hard. I seriously don't know who the what witch doctor they hired to hex whatever liquid they're doing. Combine every other piece of sugar over here. Does not scratch the surface of what sweet means over here. That is insane. Oh, but honestly, this round, I'll give it to Lunchley.
Oh, what?
Because guess what? I was able to discard the cat hair turkey. You know, I was rocking and rolling. It's just the crackers were better. That was a huge thing. Also, I'll take a generic piece of chocolate over shitty plastic gummy worms any day of the week. I will say, boot out the fucking Prime and put in some Capri Sun. Instant classic. Or tea. I'd take tea. KSI's British. They like tea.
I'll take tea.
Yeah.
Are you a bit of London fog? Would you like some Earl Grey? You want some cream before your pieces and cream? Maybe if I can tighten and scone.
On to the next one. Margaret, nachos next?
Nachos!
You cannot say that anymore. I told you cannot say that.
Why?
I'm not getting into it. The communities are getting upset. You cannot say that.
Don't mess up.
I say it all the time, though.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Oh, next one.
Fuck you.
What's that?
Wait! Today's video is sponsored by SimpliSafe. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. This is unironically a true story. The first
There's the
3
one on
days I lived in
accident,
my new
bro.
house, my crazy neighbor walked into my house unannounced. It was horrifying. He startled me. He startled my wife. That's when I thought to myself, I need home security. And because I believe that all red-blooded Americans and members of the world who shouldn't be hassled by nosy neighbors or terrible criminals, they need home security. And that's why me and SimpliSafe are here to give you a 60% discount off your order. Plus, SimpliSafe's new Active Guard outdoor protection is the best way to stop crime before it happens. Monitoring agents can react in real time to suspicious individuals that are on your property or approaching your home, like my crazy neighbor. With Active Guard, you can have agents speak to them, trigger alarms and spotlights, and even request urgent police dispatch. Ow! Ow!
The app is so amazing to use, it keeps me safe. SimpliSafe.
Now with SimpliSafe, your home is safe, inside and out.
Save 60% off SimpliSafe security system when you sign up for a core monitoring plan and get your first month free.
Visit SimpliSafe.com/PapaMeat to customize yours. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. Thank you, SimpliSafe, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
I think someone's breaking into my house to kill me.
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
Next up, we have the nachos round. Lunchley's is called Fiesta Nachos. Nacho chips with queso blanco and salsa. Pretty straightforward, like that. Nachos with cheese dip and salsa. Once again, I just don't understand Lunchable's thing with like the tiny people. It's like tiny little people who are like, help us on the thing. Granted, it's a much more also. They got Capri Sun. Wait, which Capri Sun? Capri
Wait,
Sun
my title's
Crunch.
wrong again.
Okay, and a Kit Kat candy
Whatever,
bar.
I'm not
See,
changing
now
it.
they're getting brand name shit in there. Better watch out. I started with Lunchables last time, so I'm gonna start with. What the?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! There's a fucking jetpack! Look at
I
that!
attacked one I didn't listen to.
Look at the amount of. I mean, at least it's not the problem this time, I don't think. Oh my god! How much? Who the fuck was buying? God. And then the strawberry banana prime. I can't wait to have a cavity from nothing from that. That's gonna be fucking awesome. I'm keeping the cat hair here because that is my god. Once again though, the package looks pretty. Leave no crumbs. You got it. I don't know. This bad boy open. Salsa on me immediately.
Believe it or not.
Now I got queso and shit all over my hands. Can you imagine a child trying to open that?
Just hold on a second, guys. It's just really quick.
Oh no.
Not me. What do you mean? You ran out.
I mean,
Caught
I will say
red-handed,
creative,
buddy.
but I do like that it's tiny tortilla chips versus a couple big
Fun right
ones.
here.
Makes me feel like I'm getting more bang for my buck. What do you think, Margaret? Tiny chips or big chips? I think so too. Dipping it in here. Little piece of hair. Queso's not bad though, huh? Not bad at all. Got some hair on that one.
How does the hair taste?
Not me.
Not bad.
Funny.
Salsa, and I'm gonna mix them together. I like my cheese drippy. Logan says,
I like my cheese drippy.
you're the one who showed me the clip. You like my stuff.
I forgot.
How'd you forget?
I have a short attention span. Memory.
See, this is what I have to fucking deal with all the time. I'm pretty good. What the fuck am I supposed to say? Hard to get the queso. Oh, you know what's actually a good idea? Dip the Mr. Beast thing in the queso. Salty and sweet, that's what they say is good. It's like cheesy chocolate. You know what I meant? I did that for the bit, but I do think I chipped my tooth there a little bit. Pretty rough. I mean, what the fuck you know what I'm saying, though?
I had a fucking loading line and it made me yellow click through Little Muta.
How many things of milk chocolate do I have to fucking eat? Oh, the hair on my finger, man. Unbelievable. I mean, I'm trying to what? I should have done that. There's cheese and salsa on that. Okay. It's a bit of a mess, though, huh?
The hair?
Well, all of it, really.
Who's gonna clean that?
Damn, quick with it.
This is actually pretty good if I poured half of it out and put like half water in it. Like dilute that motherfucker down. God damn. Which one is that? Strawberry banana. My
Yeah, the one tick
questions. Let me drill my ass like I'm in Guantanamo Bay. What have you been doing? That's what it's gonna feel like. Okay, well, the pride. I gotta tell you, like, I'm not even trying to be a hater, because here's the thing, guys. I get it, dude. You don't like the guy. He does shady scams people with cryptocurrencies and all that bullshit. Listen, I feel ya. The Lunchley thing so far, not bad. Not even being a hater, this is just like, I mean, it's strong. Seriously. Like I said, radiator, coolant. As a child, this is what I imagine all the chemicals under my parents' sink tasted like. Was this. Okay? I don't know. That's just me. I will say once again, they just gotta get there. They're just ugly girls is what they are. Lunchables are just ugly girls. Aren't they? God damn. Absolutely horrendous. This looks like a fucking... You ever see any of those sci-fi movies and they all hang around, they eat gruel on the spaceships? Oh, this one's a lot easier to open though, huh? Look, mess-free. I like that. Does this not look like a meal kit that you would find on like...
You got me with the pack yak.
Oh, yeah.
Does it?
If I need it.
Also, got a Kit Kat.
I'm scared.
Okay. And we got a
I feel like
fruit punch
skipping's gonna be
Capri
terrible.
Sun. Not bad at all. Immediate brownie points for this one. Whose chips are bigger? These are this has to be the exact same. These are identical. Which one's Lunchables and which one's Lunchley? Go ahead and guess. Which one?
Left is Lunchley.
All right, Margaret. I guess you just know everything, don't you?
I'm going in.
Mmm, damn. You know what I like about that nacho cheese? This might be the white trash side of me. Tastes like a fucking like ball game. I'm gonna say, if you're gonna do processed cheese, make it just heinous. Like some real factory floor type shit. Let me double mix them. The chips taste the exact same.
It's always the best mixing them together.
Uh-oh. Yummy. God damn. Mmm. God, I feel like a gentleman.
What the
I'm like
fuck
sitting
was
there
that?
flipping my tortilla chips and taking swigs out of my Capri Sun. What am I gonna do next? Unlock my Rolls Royce? Feels like it. Buy me that Kit Kat. I will say this. I think
You
anybody
could've
who
just ran out
breaks
of
the Kit Kat bar, you're
horrible time.
bite right into it. Yeah, oh yeah. You'll see people who are like,
I break them. I break them in half.
you do?
Yeah.
Why?
It's better that way.
What the f do you mean?
Have you ever like ripped a Rice Krispie instead of bite it? Tastes better. Same thing.
I'm stuck in this. It doesn't matter. I did with the last one, some cheese and the chocolate here.
Brother, what is happening?
Don't hit the bell yet. I'm still on it. See, I almost instinctively almost went back for a second. Don't need to do that. I'm gonna diarrhea. I mean, this round goes but to be fair, the caveat there is if you like the industrial cheese. This is still good cheese, right? It's good. The chips and salsa taste pretty much the same. But I will say, I just like this version of the cheese. Also, I got a Kit Kat bar and a Capri Sun. Do you know how much fine fucking pussy I'd be getting if I was in middle school right now? As a middle schooler. Just put that out there. Edit that out.
It's gonna be lightning.
Bleep
Careful.
all that. Lunchable not good.
So we're tied up.
We are tied up 1-1, and it has to be determined. Look at me for seconds here, dude. I'm like,
Damn. We settle this tiebreaker with the pizza round. Let's fucking go.
Do you want to take bets if there's mold in the pizza cheese?
Do I want to take bets if there's mold in the pizza cheese?
Yeah, everyone's finding mold.
That is true. I want to say there has been a lot of reports of people opening it and being like, oh my God, there's mold. If there is mold in here, I've been honest with you so far with the cat hair, everything else. This has been undoctored footage. I mean, we basically uncovered a full goddamn Persian cat right there. And I don't know who's packing this stuff, but you guys got to vet it better. Good product so far.
Holy, I zero. I saw so many zeros.
And also the cat hair made the cheese taste
Big unfortunate.
All in all, it's not bad. I got pizza here.
Brother, that wouldn't have happened if he didn't fucking click there.
Next up, we have the pizza round. This is the home run. I would say out of all the Lunchables I've ever seen in my life, people always have pizza. I've always thought they looked cool.
No! Oh my God, bro.
Come in with their own version of it, but this one is the notorious version that people keep having mold. I don't know what's going on with the vetting process so far with all this, but once again, this is just definitive.
I disagree.
You don't like the name? Why? Why are you being such a hater?
Nobody should be getting hit by any autos besides me.
Not very. Feels like a very emotional response. Are you in your period?
What? How dare you?
There's all the blood down there. Blur that. You gotta blur all that. We're gonna pick you
Oh my
up
God, my
tomorrow,
partner
okay?
in crime.
You said that yesterday.
So what we're gonna do here? Oh, well, you know, the Lunchables is just pizza with pepperoni. I think it's just much stronger. Pizza
What are you
with
opening
pepperoni
for? You trying to kill me?
Have eyes, right? Maybe you should have written that in Braille for blind people who don't know. I will say once again though, oh, they have a handicap man on the. They have people rollerblading and then one kid in a wheel. I'm not even joking. One kid in a wheelchair on top of it. Everyone else is rollerblading. This feels like a cruel joke. Lunchables, I'll be completely honest. Last time we did start with Lunchly, so the final round we'll toss it back to Lunchables here. All right, all the marbles. Oh my God. It's insane how like nothing changes. Decades pass and nothing changes. Does that remotely look good at all?
No.
Look how pale that fucking cracker is. It's like a fucking vegan pita bread or
Is
something.
it gluten-free? It's gluten-free.
Holy
I
fuck,
just
dude.
want to say too, once again, just to reiterate, Lunchables versions do have more calories. So once again, if you want to be the fatty fat McFatterton, feel free to get that one. That
Hella chance.
smells like poop. I'm not even joking. Smell that. It smells like poop. You come over here and tell me right now that does not smell like a little bit of poop.
Who am I partnered with? Nobody? I'm getting the fuck out of here. Ah, good idea. I'm so smart. I'm such a
I think
gamer.
it's pepperoni mixed in with the cheese and everything else. But that smells. I can't. I don't know how I'm supposed to fucking say it. It smells like poop, dude. And that smells like poop. Oh, God. Like at the bottom, they're just like, don't forget the sauce. Don't forget the sauce in your little blood bag, you little vampire.
This is where it goes south, by the way.
I think this is legitimate. You go sauce first. There's not nearly enough cheese.
It's not set.
This shit. I'm only doing one.
I'm gonna tank that. I don't want to get burned.
Like me picking at this, like put the cheese on, I feel like a fucking
It doesn't matter anyways.
Alright, here we go.
You're gonna get burned right here. I'm not getting burned. I'm not getting burned. Yes, I'm not getting burned. Yes. Yes, I'm not getting burned. I'm never getting burned. I'm running out of food.
I'm like seriously, I'm gonna fucking gag. It tastes like if you had a lean cuisine pizza and then you like microwaved it and then you put it in the fridge and it got cold again. That's what.
First person to burn me is getting kicked for my CC. I'm just saying.
It's just like, just go with the. This is the same. I just feel like everything. Do nachos. I can't just be a nacho thing.
Pizza was my
Bro, stop running early. What? Don't fucking. I'm not getting burned. I don't care.
Punch, Capri Sun. This was fruit punch as well.
No, the first one was Roaring Waters.
But it was fruit punch.
Oh, okay.
I'm not getting burned. I'm not getting burned.
Like, we're gonna take shots at the feast of this thing. You gotta be like,
This
give
is
us
so
another
fucking
flavor.
troll.
Tropical breeze? Something. I don't know.
Yo, you got a brew?
All day. Some kind of
You got a brew for me?
Crunch bar. Here.
Anybody got a brew?
Now you get another crunch bar. Maybe the French bar with a little bit of sauce on it.
Oh, I got burned. No fucking way. I'm kicking Olm for my CC.
Well, that was an immediate regret.
Oh,
That
thank you.
tasted Like how I assumed,
Appreciate you.
Like a battery would taste. Can I be honest, Margaret?
Yeah, be honest.
All of that work to avoid getting burnt, bro.
More than the crackers.
What's I was gonna say?
Just for Olm to send one my way, anyways.
At least it was just like you had the
That's a
farty
BM.
turkey that smelled like diarrhea, but there's something about like a solid stool poop pizza that just really elevates it there. All right, Lunchly time then. Break it in here. Which one is this? Cherry freeze. You know what's the thing about Lunchly though? They're giving us different prongs, even though this will legally make you go blind. Too sweet. Don't know how it's sweet. Once again, some kind of witchcraft. If you drink this and then all of a sudden you're haunted, you might have a reason why. Because I think I don't know what kind of black magic they're using, but it's a different flavor each time. You gotta give them credit.
Yo, Tebow, put in some damn work.
Also, I can confirm, no mold. No mold at all. Wait, what is this? Hold on. Wait, hold on. What the fuck?
What is it?
I'm looking. It's like a
Wow, no purple. Are you fucking kidding me?
$100 bill in here.
Wow.
There's a $100 bill in the cheese. Is that why it's getting moldy, you think?
Oh,
Let me.
maybe.
It's like a full fucking
That is
note.
ridiculous.
Wait, hold on. Dear customer, I'm sorry my greed knows no bounds. I have lost my way. As a symbol of my sorrow, I have attached $100. Take it and
That
live
is
a happy
fucking
life.
ridiculous.
I'm sorry. God help